a bandit leader at the body refining realm, yet never bullies the weak. They specifically targeted cultivators from major sects for plundering. The higher the cultivation level, the more noble your status, the more you plunder, all because you recently bound with the system. As long as you seize others' possessions, you'll get a refund, and within the boundaries of Longhu Mountain, you are invincible. Ding! Detected that Lu Ruyan, the most beautiful woman in the fantasy realm, is nearby. Can plunder. Holy shit, what? Emperor Ruyan. That breathtakingly beautiful Emperor Ruyan. You are utterly amazed. At that very moment, a man rushed into the Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness. The boss. A woman came down from our mountain. Like a fairy. Do you want to tie it or not? I'll go take a look myself. You take a step forward. The figure vanished without a trace. The speed was terrifyingly fast. Everyone was dumbfounded. The boss has made another breakthrough. Could he truly have become that powerful cultivator? At the foot of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Oops, I messed up. The power of this demon is truly terrifying. With the aid of the 11 soul banners, it can tear apart this emperor's soul. A woman leans against a towering ancient tree, vomiting large amounts of blood. His face was very pale. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. Pay the toll to pass. Leave your underpants behind. The robbery happened right then. A voice suddenly came from behind her. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered. Rob the little one. Do you know who I am? I don't give a damn who you are. Hand over your money or else. Hand over your money for safe passage. Know what's good for you and tie yourself up. You casually toss out the immortal binding rope. The rope comes out. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Her mouth was agape. Can accommodate massive objects. This rope stirred up immense waves within his heart. This rope unexpectedly bears the markings of the Great Tao. You said this thing was an Earth-rank weapon. Armed robbery with handheld weapons. This is like holding a golden rice bowl. What's the difference between going out to beg on the streets? Let's talk things over, fellow cultivator. We're penniless. There's nothing worth robbing anyway. How about we sit down and talk it over? Just consider it as making a new friend. Snap. Who the hell wants to be friends with you? Do you think being good looking? Am I supposed to just give up on robbing? Lu Ruyan hadn't finished speaking. He slapped him right across the face with a big brush. Then the immortal binding rope was manipulated. They tied him up hand and foot. The technique is quite nice. Everything is perfectly outlined. It was truly perfectly round. He was completely stunned. I got beaten up. He, a mighty emperor in his own right, although injured. But he's not someone just anyone can come across. You seem to be just at the body refining realm cultivation level, but holding the emperor's weapon. Absolutely pretending to be weak to catch the tiger off guard. He guessed it must be at least a quasi-emperor. Otherwise, how could she slap him in the face? He didn't even have a chance to react. It's you I'm beating. It's you who got robbed. Hand over anything valuable you've got, quick, or I'll make you regret it. You scolded. That young woman was being pursued by her enemies, fleeing all the way. There's really nothing of value. How about we rob something else instead? Lu Ruyan whispered softly, not forgetting to puff out his chest a bit. He was tied up securely with ropes. That reminds me, truly unrivaled across all realms and beings. You can look down on my profession, but you cannot insult my dignity. Hand over everything quickly. I'll rob you later, you bastard. Said. The system assessed Lu Ruyan's value to be exceptionally high. He dressed so extravagantly. Must be very rich. Spirit Stone Elixir. Peerless martial arts techniques or something like that. Hand it all over right now. You ask again impatiently. How many spirit stones do you want? Lu Ruyan asked in a low voice. This guy is quite interesting. Seeing him like this, he didn't even try to take advantage of me first. As long as it's about lust. If you touch him, triggering the killing array, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. You frowned and raised 2 fingers. You shouldn't have any problem asking for 20,000. With 20 million, you might as well go rob the heavens. I don't have that much. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. He really doesn't have 20 million. 20,000 without signing. Don't give me that crap. Say you don't have 20,000. I don't believe that for a second. You mentioned 20 million. That's an astronomical figure. It's perfectly normal not to have one. You never thought you'd want this much. Was trying to snatch a few $1,000 or something. Who do you think you're looking down on with just 20 grand? Although I don't have any snacks, but I can ask for snacks, ammunition and such. That's not a problem. Not as bad as you going around robbing everywhere. Lu Ruyan was instantly displeased. He, a mighty emperor in his own right, robbed him just to steal 20,000 spirit stones. That's a bit insulting. Do you see the token hanging from my waist? Take it out. I can get you a lot of spirit stones. There are also elixirs and cultivation techniques. Lu Ruyan said. The token is the Tianji token. Can post messages throughout the 3,000 provinces. Those who possess the token are all permitted. Seeing you reaching out and fumbling around aimlessly, he took out a golden token. This rope is a bit strong. It has shackled my power. I cannot use the token. There's no way to send a message either. How about you untie me first? Lu Ruyan's words fell. The immortal binding rope automatically loosens. Hurry up, don't even think about running away. Otherwise, this young master will have to be ruthless and crush the flower. Make you remember it for the rest of your life. You urged. Your actions took Lu Ruyan by surprise. Today I battled the Demon Palace's Demon Lord for 30,000 rounds. The consumption is extremely high. If only there were some elixirs or spirit stones to recover a bit. Perhaps there's still one more battle left in me. Uphold the majesty of our righteous path. Of course, if one comprehends an even more powerful peerless divine technique, slaying the Demon Lord isn't impossible. Alas, the pathless one is too lonely. No one can discuss the Tao with me. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then spoke to the golden token. Her words transformed into text and vanished into the heavenly mechanism token. Still holding the token, she turned around and struck a pose in front of the towering ancient tree. What's this thing? What are you doing? Feng Tianyuan was puzzled. This thing feels like the phone he used to play with. I don't have the item. Everything I brought out was already used up in the previous battle. But just post something on it, and those guys will come running over. Lu Ruyan said. Her words puzzled Feng Tianyuan, but he didn't ask further. Instead, he had an idea. That token will be mine soon. At that moment, among the various factions of the 3,000 Dao states. Oh, Emperor Ruyan has posted an update. Let me see what it's about. Today, I fought the Demon Palace Lord in 30,000 rounds, depleting my energy greatly. If I had some pills or spirit stones to recover, I might be able to fight another battle and showcase the might of the righteous path. I'm injured. Oh no. Emperor Ruyan actually challenged the Demon Emperor to battle and got injured. An old man furrowed his brows. He glanced at his storage ring, pondered for a moment, and immediately used his mind to click on the name Lu Ruyan. Empress, this is my sacred elixir, the Dragon Blood Elixir, and here are over 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. I hope these can assist you. The old man's thoughts flickered, and a plant of the immortal elixir flew out from his storage ring, merging with the countless spirit stones and disappearing into the token. The spirit stones are dwindling. This isn't a sustainable solution. The old man looked pained, unable to hide his regret. At that moment, a young man walked in from outside. Master, what about the sacred medicine you promised to refine my body with? Right. Master, I plan to attend an auction in a few days. Could you spare some spirit stones for your disciple? Go to hell. Find the sacred medicine for refining your body yourself, and earn the spirit stones yourself. You're not a child anymore. You can't rely on your elders. The master guides you in, but cultivation depends on the individual. The old man, thinking of his empty storage ring, felt a bit embarrassed and scolded him. Even if I'm penniless, I'll still help a damsel in distress. On the other side. Oh my. Emperor Ruyan has updated his status. How did he get injured? Someone, go fetch my father's sacred weapon. Sell it and buy some elixirs and spirit stones. A young man shouted, and in an instant, the entire city sprang into action. Under the Dragon and Tiger Mountains. Ding! You have received a transfer from the Immortal Elder, 103,621 top-grade spirit stones and 1 Dragon Blood Elixir. Ding! You have received a transfer from Flower Prince, 18,000 top-grade spirit stones and 1 Creation Holy Pill. Ding! You have received a transfer from the Lonely Sword Sovereign, 200,000 top-grade spirit stones and the Supreme Sword Technique, Taisu Jimia 13 forms. Ding! You have received a transfer from someone with a lot of money, 1,500,000 premium spirit stones. Golden tokens kept arriving one after another, shocking Feng Tianyuan beside him. Is that even possible? He was quite surprised. You little brat. I told you, these are all just material possessions. What about these 2.3 million premium spirit stones? Is that enough to redeem me? Lu Ruyan said disdainfully. She was a renowned figure in the 3,000 Dao states, a figure of imperial caliber. Delaying things was childish play for her. A crowd of fools were rushing to offer themselves, and as for those crude comments, she wouldn't even bother to glance at them. Impressive. Alright. Now it's all mine. Take off your clothes. And that storage ring of yours handed over your shoes look nice too. Take those off as well. Oh my. You're still wearing white stockings. That's great. Take them off quickly. Chapter 3, Immortal Path Killing Move, Supreme Emperor's Helmet. Aha! The screams echoed through the heavens. Lu Ruyan had gone mad. She, a mighty empress, had been stripped naked in an instant. But no matter how she became, within the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, the man before her was invincible. All her attacks were futile against Feng Tianyuan, easily deflected. Who are you? She curled up under a large tree, wishing she could chew a hole and crawl inside. But at that moment, Fong Tianyuan was already counting his belongings. Ding! Host has looted Lu Ruyan, obtaining an item, a single drop of Dragon Blood Elixir, upgraded to True Dragon Immortality Elixir. Ding! Host looted Lu Ruyan, obtained item, 1 Creation Holy Pill, upgraded to Creation Emperor Pill. Ding! Host looted Lu Ruyan, obtained item, Divine Grade Sword Technique Taisu Jin Yeshur San, upgraded to Xian Dao Killing Move 5-Finger Sword Heart. Ding! Host looted Lu Ruyan, obtained 1 piece of Holy Grade Hongwan Soft Armor, upgraded to Extreme Dao Emperor's Helmet. Ding! Host looted Lu Ruyan, obtained 1 Heavenly Mechanism Order, upgraded to GM Heavenly Mechanism Order. 230 million top-grade Spirit Stones, upgraded to 230 million top-grade Spirit Stones. This looting yielded 25 items, rewarding 250 cultivation points, which can be used to enhance cultivation. The system voice rang out, and Fong Tianyuan was overjoyed. All good stuff. This Lu Ruyan is truly a wealthy woman. He's hit the jackpot. System. Use the cultivation points. Ding. Using cultivation points to enhance cultivation. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Fong Tianyuan's body. He had broken through. Body Tempering Realm, Fist Power, 100,000 Gene. How is that possible? You bastard. Don't try to act so young. How could you possibly be at the Body Tempering Realm? Lu Ruyan cursed furiously. Without Fong Tianyuan's suppression, she had already used her magical power to a bright red dress and wrapped it around herself. But the next moment, Fong Tianyuan's aura surged once more, and she could no longer stay seated. A massive halo rose from Fong Tianyuan's body, growing increasingly brilliant. Split the heavens. This. A celestial realm. 2 celestial realms. 3 celestial realms, 5, 6, 9, 10. 10 great celestial realms. Lu Ruyan was stunned. A celestial realm is what sentient beings create within themselves when they enter the celestial realm. Once successfully opened, they manifest externally, resembling a cone-shaped world, aiding cultivators in harnessing the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Generally speaking, those who open 7 heavenly realms are considered geniuses, and those who open 8 are core disciples of first-rate sects. Those who open 9 heavenly realms are none other than the saints and divine daughters of ancient sects, primordial lineages, and immortal clans. 10 is even more extraordinary, possessing the potential to become an emperor. She had opened 10, yet now, there was someone who had opened 10 great celestial realms standing before her. That's right. Suddenly, Fong Tianyuan's aura surged again, and another halo appeared behind him. 11. How is that possible? 12. Heavens. The potential of an immortal, this. Snap. Lu Ruyan was speechless, unable to believe what she was seeing, and slapped herself across the face. It hurt a little. It's real. Why, is he so strong? How could he only be at the cave heaven realm? This is impossible. Has I, Lu Ruyan, grown so weak that I can't even defeat someone at the body tempering realm? Has my strength become so weak? Lu Ruyan lowered her head, staring at her own delicate hands, lost in thought. Then, she flipped her hand into a palm and struck toward the sky. Boom! The heavens and earth exploded, the sky shattered, and a terrifying palm print tore open the endless void. All living beings within millions of miles felt as though the sky was collapsing and the world was coming to an end. The stars exploded in a cosmic blast, shattering the heavens. This single palm strike is enough to annihilate a great sage, yet why can he, a mere body-tempering realm cultivator, withstand it? Lu Ruyan was stunned. If it had been before, she would have been certain that Fong Tianyuan was hiding his cultivation level, but watching him elevate his cultivation. It was so real. No! This dog must be tricking the emperor. This is all an illusion. It must be an incredibly profound illusion. His cultivation level has surpassed that of an emperor. Lu Ruyan murmured, looking as though she had finally understood. Legend. Above the great emperor lies the true immortal realm, where one can ascend to the immortal realm and become truly immortal. Those who fail to ascend and survive the tribulation become broken immortals. He must be a broken immortal. Lu Ruyan whispered. Wow. Another new dress? Too bad about your old one, it was a fake. I won't bother taking this one off. Fong Tianyuan walked over and spoke. The dress he had just stripped off was formed from the power of the Tao, so the system hadn't enhanced it. That thing wasn't worth much. Lu Ruyan could make it disappear with a single thought. Now, Lu Ruyan had actually conjured up such a thing again. What are you doing? Lu Ruyan stepped back cautiously. She was extremely weak now, and after witnessing Fong Tianyuan's power, she was utterly panicked. What are you doing? Of course it's you. I just happen to be in need of a wife to keep me company. You're not too bad looking, so I'll take you reluctantly. Fong Tianyuan flickered and was already right in front of her face. On this dragon and tiger mountain, within his territory, he was an unbeatable force. Don't come any closer. I'll scream. Go ahead and shout. I really will. Scream. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you. You'd better go back to the bridal chamber and scream there. Ah! Screams echoed through the air as Fong Tianyuan grabbed Lu Ruyan and threw her onto his back, carrying her away. He moved quickly, disappearing in an instant, and had already returned to the outside of the loyalty hall. Ding! Host has kidnapped Lu Ruyan, obtaining the item Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan has been upgraded to Lu Ruyan, with no changes. Reward, 1 statue of the mountain guarding goddess. Chapter 4, Capturing the Empress, the Elixir of the True Dragon. Longhu Mountain. Greetings, great leader. Fong Tianyuan returned carrying a woman, causing an instant commotion throughout the village and leaving countless people in awe. The second leader, Lu Cha, hurried forward, swallowing hard. It's a woman. This was a real woman. The ones he had eaten before weren't women, they were wild boars. Lu Cha, do you want your eyes to be gouged out? Fong Tianyuan glanced at him, and his gaze was so sharp that Lu Cha, who had been excited moments ago, immediately deflated. He felt like that gaze could pierce him like a sieve. Boss. I just got carried away and lost control. Lu Cha stammered. Fong Tianyuan's previous display of power knocking out Shan Jun with a single punch had already filled him with fear, and the subsequent teleportation only confirmed his suspicions. How could he not fear Fong Tianyuan? This will be an exception. From today onward, she, Lu Ruyan, will be our village's concubine. Keep the music playing and the dancing going. This night is worth 1,000 gold pieces to me. The words had barely left his mouth when the entire crowd erupted into chaos. Woo-hoo-hoo! Atavistic reaction. The leader is mighty. Men. Go to the town down the mountain and bring back the man surnamed Zhao to celebrate for the chief. Whoa! Charge! Steal women, kill men, celebrate for the leader. Bull! I don't want any women. I want men, big, strong men. In an instant, hundreds of men, led by the second leader Lu Cha and the third leader Yanjiu, charged toward the small town at the foot of the mountain at top speed. Meanwhile, Fong Tianyuan was already carrying Lu Ruyan back to his room to study. Maybe you should just let me go. This really isn't good. I know someone who is prettier than me, with longer legs, bigger breasts, and a cuvia butt. How about making her your concubine? Lu Ruyan was thrown onto the bed, utterly panicked. Though her powers hadn't been sealed, she knew Fong Tianyuan's strength and didn't think she could escape. Alright. 2 women to serve 1 man, perfect. As the saying goes, the great way should not be so narrow, and companions on the path should not be so few. You, Lu Ruyan, will be the senior, and she will be the junior. Fong Tianyuan smiled indifferently. He slowly approached Lu Ruyan, his smile growing more intense until it became lecherous. Don't come any closer, I'm sick. If you touch me, you'll die. Coincidentally, I'm sick too. I'm boiling with anger right now. Please help me cool down. I want tea. It's okay, I'll teach you. I'm too clumsy, I can't learn. It's okay, we're both first-timers. Take it slow, I'm very gentle. Ah! Fong Tianyuan pounced on her, acting very roughly. 1 day later, Lu Ruyan was numb. The biggest lie she had ever heard in her life was coming from this stinking man claiming he was gentle. Damn it! Not gentle at all. Put. You're no better. She spat out the words, her eyes as cold as ice, trying to stand up but feeling as though her entire body was about to fall apart. Who says there are only oxen that work themselves to death, but no fields that can be plowed to ruin? She, Lu Ruyan, would be the first to hold him accountable. You took my purity. One day, when I surpass you, I will wash away all the shame of today and cut you down with my sword. Lu Ruyan's expression remained icy, her murderous intent unabated. Suddenly, Fong Tianyuan, who had been sitting cross-legged nearby, stirred, and his cultivation broke through again. 12 heavenly realms united, the peak of the heavenly realms. But it wasn't over yet. Under the powerful energy surge, he broke through into the spirit transformation realm, initiating the transformation of his physical body into spirit, refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Physical body transformation. Soul transformation. Cultivating the spirit in the heavenly realm. All 3 stages were completed by Fong Tianyuan in an extremely short period of time. Roar! A massive dragon's roar echoed from within the divine realm, which was now a single, brilliant, and immense expanse. Ancestral dragon's head. How is that possible? This is actually the celestial sovereign's body. A being comparable to the primordial holy body, and even in its peak form, it can challenge an emperor. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in shock. That massive ancestral dragon's head was the cave spirit cultivated in the 3rd realm of Fong Tianyuan's cave realm. This was one of the terrifying innate abilities of the celestial sovereign's heavenly body, nurtured by him himself. Legend has it that the celestial sovereign body has 9 divine forms, and this is just one of them. More will awaken in the future. His realm is still changing. Divine treasure realm. What's going on here? What realm are you in? Lu Ruyan was utterly stunned. The Divine Treasure Realm allows one to unlock the 5 Divine Treasures. Once the Divine Treasures are perfected and form the Tao Palace, one can enter the Tao Palace realm. On this day, Fong Tianyuan had already transcended the Cave Heaven realm, crossed the Spirit Transformation realm, and entered the Divine Treasure realm, activating the Kidney Divine Treasure. Blinding light surged from his waist, dazzling the eyes, accompanied by ancient runes in motion. Holy crap! This is the will of the Golden Kidney Warrior. Fong Tianyuan was overjoyed. A whole day had passed, and he felt no fatigue at all. This was true power. Golden Divine Treasure. This is he trying to rebuild himself? At that moment, Lu Ruyan watched the scene unfold, her heart racing with excitement. The 5 divine treasures correspond to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, which in turn correspond to the 5 elements: fire, wood, earth, metal, and water. At this moment, Fong Tianyuan had already opened the kidney divine treasure. Divine treasures also have ranks, divided into ordinary and golden. In this world, 9 out of 10 living beings can only open ordinary divine treasures. Even she, Lu Ruyan, had to open the last 3 divine treasures to achieve golden grade divine treasures. But Fong Tianyuan started off with golden grade. Suddenly, a massive medicinal plant appeared. Radiant light shone brightly. Though only 5 feet tall, the medicinal herb was wrapped by a true dragon, lifelike in every detail. That was the true dragon's elixir of immortality. My dragon's holy blood herb. What's your dragon blood elixir? Look closely, don't claim everything as your own. Fong Tianyuan said. This was mine to begin with. You thief. No, this isn't the blood dragon's. This is the true dragon's breath, the true dragon's chi. The elixir of the immortal dragon. Lu Ruyan was speechless. The immortal elixir, also known as an imperial grade elixir, is a miraculous potion that can grant an emperor a second life. This was the finest among the immortality elixirs, the true dragon's immortality elixir, containing an incredibly concentrated essence of the true dragon, and even capable of revealing the innate secrets of the true dragon's techniques. You beast. You've gone mad. You're actually refining this true dragon elixir of immortality like this. Wasting such a precious thing. Lu Ruyan was once again utterly stunned. Fong Tianyuan was actually refining the true dragon immortal elixir at this cultivation level to strengthen his physical body and undergo another transformation. Explode and die, good riddance. Even this emperor dares not refine it in such a manner. Though your cultivation level is unclear. It's highly unusual, but even if you are truly a fallen immortal. Lu Ruyan spoke, then froze once more. The true dragoness elixir of immortality offered no resistance and was directly seized by Fong Tianyuan, who bit off a large chunk. Eating it raw, you what a waste. This single bite has greatly diminished the value of this immortal elixir. What a waste of a precious thing. Wasting a precious thing. Stop, don't do this, don't do this. You don't care, but I do. This is the elixir of immortality, not a snack. Lu Ruyan was once again speechless, even the hatred in her heart had been overshadowed by shock. Someone actually treated the true dragon immortal elixir like a snack and started devouring it. At that moment, Fong Tianyuan's aura was surging at an alarming rate, his body shrouded in the breath of the true dragon. What a terrifying potency, this is our chance. Lu Ruyan, having come to her senses, looked at the terrifying potency overflowing from the medicine and became excited, immediately beginning to absorb it. At that very moment, outside Fong Tianyuan's room, the bandits in the courtyard also caught a whiff of the medicinal scent. This scent. Holy crap. My meridians are all unblocked. The scent coming from the boss's room is truly. It's cleared all my meridians in an instant. So comfortable. Soon, the bandits on Dragon Tiger Mountain were approaching Fong Tianyuan's room at an alarming speed. To them, it was truly miraculous. The old man who smelled the medicinal fragrance urinated 3 zhang in the wind, and the old woman who smelled it transformed from Tsuhua into Xianghua, radiant with new life. Chapter 5, The Heaven-Defying Sect. Another day passed. The bandits of Longhu Mountain had all completed their transformation outside Fong Tianyuan's room. Most of them had entered the body-tempering realm. Even without cultivating any martial arts techniques, their strength surpassed that of the strongest martial artists by a significant margin. Phew! That feels good. Clear. Fong Tianyuan stretched lazily, feeling utterly refreshed. Another breakthrough. His liver underwent a transformation, becoming a golden liver. The same golden color. This left Lu Ruyan, who was recovering from her injuries, utterly stunned once again. Golden again. She stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes wide open. At that moment, the entire true dragon elixir had been devoured by Fong Tianyuan, and the air was still filled with the intense aroma of the elixir. Don't stare like that. I'm the man you'll never have in your lifetime. Last night was the only thing worth remembering in your entire life. Fong Tianyuan stood up and said with a smile. He left the room. Ding. Task triggered. Recruit troops. Form a faction, recruit sufficient troops, and receive corresponding rewards. At that moment, a voice emerged from Fong Tianyuan's mind, catching him off guard. It was the system. The faction system has assigned a task. Form a faction? Why not call it the Heaven-Defying Sect? Fong Tianyuan pondered for a moment. Ding! Establishing the Heaven-Shattering Sect. Congratulations, host, you have become the leader of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Rewards: Divine Great Fist Technique, Heaven Dominating Fist, a Sect Hall, a luxurious mountain gate, and a library. Bashin Fist, a Divine Great Fist Technique with 9 forms, each stronger than the last. When all 9 are combined, they unleash a tidal wave that shatters the heavens, possessing absolute domineering power. Oh, this is pretty good. Fong Tianyuan was surprised. He left the room and saw the bandits surrounding his room, his brows furrowing. What are you all doing here? Don't you have work to do? As soon as he spoke, 2 men rushed out of the crowd, and the others quickly stepped back. Boss! Boss! We're also like you now, we've become the legendary cultivators of legend. Lu Cha exclaimed excitedly. Overnight, his body had undergone a transformation, cleansing his meridians and refining his essence, something he had never even dreamed of. That's right. Boss, we've all broken through. The impurities in our bodies were quickly expelled after sensing the fragrance emanating from your room. We've all broken through. The third in command, Yanjiu, hurriedly added. Hearing these words, Fong Tianyuan immediately thought of the true dragon's elixir he had consumed raw. That was the powerful elixir that even Lu Ruyan had been amazed by. That's unexpected. This is perfect. From today onward, I decide to start anew. We will no longer be mountain bandits. As soon as the words left his mouth, the once chaotic crowd fell silent, everyone stunned. No more bandits? Boss, are you retiring? Lu Cha's face turned pale. If he were retiring, Longhu Mountain would be left leaderless, effectively dissolving the group. They had only just begun to show signs of entering the path of cultivation. Without Fong Tianyuan, they truly had no idea what to do. Bandits can never achieve great things, they only bully the common folk and aren't fit for the stage. People must always look forward. Everyone. You all came to the mountain because you were starving to death. Now you can eat your fill down there. There's no need to keep doing this. Fong Tianyuan spoke with great conviction. Everyone fell silent. If they could live well, no one would choose this life, they were all driven to it. Living on the edge of a knife isn't exactly a happy life. Over the years, they had been repeatedly besieged by the authorities. If it weren't for Fong Tianyuan's supernatural strength, Longhu Mountain would have been wiped out long ago. Therefore, starting today, we will no longer be bandits. We change our ways. Form a sect and become cultivators. Those who wish to stay can speak with Yanjiu later. The name of the sect shall be the Heaven-Defying Sect. Fong Tianyuan spoke, and his figure vanished into thin air. As soon as he left, everyone erupted once more. Change our identity? The leader has gone mad. Did I hear that correctly? The leader actually said he wants to establish a sect, a cultivation sect? Founding a sect? I must be dreaming. If it's a dream, I'll take it. I've heard of cultivation before, but I've never tried it. Last night felt amazing, better than sleeping with a woman. Forming a sect, if it's really possible, we all become cultivators in the future? Damn it! Who cares? I'm not leaving. Going back to farm the land for the rest of my life? I'm not doing that. I want to make something of myself. Third in command, I'm staying. I'm not going to be a farmer either. Spending my whole life being exploited by those guys? No way. Third brother, I'm staying too. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and some rushed to Yanjiu to register their names. Yanjiu couldn't read very well, so he told them to go to another place and wait for Fong Tianyuan's further instructions. Boom! At that moment, the entire sky and earth shook violently. A majestic palace rose from the ground, standing tall on the peak of Longhu Mountain, catching everyone's attention. Everyone was left speechless in that moment. A palace. They had never seen anything like it before. Its dazzling exterior left them completely speechless. And this was only the beginning. Next, another pavilion rose from the ground, its height matching that of the palace, soaring into the clouds, layer upon layer. Their mouths hung open in awe, speechless at the marvel before them. Palaces, pavilions. But that wasn't all. The entire Dragon and Tiger Mountain shook violently, and an extremely luxurious mountain gate emerged. Tall and imposing, it bore a plaque with 3 characters written in flowing calligraphy. Jie Tian Zone. Beside the massive gate stood a colossal statue, lifelike and vivid, as if Lu Ruyan were still alive. The statue of the Divine Maiden. This was the system's reward. In an instant, the entire Dragon and Tiger Mountain erupted once again. Numerous bandits drew their knives. They were amazed. The sect. Is this the sect? I'm staying. I won't leave, even if you kill me. From today onward, I'm the boss's man in life and his ghost in death. The sect. The sect, the boss. The boss. You're so powerful. Alas, the ruthless bandits were uneducated. One word of praise sufficed for them. This truly opened their eyes. Those who had been considering leaving were now so excited they were howling like wild animals, reverting to their primal state and no longer wanting to leave. The sect. A sect that stands above the mundane world, exclusive to cultivators. Lu Cha. Yen Jiao. The two of you go to the Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness. The rest of you stay here. Just then, a voice rang out. The two heard it and were thrilled, rushing over as quickly as they could. Soon, they entered the Hall of Loyalty and saw Fong Tianyuan. Master. No, wait. Father, please accept my bow. Please do not reject me. Lu Cha kneels before you today for no other reason. It's mainly because my knees are begging to kowtow to you, and I also humbly request your guidance on how to cultivate. Yen Jiao had barely started speaking when Lu Cha had already knelt down. His longing for cultivation had reached an unprecedented height, enough to make him abandon what was once considered dignity. All because he had once seen someone walk on air, soaring through the heavens like a bird. Enough! Stop flattering me. From today onward, work diligently at the Jietian sect. Teaching you cultivation is no problem. But it'll have to wait a bit. I called you here today to prepare for tonight's raid on Tiger Mountain Town. The two of them were stunned by these words. Raid? Aren't we supposed to change our identities and present ourselves as new people? Why are we suddenly going back to that old trick? Godfather, but we don't have enough startup funds and need to borrow some of their silver to tide us over. Lu Cha asked in confusion. At the beginning of establishing a new faction, not having enough silver is understandable. Borrowing a little from those guys down the mountain isn't out of the question. What Godfather? Call him boss. This time, we're not stealing silver, we're stealing people. 3,000 people in the town. I'll ride into the village and take one person each. Chapter 6, The Supreme Body Refining Technique. Hushan Town. This was a small town with over 3,000 inhabitants. Over the years, Tiger Mountain Town has been plagued by bandits, but since the Dragon Tiger Mountain clan gained dominance, the villagers have felt much safer. After all, the bandits from Longhu Mountain only target wealthy households, and most of the villagers are poor, making them not the primary targets. As night fell, the sky was heavy with darkness and dotted with stars. Perfect weather for a robbery, the ideal time to act. Shadowy figures sprinted down from Longhu Mountain at breakneck speed, charging into Huashan Town. Ah! Bandits! Run! Bandits! Sir! We're so poor we can't even afford food. Please spare us. Fong Tianyuan rode his warhorse into the town, startling many sleeping residents. He burst through the door and forcibly seized people. Women, don't make a sound, don't move. In one house, a bulging blanket covered a man and a woman trembling uncontrollably. Bang! The front door was kicked open, and Fong Tianyuan walked straight inside. He patted the blanket, confirmed it was a man's butt, and pushed him hard. Hurry up! Or I'll kill you! As soon as the words left his mouth, the blanket was violently pulled back, revealing a naked man and woman, both terrified. Sir! I only have 3 taels of silver. I'll give it all to you. Please don't take my wife. The man grabbed the blanket, wrapping his wife's voluptuous body in it, and trembled as he spoke. He was afraid of dying, but as a man, he had to stand up and protect his wife. Even though they had just consummated their marriage. Your worthless silver isn't worth my time. Get out of here and join the others. Follow me up the mountain. Fong Tianyuan spoke, grabbed the man's hand, and threw him out like a sack of sand. He didn't fall to the ground but landed safely among the crowd. You come too. From today on, you're no longer a peasant. Follow me to the mountains. The words had barely left his mouth when the woman's face turned pale. Go to the mountain. Doesn't that mean she'll have to become the chief's concubine? Master, I'm not a virgin anymore. I can't do this. I'm just a withered flower. Please let me go. I have 3 taels of silver. Perhaps you could. Men, take her away. From now on, these women will all work as laborers on the mountain. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 brutal bandits burst in, saying nothing, and roughly carried the woman away, along with her bedding. Fong Tianyuan continued on to the next household. In the small town of 3,000 people, he took them all by himself, without any hesitation, grabbing anyone and everyone. All because his Jietian sect needed more and more people. That was the system's mission. His band of outlaws numbered over 1,000, and after receiving 2 rewards, his next task was to expand the heaven-defying sect to 3,000 members. The only way he could think of to expand his forces by 3,000 men in one go was to ride into the village and take everyone by force. Dawn was breaking. Longhu Mountain. The place was packed with people, all gathered together waiting for Fong Tianyuan's orders. Each of them looked around, gazing at the majestic palace and the pavilions in the sky, utterly astonished. Is this really the Dragon and Tiger Mountain they had imagined? Everyone! I have gathered you here for a reason, to invite you to join my Jietian sect. The requirements are simple. You will perform menial tasks within the heaven-defying sect. Food and lodging will be provided free of charge, and as for compensation, we will teach you the ways of cultivation. Those with talent can learn the supreme skills of ascending to heaven and descending to earth. Those without talent can extend their lifespan. None of this is a problem. Fang Tianyuan's words left everyone speechless. They were being lured up the mountain not to become bandits or engage in disreputable activities. Instead, they were being asked to join some sect. Unbelievable. I hadn't even managed to escape, and they came to capture me just to make me join some heaven-defying sect. But looking at the surroundings, it doesn't seem too bad. Wife, maybe we should just give in. A man whispered. He was the man pushed by Fang Tianyuan last night, namely Taizhu. Ding! Congratulations, host, for raiding Tiger Mountain Town. You have obtained 3,641 resources. Reinforcing supplies. Reinforcement failed. Reward, 3 random cultivators. Congratulations on obtaining the Qinxian realm of the Venerable. Congratulations on obtaining the medicine burning heaven of the Divine Fire realm. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine King realm's Jiang Wushu. In an instant, 3 middle-aged men appeared before Fang Tianyuan, leaving everyone speechless. Appearing out of thin air. What kind of technique is this? Is this divine magic? Lu Cha and Yanjiu below had grown accustomed to such occurrences and showed little emotion. They were merely curious. Who were these 3 individuals? Why have they never seen them before? Array Master Qinxian pays respects to the sect master. Alchemist Yao Fenchen pays respects to the sect master. Sword God Jiang Wushu pays respects to the sect master. Starting today, Jiang Wushu will temporarily oversee them, guiding their cultivation. Yao Fenchen will teach them how to manage the medicinal fields. As for Qingxian, you may select a few people to temporarily assist me with the patrol duties of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Fang Tianyuan said. Everything is just beginning now. It's unrealistic to expect a fully functioning sect to operate smoothly right away. Everything must be done gradually. Ding! The number of disciples in the Jietian sect has reached 4,931. Rewards, the strongest physical cultivation technique in the heavens, the mixed Yuan invincible penetrating chi physical cultivation technique, 300 acres of spirit fields, 10 million spirit buns, and 100,000 tons of spirit rice. Not bad. This reward is decent. Much better than the task that required reaching 1,000 disciples. Fang Tianyuan muttered. Expanding by 1,000 people only rewards some residential courtyards, which are useless to him. Now with 3,000 people, there's actually a cultivation technique. As soon as his words fell, one after another, scenes began to flash through his mind. It was none other than that mixed Yuan invincible chi opening body cultivation technique. But the more he looked, the more confused he became, and the more he doubted. System. Is this really the body cultivation technique? Are you sure it's not the 8th National Broadcast Calisthenics routine I learned? The Great Tao has 3,000 paths, all leading to the same destination. The same movements, when enhanced by different Taoist techniques, produce different effects. This technique can open all the meridians and acupoints in the human body, suitable for all living beings to cultivate, and is the most powerful introductory body cultivation technique. The system's voice rang out, leaving Fang Tianyuan utterly astonished. Never mind that. If it's truly suitable for everyone to practice, then this broadcast calisthenics, no, this Hun Yuan woody body cultivation technique is truly powerful. Throughout the ages, this world values talent, and the world's powers recruit disciples in the same way. With this, wouldn't anyone be able to join the heaven-defying sect and become a member of the heaven-defying sect? Jiang Wushu, the rest is up to you and Lu Cha. You should also teach Lu Cha how to cultivate. If there's anything you can't handle, notify the sect master. If all else fails, deal with the one who raised the issue. Fang Tianyuan spoke and quickly departed. He had to return to his own room. There was nothing in this world more pleasurable than having sex. He needed to return and discuss some cultivation-related knowledge with Lu Ruyan. Chapter 7, GM Tianjiling, the Demon Emperor in Hongshao. What are you all doing? Fang Tianyuan returned to his room, his brows furrowing. The few bandits guarding the room were all lying on the ground, snoring loudly. Boss. They were startled awake, sitting up abruptly, looking dazed. At that moment, the door was already open, and the room was empty. Lu Ruyan had already vanished without a trace. Useless. Get out of here. You can't even watch a person. Fang Tianyuan shouted angrily. He walked into the room, glanced around, and lost all interest. Damn it! You forgot to tie her up. Fang Tianyuan muttered angrily. He knew Lu Ruyan would leave, but he didn't expect her to be so fast. She had already fled in just one night. The most important thing was that he had forgotten to tie her up. We'll meet again, he murmured, walking over to the large bed and sitting cross-legged. For him. At this moment, with the system in his possession, cultivation was no longer urgent. He could simply relax. The system had already paved the way to invincibility. Why endure the hardships of cultivation? As he thought this, a token flew out from the system space, shimmering with brilliant light. GM Heavenly Mechanism Order. System, what is the difference between this and a regular Heavenly Mechanism token? What is it good for? Host, the GM Tianji Order allows access to the Tianji realm, which is only held by administrators. Within the Tianji realm, you possess all permissions. Impressive. After hearing the system's explanation, Feng Tianyuan raised his thumb in approval. This thing is a bug. In simple terms, this Tianji order allows him to create accounts freely and do whatever he wants, such as posting content. The moderators can't do anything about it. The Tianji realm is quite interesting, a spiritual world, similar to Douyin. Could it be that someone from our hometown created it? Feng Tianyuan furrowed his brows and couldn't help but think so. It really has the feel of home. As he thought this, his divine consciousness entered the heavenly mechanism order, and an entirely new scene immediately appeared before him. Lu Ruyan. Wow, she even has fans now. Is that number normal? So many zeros? I've only seen that in Chengdu. Feng Tianyuan was utterly astonished. His heavenly mechanism order was an upgraded version of Lu Ruyan's, so it still contained her data. Of course. Even if it didn't, with the GM Tenji Ling's capabilities, it could easily replicate an exact copy. And Lu Ruyan's fans are truly numerous. The number of followers was so high he couldn't count them all, and they were all golden. That's probably the difference between the golden Tianji Ling. Private messages are also 9,999. 9 plus. They're all old-timers. Feng Tianyuan exclaimed. He saw numerous messages, all unread. Empress, have you received the elixir and spirit stones? If so, could you please reply? This old man has some questions about cultivation that I'd like to ask. This was a message from the Eternal Elder. Feng Tianyuan glanced at it and noticed the dragon blood medicine and top-grade spirit stones that had been forwarded. So it was this old man who sent them. He muttered to himself, continuing to scroll through the messages, finding himself laughing more and more. There were too many messages that defied the heavens. Empress, don't look down on me just because I'm old. I can absorb snails with my literary skills and hang a scale with my martial arts. Empress, I can't sleep tonight. I must be possessed. You are my greatest demon. Moa. Empress, even the vast landscapes of the 3,000 states cannot compare to your smile. If I could be a subject in the palm of your hand, I would give up my chance to become emperor and be your exclusive guardian angel. They say your sword can sever 3,000 karmic bonds, but my heart insists on clinging to you, using the rest of my life as a red thread to bind us together as fate. Others fear your imperial might that crushes all worlds, but I only wish to be the traitor who dares to steal a kiss from the frost on your lips. After all, when you're cold, you're like ice; when you're sweet, you're like honey. Your imperial edict can command all races. Can you lend me a bit of your divine power? Let me carve the words "I love you" into every beat of your heart. How high your imperial throne may be, I insist on being the one who can make you bend down and hear me say "I love you." That is the greatest conquest in the world. Feng Tianyuan was speechless. It must be said, Lu Ruyan's suitors could stretch from the South Pole to the North Pole of Earth. There were simply too many. And those who left messages had golden names, each with impressive titles. These are all prominent figures in the world. Let me see if there's any rich woman I can trick into coming over and steal her away. Then we'll have some fun. Feng Tianyuan muttered under his breath. He was an unbeatable existence within the Heavenly Calamities sect and feared no one in the world. He could deceive them with confidence. Otherwise, with his strength, he couldn't break through Lu Ruyan's defenses and claim the first blood. Da Huang Daozhou. Duanjie Mountain. Phew. Finally escaped. Thanks to the power of those elixirs, I managed to recover 90% of my injuries. Otherwise, I never would have escaped. That guy was terrifying. A half-immortal, there are such terrifying beings in this world. Lu Ruyan shuddered in fear. She had escaped from Longhu Mountain without stopping, running non-stop the entire way. She was afraid that Feng Tianyuan would find out she had escaped. Though I say that, I must admit that Gaia's physique is truly powerful. That yuan-yang energy required me to spend so much time refining it. She murmured, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Having lost her chastity, which she had preserved for thousands of years, it was impossible for her not to be angry. But thinking of Feng Tianyuan's terrifying nature, she was filled with terror once more. Sister! You're quite the clever one, hiding in such a desolate place as the Great Wasteland Province. Just then, a voice echoed from all directions, causing ripples to spread through the void. A woman appeared out of thin air, examining Lu Ruyan's attire with interest. She wore a black long dress, her fair face radiant with beauty, her eyes as seductive as water. Her figure was voluptuous, her curves delicate and alluring, every line of her body a temptation. Even some women would be captivated by her beauty. She was truly stunning. Lu Ruyan quickly averted her gaze. Stop using your damn seduction techniques. This has no effect on me. Her words were as cold as ice, sending a chill down one's spine. Well, that's true. As the mighty Empress Ruyan, having been nurtured by a man, I naturally cannot be tempted. However, I am curious which man's primordial yang energy is so terrifying that it can suppress that extreme yin energy and aid your healing? The black-clad woman asked with interest. Now, Lu Ruyan had already recovered 90% of her strength. She no longer had the opportunity to defeat her, so there was no point in fighting. But the doubts in her heart only grew stronger. My relationship with that person from Longhu Mountain has nothing to do with you. You, a demonic cultist, have no right to even catch his eye. Lu Ruyan left those words hanging in the air before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing, leaving the black-clad woman standing there in a daze. Longhu Mountain? Where is that place? Why have I never heard of it before? Could there be a trick involved? The black-clad woman grew increasingly suspicious. It was a place she had never even heard of before. She was afraid there might be a trap if she went to investigate. I must see for myself what kind of man could shoot out such a domineering stream of primordial energy. She murmured, transforming into a streak of light, and began to search the entire Great Wasteland province. Longhu Mountain. She had to see what kind of place it was. In the distant horizon, Lu Ruyan came to a halt, her lips twitching slightly. Go! In Hong Shao. I fell there. If you don't fall too, how can you justify it? That brute's brutality, you'll get to experience it firsthand. Chapter 8, The Great Wasteland Empire, Leveling a Mountain Peak with a Single Step. Jie Tian Sect. Fang Tianyuan was currently in the room, engaged in a heated conversation with an old man, using the identity of Lu Ruyan. The demonic path is also a path, the righteous path is also a path. Sufficient practice is also the way. Techniques are also methods. Dugu Jianzuan, you are attached to form. He responded to Dugu Jianzuan, who remained silent for a while, likely deep in thought. Fang Tianyuan was in no hurry. This guy is truly obsessed. He is a true practitioner of the Tao, unlike those old fools who are all about appearances. Dugu Jianzuan, this guy spoke to him without exception, all about matters related to cultivation. That's what you say, but what exactly is the Tao? I'm lost. After 1,000 years as a supreme being, I'd been confused for 1,000 years. Dugu Jianzuan replied. While he spoke those words, his true feelings were another matter entirely. To this day, he had yet to find his own path. This is also why he is stuck at the supreme level. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. This is its general concept. It is also the origin and ultimate law of the universe, formless and intangible, the inner law governing the operation of all things. You are a sword cultivator, your path is your sword, held in your hands. Why seek the path elsewhere? People yearn for the sacred mountains, yet they do not realize that the sacred mountains are right at their feet. You are no different, you do not realize that it is right in your hands. If you do not understand, come to the Dragon and Tiger Mountain in the Stone Kingdom to meet with me and engage in a discussion of the Tao. Fang Tianyuan replied again. This time, after replying, he did not wait for a response but closed the chat window. He logged out of the GMTNG order, lost in thought. I've chatted with over a dozen. Let's see if they can find the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the Stone Kingdom. Take one as they come. Fang Tianyuan smiled indifferently. He put away the GMTNG Ling and walked out of the room. Boss. I can train now. Really? Boss. I feel like I can take down a tiger with one punch now. As soon as he stepped out, a voice rang out, and a figure darted toward him at an alarming speed. It was Lu Cha. He had already entered the body tempering realm, becoming a true cultivator, and had also mastered fist techniques. Mountain shattering fist. Greetings, sect master. Jiang Wushu bowed with his hands clasped. Humph. How is the situation? Fang Tianyuan inquired. Although he was a hands-off leader, he still needed to stay informed about important matters. Reporting to the sect master, the sect is functioning smoothly overall, but some members are rather ignorant and have not mastered the knowledge of spirit field cultivation. They're uneducated and hard to teach. We might need to select some intelligent individuals who can at least recognize characters. Jiang Wushu said. Whether they were former bandits or those captured from the towns, most of them were illiterate. They're also poor and have never had the chance to learn anything. Of course. There were also some wealthy families with literate members, but they were few in number. Jiang Wushu had these literate individuals teach the illiterate ones how to read and write. 2 hours of study each day, 8 hours of work, and the remaining time for rest. This is the current life of the numerous laborers in the Hijack Heaven sect. That's acceptable. Here's a manual on the Mixed Yuan Invincible Body Cultivation Technique. Teach them this, and they can join the Jie sect to learn it. Fang Tianyuan flipped his hand and produced a manual. This is the original version. The animation in his mind was a special version. As you command, sect master. By the way, sect master, if possible, it would be better to have a talent testing device. Also, there's a guy with innate superhuman strength, a baron's body, though he's a bit old. With resources, he could still start training at a decent age. Out of over 4,000 people, there are about 10 with some cultivation talent who can be promoted to outer disciples. Jiang Wushu spoke up. Checking these 4,000 people was no difficult task for him, a divine king-level cultivator. Alright. Go ahead and make the arrangements. During this period, give them 10 top-grade spirit stones each day. Teach them to absorb as much as they can. Fang Tianyuan said. Spirit stones. He had plenty of them now and didn't lack them at all. As long as he could cultivate his own people, there was no need to be stingy. Report. Clan leader. There's trouble down the mountain, major trouble. Just then, Yanzhou rushed over and shouted. Everyone turned to look, some with confusion. What is going on? Fang Tianyuan asked. A young man has collapsed at the mountain gate, covered in blood. There are countless soldiers below the mountain. No, they're soldiers. They're all wearing silver armor, exuding a terrifying aura of murder, and they've surrounded our Dragon Tiger Mountain. They might be here for the young man. That's it. Their banner reads Wasteland. They might be from the legendary Great Wasteland Empire, and they're cultivators. As Yanzhou spoke, the surrounding bandits were all filled with dread. The Great Wasteland Empire. That was the entity that governed the Stone Kingdom, to which our Dragon Tiger Mountain belonged. It was said that even the ruler of the Stone Kingdom had to kneel before envoys from that place. They had only heard of this existence but had never seen the so-called Great Wasteland Empire. Yanzhou could read a few characters, which was why he had become the third in command of Longhu Mountain. Master, why don't we just abandon everyone? Yes. Master. If we abandon them, then this matter has nothing to do with us. Lu Cha and Yanzhou said. No problem. Jiang Wushu, come with me to take a look. Fang Tianyuan finished speaking and vanished. The Great Wasteland Empire. That's truly intriguing. He has nothing to fear now, after all, he's within the confines of his own Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Soon. The two appeared before the mountain gate. Master. Master. As Fang Tianyuan appeared, numerous disciples of the heaven-defying sect hurriedly made way, some of them panicking. Call him the sect master. You disrespectful brats. We are cultivators now, not bandits. Do you understand? Fang Tianyuan barked. Greetings, sect master. Everyone snapped out of it and hurriedly shouted in unison. Though they were all quite old, their bodies had undergone a physical transformation, giving them a more youthful appearance. They quickly stepped back, and Fang Tianyuan stepped forward, looking at the young man lying on the ground with interest. A revered master. Master, he's a venerable, and a great Sun Thunder body at that. His magical power is severely depleted, and he's fainted. Jiang Wushu glanced at him and whispered. Venerable. It seems he's truly from the Great Wasteland Empire. Carry him inside, strip him of everything he is wearing, and give him one of our Jietian sect's black robes. Fang Tianyuan said. Whoever he is, once he steps foot in our Jietian sect, he must be stripped clean. Wait. If you don't want to die, put Jiba down. At that moment, a cold voice echoed out, and a swarm of figures charged toward the Jietian sect. At the forefront was a woman. What did you say? Jiba? Fang Tianyuan suddenly felt like laughing. The creature on the ground looked like a human being, yet it bore such a name it was simply too absurd to take seriously. But he was a professional and didn't mock others lightly. Not bad. Rebel Jiba. Hand him over, or else this lady will flatten your entire mountain with one kick. The woman shouted. Behind her, countless soldiers rode fierce silver-white celestial wolves, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. They were all at the divine treasure realm. The woman herself was also extremely powerful, at the revered realm, and her disdainful gaze filled Fang Tianyuan with disgust. Flatten my Dragon Tiger Mountain? What a bold claim. This sect leader will see just how you plan to flatten our Dragon Tiger Mountain. Boom! Fang Tianyuan took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble. The boundless void began to crack, shattering like a mirror. The sky is collapsing. That was everyone's first thought. Kneel. The words echoed like thunder from the heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. In an instant, they all plummeted from the sky, their knees buckling as they knelt down. They were all terrified, their faces ashen, looking like a bunch of scared fools. No, it's impossible, I'm a revered sage, how could you? The woman trembled, unable to believe what was happening. She was a revered sage, a prominent figure in the entire Great Wasteland Empire. Now, in this desolate place, she had witnessed such a terrifying existence. God, a divine being? Who else could make a revered sage kneel, besides the gods themselves? Come. Crush my Dragon Tiger Mountain. If you can't flatten it, then, strip everyone naked, roast the women against the wall, and cut off the men's heads. Chapter 9, Forced Suppression. The sect's development needs them. Great Lord, I am the Northern General of the Great Wasteland Empire. Please spare me. My master is the 9th princess of the Xiantian sect, the Holy Maiden. Please spare us. Slap. Before the woman could finish speaking, Fang Tianyuan raised his hand, and a terrifying force sent her flying. Men. Strip them all naked. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd surged forward, and over 100 people were surrounded in an instant. Soon, those who had been clad in silver armor, looking so imposing, were stripped naked in an instant. Moreover, the silver moon wolves were also snatched away, becoming the spoils of the heaven-shattering sect. Ding! Host has looted 128 silver moon heavenly wolves, 128 spirit armors, and 128 spirit spears. The system's voice echoed, surprising Fong Tianyuan. He didn't even have to act himself, this counts too. Enhancing supplies. 128 silver moon celestial wolves have been enhanced into 128 howling wind demon wolves. 128 pieces of spirit armor have been enhanced into 128 pieces of divine armor. 128 spirit spears have been enhanced to 128 divine spears. Reward for this raid, a rankless heavenly sword and 556 cultivation points. Use all cultivation points to enhance cultivation. As the words fell, Fong Tianyuan's aura surged. Having previously opened 2 divine treasures, he instantly opened 2 more. He quickly reached the peak of the divine vault realm. Only a slight increase with 500 points. It seems the later stages require more cultivation points. Fong Tianyuan muttered under his breath. He glanced at the naked crowd and moved his thoughts. Boom! Clouds of blood mist surged, and one after another, white bodies exploded. Soon, only 5 women and 1 man remained on the field. The leading woman at the revered realm hadn't died either. Take the 5 of them back. Reward the brothers 1 each, but don't be greedy. As the words fell, the 5 turned pale. No, you can't do this. My master is Princess Jiuyao. You can't treat me like this, or the Xiantian sect will slaughter all of you. Aha! The woman at the revered realm tried to issue a threat, but what met her was a terrifying suppression. A terrifying divine power surged into her delicate body, sealing all her strength. It was Jiang Wushu who had intervened. And what awaited them next were the warm embraces of the numerous ruthless bandits of the Jietian sect. Get out of here! Go back and tell your master that this so-called Jiba is now under the protection of the Jietian sect, and his life is now ours to protect. Fong Tianyuan said to the man. The man clutched his groin, scrambling and crawling, and fled down the Dragon and Tiger Mountain as fast as he could. How terrifying! To so easily subdue a Zunjia realm cultivator. He must return and report that there are divine beings here. Master! Letting him go like this, isn't that a bit reckless? It might bring trouble upon us. Yan Jiao whispered from the side. According to their usual habits, if they were going to rob, they would rob, and they would never leave any survivors. If you're going to do it thoroughly. If we let one person go back now, wouldn't that be telling the Great Wasteland Empire that they were the ones who did it? Can we hold them off when their army advances? If the powerful warriors of the Great Wasteland Empire arrive, can we hold them off? They have no idea what to expect. If we don't release him, why would anyone come to this godforsaken place to rob us? Without them, how would the Jietian sect have developed? Are we supposed to rely on your hands to farm on Longhu Mountain? Wake up! Farming 1 tea make us rich. To get rich, you need connections. Look, they're all good people. They contribute to the rise of our sect. Fong Tianyuan said. That was his true motive. In other places, he might back down, but on Longhu Mountain, his own territory, he struck hard. Chapter 10, Youth, Jiba. Stone Kingdom. The capital city. Something's wrong. Something terrible has happened. Princess. Something terrible has happened. A naked man rushed into a palace, rolling and crawling, startling everyone. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you dare to show your filthy insect to Her Highness the Princess? A woman rushed out, intending to strike the man down with a single blow. The man's appearance was so repulsive that it made her want to vomit. They were all women, and seeing such a sight filled them with disgust. If the princess were to see this, it would be unbearable. Stop! Just then, a voice echoed from the depths of the palace. Princess, this man has dared to enter unclothed. He might defile your beautiful eyes. The woman spoke with great respect. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the depths of the palace. One was a man, the other a woman. The woman was none other than the 9th princess of the Great Wasteland Empire, her stunning face flushed with a healthy glow. It was clear that she had recently been pampered by the young man beside her. Never mind. Come forward and tell this princess whether that rebel Jiba has escaped. Ji Yueyao asked. These were the men she had sent to kill Jiba. Now that they had returned in such a state, something must have gone wrong. Your Highness, they're all dead. They're all dead. Jiba was saved by the gods. They were all forcibly slain by the gods. The man's words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. The gods. That was a title reserved for beings who had attained the divine fire realm. The fact that a divine realm powerhouse had saved Jiba left them utterly bewildered and unable to believe it. The very same Jiba who had attempted to usurp the throne had a divine realm expert backing him. Speak clearly. Ji Yueyao said, furrowing her brows. This was extremely bad news for her, causing her great displeasure. Your Highness. The rebel Jiba, protected by his loyal followers, fled all the way to a desolate and inhospitable region. We thought it was an insignificant place. Who would have thought that place actually housed a sect called the Heaven-Shattering Sect, with an extremely towering peak and a lavishly designed mountain gate. When we charged in to kill them, the powerful warriors of the Jetian sect appeared and easily wiped us all out. He ordered me to return and report, saying that no matter what kind of princess she is, he will protect Jiba at all costs. The man was terrified, trembling all over. Recalling Fong Tianyuan's methods, he could still vividly recall every detail, his body consumed by fear. How terrifying! To effortlessly annihilate a Zune-level cultivator, those were divine beings far above us, beings we could only look up to for our entire lives. Divine fire. Impossible. Divine fire doesn't possess such power. It must be a true god. Ji Yueyao listened in shock. As a holy maiden of the Xiantian sect and the 9th princess of the Dahuan Empire, renowned as a prodigy, she was merely at the initial stage of the divine fire realm. The appearance of a true god within the borders of the Stone Kingdom came as a great surprise to her. She turned to the young man beside her, who grabbed her hand and smiled calmly. Yueyao, although I am divine fire, I can still handle a true god. However, I have a question. Since Jiba never joined a sect for cultivation, how could a true god-level being be willing to fight for him? That's a question. The young man murmured. Though he was a divine flame, his foundations were deep, and he could even fight a true god, or even defeat one. But true gods shouldn't appear in a small place like the Stone Kingdom. According to what he said, there's a sect there. That's what intrigues me the most. The entire Stone Kingdom is a realm of mortals. Even if there were any geniuses with the potential for cultivation, they would have been taken away by other factions long ago. I've never heard of any sects within the Stone Kingdom. I've been in the Xiantian sect for so many years and have never heard of the Jietian sect. A sect with a divine being as its guardian couldn't possibly remain unknown. Yet she, as the Xiantian holy maiden, had never heard a single thing about the Jietian sect. Never mind. Let's go check it out. As long as Jiba is alive, I can't rest easy. The young man said. There was deep enmity between the two. Since the time had come to settle their scores, they must do so completely. What kind of true god is he? We'll see when we meet him. Longhu Mountain. Jiba lay on the bed, slowly opening his eyes. It seems I'm not dead yet. The faint words echoed, causing his expression to change drastically. He glanced warily around the room before fixing his gaze on Fong Tianyuan. You, who are you? Ji Tianzong, Fong Tianyuan. Fong Tianyuan stated his name directly. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for coming to my aid. Jiba is deeply grateful. Jiba bowed in respect. He was somewhat surprised that he had been saved by a cultivator at the Divine Treasure Realm. There's no need for that. This sect master didn't save you for nothing. There are conditions. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiba realized something was amiss. He looked down and discovered that he had been stripped naked, with nothing left on his body. Even his hair had been shaved off. That was Lu Cha's doing. What did you do to me? Jiba's face turned pale. He touched his buttocks and sighed in relief. It doesn't hurt here, so everything else must be okay. The sect master does not indulge in male beauty. Fong Tianyuan raised an eyebrow, feeling annoyed. What kind of person is this? Even though he looks decent, he shouldn't be lusting after his butt. Even if he did, it would be for Lu Ruyan. Master? Are you the sect master? Jiba, who had finally come to his senses, was utterly surprised. The sect master of the Divine Treasure Realm. That's just absurd. A sect like this must be so weak. It doesn't seem like a place to stay for long. He muttered to himself. Exactly. As the master of the heaven-defying sect, you will now be my disciple. By the way, tell me about yourself. Why are the people of the Great Wasteland Empire chasing after you? Fong Tianyuan asked. Well, regarding joining the sect, please let me consider it. I have too many troubles on my hands, and I fear they might drag you all down. As for my own affairs, it can only be said that my family is unfortunate. I was supposed to inherit the throne of the Great Wasteland Empire, but my siblings colluded with outsiders to usurp the throne. Jiba spoke slowly, looking utterly helpless. You're lying. In my opinion, you were the one who failed in your coup and are now being hunted down. Chapter 11, The Heavenly Emperor's Fist. The words had barely left his mouth when Jiba's expression changed drastically. He actually knew. The crown prince of the Great Wasteland Empire. That's somewhat interesting. You're too impatient. Or perhaps you should have killed Lin Fan outright back then and only seen his corpse. Fong Tianyuan continued. Within the Jitian sect, he was invincible. Whatever Jiba was thinking, he could discern with a single thought. You can actually read my mind. Jiba was utterly panicked. The Divine Treasure Realm. It's fake. Absolutely fake. No wonder he dares to call himself the sect master. He's been hiding his true cultivation level. Just like that damn Lin Fan. Playing the fool to catch the wise. The reason you lost to Lin Fan is twofold. First, you weren't ruthless enough, and second, you talked too much. This time, if it weren't for the sect master, you would have already died and become Lin Fan's stepping stone. Fong Tianyuan continued. Ji Ba. The crown prince of the Great Wasteland Empire, Lin Fan's first boss. 3 years ago. Ji Ba, accompanied by Lin Fan's fiancée, arrived at the declining Lin family estate to annul the engagement. Humiliated, Lin Fan wrote a divorce decree and was forced to flee to the Great Wasteland Empire, where he began his journey of revenge. It's mainly because my family produced a traitor. I never saw that coming. My sister, my father, they'd rather have an outsider become the ruler of this country than let me take the throne. Of course. 3 years ago, if I had killed Lin Fan to eliminate the threat, none of this would have happened. I regret it deeply. Ji Ba whispered. He clenched his fists tightly, filled with regret. Back then, he had only humiliated him instead of eliminating him completely, believing him to be a worthless who could never open a heavenly realm and was destined to remain nothing more than an ant. As the crown prince of the Great Wasteland Empire, he had become far too arrogant and self-satisfied. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west. Don't look down on the poor when they're young. How could you not understand such a simple truth? No wonder you're called Ji Ba. Change your name from now on. Fong Tianyuan said. Change my name? Well, why not? I'm now a homeless dog. I should change my appearance and start anew. I was saved by you, so please bestow a name upon me. Ji Ba put on the black robe lying nearby and bowed his hands. He was now the most notorious rebel in the Great Wasteland Empire. His father, the emperor, wanted to kill him. His brothers want to kill him. His sister wants to kill him. Changing his appearance was indeed the best option now. Ji Ba, why not call him Ji Ba? Fong Tianyuan suggested. Ji Ba? Senior wouldn't that be a bit awkward to say? Ji Ba frowned. Clearly, he didn't like the name. How about Xiang Heba? Change the surname? Fong Tianyuan suggested. Senior, that's too obvious. Xiang and she are similar, there's not much difference. People will inevitably become suspicious when they hear it. And I don't want to change my surname. Ji Ba said. He thought Fong Tianyuan was afraid his identity would be exposed, bringing trouble to the Jietian sect, so he was telling him to change his name. But that wasn't the case. Fong Tianyuan simply thought the name was unacceptable. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. Ding! Task triggered. Detected special character Ji Ba can be recruited as a disciple. Reward, Imperial Grade Fist Technique Tian Diquan. The system's voice rang out, and Fong Tianyuan immediately took it seriously. Recruit a disciple. This is a feature of the faction system. But what makes this special character so special? System, what constitutes a special character? Villain or hero? Fong Tianyuan asked. Either is fine. Oh, that's brilliant. Name, Ji Ba. Physical constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body, Devouring Demon Eyes. Realm, Venerable Realm. Evaluation, a somewhat arrogant and self-righteous minor antagonist. Though harboring malicious intentions, he is loyal and righteous, capable of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. For the Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Take it. Fong Tianyuan murmured, making his decision. Will you be my disciple? Become a disciple of the heaven-defying sect? He spoke the words. A pair of faint eyes appraised Ji Ba, who paused for a moment, lost in thought. The aura he emits is that of the divine treasure realm, yet he claims to be the sect master. He must be hiding his true cultivation level. He can read my thoughts. He must be a divine being. Becoming his disciple would be a form of protection. But can he really stand up to the Xiantian sect? If he can't, wouldn't that be a burden on him? He hesitated, deliberated, and weighed his options. Zuantiangong. That was the superior power of the Great Wasteland Empire. Its might was something no one knew better than him, the Crown Prince. Even if a core disciple were to arrive, he would have to treat them with utmost respect, bowing and scraping. Disciple greets his master. Since that's the case, you must change your name. Otherwise, how will the sect master explain it to others? This is my disciple Ji Ba. It would sound a bit odd if I were to say it out loud, so it won't do. He would really laugh. Even a professional would find it hard not to laugh. Let's call him Ji Wuji. As your master, I'll simply pass on some basic techniques to you. These are essential skills for every disciple of the Jietian sect. Clear your mind. Fong Tianyuan raised his hand and placed it on Ji Wuji's forehead, sending a massive surge of divine consciousness into his mind. Ancient runes shone in his mind, coalescing into a small figure that began to manifest the cultivation technique. The supreme ultimate body refining technique. This is the most powerful body refining technique in the world. Even an ordinary person, if they persevere, can become an emperor. This technique is based on the principle of the primordial chaos of heaven and earth. There exists a primordial chaos energy in the universe. Practitioners cultivate this energy through the technique, channeling it into their bodies to temper their physical forms. The voice of the Tao surged within Ji Wuji's body. He froze in shock. This posture. It seems simple, yet it contains the natural rhythm of the Tao. Could it be a sacred technique? Ji Wuji exclaimed. He had seen divine-grade martial arts techniques before, but none as terrifying as this one. The essence of this technique was something he had never encountered before. The underlying principles of this technique caused his physical body to undergo another transformation, its power shocking the world. Don't rush. Take your time to comprehend it. This technique emphasizes harmony between the human body and the heavens, using the body as a furnace and the primordial chi as fuel, continuously refining and tempering the physical form. It's not difficult, the key lies in persistence. Fang Tianyuan stopped, having completed the transmission of the technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully taken on a disciple. Reward, Imperial Grade Fist Technique, Heavenly Emperor Fist. Nice! Fang Tianyuan smiled faintly. This is a good harvest. Taking on a disciple wasn't something he cared much about as long as there were rewards, everything else was negotiable. Half a day later. Thank you, Master, for passing on your teachings. From today onward, Ji Ba is dead, and Wuji shall take his place. The Master's kindness will be forever engraved in my heart. Ji Wuji spoke with utmost seriousness, bowing repeatedly. Rise. From today onward, this courtyard is yours, and you will be the first true disciple of the Jietian sect. Fang Tianyuan said. Master, won't the entire sect just be the two of us? Am I the only disciple? Ji Wuji speculated. If that's really the case, that would be amazing. Stop daydreaming. Our Jietian sect is a large and prestigious sect with 4,000 menial servants and 1,000 outer disciples. As for the core disciples and true transmissions, that depends on their performance. You're just taking a shortcut. Fang Tianyuan said. This is just the beginning. One day, the Jietian sect will become the most powerful sect in the world. Oh. So I took my master's shortcut. Ji Wuji muttered. Shut up. If you want to take the back door, go to Lu Cha, he has that kind of hobby. Fang Tianyuan's face darkened. What does using his back door even mean? Is that even human speech? Is that even acceptable? Master. Trouble. That so-called ninth princess Ji Yueyao has come to kill us. Chapter 12, a single thought suppresses the heavenly god, Ji Yueyao. Longhu Mountain. Yueyao, this place isn't ordinary. That statue is hundreds of feet tall, lifelike, resembling a goddess in the flesh, emanating supreme divine energy, protecting this land. This is going to be trouble. Lin Fan furrowed his brows. He had traveled to many places over the past 3 years, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a place. It was truly unexpected. The statue was more lifelike than any he had ever seen before, as if it had come to life. The key was its appearance. It was just like human skin. If you look at it from a distance, it's like seeing a giant guarding the mountain gate. The heaven-defying sect, interesting. The spiritual energy is very thin, it doesn't seem like a sacred place for cultivation. But there's such a sect here, with towering buildings and magnificent halls, it's quite eerie. Most importantly, I don't sense any protective arrays or the like here. Ji Yueyao said. She was stunningly beautiful, like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, her delicate brows furrowed. Even as the holy maiden of the Xiantian sect, she was somewhat awestruck by the scene before her. That palace, the Jietian Grand Hall, was so magnificent that it outshone their own Xiantian Grand Hall. In an instant, 4 figures flashed by and suddenly appeared before the group. The two were startled, their eyes wide open. How fast? Lin Fan snapped out of it and exclaimed. Are you the ones who dared to boast in front of my Jietian sect? Fang Tianyuan glanced at them and spoke. There were quite a few people. But most of them aren't very strong. Those in silver battle armor are mostly at the Divine Treasure realm, with a few at the Dao Palace realm, and only a handful at the Venerable realm. The 2 leaders are both at the Divine Fire realm. As for the 2 elderly men beside them, their cultivation was significantly stronger, on par with Jiang Wushu. On this dragon and tiger mountain, Fang Tianyuan immediately saw through their true strength. Fellow Daoist. It is said that a traitor from our empire is in your sect. May we have him come out? Lin Fan said. That's correct. He is indeed in our sect, but if you make him come out, will he really come out? Who do you think you are? Fang Tianyuan sneered. As for the so-called Great Wasteland Empire, he had no fear whatsoever. At Longhu Mountain, he was invincible. No one could stand against him. I am the holy maiden of the Xiantian sect. Please inform your master that I wish to speak with the head of your sect. Ji Yueyao raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly. Her meaning was clear, someone at the Divine Treasure realm was not qualified to speak with her. How dare you? The one standing before you is the master of our sect. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly surged out from Jiang Wushu's body, extremely frightening. Both of their expressions changed drastically. The old monster standing behind them immediately stepped forward, his face filled with terror. Holy maiden, step back. This is the God King. As the old man's words fell, massive waves surged within the two, causing a tremendous shock. The God King. In the entire Great Wasteland province, such figures were among the top-tier beings. Even the few strongest members of their sect were only at this level. There was actually a God King here. And this God King was showing such respect to that young man who seemed to be only at the Divine Treasure realm. Your Excellency. I am Raymond, a priest of the Shin Tian sect. Our holy maiden has come here to pursue a traitor and has no intention of disturbing your sect. Raymond bowed and said. If the being before him were an ordinary divine being or something, even at the true God realm, they wouldn't even be worthy of his notice. But things were different now. A God King. And this was merely a subordinate. I have no intention of disturbing you, but as the sect master, I feel that my presence is already causing an inconvenience and causing annoyance. Feng Tianyuan sneered. No. It's a misunderstanding. Really, no. The information was incorrect. I truly didn't mean to disturb you. Goodbye. Raymond bowed and turned to leave. He moved as quickly as he could. Stop. Did the sect master say you could leave? Boom. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure emerged, enveloping the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain region. The group was instantly pinned down by a terrifying force, unable to move. How is this possible? Heavens! I'm a half-step divine king, and I can't move. This must be an old monster. Raymond's face turned pale. He was the strongest present, a half-step god king, yet he couldn't even move an inch. Senior, let us talk this out. Raymond spoke tremblingly. They didn't turn around not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. The pressure was simply too terrifying. Even the slightest movement was impossible. What's going on? Weren't you so arrogant just now? The sect master prefers you all to be defiant and unyielding. Turn around. Ah! The indifferent words fell, and the heads of the two old men were twisted around, but their bodies remained motionless. Their heads turned, but their bodies remained stationary, causing them to scream in agony. But they were, after all, divine beings. A mere displacement of their heads caused them pain but could not kill them. Woji, there's no need to look. They're not as terrifying as you think. This matter should come to an end. Boom! As Feng Tianyuan finished speaking, everyone, including the mounts of those creatures, plummeted downward. They landed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. My dear sister, it's only been a few days since we last saw each other, and you're already paying such a great tribute. As your older brother, I can't help but feel a little guilty. Ji Wuji stepped forward with a mocking expression. His heart was utterly shaken. Those who once pursued him relentlessly now lay before him like ants, trembling at his feet. Ji Ba. What are you doing? Ji Yueyao looked up, her eyes cold. Lin Fan, standing nearby, tried to rise to confront him, but this time, he seemed unable to turn the tide. That power was too terrifying. The suppression of the Supreme Tao was not something a divine fire could withstand. He could only endure it. Elder. Are you really going to protect this madman who has lost his mind? He has committed every evil deed, attempted to kill his father, and betrayed the empire. Such a traitorous, unfilial, and unrighteous individual, do you intend to admit him into your sect? Lin Fan shouted. At this moment, he truly found himself in the most perilous situation of his life. This is quite a challenge. Spit. Unloyal, unrighteous, and unfilial? You two bastards dare to speak such words? I have dedicated my life to the empire, ensuring the people live in peace and prosperity, and have been recognized by many noble families. Yet he refuses to pass the throne to me and instead gives it to you, an outsider. It's only because you, this worthless dog, had an affair with his beloved daughter. As he spoke, Ji Wuji couldn't help but let his anger boil over. He was the crown prince. All of this should have been his, and he had always believed so, dedicating himself to governing the realm. But Lin Fan's sudden arrival had changed everything. Humph. The emperor said it should be passed on to whoever he chooses. It's not for you, his son, to decide. Moreover, Lin Fan is targeting you because you provoked him repeatedly and even stole his fiancée. When you broke off your engagement with the Shanguan family, did you ever consider Lin Fan's situation? Ji Yueyao retorted. She felt sorry for Lin Fan and understood how difficult his situation was. And all of this was caused by her so-called brother. The Lin family has fallen into decline. He is a good for nothing, so what is wrong with Fei Shue breaking off the engagement? Besides, haven't we compensated the Lin family? And we notified them multiple times about the broken engagement. It's them who refuse to back down, causing us to suffer humiliation. Chapter 13, Argument, Possessed by a Ghost. Compensation? All you know is compensation? You stole Lin Fan's fiancé and gave 3 divine pills? That's what you call compensation? Is compensation all you see? Ji Yueyao heard this and immediately flew into a rage. Compensation. What a joke. Do you have any idea what kind of humiliation our Lin family has endured because of your and that S broken engagement? Your breaking off the engagement has caused the Lin family to lose all our previous business partnerships. Our Lin family's herbs can no longer be sold because of your breakup. Our merchant guild has been targeted by numerous bandits because of your broken engagement. All you care about is breaking off the engagement and compensation. You don't think about the Lin family at all. You don't consider our family as future. Lin Fan also shouted angrily. If it weren't for the upper official family's annulment, the Lin family wouldn't have suddenly fallen into decline and been looked down upon by others. His father wouldn't have suffered a sudden heart attack, causing his old injuries to flare up. All of this is because of the broken engagement. It's all because of this guy in front of him, who seduced his fiancée and caused the marriage to be called off. He hated him. I'm asking you, did you tell Fei Shua about the annulment? Did you inform her? You've been dragging this out, always relying on this marriage for your own gain, refusing to make any changes or strive for a better future. Does Fei Shua have to be tied to you, a worthless piece of trash, forever? Do you even deserve her? Ji Wuji was also enraged. He didn't think his decision to call off the engagement was wrong. He had fallen in love with Shangguan Feishue, and Shangguan Feishue loved him. That's why he called off the engagement. That was not wrong. The fault lay with the Lin family, who had repeatedly tried to exploit this marriage alliance for their own gain without ever making an effort to change themselves. They had already waited 8 years for this. They have done everything they could. Ha ha ha. No wonder you're the crown prince in power. Your mind is truly vast and you take things for granted. Do you think some things can be changed just because you want them to? Does the whole world revolve around you? No way. Lin Fan burst into laughter, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He wanted to kill Ji Wuji. This man who had repeatedly obstructed him should have died long ago. This marriage was originally arranged by the Shangguan family to repay my grandfather's life-saving favor. Now that the Shangguan family has risen to power and our Lin family has fallen into decline, they think they can just walk away and wash their hands of it? What a joke. What a ridiculous arranged marriage. Humph. Lin Fan said, unable to help but mock himself. It was his own fault for being so naive, actually believing that the Shangguan family would repay a debt of gratitude and help the Lin family rise to prominence. An alliance is never a laughing matter. It's because you're a worthless fool who doesn't deserve Fei Shue. The so-called life-saving favor you claim, the Shangguan family has already repaid long ago. You are now merely exploiting their kindness for your own gain. The Shangguan family has protected the Lin family for over a decade. How many mineral veins and medicinal fields have you taken from the Shangguan family? Your father knows better than anyone. Ji Wuji said. He had investigated everything thoroughly. Everything about the Lin family. He never regretted it. If he hadn't humiliated this man, he'd still be clinging to the marriage. Those are all external possessions. Life is priceless. Ji Ba. Speaking like this is a bit too much. What the Lin family needs, give it to them. That's the greatest repayment you can offer the Lin family. That's what it means to repay kindness. Moreover, breaking off an engagement is breaking one's word, and that is something the world despises. Ji Yueyao said. She believed that integrity and sincerity were the most important things. It was clear that Shangguan Feishue lacked both. Therefore, she doesn't deserve Lin Fan. You're truly my good sister, a sister of the same father and mother. Only you, Ji Yueyao, are so kind-hearted. Ha ha ha. Come to think of it, you were born into privilege. Your father and mother showered you with love and gave you everything you wanted. You're also the holy maiden of the Xiantian sect. Of course, you wouldn't look at these mineral veins and medicinal fields. Ji Wuji turned his head and looked at Ji Yueyao. They were biological siblings. But from childhood to adulthood, the gap between them was enormous. At the very least, Ji Yueyao was born with extraordinary abilities, a true prodigy of heaven, and was taken in as a disciple by the Xiantian sect. That was why she had become her father's cherished daughter, the apple of his eye. I don't know. But in everything you do, you must be sincere. That's what my master taught me. As the crown prince, you should understand this principle. Your father didn't choose you to be the ruler or pass the throne to you. There's a reason for that. Your character is flawed. Ji Yueyao looked down on him with disdain. She didn't think she'd be in trouble now. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Xiantian sect. The disciple of a half-step saint. Her master had also said that in the entire Dahuang Daozhou, no one was stronger than her master. Nonsense. Your father merely wants to align himself with the Xiantian sect to gain their protection. That's why he chose you. Do you think you're something special? Without the title of Holy Maiden, what are you? Ji Wuji shouted angrily. His younger sister was merely born with better natural talent and a better fortune. She wasn't necessarily superior to him in other aspects, including the ability to govern a country. What, you're saying I have moral issues? That's just an excuse. I've served as regent for 5 years, working diligently and never making a mistake, always dedicated to governance and the people. And what's the result? I've neglected my cultivation, and now even power is denied to me. They'd rather give it to an outsider. Lin Fan continued. It's laughable. Someone like Lin Fan, who stumbled into this position by sheer luck, a man who crawled out of the mud, and yet you all treat him like a treasure. It's utterly ridiculous. He glared at the two of them, clenching his fists. Slap. 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 Performances have a time limit, and you've wasted enough of your saliva. If you want to fight, why don't you just do it? At that moment, a calm voice echoed, startling everyone. Fong Tianyuan spoke. After all that talk, I almost forgot who was in charge here. Master, if we kill him, it might bring trouble to the sect. Ji Wuji hesitated. Whether it was his own sister or Lin Fan, neither of them were the same people they once were. They both had powerful backers. Especially Lin Fan, he has more than one. Senior. How could you take such a person as your disciple? That's not appropriate. Bang. As soon as Lin Fan spoke, he was struck flying by a single palm strike. As the master of this sect, who do I need a worthless fool like you to tell me who to take as a disciple? His words were cold and indifferent, leaving the entire crowd in shock. He's too strong. Lin Fan. You. Senior, you've gone too far. Ji Yueyao snapped coldly. You've gone too far? There's even more. I wonder if you can handle the master of this sect. Aha! As the words fell, a terrifying pressure crushed down, causing Lin Fan's body to bleed profusely, with strange sounds emanating from within. That was the sound of bones shattering. Senior. Ji Yueyao's expression changed drastically. She knew that Lin Fan's physical body was extremely powerful, even to the point of being unmatched at his current level. But now, Lin Fan was facing an opponent who could even render a half-step Divine King powerless. She had no idea what to do. Holy Maiden. Don't interfere. Raymond spoke softly, his expression dark. At this moment, keeping quiet was the best choice. Defying a terrifyingly powerful being would only invite certain doom. Master. Help me. At that moment, Lin Fan shouted inwardly. Master. Help me. I can't hold on much longer. He roared. A terrifying force began to awaken within him, and his aura surged violently. Oh no? Heavenly Realm Combat Technique Possession? Chapter 14, The Supreme Hall. Fong Tianyuan sensed this aura and was not surprised. Possessed by a ghost. He had already guessed the outcome of their argument. A good-for-nothing who had been useless for over a decade suddenly rose to prominence in just 3 years. There must be a reason for that. You dog. You've gone too far. Do you really think you're invincible in this world? Lin Fan's face twisted into a hideous grimace as he spoke with venom. His aura surged, and brilliant light flowed across his body, catching everyone's attention. Holy light. Master, it's a holy soul. Jiang Wushu warned. No problem. It's just a dead ghost. This is nothing. I can suppress it with one hand. Fong Tianyuan remained composed, unconcerned. Lin Fan stood up. He resisted the overwhelming pressure, his aura growing increasingly terrifying. What a bold claim. At your level, bullying a young man is hardly justifiable. I had no intention of interfering, but you are being so aggressive. Today, I shall see what you are capable of. A hoarse voice echoed from within Lin Fan's body, and a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand. Xiao Fan, just leave immediately. Don't engage in a prolonged battle. This man is somewhat peculiar. Even your master can't see through him. If we engage in a prolonged battle, the risks are too great. Lin Fan spoke. That remnant soul began to take control of his body. But master, if I leave, what will happen to Yueyao? I can't abandon her. Lin Fan immediately refused. He refused to abandon Ji Yueyao and flee. What do you care about her? She has powerful connections and is the younger sister of Ji Wuji Shiwan Ti Dai. Mind your own business. This guy is too strange. I'm not confident I can defeat him. The remnant's soul shouted. In her eyes, Fong Tianyuan was also at the divine treasure realm, but the pressure he emitted was truly too strange. It seemed to have fused with the Tao of this realm, capable of effortlessly subduing any living being in this world. Master. Didn't you say your soul had recovered to the level of a sage, and you were invincible throughout the entire Great Wasteland Tao state? Didn't you say that the Tao state of the Great Wasteland's Tao was incomplete and wouldn't produce any saint-level experts? Could this guy be putting on a show? He might have a treasure on him. Lin Fan speculated. Since this realm cannot produce saint-level beings, the person before him cannot be a saint. It must be a fake. If that is the case, then there is nothing to fear. No. Master still feels that he is too strange. It feels like a peerless powerhouse I have never encountered before. The remnant soul said. She decided to force her way out. The blood-red longsword in her hand trembled, and sword energy surged, causing the entire world to shake violently. The sword intent of a sage. It's the sage's sword intent. How is that possible? How could this kid unleash the sage's sword intent? What's going on here? Raymond exclaimed in disbelief. A single divine flame could unleash power surpassing that of a divine king? This was utterly absurd. As expected. Lin Fan isn't ordinary. Ji Ba. Did you see that? That's Lin Fan's charm. The so-called master you worshipped can't even match him. Ji Yueyao was thrilled. This aura. She knew better than anyone else it was the aura of a sage. She had once seen a sage. The powerful holy light flowing over his body. Lin Fan's techniques thrilled her. Ha ha. You'll understand the charm of my master. My dear sister, wait and repent. Ji Wuji laughed heartily. He didn't believe Lin Fan would win. It was impossible. Slash. The remnant soul controlled Lin Fan, striking out with a sword. Boom. Fang Tianyuan flickered his fingers, sending out a beam of light that collided with the sword beam. The two forces collided, but it wasn't as intense as expected. It vanished in an instant. Everything vanished. The sword light dissipated, the sword energy vanished, and the sword intent withered. Such an eerie scene left even the lingering soul stunned, unable to react. Run! The remnant soul snapped out of its daze, and its first thought was to flee. Escape from here. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, the body she controlled, Lin Fan's, could not move at all. She couldn't escape. The entire world seemed to be bound by an overwhelming force, rendering all escape impossible, no matter how ingenious the method. You're thinking of leaving now? Too late. Fang Tianyuan raised his hand, grasping Lin Fan's body through the air, as if an invisible hand had clamped around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Who are you? A hoarse voice emerged from Lin Fan's body as he struggled desperately to break free. But all his efforts were in vain. I am Fang Tianyuan, the master of the Jitian sect. Aha! As the words fell, terrifying force crushed him, and two agonizing screams echoed from Lin Fan's body. Both the remnant soul and Lin Fan were in unbearable agony. That force was too terrifying, causing them to suffocate, as if death itself had descended upon them. I am the heir of the Supreme Hall. If you dare touch me, I will slaughter the entire Jitian sect. You'd better let me go. Lin Fan roared. Crack. In response, a massive blow struck him, his face twisted in agony, covered in cracks, and his teeth shattered. In an instant, his face was covered in blood. You think too highly of yourself. Don't even mention the Supreme Hall. Even if the heavenly Tao itself were to descend, this sect master would pierce the heavens with a single hand. His words were calm, devoid of any killing intent, but to the remnant soul, they were utterly terrifying. Impossible. Words have power. The sound waves carry the fluctuations of the laws, the natural rules of the Tao. How is this possible? This is impossible. Such a provocation, how could the heavens possibly remain silent? She was terrified, her words trailing off. Bang! Lin Fan exploded. He exploded like fireworks, a sight both dazzling and eerie. The brilliant divine blood caused the void to tremble slightly, but the ripples it created were nothing to speak of. Two beams of light surged forth, forming two human figures. It was a woman and a young man. The young man was naturally Lin Fan, while the woman was the remnant soul. Lin Fan! Ji Yueyao shouted, tears streaming down her face. Senior brother! Save me! Ah! Lin Fan's soul floated in the sky, his arms spread wide, his head tilted back, and an endless stream of sword light erupted from his brow. A dazzling figure appeared, causing the entire De Huang Dao state to shake violently, as if the world were coming to an end. Stop! Lin Fan is the 9th disciple of the Supreme Hall. If you dare touch him, your entire clan will be annihilated. The icy words echoed through the heavens and earth. That was a soul imprint. Earlier, it had shielded Lin Fan's body, otherwise, he would have been instantly erased by Fang Tianyuan's single thought. So what if I did? Bang! Fang Tianyuan flickered his fingers, as if time and space had come to a standstill. Lin Fan and that dazzling figure hadn't even had time to react before they vanished into the heavens and earth in an instant. Woman! You're quite voluptuous. Come here, let this sect master assess your worth. Chapter 15, The Emperor's Corpse, the Medicine Emperor. The depths of the Emperor's forbidden zone. This is a forbidden zone of life throughout the ages, even the great emperor dared not venture in lightly. On a massive boulder, a woman seated cross-legged suddenly opened her eyes, her dazzling gaze capable of tearing through the entire forbidden zone. Lin Fan! Damn it! How dare anyone dare to touch someone from my Supreme Hall? You must be tired of living. The woman's words were icy cold, and the aura she emitted felt like countless divine swords slicing through the very fabric of reality. Old 8. Calm down. From the distance, voices echoed from the golden coffins, cold and hoarse, followed by waves of reviving energy. The woman turned her head toward the golden coffins, her icy expression softening slightly. Lin Fan is dead. I have no interest in explaining right from wrong. The heaven-defying sect must be annihilated. Otherwise, everyone will think the Supreme Hall is easy to bully, and anyone can ride over us. The woman's words were as cold as ice, sending shivers down everyone's spine. She was furious. The ninth disciple of the Supreme Hall, the young prodigy she had personally brought into the sect, was gone. They couldn't swallow this humiliation. Is he dead? A candidate for the sword-bearer, killed like this? It can only be his fate. The great era is about to arrive, and he didn't even have the qualifications to step onto the path to the throne. He couldn't become a sword-bearer, that's just fate. That may be true, but senior brother, he was still one of us from the Supreme Hall. For him to die like this is indeed hard to justify. What can we do about it? Do you want to climb out and kill him yourselves? Voices echoed from within the golden coffin. Some advocated revenge, others opposed it, while the woman listened with furrowed brows. Eighth brother, let's postpone this matter for now. You cannot leave yet. The Emperor's tomb has been growing increasingly restless lately. The Emperor's corpse may have met an untimely end in his later years and undergone a transformation. You are the strongest among us and must participate in the defense. Another voice echoed out, and all the golden coffins fell silent, no longer uttering a word. The woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. The Emperor's corpse has undergone a transformation? Senior brother. Should we not ally with those ancient imperial clans? The Emperor's corpse. The corpse of the great Emperor. Without the suppression of an extreme Dao imperial weapon, she did not believe she could suppress it alone. Joining forces with the ancient imperial clans would be the best option. The imperial clans are ruthless, let me think this over first. Once the chaos subsides, we must retrieve the imperial sword. The cold words echoed, and the woman nodded. The heaven-shattering sect. Woman. You're quite plump. Come here, let me see how much you weigh. As the words fell, the woman's expression changed drastically. She was now a solid soul form she could feel touch. No, no, no. Get away from me. The woman screamed in terror. Her body shone with brilliant light as she struggled to break free from Fang Tianyuan's restraints. But in the end, she failed. With a powerful grab, she was pulled toward Fang Tianyuan and forcefully embraced in his arms. Fragrant soft. In full view of everyone, Fang Tianyuan began groping her wildly. Holding the remnant soul in his arms, he looked down at the trembling figures kneeling below. Jiang Wushu, strip them of everything they have and confiscate it. The sect's development needs them. Those battle armor and spears, distribute them all like last time. All outer sect disciples may take them. As Fang Tianyuan spoke, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Elder. We are disciples of the Xintian sect. We beg you, senior, to spare our lives for the sake of our ancestors. Lei Meng spoke with his head bowed. His head was still not back in its original position, making the act of bowing his head look rather comical. Your ancestor? Fang Tianyuan smiled faintly. He slowly descended, the person in his arms struggling constantly. Yes. Senior. Our ancestor is the Xintian Holy Ancestor, a half-step saint-level powerhouse who once traveled far to the central Dao domain and befriended many powerful figures. Bang! Before Raymond could finish speaking, Fang Tianyuan raised his foot and kicked the person flying out. Raymond soared into the sky but exploded mid-air before he could land. He was dead. Lord Lei. Ji Yueyao, who was already in tears, couldn't help but scream upon seeing this. Senior. Senior. We know we were wrong. Please spare us. The remaining members of the Xintian sect and the Great Wasteland Empire all knelt down and begged for mercy at that moment. Even a half-step divine king had been kicked to pieces with a single blow. They had no idea what else to do. You're not admitting your mistakes, you all know you're going to die. What about her? You deal with her yourself. Fang Tianyuan looked at Ji Wuji and said. He chose to hand Ji Yueyao over to Ji Wuji to handle as he saw fit. Whether to kill or spare her was up to him. Anyway, the robbery has already been committed. Just sit back and wait for the system rewards. Ding! Host has raided the Xintian Holy Maiden, obtaining 320 sets of Spirit-grade Silver Moon battle armor, upgraded to 320 sets of Divine-grade Silver Moon battle armor. Ding! The host has looted the Xintian Holy Maiden, obtaining 320 Silver Moon War Spears of the Spirit grade, upgraded to 320 Silver Moon War Spears of the Divine grade. Ding! The host has plundered the Chosen of Destiny, Lin Fan, obtaining the item Remnant Soul of the Medicine Emperor, upgraded to Sacred Soul of the Medicine Emperor, and rewarded with Classical Medicine Immortal. Ding! The host has raided the Chosen of Destiny, Lin Fan, obtaining the item Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, the Burning Heaven Emperor's Sword, and upgraded it to the Burning Heaven Divine Sword. This raid rewards 780 cultivation points. Do you wish to use them to enhance your cultivation? Use. The system's voice echoed repeatedly, surprising Fang Tianyuan. He looked at the items in his arms, his lips twitching slightly. The Remnant Soul of the Medicine Emperor, not bad, not bad. You actually know my true identity. Who are you? The Remnant Soul of the Medicine Emperor was filled with terror. Not only had he easily subdued her, but now he could even reveal her true identity in one breath. This was simply too hard to believe. In response to the remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor, Feng Tianyuan flicked his finger lightly, then pinched her red lips. The Medicine Emperor was about to erupt in anger, but was astonished to feel an incredibly pure force surging into his body. How is this possible? In an instant, her soul became complete and increasingly solid. She had regained the power of the Emperor's soul, completely intact. Many forgotten memories flooded into her mind like a torrent. She was completely overwhelmed. Feng Tianyuan carried her, and their figures flickered, returning to the room. Boom! As he used his cultivation points, an incredibly terrifying aura surged from his body, growing stronger and stronger. Along with it came an incredibly brilliant golden light. The Divine Treasure Realm, the fifth Divine Treasure, the Heart Divine Treasure had been successfully opened, and a terrifying primordial essence surged forth, penetrating the 5 Divine Treasures. With the Divine Treasures connected, the 5 elements wood, fire, earth, metal, and water began to circulate, generating dense 5 elemental energies that formed the Tao Palace. The dazzling golden light shone brightly, startling the entire Zetian sect with this terrifying aura. Jiang Wushu and the others, who had been busy processing their recent gains, all turned their heads toward the place where Feng Tianyuan resided. Only to see a majestic palace appeared in the sky, evolving the 5 elements, reversing yin and yang, and giving birth to chaos. The palace grows increasingly brilliant, shrouded in dense chaos energy, constantly transforming. After an unknown amount of time, the Medicine Emperor, who had just restarted his system, saw Feng Tianyuan shining brightly beside him and was utterly amazed. 5 golden divine treasures, a golden Tao Palace. This is impossible. How could the legendary Chaos Tao Palace possibly appear? This can't be real, can it? I have roamed the heavens for 10,000 years, seen countless geniuses, yet no one has ever been able to split open a golden Chaos Tao Palace. How could he? Chapter 16, The Chaos Ancestral Dragon, The Wings of the Primordial Phoenix. Cultivation has an ultimate realm at every stage. The peak of physical cultivation, the limit of the flesh, with fist power reaching 10,000. Dongtian Extreme Realm, 12 Dongtian realms merge into one. Spirit Transformation Ultimate Realm, Golden Flesh and Golden Divine Soul. Divine Treasure Realm, Golden Divine Treasure. Tao Palace Ultimate Realm, Golden Tao Palace, also known as the Chaos Tao Palace, the most mysterious Tao Palace in the world. The Medicine Emperor was utterly amazed. The previous realms, she had seen them before, on Lin Fan's body, and she had even stepped into that realm herself. But the Tao Palace was a turning point. This was the first time she had ever seen such a magnificent Tao Palace. Not even Lin Fan, whom she had personally cultivated, had ever seen it. The peak realm of the Tao Palace, and he broke through it in one go? Who is this guy? Why is his realm so bizarre? The Medicine Emperor was utterly shocked. She couldn't comprehend it, couldn't explain it. What her eyes saw repeatedly shattered her understanding. He appeared to be at the Tao Palace realm, his aura was that of the Tao Palace realm, and he was now undergoing the transformation of the Tao Palace. But the effortless power he used to suppress her was definitely not something the Tao Palace should possess. I have traversed the world for a lifetime, encountered countless individuals, yet I cannot fathom this man. A single finger perfected this emperor's soul, effortlessly erasing a half-step divine king. Even the mark of a Supreme Hall expert is ignored outright. What on earth is his situation? The Medicine Emperor murmured. Recalling everything that had happened before, she could not understand it at all. But the only one who could answer her questions was Feng Tianyuan, seated cross-legged beside her. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from within Feng Tianyuan, followed by a massive halo appearing behind him. A celestial realm. What a vast heavenly realm, much larger than Lin Fan's. Could it be the fusion of the 12 heavenly realms? The Medicine Emperor sucked in a breath. Lin Fan, whom she had taught, had been blessed with numerous opportunities and extraordinary fortune, allowing him to open 11 heavenly realms. And Lin Fan was still a powerful innate sword body, possessing the extraordinary talent of innate sword bones. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth, and a gigantic dragon burst forth from Feng Tianyuan's body. It was an incredibly dazzling dragon. Its body was shrouded in chaotic chi like a thin veil, exhaling chaotic breath as it flailed its claws and fangs. Its massive body soared through Feng Tianyuan's divine realm like a mythical penguin, as majestic as mountains. Its scales were as hard as steel, shimmering with light, as if stars were embedded in them, dazzling and breathtaking. It burst out of the cave and charged into the Tao Palace. Boom! The outside world. The illusory palace hovering above the Jietian Palace was suddenly shattered by a gigantic dragon that appeared out of thin air, which then charged into the palace. Countless living beings trembled uncontrollably at that moment. Don't look up. Staring too long will blind you, and even a single extra glance could cause an explosion. You are too weak. Such innate divine beings are not something you can dare to peer at now. Jiang Wushu roared. All disciples of the heavenly calamity sect trembled and prostrated themselves in worship. That's where the sect master resides. The sect master is too powerful. Our sect will surely dominate the world. Lu Cha was thrilled. Master is so powerful. I'm so damn lucky. I actually once thought of leaving the Jietian sect, believing this wasn't a place to stay long. Even a master as powerful as our master hides his true cultivation level. From today onward, I, Ji Wuji, will also keep a low profile and hide 2 cultivation levels from others. Ji Wuji felt the overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens, and a sense of submission arose in his heart. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. That dragon's oppressive presence was overwhelming. Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Heavens! They actually used the Chaos Ancestral Dragon as the divine guardian of the Chaos Dao Palace. Inside the room, the Medicine Emperor was speechless with astonishment. Chaos Ancestral Dragon. It is the ancestor of all beings, a primordial divine spirit, a terrifying existence that existed before the heavens were born. Now, it has become the primordial deity of the Chaos Dao Palace. They say that newly established Dao Palaces are unstable and require divine prayers to suppress them. His presence feels unusually stable, as if the Dao Palace is merely a dwelling place for the Chaos Primordial Dragon. Ka! Suddenly, a phoenix cry shook the heavens. A pair of incredibly brilliant wings suddenly emerged from within the Chaos Palace. Those were the wings of a phoenix. The celestial sovereign's body, one of the 9 divine forms. Heavens! That's the primordial phoenix. The wings of the primordial phoenix have appeared. If he progresses further, he will surely give birth to the primordial phoenix. Left Zulong, right Yuan Feng, only the legendary heavenly sovereign's dominion could receive such an honor. The Medicine Emperor was once again utterly shocked. She swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes widening, and her divine features trembling. This was the most powerful prodigy she had ever seen in her life. The celestial sovereign's body was already a thing of the past. This Chaos Dao Palace was what truly amazed her. Only Fang Tianyuan was bathed in chaotic divine light, with a dazzling celestial realm behind him, connected to the Dao Palace, constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Awesome! Fang Tianyuan, who had stopped his breakthrough, landed and shouted. It was too exhilarating. The system has already reached the path of invincibility. Why endure the hardships of cultivation? Medicine Emperor, you must have exceptional skills in alchemy. Would you be interested in becoming the alchemy master of my heaven-defying sect? Fang Tianyuan looked at the woman and said. This emperor? I. The woman stammered. Becoming an alchemist for a sect, if she were at the peak of her powers, she would never have such a thought. No living being in this world was worthy of her alchemy. But now, she was merely a soul without a physical body, and the being before her was so powerful it could easily suppress her. If she refused, she might die. What? Are you still holding a grudge against this sect master for killing your worthless disciple? Fang Tianyuan looked calm and composed. He walked over to the large bed and sat down slowly. The Medicine Emperor. She did not respond with words, but her expression spoke volumes. Regarding Lin Fan's death, if she didn't hold a grudge, that would be impossible. This was her life's work. I am no longer a physical being and cannot do much to help you. Refining pills is difficult, so I can only create some lower-grade pills. After a moment, the Medicine Emperor spoke. She was speaking the truth. The pills she had refined earlier had all been crafted using Lin Fan's physical body. You don't need to refine pills. All you need to do is assist the sect master in managing the sect's alchemy-related affairs and cultivating alchemists for the sect. Of course. As compensation, I can help you reconstruct your physical body. I believe that was also part of your initial deal with Lin Fan. If you refuse, there are plenty of others who will take your place, and the price is death. The heaven-defying sect does not keep useless people around. Fang Tianyuan spoke as a large, pale blue leather-bound book floated into his hands. On the pale blue cover of the ancient book were 3 characters. The classic of the medicine immortal. How could it possibly be in your hands? You're trying to deceive me. The Medicine Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. The classical text of the medicine sage, she, who had once been the Medicine Emperor, knew all too well that it was the ancient text coveted by all alchemists in the world, recorded only in ancient books. Legend. It contained all the formulas for elixirs in the world. True or false, just take a look and see for yourself. Fang Tianyuan spoke, tossing the ancient text aside. To him, it was of little use. It was meant to be kept in the sect for alchemists to study. The Medicine Emperor slowly opened it and saw the content on the first page, his hands trembling uncontrollably. It's real. This is the genuine ancient text of the medicine immortal. Even the pill formula on the first page was something she had only heard of but never seen before. She grew increasingly excited as she flipped through the pages, becoming completely engrossed in it. Bang! Suddenly, the ancient alchemist's book flew away and landed in Fang Tianyuan's hands, closing itself. That's enough. You are not of the Jietian sect. Seeing these few pages is enough. Whether it is genuine or fake, you know better than anyone else. Fang Tianyuan said. I am willing to join the Jietian sect. Lu Qingli pays respects to the sect master. Chapter 17, Kill Yueyao, persist in the poison. You don't want revenge anymore? Don't you care about your disciple anymore? Feng Tianyuan crossed his legs and smiled faintly. He was well aware. In a world where strength reigns supreme, emotions bring mostly illusions, while interests bring tangible benefits. As long as you cater to their desires, there is always a chance. Just as he had anticipated, the medicine emperor was swayed. The man is gone, but the meal continues. This emperor cannot live in the past forever. I will cultivate him, but that doesn't mean he's the only one. The medicine emperor said. After all, he had lived for 10,000 years. How could he let himself be thrown off balance by someone he had known for only 3 or 4 years? What she truly regretted was that her hope of manifesting a physical form had vanished with Lin Fan's demise. That was her life's work, over 3 years of effort. Humph. Your heart is indeed cruel. Well, this is for the best. It spares this sect leader from continuing to lecture you. Feng Tianyuan smiled indifferently. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, from today onward, you shall be the hall master of the medicine hall of the Jietian sect, responsible for all matters related to the sect's medicinal fields and elixirs. Yao Fengchen will be your assistant. The two of you must work together. Any matters you cannot handle should be reported to me. As Feng Tianyuan spoke, his words carried to the ears of Yao Fengchen, who stood by the medicinal fields. Yao Fengchen immediately bowed. I will obey the sect master's orders. But, sect master, what about the ancient medicine classic? Yao Di Lu Qingli spoke hesitantly. She wanted to continue investigating. That thing held an irresistible allure for her, more important than her own life. Nothing in this world comes for free. Everything comes at a price. Since this sect leader has not obtained anything from you, you have no right to. If you want to read it, prove your worth. If you do well, I'll let you see 3 pages a month. Of course, if you perform exceptionally well, I might consider improving your. Feng Tianyuan finished speaking and put away the ancient text on alchemy. Viewing the ancient text of the medicine immortal was the reward he offered. How much she could obtain depended on her own abilities. 3 pages a month, all right. Deal. Lu Qingli nodded without hesitation. The speed of her nod even surprised Feng Tianyuan himself. No haggling at all. The classical works of the medicine sage are far too voluminous. Judging by this, it would take 1,000 years to read them all. Little did they know that even 3 pages were a fortune beyond imagination for Lu Qingli. These are all ancient alchemy formulas. Some of them, if taken out, would shake the heavens and earth. 3 pages only take a month to complete. She felt it was well worth it. Even if it took a year, she could accept that. Alright, let's do it. As for your physical body, we'll deal with that later. The sect is currently in a period of growth, and we need you to work hard. Don't let the sect master down. Feng Tianyuan continued to make grand promises. As for condensing the physical body, the current foundations of the Jietian sect were still far from sufficient. Jietian sect, another small courtyard. This was where Ji Wuji resided. Crack! A loud slap echoed, followed by a figure flying through the air and crashing heavily onto the ground. You hit me! You dared to hit me! I'm your own sister! Ji Yueyao exclaimed in panic. She had always been pampered and spoiled her entire life. This was the first time anyone had ever slapped her face, and the person who did it was her so-called good older brother. Ha ha! Sister? When you teamed up with Lin Fan to attack me, did you ever think about the fact that I'm also your own brother? Ji Wuji spoke coldly, his voice filled with malice. Had it not been for his good fortune, he would have died at the gates of the Jietian sect. His failures were mostly due to the person before him. That was your fault. You chose to kill your father and betray the empire. I was just doing my duty as a loyal subject of the empire. So what? Ji Yueyao stood up, and a huge handprint appeared on her stunning face. She stumbled, looking flustered. If her powers hadn't been sealed with her divine fire, she could have easily killed Ji Wuji. So what? Now if I kill you, you won't have a word to say, right? Ji Wuji spoke, walking toward his younger sister. His movements were slow and deliberate. He raised his hand, easily gripping Ji Yueyao's neck and lifting her off the ground. Kill me, do you dare? I've already informed the ancestor. It won't be long before the powerful warriors of the Xintian sect arrive. Perhaps our master and the others aren't a match for that guy, but if we offer enough bargaining chips to negotiate, it's not impossible to redeem me. And you're only taken in as a disciple out of pity. That's all you are. If I return, the great wasteland empire will have no place for you, and the throne of the emperor will forever. Cough. Cough. As she spoke, the large hand gripping her throat suddenly tightened, causing her to choke. She struggled desperately. She clung desperately to the hand choking her neck, trying to pry it open. But it was all in vain. She couldn't muster any strength, and the hand's grip grew increasingly terrifying, as if it could crush her neck at any moment. Sister, you're still so naive. Once you're dead, nothing matters anymore. The mark on your body has been erased by Senior Jiang. No one can save you now. You deserve to die. As for your so-called king, perhaps I once desired it. But now I've taken a master. Why would I want to be the ruler of a fallen empire? I'd rather be a dog for your Xiantian sect. Ah! Ji Wuji finished speaking, his eyes glowing black, and then black runes shot out, enveloping Ji Yuao. A terrifying force of devouring emerged, swallowing up Ji Yuao's primordial essence, vital energy, and even her cultivation base. Demon, you've truly cultivated demonic arts. Father's cultivation was indeed devoured by you. Ji Ba, you're so ruthless. Ji Yuao spoke, her jade-like hands gradually losing their strength, eventually falling to the ground. Her life force vanished, and she had already perished, completely devoured by Ji Wuji's devouring demonic eyes. Excellent. I thought you'd let her go. A faint voice echoed, causing Ji Wuji to pause, looking slightly flustered. The black light in his eyes vanished instantly. Master! Your disciple has erred. Your disciple should not have cultivated demonic arts. Please punish me, Master. Ji Wuji bowed his head, his voice trembling. Practicing demonic arts. In the orthodox sects, this was strictly forbidden. He wasn't sure whether the Jietian sect was truly a righteous sect. Wrong? What mistake are you talking about? Fang Tianyuan said. His figure flickered, and he had already arrived in front of Ji Wuji, using his foot to stomp on the dried corpse on the ground. The demonic path is also a path. The demonic path is not inherently evil. Whether it is good or evil depends entirely on the cultivator themselves. As long as you can maintain your original intentions and not betray your sect, what is wrong with cultivating the demonic path? What the sect gives you should not be a constraint on your cultivation, but a shelter for your cultivation. Do you understand this? Fang Tianyuan continued. He didn't care about the life or death of the dried corpse at his feet. What he cared about was whether the powerful cultivators of the Xiantian sect would forcefully descend. At that time, he could also develop the Jietian sect and strengthen his own power. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. In an instant, a colossal surge of energy erupted from Ji Wuji's body, with strands of divine power coursing through his veins. He had broken through. From the Reverend Realm to the Divine Tribulation Realm. The Divine Tribulation Realm, also known as the Pseudo-Divine Realm, is a realm where beings must undergo a tribulation to completely transform their magical power into divine power. The first tribulation. Master, I've broken through. I can now undergo the tribulation. Ji Wuji seemed somewhat excited. The Divine Tribulation Realm is not just a single tribulation. One must endure 3 tribulations before they can attempt to ignite the divine flame and become a true god. He is currently in the first tribulation. This first tribulation is not too difficult. It merely involves the initial transformation of one's magical power. The subsequent physical tribulation and spiritual tribulation are the most challenging, especially the final spiritual tribulation. Look at you. You're just at the Divine Tribulation Realm. That's nothing special. If you persist, becoming an immortal in the future won't be a problem. Fang Tianyuan spoke with great composure. Perseverance is the truth. There was once a person whose love could not overcome the tears of persistence, and on the river, all beings retreated. I will follow my master's teachings. Then this disciple shall go forth to face the tribulation. Ji Wuji bowed and departed, seeking a place to endure the tribulation. Ding! First time teaching a disciple, reward, 10 cultivation points, Perseverance Parasite King 1. Perseverance Parasite King can continuously produce perseverance parasites. Plant perseverance parasites. As long as one persists, there will always be a way to break the deadlock. All living beings infected with perseverance parasites will have their wills influenced by the Parasite King and be temporarily controlled. What the hell is this? This is the Perseverance Bug King? Fang Tianyuan thought to himself, and a worm appeared in the palm of his hand. The worm was snow white and plump like a silkworm, with round eyes and a pink mouth, wriggling adorably. But upon closer inspection, one could see countless sharp spines in its mouth. The moment it appeared, it bit into Fang Tianyuan's palm, sucking his blood, then it slid into his body through the wound and vanished. It must be fed with one's own body. Fang Tianyuan sucked in a sharp breath. This thing. He wasn't averse to it, after all, he was a worm himself. Chapter 18, Gong Xiaoyu. Xianyuan Sect. This was one of the 3 super sects of the Great Wasteland Dao State. Here, divine mountains stretch endlessly, with palaces and towers made of jade and marble. Bang! At the peak of a divine mountain, a terrifying aura surged, causing the entire Xiantian sect to shake violently. Tens of thousands of Xiantian disciples turned pale with shock. The commotion originated from Xiantian Peak. That is where the sect master resides and cultivates, a place off limits to ordinary disciples. Only a major crisis within the sect could provoke the sect master's such fury. The revered elder is dead. The holy maiden is dead. It's been half a day, and you still can't figure out what happened. Are you all just eating for nothing? A beautiful woman glared at the people kneeling before her, her anger causing the snow-capped mountains to tremble violently. The death of the revered elder is one thing, but the holy maiden is the face of the Xiantian sect and she's dead too. And now we still can't determine who did it. This is an outright disgrace to the Xiantian sect. Master, we simply cannot comprehend this. The holy maiden merely returned home, protected by a half-step divine king, yet she met such a tragic end. We simply cannot fathom who in the Great Wasteland Empire possesses such power. Those lowly sects can barely produce a single cultivator at the divine treasure realm. How could they possibly kill the holy maiden? An old man trembled as he spoke. Now, he has issued a sect-wide mission, ordering the elders of the Xiantian sect to personally lead their disciples on an investigation. They couldn't kill her? Then how did Yu Yao die? Are you just eating for free? Sending another bunch of useless fools to investigate? How do you expect them to find anything? Get out of here and go investigate yourselves. The beautiful woman flew into a rage. These old fools, even now, still expect some elders whose strength hasn't even reached the level of a god to investigate. That's just sending them to their deaths. Master, please calm down. We'll go investigate immediately. Master, please calm down. We'll go investigate immediately. The few of them were terrified and hurriedly bowed and left. The beautiful woman's expression was icy as she watched them leave, her mind racing. You're still no good. As the one in power, one should remain calm in the face of adversity and respond with composure. Only then can one make sound decisions. A voice came from behind the beautiful woman, and an old woman slowly stepped forward. The beautiful woman heard this and hurriedly stood up. Master, how did you come out here? The beautiful woman asked. She was Gong Xiaoyu, the sect master of the Xiantian sect, and the old woman was her master, Mo Qianji, the supreme elder of the Xiantian sect. According to tradition, her master had retired and would only emerge from the rear mountains in times of dire peril for the sect. Yet here she was. I was afraid that if I didn't come out, my moon would scold all the elders of the sect. There's really no need for that. The death of the holy maiden has indeed tarnished the reputation of the Xiantian sect, but the hidden hand behind it is what we should truly fear. Mo Qianji said. She sat down beside him, and with a flick of her thoughts, the intelligence floating above the table was all within her sight. The more she looked, the more her brows furrowed. They say they're heading to a mortal realm called the Stone Kingdom, and there's definitely something amiss there. What's most terrifying is that your mark as a divine king was forcibly erased, yet you failed to break through the void channel and descend forcefully in time. The enemy is very powerful. The demon cultist Ji Ba. It's highly likely that this demon cultist Ji Ba is connected to the demon palace, and a demon king from the demon palace has intervened. And the location Moon Yao transmitted back was also Stone Kingdom, fleeting and gone in an instant. Even I couldn't descend immediately. Aside from the demon palace, there shouldn't be such a powerful being in the Great Wasteland province. Mo Qianji analyzed. Demon cultivator. Only the mysterious demon palace in the entire Great Wasteland Dao state could possess such overwhelming power. I agree, but based on what Yu Yao has said before, this Ji Ba isn't particularly powerful, and his natural talent isn't outstanding either. How could the demon palace send a demon king to help him? We'll wait for them to investigate in the Stone Kingdom. If necessary, I'll have to go personally. Gong Xiaoyu spoke softly. The matter involving the Holy Maiden is of utmost importance in the Xiantian sect. It cannot be handled lightly. Otherwise, how could they establish themselves in the Great Wasteland Dao state? Palace Master. It seems you think the same. Why not join forces with the Dan Alliance? Just then, a figure crossed the void and landed before the two of them. It was a woman. Her appearance caused the two women to furrow their brows. The Alliance Master of the Dan Alliance, Shi Yu. To be precise, she was the leader of a branch of the Dan Alliance, the top authority of the Dan Alliance in the Dehuangdao province. Our Dan Alliance's revered disciple, Lin Fan, joined your sect's holy maiden in suppressing the rebellion in the Great Wasteland Empire and perished alongside her. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Shi Yu said. What? That young man, he's dead too? Gong Xiaoyu was shocked. She knew Lin Fan and had to admit he was an extraordinary prodigy. To rise so quickly in such a short time. There had been some unknown incidents between the two of them. Therefore, she had a different feeling toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan was actually dead. Dead. Our men have already gone to the Stone Kingdom. If it was indeed the demons from the Demon Palace who did this, I suggest we engage in a battle between good and evil to crush the arrogance of the demonic cult. Chapter 19, The Attack of the Xiantian Sect. Jietian Sect. Since Ji Yueyao and Lin Fan caused a commotion, the entire Jietian sect has fallen into a state of calm. Ji Wuji's tribulation had left many members of the Jietian sect, who had never seen such things before, utterly shocked. From that day onward, they dedicated themselves entirely to the path of cultivation. Another day. The weather was sunny and pleasant, with a gentle breeze blowing. Fang Tianyuan stepped out of his residence and strolled around. Greetings, sect master. As soon as he stepped out, he saw disciples gathered together, practicing the mixed Yuan invincible body cultivation technique. Their movements were flawless, at least as precise as when he had practiced broadcast calisthenics. How does it feel? Fang Tianyuan nodded slightly and asked the crowd. Master. This technique is excellent, very easy to learn. We practice it dozens of times a day, and our physical condition has improved significantly. That's right, sect master. The buns you gave us to eat were delicious. When you take a bite, there's a strange sensation that shoots straight to the top of your head, warm and comforting. Everyone hurriedly responded, their voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus. Among their discussions, the most talked about topics were naturally the daily spiritual buns and the special spiritual rice. All of this is provided free of charge. Feng Tianyuan nodded and continued to check other areas. After his renovations, the Jietian sect no longer resembled the bandit hideout it once was. The sect's main hall stood tall, with courtyards stretching one after another, most of them still empty. However, the spiritual energy in this mountain was still weak, nowhere near that of a cultivation sanctuary. Jiang Wushu. Feng Tianyuan called out a name as he walked. Greetings, sect master. In the next moment, a figure materialized. It was indeed Jiang Wushu. How do you view the current operations of the sect? Feng Tianyuan asked. Reporting to the sect master, it still lacks refinement. Many aspects are incomplete and require further development. We need more talented individuals. Those selected as outer disciples are acceptable, but they are not suitable for inner disciples. Although the cultivation technique is powerful and suitable for their practice, but ultimately, their innate talent is too lacking. It will take too long for them to improve their cultivation. Jiang Wushu said. Within the entire Jietian sect, the majority were menial disciples, followed by outer sect disciples. There were only a few inner sect disciples, and no core disciples at all. This isn't something just anyone can do. The rules he set require talent, cultivation level, and passing corresponding exams. Talent, we can recruit disciples, but they're all from remote, impoverished areas, and we can't find any promising candidates. Stealing is the fastest way. We're also in need of many divine mountains. If we could move a few divine mountains and see some array formations, it would be beneficial for the sect's facilities. Jiang Wushu, can you move mountains and overturn seas with your current strength? Feng Tianyuan asked. He had never seen a divine king exerting their full power and had no idea how powerful beings at that level were. Reporting to the sect master, even at the venerable realm, one can move mountains and overturn seas. Even if it's a special divine mountain with a grand array or similar enhancements, a powerful divine being could still accomplish it. For us, it's no problem at all. Jiang Wushu said. That's perfect, I'll take you out to explore someday, but first we need to find out what other sects are nearby. Feng Tianyuan nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. Raid the nearby neighbors. There are none nearby, but there must be some further away. If all else fails, we'll pay a visit to his disciple, Ji Wuji's house. There must be something suitable for the robbery heaven sect. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed across the sky. All the living beings of the heaven robing sect looked up, only to see the heavens and earth change color as dozens of figures broke through the sky. They were people. One after another, moving at terrifying speeds, with the last ones forming a dense, meteor-like army. Then, the void split open, and several figures emerged from within, overlooking the entire Jietian sect. Master, someone is causing trouble. Jiang Wushu glanced over and said. The Great Wasteland Empire, and others. They must be from that so-called Xintian sect. Feng Tianyuan nodded. He had thought it would take some time before these fellows would come looking for trouble. But they were pretty quick. Should we just kill them all? Jiang Wushu asked. Why kill them? They're sponsoring us to develop our sect. How can we just start shouting about killing them? We must treat guests with proper etiquette. Feng Tianyuan said. He slowly rose into the air, and several figures appeared behind him. They were among the few remaining powerful members of the Jietian sect. Jietian sect. This is where our sect's holy maiden fell. Who is in charge here? Step forward. An old man's voice boomed out, echoing throughout the heavens and earth, reaching the ears of countless beings. They all covered their heads and rolled on the ground in agony. The voice carried a hint of soul-shaking attack, deeply tormenting them and causing them unbearable pain. Get out of here! Feng Tianyuan roared, and the sound waves enveloping the Jietian sect vanished without a trace. The old man stood tall in the sky, furrowing his brows. Dao Palace Realm. No, the Dao Palace Realm shouldn't possess such power. He grew increasingly shocked. In his eyes, Feng Tianyuan clearly appeared to be at the Dao Palace Realm, yet his displayed strength was vastly different from what he had demonstrated. I am Yu Zhanyu, the senior elder of the Xintian sect, here to investigate the matter of our sect's holy maiden's demise. Have you seen a young man and woman leading a group of silver armored guards here? Yu Zhanyu, having witnessed Feng Tianyuan's strength, restrained himself slightly and asked. Elder. No need for formalities, let's fight. Since you know the holy maiden came here, this matter must be connected to them. Let's just do it. Behind him, a man rolled up his sleeves and shouted. That's right. Our sect's holy maiden was harmed here. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? A woman shouted in response. The leaders among them were all extremely powerful, emanating an aura of divine beings, with Yu Zhanyu being a divine king. Honorable sirs, he is my rebellious son. He is here, so Yu Yao must have met her end here. Rebellious son. Why haven't you confessed yet? Why did your sister meet such a tragic end? At that moment, an elderly man dressed in golden armor stepped forward from behind the crowd, raised his war sword, and pointed it at Ji Wuji, demanding an answer. In an instant, the elders of the Xiantian sect all fixed their gaze on Ji Wuji. Rebellious son, I killed him. What will you do about this? Ji Wuji stood beside Fang Tianyuan, making no attempt to hide his guilt, and admitted it directly. He feared no one now. What? You dare kill our sect's holy maiden? You brat! Your crime is unforgivable. You're asking for death. Rebellious son. You've lost your mind. She's your own sister. In an instant, everyone standing opposite Ji Wuji erupted in anger, their fury reaching the heavens, and their killing intent surged. However, Fang Tianyuan remained as calm as autumn water from start to finish. Kill them if you must, one by one. What does this mean? He spoke those words calmly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure swept across the heavens and earth, and Yu Zhanyu and the others, who were about to strike Ji Wuji to death with a palm, immediately felt as though the sky was collapsing upon them. This aura. This is impossible. Power surpassing that of a divine king. How is that possible? The Holy Realm? This is impossible. Everyone was filled with terror. Their first thought was to flee, but they couldn't move an inch. The pressure was too terrifying, a naturally formed path of the Tao suppressing them. Since you've come, why not pay a visit to my Jietian sect? Fang Tianyuan moved his thoughts, and the numerous powerful beings vanished in an instant, landing inside the Jietian sect. At the same time, a command rang out: strip all the equipment from the Great Wasteland Empire's army. Anyone who refuses will be executed without mercy. Wuji, this matter is entrusted to you. Chapter 20, Breaking Through the Venerable Realm, the Yuan Foam takes shape. Jietian sect. A square. Numerous elders of the Xiantian sect descended, immediately kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Spatial teleportation. A Saint Realm expert. Definitely a Saint Realm expert. Yu Zhanyu knelt on the ground, filled with terror. He was a god king, someone who could forcibly teleport him without his consent. What else could he be but a saint? You all have gathered such a large force to come to my Jietian sect. Is there something urgent? Fang Tianyuan descended and sat on a throne. That was the throne he had used when he was a bandit, brought here by Jiang Wushu for him to sit on. Sitting on the throne, he resembled a king, surveying the ministers who had come to pay their respects. They all knelt before him, trembling with fear. Among the dozen or so present, even the weakest were at the true god realm, forming the core combat strength of the Xiantian sect. Now, they were all being held down by a single person, unable to move. Elder, our sect's holy maiden. Shut up. Senior. We were just passing by here by chance, curious about when a sect was established here, so we came to take a look. We had no other intentions. A woman began to speak, but was immediately cut off by Yu Zhanyu. Investigate the matter of the holy maiden's demise. Isn't this asking for death? Seeing the terrifying strength of the person before him, he had already guessed the general outline of the situation. It must be that the holy maiden offended this sect, leading to her being killed by a powerful cultivator. Our sect has only been established for a short time. Since you have come, do you have any gifts to offer? Fang Tianyuan asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all of the dozen or so people present turned pale and immediately looked at their storage rings. Robbery. This was clearly a robbery. What gift? That was just a polite excuse. Senior. I brought a divine herb suitable for refining by a divine king-level cultivator as a gift. Yu Zhanyu moved his thoughts, and a burst of divine light shone, sending a divine herb flying out. This is the 9 heavens thunder-forged vine. It has been refined through 9 heavenly tribulations, absorbing the essence of thunder, and after refinement, it can help one comprehend the way of thunder. Divine light shone brightly, and thunderous brilliance dazzled the eyes. A vine suspended in mid-air, thumb-sized, was wrapped in terrifying thunderbolts, emanating a dense aura of thunder essence. Divine herb, is there any more? Fang Tianyuan asked. This elder. Yu Zhanyu's expression changed again upon hearing this. This was what he had accumulated for his own breakthrough to the half-step saint realm. Taking it out was already extremely painful. But thinking of their current situation, he gritted his teeth and directly removed his storage ring. Senior, these are all my treasured possessions from over the years. Please do not look down on them. He presented his storage ring, and the numerous elders behind him also hurriedly removed their storage rings. Even the Grand Elder, a divine king, was doing this. If they weren't willing to part with theirs, they would have no choice but to face certain death. Senior, these are the treasures we have accumulated over many years of cultivation. Please accept them. One storage ring after another flew out, landing in Fang Tianyuan's hands. Everyone watched, their faces filled with pain, yet they could do nothing. Is that all? Fong Tianyuan asked again. Senior, there really aren't any more. Yes, all my treasured items have been taken out. Yes, even my sword is out. They all shook their heads hurriedly. It's really gone. The storage rings have all been removed. Where could there be any treasures left? Take off your clothes. Your clothes look decent, they could count as treasures too. Fong Tianyuan said. At these words, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Senior, this we. If you don't take them off, you'll die. I'll take them off. I'll take them off. In an instant, everyone's thoughts moved, and their clothes were completely stripped off. Men kept their underwear, while women kept their bras and underwear. They should have been filled with humiliation, but their faces were instead consumed by endless fear and a desperate desire to survive. Not bad. Very good indeed. You are the first group to come and congratulate us since the founding of the heaven-defying sect. Today, we will spare your lives. Get out of here. Go back and tell your sect master that I killed your holy maiden. She must come and claim her life. As Fong Tianyuan spoke, he raised his hand and swept it aside. Aha! Over 10 powerful figures were sent flying tens of thousands of miles away in an instant, leaving no trace. Ding! Host has looted Yu Zhanyu, obtaining the divine grade item 9 Heaven's Thunder Forged Vine, upgraded to the sacred grade Xian Huang Sacred Thunder Vine. Ding! Host has looted Yu Zhanyu, obtained divine grade item Zhanyu Divine Sword, upgraded to divine grade Zhan Tian Divine Sword. Ding! Host has looted. Listening to the system's reports and the various enhancements, Fong Tianyuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. All the items he had looted were divine grade, but only one large medicinal plant had been upgraded to holy grade, while the rest had only received minor enhancements. Moreover, the best items these guys had were truly trash, even worse than what he had looted from Lin Fan. System? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Fong Tianyuan asked inwardly. This raid was even worse than he had imagined. No. The enhancement effect is related to the strength and fortune of the looted target. The host should take note. Wow. This isn't wasting my time. You were hoping they'd come back next time? You're just joking, right? Fong Tianyuan immediately felt like cursing. He didn't kill them, he was just waiting for them to come out next time so he could. After all, with his current strength, stepping out of the sect was a bit dangerous. Only within the Jietian sect was he invincible. Ding! This raid reward is 1,700 cultivation points. You currently have 60 cultivation points. Do you wish to use them? The system's voice sounded again, and Fong Tianyuan sighed in relief. No time wasted. 1,700 is still a decent amount. Use it. As Fong Tianyuan spoke, a terrifying aura surged from his body, and a golden light rose into the sky. Golden Legend. In an instant, his aura began to surge. Within his body, the Tao Palace resembled a golden ocean, with the cultivated energy already transformed into liquid. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The massive primordial chaos dragon shone with golden light, resembling a golden sculpture, soaring through the Tao Palace. A pair of Yuan Feng wings continuously emerged, and the outline of the Yuan Feng grew increasingly clear. The realm of the Venerable. Soon, Fong Tianyuan entered the Venerable realm, his powerful aura surging. The divine realm behind him continuously absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, spinning rapidly. Celestial anomalies erupted in the sky, and an ancient chaos Tao Palace emerged, with the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix soaring through the heavens. All of these were illusions, projected from within Fong Tianyuan's body, utterly terrifying. Another anomaly. The chaos Tao Palace has fully formed. He has entered the revered realm. How strange. In the medicinal fields of the heaven-defying sect, a faint figure looked up, its heart racing with awe. My master is indeed powerful. Such terrifying phenomena. I must strive harder to catch up with my master's footsteps. A young man who was torturing his elderly father loosened the whip in his hand and murmured. Ding! Enemy target In Hongxiao detected. Chapter 21, The Demon Emperor. Name, In Hongxiao. Value, SSS+. Physical constitution, extreme desire demon body, extreme in holy bloodline. Plunder risk, high. Evaluation, alluring appearance, explicit speech, depraved mind, overwhelming desires, the ultimate male exploiter. Holy system. What the hell did you detect? Her value is high, making her an excellent target for plundering, but the plundering risk is also extremely high. And that evaluation. That's ridiculous. Is this even human? Could it be a demon? Risk assessment is not directly linked to the success rate of a raid, it also depends on the consequences afterward. So you're saying it can be successful, but the cost is a bit high? What kind of cost? Fong Tianyuan asked. The host's kidney essence is prone to depletion. Oh, really? Now that you mention it, I'm actually interested. Fong Tianyuan looked up at the sky. He was in the heaven-defying sect, with power that reached the heavens, and could clearly see a figure standing tall in the depths of the void. A black long dress, graceful and elegant, and unparalleled beauty. That was the only description that came to mind. Looking at it, he felt excited and eager, wanting to cough. Adult thoughts, not to be indulged in. How come it feels like he noticed me? In Hongxiao, the beautiful girl, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Their gazes locked, and she saw the lecherous intent in his eyes. But how could that be possible? She was the Demon Emperor, one of the top 10 strongest beings in the entire 3,000 Dao states. How could she possibly be seen? Could he be the one who gave Lu Ruyan the Yuan Yang? The heavenly sovereign's body? It must be him. No wonder that Yuan Yang could help Lu Ruyan suppress the extreme Yin energy. It must have been his first time. Lu Ruyan has struck gold. The Yuan Yang of the heavenly sovereign's dominion is said to be the most young and most powerful force in the heavens and earth. It's a blessing in disguise for her. If this guy can break through Lu Ruyan's defenses, then he could also break through this emperor's defenses. In Hongxiao, how could you think such a thing? You're the supreme demon emperor, the leader of the demon path. How can you think such things? In Hongxiao murmured softly. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed slightly, and she bit her lip. The Dao Palace, it can't be the Dao Palace, but if it's the Great Emperor, that's also unrealistic. In this world, the appearance of 2 great emperors is already the limit of the Dao. The era of 3 emperors reigning together is impossible. Why is he so strange? In Hongxiao couldn't make sense of it. Everything she saw was beyond her comprehension. Everything about Fang Tianyuan was so bizarre. Sir, you've been watching for so long. It's time to pay, isn't it? Why not upgrade to VIP? A voice echoed, and a figure suddenly appeared before In Hongxiao. How is that possible? In Hongxiao snapped back to reality, her expression turning pale. She immediately stepped back, creating some distance between them, her expression filled with caution. Too fast. That speed was so fast that even she, the Demon Emperor, hadn't reacted in time. It was terrifying. Young lady, you've been watching for so long. It's about time you paid a visit to my sect. Fang Tianyuan said. No need. I'm just passing by chance and don't wish to disturb you. In Hongxiao refused directly. A woman's intuition told her that this man was dangerous, and she didn't want to get too involved. With that, she turned to leave. Miss. That's not right. This tree is mine, this path is mine. If you want to fight, come this way. Leave your underwear behind. Don't force the sect master to act personally. Fang Tianyuan spoke, and the rope of heaven appeared in his hand. The moment the rope appeared, In Hongxiao froze, her beautiful eyes wide open. Imperial weapon. She had actually seen an imperial weapon. She had already attained the rank of emperor for 1,000 years, yet she still hadn't gathered all the materials needed to refine an imperial weapon. And now, she had actually seen an imperial weapon. Who are you? In Hongxiao asked. In the 3,000 states, aside from the Forbidden Zone and those few ancient imperial clans, she couldn't fathom who else could possess an imperial weapon. And such a complete imperial weapon. The imperial patterns on it were flawless, with not a single imperfection, even more perfect than some of the imperial clan's clan guardian imperial weapons. She stared at the imperial weapon, her beautiful eyes fixated on 2 words. I want it. This sect master, Fang Tianyuan, you are so beautiful. If I don't rob you of your wealth or your virtue, I would be doing you an injustice. Fang Tianyuan spoke bluntly. He stared intently at the person before him, growing more and more thirsty with each passing moment. She was truly beautiful. She wore a thin black silk robe that barely covered her body, like a woman holding a pipa and half hiding her face, teasingly revealing and concealing. Her curvaceous figure, with its proud, undulating contours, was displayed to perfection. Steal her away? Can you handle it? The imperial weapon was indeed tempting, but In Hongxiao knew that the figure before her was terrifying, and she couldn't have it. She regained her composure, her ethereal beauty glowing with a seductive charm. Every smile and frown tempted one to indulge in fantasies. Whether you can or not, young lady, come down and experience it for yourself. Fang Tianyuan also smiled. This woman is truly stunning. No wonder the system rated her so highly. The 2 figures flickered and vanished into the depths of space, reappearing in Fang Tianyuan's room. A man, bringing someone to your room the moment you meet them, that's not very appropriate, is it? In Hongxiao glanced around the room, still maintaining her seductive smile, and said with interest. But the only response she received was the binding rope. She was bound. Tying me up like this right off the bat. I'm being choked. Why don't you loosen it a bit? Or do you like being tied up? In Hongxiao said. She appeared to be relaxed, but in reality, she was in great distress. She didn't come down voluntarily. She was being crushed by a terrifying pressure, as if she were about to suffocate. That's why she came down. Everything she was now was just in act. Looking at you, you must be a strong one. Let me search you and see if you have any treasures. Fang Tianyuan spoke, reaching out to touch her. The treasures are all in my storage ring. You can't put treasures in your chest. Yin Hongxiao's face darkened and her slender body stiffened. This guy is really... He said he was looking for treasures, but instead he was groping her all over, always focusing on the same spot. That's hard to say. With such deep crevices, if there's an ancient scripture hidden inside and we don't find it, I'll be the one losing out. Fang Tianyuan said. The binding rope had already restrained her, locking away all her strength. The beauty before him had no means to resist. Sigh, there's really nothing here. What a pity. He searched for a while, then looked at the storage ring on Yin Hongxiao's finger, his face filled with disappointment. Break the seals. I don't want to use force, it's not good for anyone. Fang Tianyuan said. This woman was clearly a powerful individual, there must be plenty of valuable items inside. This was a golden opportunity to make a fortune. You're already into bondage, what's the difference between that and using force? You damn man. Yin Hongxiao looked resentful. This restriction must be if Fang Tianyuan forces his way through, it will inevitably damage her spiritual sea. Of course. If Fang Tianyuan wasn't stronger than her, forcing his way through the restriction would be his downfall. But the fact was that this man's terrifying strength had already surpassed hers. She had finally come to understand that the woman's body had never been given willingly. This guy is too terrifying. As the barrier broke, a bunch of things flew out from inside. Fang Tianyuan could barely contain himself. What on earth is all this? Black stockings, underwear, chains, whips, smooth jade rods, spirit stones, pills, mandarin duck-shaped belly bands, various intimate garments. That's nothing. There were also many books, but these weren't any legendary martial arts manuals, they were just storybooks. The Empress and the Old Man's Unspeakable Secret. The Immortal's Mortal World Cultivation. The Old Man's Father's Guide to Marrying a Celestial Bride. The Cowardly Scholar and the Fox Demoness 1001 Nights. The 3 Days and Nights of the Menial Disciple and the Empress. The Worthless Disciple and the Beautiful Master's Night of Passion. I'm not the owner of any of these. A friend of mine left them here temporarily for me to keep. Do you believe me? Chapter 22, Defeating the Demon Emperor. Making friends out of thin air? I didn't see that coming, your taste is quite unique. Fang Tianyuan smiled faintly. It must be said that this crimson silk item was truly abundant, like a warehouse. And there were many extremely valuable items. For example, sparkling stones and pitch-black iron blocks, these are definitely extremely valuable. Can you spare some for me? I have a use for them? Yin Hongxiao asked. Those were the items she had collected to forge imperial weapons, extremely precious, almost enough for her needs. If it's all gone, she'll faint in the bathroom. That's out of the question. That's the rule. We bandits take what we take, we don't leave anything behind. It's for something important. What are you going to do with it? Forge weapons? Fang Tianyuan asked curiously. These iron ingots and stones are typically used for forging weapons. For forging imperial weapons. With your cultivation level, you shouldn't be interested in such things. Yin Hongxiao changed her expression, looking pitiful and helpless, evoking sympathy. Unfortunately, she was facing Fang Tianyuan. As the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Bandits, he had principles. He was well aware that indulging in wine and women could lead to trouble, and he must not let himself be blinded by desire. Therefore, he must first rob her of her wealth, then take her. Ding! Host has plundered Yin Hongxiao, obtaining the item 9 Hell's Grey Demon Stone, upgraded to Chaos Demon Thunder Stone. Ding! Host looted the Crimson Silk, obtaining the item Demon Black Gold, upgraded to Chaos Demon Gold. Ding! Host looted the Crimson Silk, obtained 38 million high-grade Spirit Stones, upgraded to 38 million top-grade Spirit Stones. Ding! Host looted the Crimson Silk, obtained a Zune grade 10 billion Zune Soul Banner damaged, upgraded to an Emperor grade Human Emperor Banner. Ding! Host looted the Crimson Silk, obtaining the Xiangu Holy Medicine, upgraded to Xianwu Immortal Medicine. Ding! Host looted the Crimson Silk, obtaining the Mandarin Duck Belly Band, upgraded to the Dragon Phoenix Belly Band. This raid rewards 2,500 cultivation points. Triggered quest, take Yin Hongxiao as your chief wife to strengthen the sex power, rewarding the passive skills loyal to one and heavily ladder of the Tao. As the system's voice faded, Fang Tianyuan revealed a smile brimming with intense joy, sizing up the Crimson Silk. She clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with terrifying intent. Though she tried to hide it, it was still detected. Fang Tianyuan didn't care. It's just an imperial weapon. I don't care about it. I have better things to play with. If you don't follow me and become my pressured wife, I could give you this thing, he said with interest. As the sect master, he had never forced anyone. If the other party refused, he would simply threaten them with death. Did Lu Ruyan also make a deal with the elder? Yin Hongxiao asked. In response to such words, Fang Tianyuan did not answer but instead produced a sword in his hand. A 5-foot-long sword, entirely enveloped in flames. Even before it was activated, an overwhelmingly terrifying heat surged forth. The entire room instantly grew hot. The aura it emitted caused Yin Hongxiao, whose power was sealed, to feel a suffocating sensation. What on earth is that sword? Yin Hongxiao's voice trembled as she spoke. She had seen an imperial sword. But none had such a terrifying intent, let alone such a terrifying aura. Even she, an emperor, was trembling. This sword surpasses the imperial grade. The divine sword. Yin Hongxiao thought of this, and her long, delicate tongue twisted in her mouth. Xian Jian. Immortals were legendary across the entire 3,000 Dao states, and it was said that only in the Forbidden Zone did remnants of immortals cling to life. All of this was still unknown. The path to immortality has been severed, and immortals no longer emerge. This sword has sensed the aura of an immortal. How could she not be excited? That was an existence beyond even the great emperors. Its appearance doesn't just mean it's a powerful weapon, it could even be a divine connection. What do you say? Become my concubine, and this sword is yours to play with. Fang Tianyuan laughed. Do I even have the option to refuse? Yin Hongxiao retorted. This man's lecherous gaze held no restraint. With such overwhelming power, she had no choice. But are you really willing to trade a divine sword for the fleeting pleasure of that? She asked again, flashing a faint smile. For Fang Tianyuan, their first meeting had been brief, and any talk of liking each other was nothing but lies. What she desired was only the divine sword. However, his appearance wasn't bad either. He had clear eyebrows and bright eyes, and his strength was formidable. He had caught her eye. This deal, she was already starting to waver. Lu Ruyan's man, this emperor can take him, but there is something about it. Yin Hongxiao hesitated. Her heart was in turmoil. After all, she was a woman, and a prominent one at that in the 3,000 Dao states. To sell her body for material possessions was something that would be looked down upon by others. Never mind. The divine weapon is the most important thing. If I can obtain it, I will surely soar to the heavens one day. Even if he abandons me, a mere membrane with my abilities, I can easily restore it. Just think of it as being licked by a pig. But the divine path once missed, it's gone forever. Yin Hongxiao murmured to herself. At that moment, Fang Tianyuan had already sat down beside her. 1,000 gold pieces cannot buy a beauteous favor. If you're willing, I wouldn't just give you the divine sword, I'd even help you become an immortal. I just fear you won't agree. For someone like me, such things are nothing but worthless trinkets that can be discarded at will. Fang Tianyuan continued speaking. As he spoke, he moved his right hand to her voluptuous body, gently caressing it. She was beautiful. Her full, rounded breasts strained against her blouse, accentuating her curves into a perfect silhouette. Her skin, as delicate as water, glowed with a tender whiteness, perfectly embodying the phrase ice-like skin and jade-like bones. Yin Hongxiao felt extremely uncomfortable, her delicate body stiffening. She raised her jade-like hands, feeling an irresistible urge to crush the person beside her in her hands. But she resisted. Are you truly willing to exchange the divine sword for this? Are there no other conditions? Yin Hongxiao asked again. As soon as her words left her mouth, the burning heaven divine sword landed directly on her jade-like hand. Then, a large hand suddenly pulled open her sash. She was about to reach out to stop him, but the aura emanating from the burning heaven divine sword once again shook her resolve. Ugh! Fang Tianyuan leaned in to kiss her. In no time, the room was filled with the beautiful sounds of a symphony, truly enchanting. Chapter 23, The Master's Wife, The Celestial Ladder. Please mute the world and listen to the sounds of animals reproducing and forming their tribes. It took Fang Tianyuan a full 7 days to emerge from the room. Damn it! Ignoring the system's warnings only leads to trouble. He glanced at the sky and muttered curses under his breath. 7 whole days. Not only had his cultivation made no progress, but his innate vital energy had been completely depleted. He had truly experienced the power of the extreme desired demon body. Ding! Task completed. Recruiting Hongxiao as the clan's chief wife, enhancing the sect's top tier strength. Reward, passive skill loves only 1 stick of firewood, and access to the Dao ladder. Exclusive love for a single stick, as the name suggests, the user exclusively loves a single stick. It can be activated using a stick-shaped object or any other part of the body. The target will forever love only that stick, and if anyone else touches it, both parties will explode and die. 6. If this skill is triggered, Yin Hongxiao will be mine alone forever. Excellent. It seems this skill is highly effective against others' wives, exactly what the sect leader desires. Fang Tianyuan muttered to himself. This skill is truly twisted. Anyone who touches a woman he's touched will die. Great Dao Ladder, a sect building used to test disciples' resolve to join the sect, and also for cultivating the Dao, with each step representing a step forward. Detected, Jie Tian Sect. Should the Dao Tian ladder be placed in an appropriate location? Set it up. Boom! As Fang Tianyuan finished speaking, an ancient staircase suddenly appeared at the peak of Longhu Mountain. The staircase began to slowly expand, radiating brilliant Taoist light that shook the heavens and earth. In an instant, all living beings on the peak of Longhu Mountain felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. That was the might of the Tao. Under the Tao's embrace, all beings trembled. Even those who were far away could not help but feel their hearts race, their Tao hearts resonating endlessly. This is the Tao ladder brought here by the sect master using his divine abilities. Those who traverse 10 steps of the Tao ladder will become outer disciples, and those who traverse 100 steps will become inner disciples. As Fang Tianyuan spoke, the appearance of the Tao ladder drew even more disciples of the Jietian sect to investigate. Even the medicine emperor Lu Qingli, who was left with only her soul, was curious and went to take a look. What a terrifying aura of the Tao! This thing, each step represents a Tao, with 3,000 steps and 3,000 Taos. But the Tao is endless. Do the steps truly have an end? Lu Qingli was utterly shocked. 3,000 steps, this was merely what could be seen. No one knew where the end lay, as if it could reach the heavens. Using this to test the disciples of the sect is truly extravagant. Additionally, I have another announcement. The sect has gained another sect masteress wife, named In Hongxiao. To see her is to see the sect master himself. As Fang Tianyuan spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the clouds in the sky gathered to form a figure. It was none other than In Hongxiao. Greetings, matriarch. In an instant, everyone in the Jietian sect shouted in unison. Though they had never seen this person before, since Fang Tianyuan had spoken so decisively, they naturally obeyed the rules. At that moment, inside the room, In Hongxiao listened to the thunderous voices outside, a smile appearing on her rosy cheeks. She sat up, and the handprints on her delicate, flawless skin were still clearly visible. Finally, I've released all the desires accumulated over thousands of years. My strength has taken another leap forward. I should have listened to my master back then and found a partner to cultivate the extreme desired demon body. Perhaps I could have broken through to the Emperor realm long ago. Master was right. As a woman, sometimes relying on a man isn't such a bad choice. In Hongxiao glanced at the divine sword beside her, her lips twitching slightly as her smile grew even more intense. This was the result of her 7 days of battle. For now, she was invincible. I just don't know what Lu Ruyan got from him. If it's also a divine artifact, next time we fight, she might not be my match. But if it's on this bed, this emperor fears no one. In Hongxiao murmured confidently. This confidence came from her extreme desired demon body. She would only grow stronger with each battle, until she became invincible in the world. Now that her extreme desired demon body had been unlocked, her power would grow rapidly. Zuantiangong. What? A sage has appeared? You were even stripped of your clothes and returned naked. The beautiful woman Gong Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically. She looked at the many elders and listened to their reports, growing increasingly shocked. A sage. A sage has actually appeared in the shattered Di Huang Dao state. Yes. It's a sage. The enemy merely released their aura, and we lost all ability to resist, unable to move. This is definitely a sage, but we do not know which one. Yu Zhanyu trembled as he spoke. 7 days had passed since they returned from the Stone Kingdom, and recalling that scene, they were still filled with dread. Right. Master, the opponent also stated outright that he was the one who killed our holy maiden and demanded justice. He instructed you to go find him personally. Yu Zhanyu added. The sage was an unattainable figure to them, with an unimaginable gap between them and the divine realm. Bang! How dare you! You killed my disciple and now you dare to provoke me like this. Gong Xiaoyu slammed the table violently, causing the massive stone table to crack in numerous places. Her jade-like hands clenched into fists, and a murderous aura emanated from her brows. But the moment she thought of the other party being a sage, the rage in her heart instantly subsided. A sage! She was merely a god king. She dared not touch him. Even if she were to summon the entire might of the Xiantian sect, she might not be able to threaten him. Even if her master were a half-step sage, she wouldn't dare to take the risk. Everyone, leave. This matter must not be disclosed to the outside world. Gong Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then waved her hand, dismissing the elders. She too rose and departed. Soon, she entered the rear mountains of the Xiantian sect and arrived at a cave residence. Master, we have results. The person was killed by a faction called the Jietian sect, but they have a sage protecting them. As Gong Xiaoyu spoke, an old woman appeared. A saint? That shouldn't be possible. How could a saint appear in the Great Wasteland Dao state? Even if they came from outside, such an existence shouldn't be establishing a faction in such a place. Mo Qianji's expression grew somber. She couldn't reach the sage realm because the celestial laws of the Great Wasteland Dao state were incomplete. She knew how terrifying that realm was. But for such a powerful being to come to the Great Wasteland Dao state and to establish a sect in a remote and impoverished place like the Stone Kingdom, this left her utterly baffled. Yu Zhanyu wouldn't dare to deceive me. This must be true. As for why the other party appeared here, that is beyond our control. I've come to seek the master's decision. Should we report the truth to the Dan Alliance and ask them to intervene? Gong Xiaoyu asked. The Dan Alliance. That is a major power renowned throughout the entire 3,000 Dao states, with branches spread across every Dao state. Such an existence might not even hesitate to confront a sage. It all depends on whether they deem it worthwhile. Let's wait a bit. Our Xiantian sect isn't some pushover that anyone can bully. When the time comes, there are some things we must reclaim. Mo Qianji said. Master, are you implying that? Could it be that they're coming from that place? Gong Xiaoyu thought of a certain matter and immediately became excited and surprised. That place. If those people were to act, it would be an absolute blessing for the Xiantian sect. Yes. We've already made contact. You know, your master made many powerful friends back in the day, so we still have some connections. And Yueya was originally intended for an alliance marriage. Her talent is more than sufficient, and the other party has agreed. Even the marriage contract has been delivered by the Divine Phoenix. Now that she's dead, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Perhaps we can leverage their power to help me take that final step and become a sage. Mo Qianji said. The Holy Maiden is dead, and they lack the strength to resist, so they must endure in silence. But if those people from that place were to intervene, their Xiantian sect would certainly sweep aside that so-called Jietian sect and demand justice. Chapter 24, I Can Heal. Jietian sect. Another peaceful day, with pleasant weather, perfect for lying in bed and taking a nap. Am I not beautiful? The flowers are in full bloom, of course you're beautiful. Then do you want to eat me? With such a delicacy before me, if this sect leader were to refrain from tasting it, would that not make me seem unappreciative of beauty? You're such a tease, saying such suggestive things so seriously. It's hard to resist. So, are you playing a role-playing game? Do you like it? Or are you thinking of another script, like using force? Or maybe Sister's fried rice? Fong Tianyuan. He finally understood the terrifying nature of the extreme desired demon body. No one could be more uninhibited than her. Another day. If the king doesn't attend court in the morning, the kingdom is doomed. If I don't get up soon, the development of this sect will come to a standstill. Fong Tianyuan pushed aside the voluptuous Yin Hongxiao and said. He had been slacking off again today. Since Yin Hongxiao arrived, he had spent almost all his time in his room, rarely going out. He felt he couldn't let himself sink any lower. Man, you're no good, are you? It's not your fault, after all, this emperor isn't someone anyone can handle. Yin Hongxiao turned around, stuck out her tongue to lick her lips, and smiled faintly. For her, the more she released her desires, the faster her cultivation progressed. She herself was fine. But in this world, there are fields that can never be plowed to death, and oxen that can be worked to death. No. Madam has misunderstood. This sect master merely does not wish to sink into depravity and should focus on developing the sect. In this way, the territory I have established can also allow the lady to enjoy a life of comfort, isn't that right? Fong Tianyuan stood up and quickly left. He found Ji Wuji. My disciple, it's been a while. Your cultivation has made no progress at all, which truly disappoints this sect master. Fong Tianyuan said with a disappointed expression. Ji Wuji was still at the divine tribulation realm, having just survived the first tribulation. The transformation of the divine power within his body was far from complete. Upon hearing Fong Tianyuan's words, Ji Wuji hurriedly replied, Master, I believe this is already quite fast. Don't people always say that cultivation can't be rushed? He truly believed that the speed of his divine power transformation was already quite fast. After surviving the tribulation, over half of his magical power had already been converted into divine power. With just a few months, the transformation could be completed. At that point, by using the great elixir to strengthen his physical body, he could once again begin the tribulation. That's for the foolish to say. It's just to comfort them. For geniuses, they break through whenever they can, and their foundations won't be unstable. That's what true geniuses are. You've been wasting your time lately, just studying cultivation techniques in the library. You're trying to learn too much too fast. Although he spent the entire day in his room discussing the depths of their respective practices with Yin Hongxiao. However, he could still easily sense what was happening with the major figures in the sect. Master, that's the logic, but my cultivation techniques are still too crude and incomplete. I feel that it's the limitations of my own techniques. During my tribulation, I absorbed too little of the true essence of lightning. You know, I'm a great sun thunder body. The tribulation is also an opportunity for me. I was thinking of switching to a more powerful cultivation technique so that during my next physical tribulation, I can absorb the thunder energy brought by the heavenly tribulation more quickly. Ji Wuji began to explain. The current library contains various cultivation techniques, and any core disciple of the heaven-defying sect can choose from them. As a disciple of Fong Tianyuan, he belonged to the inner circle of disciples and was naturally entitled to choose. There will be many more opportunities. The essence of a cultivation technique lies in its refinement, not its strength. You've seen divine grade techniques and even saint grade ones, yet you haven't chosen any. Perhaps you're seeking an emperor grade technique. But have you considered that once an imperial grade martial arts technique is beyond your reach, it is no longer a matter of you choosing it, it chooses you. Your physique hasn't fully awakened yet, so it's very difficult to gain the recognition of an Emperor-grade lightning attribute martial art. Fang Tianyuan said. Regarding the library, he had learned a great deal through the system and knew it housed various martial arts techniques, including many Emperor-grade ones. As long as you enter the library, you can choose freely within a certain number of times, or have the spirit artifact select for you. However, this only applied to techniques of the Zun grade and below. For Emperor-grade techniques, it required mutual selection. This is the Xianhuang Holy Thunder Scroll. Take it and refine it. Awaken your physique first before selecting. There's also the Thunder Emperor Sutra. If you have the fortune to obtain it, your future path will be much smoother. Fang Tianyuan spoke, then grabbed with his large hand, and a sacred herb appeared in his palm. The moment it appeared, dazzling light transformed into a small sea of thunder, with lightning bolts resembling thunder snakes continuously striking the void. Sacred herb. Ji Wuji stared at the dazzling holy light, watching the vine that resembled a thunder snake, constantly struggling to break free from Fang Tianyuan's grasp, utterly stunned. Sacred herb. From childhood to adulthood, he had only ever seen divine medicines and divine pills. As for items of the sacred grade, he had only ever read about them in books. Master, this is too precious. You saved your disciple, how can I possibly repay you? How could I take this sacred medicine? Ji Wuji shook his head. Though the sacred medicine before him was what he had always desired, he still did not wish to take such a precious thing. Fool! Since I can give it to you, I naturally have something better. Take it. Hurry up and break through. If I ever take on more disciples who are stronger than you, you'll lose face as their senior disciple. Fang Tianyuan said, raising his hand to gently tap Ji Wuji's forehead. Master, I alright. Bang! Ji Wuji grabbed the sacred medicine floating in front of him and knelt down immediately. He bowed his head 3 times, tears streaming down his face. The kindness of my master, Wuji will never forget. When he looked up, Fang Tianyuan had already vanished. Ding! Increased intimacy with disciple Ji Wuji. Multiple teachings rewarded with 100 cultivation points. Current cultivation points, 1,850. The system's voice rang out, and Fang Tianyuan appeared in a field of medicinal herbs, looking somewhat surprised. Even this can grant cultivation points. This faction system actually has some use after all. Luli greets the sect master. The woman beside him reacted quickly and bowed immediately. You reacted so quickly. It seems your strength is quite impressive now that your soul is fully restored. Fang Tianyuan said. If I hadn't encountered a secret technique or treasure targeting the soul, I could even fight a great sage-level expert. Luli said. This was a bizarre and surreal world, where secret techniques and treasures targeting souls were countless. Those were all her current nemesis. Master, everything must be done in moderation. Even cultivators can deplete their kidney essence, which affects their cultivation. You're already looking a bit weak, you must not overwork yourself any further. Humph. You worthless doctor, what nonsense are you spouting? This sect master is not weak. Luli hadn't finished speaking before she was interrupted. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, revealing a hint of smugness, before she spoke slowly and calmly. Master, I can cure you. Really? Fang Tianyuan, who had been slightly annoyed, leaned in and asked in a low voice. If you can cure it, that's easy. Kidney deficiency, lack of innate essence, and mental fatigue, these are no problem for A. I have a formula that can not only restore the sect master's health but also enhance his strength. However, this secret technique requires some special herbs. Luli stopped mid-sentence. Her meaning was clear. She wanted something in return. That's easy. The medicine hall is in disarray these days. I'll arrange for a proper palace for you in the future, specifically for refining elixirs. If you need to expand your team, you can report directly to the sect master. Of course, you can discuss the classical texts of the medicine immortal with the sect master later. Fang Tianyuan said. He was still very concerned about this matter. Leader! At that moment, a sharp voice rang out at the gates of the Zetian sect. Fang Tianyuan swept his gaze across the area, locking onto a figure. Oh, there she is? The little brat is finally back. Go to the main hall of the sect later and write down all the pills you need. With that, he vanished into thin air. Chapter 25, Iron War Phoenix. Is this still Dragon Tiger Mountain? What am I doing here? At the gates of the Zetian sect, a woman dressed in coarse hemp clothing stood frozen, staring at the scene before her. This mountain gate. It completely shattered her preconceptions. It was too luxurious, but what really surprised her was that the Longhu mountain she had imagined was nothing like this. She turned her head and glanced at the distant horizon. The scenery in the distance at Longhu Mountain is like this. Did we climb the wrong mountain? No way. I'm Iron War Phoenix, the 4th in command of the mountain clan. I couldn't possibly have gotten it wrong. Boss. Tai Zhanhuan glanced at the distant scenery, which seemed somewhat familiar, and shouted again. What are you shouting about? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside her. Tai Zhanhuang froze for a moment, raised her hand to form claws, and immediately executed the monkey stealing peaches technique. But the current Fong Tianyuan was no longer the Fong Tianyuan of the past. He had already reached the revered realm. A mere body-tempering realm cultivator couldn't possibly ambush his younger brother. He dodged it effortlessly. Big brother, you've broken through? Tai Zhanhuang was utterly astonished. Her speed was indeed fast, and she was well aware of it. She had used this move on Fong Tianyuan many times before, and the success rate was still quite high. A slight breakthrough. Why did it take you so long to come back? Fong Tianyuan looked at the dark, muscular Iron Zhanhuang and asked. This was the fourth-ranked master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He had already known him when he had soul traveled to this world. The two had followed the previous leader of Longhu Mountain, the old man who had taught him, on their raids and plundering expeditions. Women, food, drink, possessions, money. They had all been involved in such raids. Don't mention it. That damn white-haired eagle tried to kidnap me and use me to force you to submit to him. They have a poison master there, a master of toxins. I was poisoned and bound by them for several days before escaping. Iron War Phoenix said. A month ago, she had gone to Hunter Eagle Mountain on behalf of Dragon Tiger Mountain to discuss a cooperation agreement. Unbeknownst to her, the white-headed eagle of Hunter Eagle Mountain had reneged on their agreement and attempted to kidnap her to threaten Fong Tianyuan. Had she not been so formidable, she would still be captive, being brought here for negotiations. A poison master? Are there cultivators there too? Fong Tianyuan was surprised. Hunting Eagle Mountain was just like Dragon Tiger Mountain. Both were notorious bandit strongholds with overlapping territories, frequently clashing with one another. He never expected that their request for negotiations would involve such a sinister plot. It must be. Their poison-using skills are impressive, similar to the alchemist the old master mentioned. Not only that, but the white-headed eagle is also like the two of us, having entered the so-called body cultivation realm. His strength is on par with mine. He took 3 of my punches without flinching. Iron War Phoenix said. She kept sizing up Fong Tianyuan with her eyes, feeling more and more uneasy. The person was the same familiar one, but there was something about him that felt different. His aura was different. His skin seemed much fairer. No wonder she has the guts. What are you looking at? Although this sect master is quite handsome, don't let my good looks charm you. You're not my type. Fong Tianyuan said. Compared to the beauty in Hongxiao, Tai Zhanhuang is definitely a dark-skinned girl. But her figure is still pretty good. Sect master, what the heck? What is this thing? Where did you get it from? Why have I never seen it before? Tai Zhanhuang pointed at the mountain gate and asked. When she left, this thing wasn't there. The gate of the previous village was made of wood. Now it's like the entire gate is carved from stone, even more luxurious than the gates of wealthy families. This is our mountain gate. Do you see it? The heaven-defying sect. Back then, you refused to recognize the characters, and now look at you, you can't even recognize the signboard. Fong Tianyuan complained. He still had some feelings for this dark-skinned girl. After all, they had spent 2.5 years together. Jietian sect? What the hell? I've only been gone for a month, and it feels like I've joined a different sect. Tai Zhanhuang slowly walked inside, growing more alarmed with each step. Is this still the same village from before? Where had they taken her? The vast mountain gate stood before her. As she entered, several old men practicing the mixed yuan invincible body cultivation technique on either side turned to look at her. Greetings, sect master. They hurriedly stopped what they were doing, bowing respectfully and shouting in unison, looking deeply reverent. That scene, in Tai Zhanhuang's eyes, seemed a bit fake. Are these really old men? Not only were their voices so loud, but every movement seemed to channel some kind of power. Their bowing seemed to exude strength. Such behavior shouldn't be seen in a bunch of roughnecks, should it? Why is it appearing in a few old men? Palaces, pavilions. Boss, did you lead them to successfully raid the ruler of the Stone Kingdom? Looking at the majestic sect hall, the towering library, and the neatly arranged courtyards, Tai Zhanhuang swallowed hard, his face a blank canvas of confusion. Is this right? This isn't right. She had never seen such a scene on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Robbery? All you think about is robbery? What nonsense are you talking about? We've changed our ways now. We're not bandits anymore. We're now cultivators. These things are all sponsored by others to help us develop. Fong Tianyuan said. This girl hadn't seen the world before. Being stunned by this scene was only natural. Holy crap, boss, you've really made it. Impressive. Wow. This big house, this big courtyard, this palace, it's amazing. Can I live in that palace? Tai Zhanhuang couldn't stop praising it and asked. She had never lived in a palace before in her life. She would love to stay there for a while. No way. Fong Tianyuan shook his head. Big brother. You've changed. You've changed because you have money. I even saved your life back then, and you're not even human. Tai Zhanhuang immediately refused, feeling very upset. He wouldn't even give her a place to stay. That's the main hall of the sect. It's not a place to live, it's where the elders gather to discuss matters. Like the loyalty hall back then. Do you want to sleep in the loyalty hall? You're such a fool. Fong Tianyuan explained. Although the scale of the Jietian sect was not large at present, many systems were still incomplete. But the necessary rules must still be followed. Forget it. Tai Zhanhuan spoke up. There are so many places, you can choose anyone you like. As for your future cultivation, you should give it a try. Your strength isn't weak, and you're definitely not an ordinary person. With hard work and dedication, you're sure to achieve great things. Fong Tianyuan continued. Tai Zhanhuan was picked up by the old man, including his previous incarnation, though the previous one had been injured once. He was cut by the white-headed eagle, which is why his soul was reincarnated here. That injury was also when Iron Zhanhuan carried him back to the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, as she had mentioned. Big brother, I saved your life. And Tai Zhanhuan, like him, followed the old man and was able to enter the body tempering realm in a short time. He also possessed innate divine strength, so his physique must be different. For example, his heavenly dominion physique. This guy might also possess some kind of dominant physique. Speaking of that, I almost forgot. I was poisoned by that guy. For days on end, I didn't take any antidote, but the poison dissipated on its own. And after the poison was neutralized, I felt my strength had increased significantly, which is why I was able to escape the pursuit. Tai Zhanhuan snapped out of it and hurriedly said, "Let us go. To the great heavenly ladder." Fong Tianyuan heard this and said a word. The two vanished from their original spot and quickly appeared at the base of the Great Path Heavenly Ladder. Chapter 26, The Eternal Body, The Way of Heaven. The Great Heavenly Ladder. There were no living beings nearby. It wasn't that they didn't want to come, but that Jiang Wushu wouldn't allow it. "Master, is this okay? She is currently only at the late stage of body refinement, not even reaching the peak realm. Having her attempt to ascend 10 steps or more is likely to be quite challenging," Jiang Wushu said. This place was already intended to serve as a testing ground for new disciples of the heaven-defying sect. But the requirement was merely to reach the 10th tier. Yet Fong Tianyuan was demanding that the Iron War Phoenix dynasty aim for 50 steps. That was far too difficult. Put. Don't look down on others. It's just 50 steps. What's so special about that? 300 steps wouldn't even be a problem. Iron War Phoenix sneered. She took a step forward and headed toward the Great Tao staircase. She must have a hidden physique. If she can utilize the pressure of the Great Path, she might be able to awaken her true potential, Fong Tianyuan said. He watched the figure, filled with anticipation. Iron Zhanhuan, who had been highly dismissive, stepped onto the first staircase, and her expression immediately changed. Heavy. Too heavy. She felt as though the entire sky was pressing down on her, and even lifting her foot required immense effort. "If you're struggling, you can come down." At that moment, a voice came from behind her. "No way. I was just curious. What's so special about this? I'm just walking slowly to figure it out." Tai Zhanhuan forced a smile. She continued climbing. 3, 4, 5, 6. The pressure is getting heavier, damn it. I shouldn't have made such a bold statement. Now I'll lose face. Tai Zhanhuan cursed inwardly, but she showed no signs of backing down. Her speed slowed, and her body began to turn red, with blood-red patterns appearing. That was the sound of her physical body cracking. The pressure was too much, her physical body was collapsing. If she could endure it, she would undergo a transformation. If she couldn't hold on, she would collapse. "Can you tell what kind of constitution she has?" Fong Tianyuan asked. When it came to knowledge about the cultivation world, he naturally couldn't compare to Jiang Wushu, who was produced by the system. "I can't tell. There's a surge of heat, very intense. It's likely related to the fire element, but it's not a constitution, it's a bloodline," Jiang Wushu said. "The eternal body of 10,000 calamities, with a faint trace of the Zhuke bloodline." Just then, a voice echoed beside the two, and a stunning figure descended. Yin Hongxiao had arrived. She grabbed Fong Tianyuan's right hand and continued, "This girl is no ordinary person. Even in a place like Central Dao State, she could be a candidate for a holy woman. Where did you find such a talent?" The eternally mortal body, with each tribulation endured, it undergoes a transformation. It is an extremely terrifying physique. Such a physique appearing in this place even surprised her, the Demon Emperor. "I have no idea. I asked the old man about it, and he said he found her." Fong Tianyuan shook his head. Regarding the origins of Tai Zhanhuan, he knew nothing, only that she wore a plaque with her name on it. "No, it's not the Zhuke bloodline, it's the sealed Phoenix bloodline. It's a pure Phoenix bloodline. One of her parents must have been a phoenix," Yin Hongxiao exclaimed in surprise. A terrifying heatwave swept over her, and Tai Zhanhuan, standing on the 40 steps, was enveloped in brilliant flames. She was on fire. "Look! It's the fourth master. She is actually climbing that so-called Great Heavenly Ladder." "You mean she is the fourth master?" "Yes. She's one of the few women on Dragon Tiger Mountain, and she's finally made it. She's on fire. What do you mean the fourth master is on fire? Won't she be burned to death? As sounds came from the great heavenly ladder, more and more disciples of the heaven-defying sect noticed the person on the ladder. They stared at the figure engulfed in flames, growing more astonished by the second scream. Suddenly, a phoenix cry echoed from within Tai Zhanhuang's body, and a fiery mark appeared on her forehead. A massive phoenix illusion burst forth from her body, spreading its wings and soaring through the skies, looking down upon the heavens with arrogance. Ah! Tai Zhanhuang roared, her body surging with an unimaginably terrifying force, her aura growing increasingly ominous. Her physical form was undergoing a metamorphosis, and her bloodline was awakening. Boom! Suddenly, she accelerated her ascent, growing faster and faster, leaping over 15 steps in a single bound and reaching the 56th step. She continued to climb, and the phoenix's illusory form in the sky grew increasingly solid. This isn't good. The bloodline of the Phoenix clan must not be allowed to stray. Her awakening may attract terrifyingly powerful beings to descend. Yin Hongxiao said. It doesn't matter. Within the heaven-defying sect, I am invincible. Whoever comes will die. Feng Tianyuan spoke with unparalleled arrogance, his left hand behind his back. What he said was the truth. Is that so? Then why doesn't T, my husband, dare to continue fighting me? Why did you lean against the wall and leave the room? Yin Hongxiao smiled faintly. Outside the bed, she wasn't a match for this man, but in bed, she was overwhelmingly superior. We are husband and wife, there is no distinction between who is stronger or weaker. Couples don't compare such things. Don't talk about such meaningless things. Feng Tianyuan's face darkened as he spoke. He had made up his mind. We must become stronger as soon as possible. We must learn Master Su's invincible fire wheel technique and show her what true strength is. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying noise echoed from the sky, and pitch-black thunderclouds gathered at an alarming speed. The heavenly tribulation. It's here. Her physique is about to awaken. If she can survive this life or death tribulation, she will surely soar to new heights. Yin Hongxiao glanced at the sky and said. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck Iron War Phoenix from the heavens. Ah! She let out a piercing scream as the gradually solidifying Phoenix illusion swallowed the thunderbolt, resisting most of the heavenly tribulation's power. Brilliant bolts of lightning continued to fall, and the terrifying might of heaven enveloped the entire Dao Tian ladder. Numerous disciples of the heavenly tribulation sect once again witnessed the thunder tribulation, their excitement running high. They watched from a distance. Boom! Another bolt of thunder struck down, turning Iron War Phoenix's body a charred black, its form indistinguishable. The thunder tribulation is growing stronger. Something's wrong. The lightning tribulation is amplifying like this. If this continues, she won't be able to hold on. Yin Hongxiao said. She stared at Tai Zhanhuang, watching her body, fixated on the seal. It's the seal. There's something wrong with that seal. It's causing the lightning tribulation to keep intensifying and becoming more terrifying. Yin Hongxiao raised an eyebrow. It was a seal she had never seen before. She couldn't fathom it was ancient. Break the seal. Feng Tianyuan spoke, then took a step forward. It was just a mere seal, shatter it, and everything would be resolved. No! She'll die. Your power is too great. Interfering with her tribulation will be seen as a challenge to the heavenly Tao, and divine retribution will be unleashed. Yin Hongxiao said. As a result, the power of the heavenly tribulation would grow increasingly terrifying, not only endangering Feng Tianyuan but also the tribulation crossing Iron War Phoenix. As a member of the Jia Tian sect, how could the sect master stand by and do nothing? The heavenly Tao is but a mere entity I can defeat it with one hand. Boom! As the words fell, Feng Tianyuan had already landed on the Dao Tian. His appearance drew the attention of countless people. It's the sect master. Oh my god! Is the sect master here to help the fourth master? The sect master is so powerful. He actually charged into the thunder tribulation in an instant. Some shouted, staring intently. Meanwhile, Iron War Phoenix, shrouded in the thunderstorm, was now barely recognizable, coughing up blood in large quantities. She was about to die. Boom! Suddenly, the thunderstorm in the sky changed, turning blood red, like a sea of blood pressing down, constantly expanding, instantly engulfing the entire Jitian sect. It continued to expand, and under the overwhelming divine might, all living beings crawled and trembled. Is this the end of the world? What is happening? How could such a terrifying divine punishment occur? Which direction is that? Could it be that a legendary treasure has emerged? The territory of the Xiantian sect, could it be that an ancient sacred weapon has reappeared in the world? In an instant, all the powerful beings of the Great Wasteland province were startled and turned their gaze toward the direction of the Xiantian sect. The thunderous tribulation continued to expand, and the divine might grew increasingly terrifying, even causing the divine kings to tremble. Master, let us go. Iron War Phoenix spoke with extreme weakness. This heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. Shut up. Fang Tianyuan spoke, pointing a finger at her forehead. With a thought, the seal deep within her consciousness shattered. Suddenly, Fang Tianyuan looked up and saw a luminous white handing in the depths of the thunderclouds. The heavenly Tao manifested itself. Daring to defy the might of heaven, you deserve to be executed. The words, filled with unimaginable authority, echoed throughout the heavens and earth, penetrating the ears of all who heard them. A will that could not be defied compelled everyone to submit. But Fang Tianyuan remained unmoved. He stood tall amidst the thunderous sea, one hand behind his back, his expression calm. The people of my sect are not under your jurisdiction. If you dare to exterminate her, go ahead and try. Boom! As the words fell, the thunderous sea erupted. A luminous white hand transformed into a gigantic fist, shattering the thunderclouds and crashing down. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Chapter 27, Seizing the Heavenly Tao Sword. The luminous white hand pierced through the thunderclouds, moving at a speed beyond time, as if to crush everything in its path. Fang Tianyuan's eyes flashed, instantly locking onto the giant hand's trajectory. He stomped on the void, causing the thunderous sea to collapse and endless void to shatter. He leaped into the air. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. A single punch was unleashed, unleashing endless fist lights that illuminated the entire cycle of reincarnation, overshadowing all living beings and crushing everything in the world, as if the ancient Heavenly Emperor had returned to the mortal realm. The overwhelming might of the Heavenly Emperor was unmatched, his towering figure emerging, scornfully overlooking the majestic heavenly might. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the massive fist print collided with the luminous white hand, causing a violent tremor. Endless power was released, causing the entire spacetime to tremble. The luminous white hand cracked and then exploded. Impossible! From the heavens above, a voice of disbelief echoed. The strike of the heavens had been neutralized. Within the borders of my Jietian sect, even if you are the heavenly Tao itself, you must kneel. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed as Fang Tianyuan continued his attack. As the fist light shone, the thunderclouds collapsed, and a towering figure emerged, standing high above, looking down on all beings. She was ethereal, clad in white robes, her features indistinct. Her eyes grew cold, and she raised her hand to strike. Execute! In an instant, a dazzling seal appeared, crashing down and colliding with Fang Tianyuan's fist. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed, and the terrifying fist power shattered the dazzling seal into pieces. Fang Tianyuan frowned. He couldn't descend to the heavens. The system warned him that if he charged into the ninth heaven, he would no longer be invincible. The heavenly Tao was above him. If she did not come down, he would never be able to defeat her. And at that moment, Tai Zhanhuang had also completed her final transformation, with the phoenix mark on her forehead fully formed, having survived her first great tribulation. Fang Tianyuan released a strand of light, which transformed into a light sphere, enveloping her before sending her back to the ground. He stood proudly in the void, gazing upward at the figuring above. Among the countless beings, only he could see it. The horror of that figure was beyond description, beyond perception, beyond words. I follow the heavenly laws and govern all beings. You defy the heavens, your crime deserves death. Boom! The words fell with overwhelming authority, and a thunderous greatsword appeared in the luminous white hand. She raised the thunderous greatsword and swung it down directly toward Fang Tianyuan's location, the aura seeming to split the entire heavens and earth apart. As the sword struck, time and space froze in place, and all living beings were immobilized in that moment. An instant became eternity. All beings were bound, and Fang Tianyuan was no exception. Break! Fang Tianyuan's blood surged, and terrifying power shattered the eternal stillness. His massive hand reached out. Bang! He precisely grabbed the thunderous greatsword as it came down, then yanked it violently. Boom! A sea of thunder filled the sky, constantly collapsing, as the Tao rose and fell, and order crumbled. A woman, sword and all, was forcibly pulled down. Impossible! The two locked eyes, both startled for a moment. Is this the way of heaven? What the hell? The person before him left Fang Tianyuan speechless and utterly astonished. The so-called heavenly will was actually a person, and an extraordinarily beautiful one at that, with a figure that was breathtakingly alluring. That beauty was indescribable, beyond words, as if all the beautiful things in the world paled in comparison. Impossible! How could you be so powerful? The woman exclaimed in shock. Here, a being capable of shaking her very existence had appeared, yet she had not sensed it at all. Hand it over! You! Fang Tianyuan snapped out of it and shouted. He snatched the thunderous greatsword from her, and the woman immediately let go. It wasn't that she wanted to give the sword away, it was the pulling force that forced her to let go. Otherwise, she would have been seized by Fang Tianyuan's outstretched hand. Robbery! Damn it! From today on, I'm with Fang Ritian. Fang Tianyuan roared. Having obtained the thunderous greatsword, he didn't stop there, transforming his massive hand to grab toward the woman's location. Heaven! I must drag her back into the room, lock her up, and play that incredibly thrilling escape room game. Boom! The giant hand reached out, precisely locking onto the woman. But before he could grab her, she had already vanished. In an instant, the entire spacetime fell silent. The thunder that had once sounded like the end of the world vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. Ding! Host successfully seized the avatar of the Heavenly Dao Messenger, obtaining the item Judgment Heavenly Sword, which has been upgraded to the Heavenly Dao Sword. This plunder rewards 10,000 cultivation points. Current cultivation points, 11,850. Heavenly Sword? Not bad. Fang Tianyuan looked at the thunderous greatsword in his hand, which had suddenly transformed into a more dazzling 5-foot-long sword, and examined the densely packed Heavenly Dao patterns on it, feeling quite satisfied. A good haul. I can advance again and finally challenge the Divine Tribulation Realm. Whoosh! Fang Tianyuan's figure vanished and reappeared beside Yin Hongxiao. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her mouth opened in disbelief as she stared at Fang Tianyuan. Her expression seemed to say, "Are you serious? To defy the heavens, is this the kind of power a human should possess? How strong is this guy?" She was puzzled and wanted to ask, but there were too many questions swirling in her mind, and she didn't know where to begin. Calm down, it's just a mere avatar of a heavenly path messenger. It's nothing to be afraid of. Fang Tianyuan dismissed it nonchalantly. In this world, in the region where the heaven-defying sect resided, whether underground or in the heavens, he was invincible. Strong. Are you now at the legendary immortal realm? Yin Hongxiao asked. She couldn't fathom it, couldn't make sense of it. A man who appeared to be only at the Zunjia realm could actually fight the Tao of heaven with his bare hands. Above the myriad realms of the cosmos, beyond the river of time, there stood an ancient palace, shimmering with chaotic light, eternal and timeless. Within the palace, a woman seated on a cushion suddenly opened her eyes, her face ashen. How is this possible? A being perfectly aligned with the cosmic laws, possessing an invincible domain, how could such a terrifying creature emerge in any of the worlds? The woman frowned, her ethereal beauty adorned with an expression of astonishment unlike anything seen in ages. The Heavenly Dao Sword. How is this possible? It actually appeared, fused with the Judgment Heavenly Sword to form a complete Heavenly Sword, and even recognized a master. Could the earlier heaven-shattering seal have been a decoy, and his true goal was to seize the Judgment Heaven Sword that hovers above all living beings? The woman sensed carefully, her expression changing drastically. With a flick of her wrist, a scene appeared before her. In the vision, a handsome young man sat cross-legged, his aura surging at an alarming rate. Late Venerable Realm, Peak Venerable Realm, Ultimate Venerable Realm. Divine Tribulation Realm. Boom! In an instant, terrifying energy surged, the will of heaven and earth was drawn in, and terrifying thunderclouds gathered. The first tribulation of the Divine Tribulation Realm, the Divine Transformation Tribulation, where one's internal cultivation energy is transformed into divine power. The woman watched this scene with great confusion. A strange being, born to face the tribulation? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean the dawn of a glorious new age, when the Tao becomes complete and reaches its peak? The woman murmured, raising her jade-like hand. Terrifying lightning swirled around her slender fingers. With a flick of her fingers, she could summon a terrifying thunder tribulation to inflict divine punishment upon the beings undergoing the tribulation. No! He is undergoing the tribulation at this moment, he is luring me into acting, then striking at me. Damn it! He dares to use such underhanded tricks? Does he really think I'm so easy to deceive? The woman shouted angrily. This must be a trick to lure her into attacking, then strike her like before, to steal her belongings. She withdrew her hand, and the lightning vanished. At that moment, Fang Tianyuan, who was preparing to undergo the tribulation, looked up and saw that the thunderclouds had already dissipated. Thick celestial energy descended, and the magical power within his body began to transform at an alarming rate. Oh no? Was I exposed? Fang Tianyuan murmured to himself. He had indeed intended to trick the heavenly messenger into appearing once more and then plunder him again. This was a big opportunity, even a small share would be better than stealing from others. Maybe he could even snatch an absolutely stunning RBQ. Unfortunately, the celestial messenger didn't show up. Not even the heavenly tribulation he faced during his ordeal was present, and what was scattered was pure celestial energy. His magical power had transformed into celestial energy. Is this divine power? Such a dense and powerful force of the Tao. The rules contained within are truly terrifying. Yin Hongxiao exclaimed in shock. It's simply unbelievable. Eerie. This divine power doesn't seem very powerful, it seems like this emperor could handle it. Truly bizarre. Yin Hongxiao muttered to herself. She had mistaken the heavenly power for divine power and was now certain that Fang Tianyuan was a reincarnated immortal. My divine power, it's a bit different. Ji Wuji's power is strong in the lightning attribute, hence the purple color, while mine is multicolored. Although we are both at the Divine Tribulation Realm, mine is significantly stronger than his. It's quite peculiar. Feng Tianyuan murmured softly. He had already completed 3 tribulations, and his magical power, physical body, and divine soul had all undergone a transformation. The next step was to ignite the divine flame. However, he had not taken that step yet. With 10,000 cultivation points, I couldn't ignite the divine fire and enter the divine fire realm. It seems that the higher the realm, the more terrifying the cultivation points required. He spoke to himself, his figure vanishing from the sky and reappearing in a room. How is she? Feng Tianyuan looked at the medicine emperor and asked. She is doing well. She is currently undergoing transformation. The 10,000 calamities unbreakable body undergoes a transformation with each calamity until it achieves immortality. She should be in her second tribulation now. Her first was the life and death tribulation. I wonder how she survived it. Lu Li whispered. At this moment, Tai Zhanhuan was in a deep sleep, but her condition was perfect. It must have been that poisoning. She said her poison mysteriously dissipated. Perhaps she was originally meant to die. It was just a stroke of luck that she survived the ordeal. Feng Tianyuan pondered for a moment before offering his analysis. Get some medicine and give her a medicinal bath. This transformation will make her a true woman. Chapter 28, The Woman, the White-Haired Eagle. The Phoenix Heavenly Realm, the holy mountain of the Polonia. There stood a towering ancient tree, the Wutong Sacred Tree, the ancestral homeland of the Phoenix clan. Legend has it that the first phoenix in the world, Yuan Feng, once made its home here, making this place the dwelling ground for the Phoenix clan of the lower realms. Of course, the phoenixes that remain here are not of pure bloodline, but rather hybrid beings. Despite this, under the leadership of the Phoenix clan in this realm, the Phoenix heavenly domain has become the overlord of the 3,000 Dao states. The Master's decree, the lost black egg has reappeared in the world, and the heaven-shattering seal within her has been unlocked. Hurry and find her. This treasure can sense her location within a certain range. Go immediately and bring her back at all costs. A voice echoed across the heavens and earth. On the sacred tree, a massive phoenix nest held several powerful phoenixes spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Iron War Phoenix awoke. Phew! I thought I was going to die. As she opened her eyes and saw Feng Tianyuan, tears streamed down her face. Feng Tianyuan ruffled her hair. Misfortune brings good fortune. You've turned misfortune into fortune, and now you look like a proper young lady. The dress Hong Xiao picked out for you is nice. The words were spoken softly, and the tears that had been welling up in Tai Zhanhuan's eyes immediately stopped flowing. She looked down at herself, glancing here and there, growing more and more stunned with each glance. Is that really me? She couldn't believe it. Her once dark skin and rough complexion had transformed into a fair, rosy glow, smooth as a newborn's. And she was wearing a dress. Having grown up in coarse hemp garments, she felt uneasy in the bright red dress. She liked the color, but wearing a dress made her feel something was off. Old. Big. She rolled off the bed, feeling around left and right. Enough, enough. That's it. At least you're a cultivator at the Divine Treasure Realm, now it's time to change your attire. Feng Tianyuan said. Bloodline Awakening and Physical Constitution Awakening had allowed Tai Zhanhuan to advance from the Body Tempering Realm to the Divine Treasure Realm, opening his first divine treasure. Let us go. It's time to seek justice and give those outer sect disciples a taste of their own medicine. As Feng Tianyuan finished speaking, the two vanished. Hunting Eagle Mountain. This was a mountain much smaller than Dragon Tiger Mountain. Is this the place you said she was certain to die? It's been over 10 days. If your poison is truly effective, her body should be lying before me right now. The white-headed eagle spoke to the woman before him. The woman wore a white robe, her head covered in white hair, and a veil over her face, making her features indistinguishable. As the wind blew, her snow-white skirt danced in the air, highlighting her graceful figure. Her long legs were clearly visible, causing all the men present to swallow hard. They were all bandits, but they had never seen such a delicate beauty before. Someone must have given her an antidote. I caught her for you. If you can't keep her under control, it's your men who are useless. It has nothing to do with me. The woman spoke coldly. The white-haired eagle heard this and immediately refused to cooperate. He was about to curse, but the words stopped at his throat. Because the air was filled with a fragrant scent. The scent was pleasant, but after several days, he knew it was a deadly poison. His dozen or so subordinates couldn't control themselves, succumbing to temptation, and turned into pools of pus and blood. Our deal is settled. You saved me, and I helped you break through. From today onward, we have no further connection. If you dare to disturb me again, die. The woman spoke and turned to leave. She was injured now, and the items on Hunter Eagle Mountain could help her heal. That was also the reason for her deal with the white-headed eagle. Boom! Just then, the void erupted with a deafening explosion, and two figures flashed by, landing atop the mountain peak. Divine Tribulation Realm. The woman's expression immediately turned pale. White-headed eagle. It's been a long time. A faint voice echoed, and everyone snapped to attention, turning to look. You can fly? The white-headed eagle stared at the approaching figures, trembling all over. A man and a woman appeared, floating in the air. These were definitely cultivators, and their cultivation levels were no low. At least he, as a great cultivator of the body refinement realm, couldn't fly. Fong Tianyuan. Have you broken through again? The white-headed eagle looked solemn and asked again. Of course. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, a swarm of snow moon wolves swept in from the distance at an incredible speed. They were all disciples of the Heavenly Tribulation sect. The equipment they wore had been seized from the people of the Great Wasteland Empire by Fong Tianyuan. Master. Is this the hunter SPQ you spoke of? Ji Wuji, who had just arrived, was greatly surprised. That's correct. This is the very mountain. Kill them all for the sect master. Take everything of use, and it's all yours. For each person killed, you will receive 1 pill, 1,000 spirit stones, and keep the white-headed eagle for the sect master. Chapter 29, The Holy Maiden Nanjiao Shui, the Phoenix-level powerhouse. Hunting Eagle Mountain. This was a massacre. Thousands of bandits, even when facing over 100 disciples of the heaven-shattering sect, could only meet their end in slaughter. In the mortal realm, some of them were skilled in martial arts. But now, facing disciples of the Jietian sect at the body-tempering realm, or even the heavenly realm, they could only be slaughtered. The white-headed eagle, the leader of Falcon Mountain, fled at an unimaginable speed. And the direction he fled was the same direction the woman had hurriedly left. Fairy! Save me! Fairy! Save me! I once saved your life, you can't forget that. The white-headed eagle screamed. It was too terrifying. Facing Fong Tianyuan, who was descending from the sky, even as a cultivator at the body-tempering realm, he stood no chance. His only hope was the woman. The woman frowned. Get out of here! She snapped angrily, clearly displeased. How dare he bring a divine tribulation realm cultivator to her? Wasn't he trying to harm her? She was still recovering from her injuries and was no match for him. Fairy, please save me. The white-headed eagle chased after him, scared out of his wits. Suddenly, a figure appeared between the two, blocking their path. You two, I've just arrived, and you're in such a hurry to leave? That's rather rude. Fong Tianyuan landed, his smile faint. He glanced at the woman, his gaze eventually settling on her exceptionally long, beautiful legs. This was no ordinary person. Those legs must be longer than his life. A cold and aloof older woman. I'm just passing by, please don't misunderstand, fellow cultivator. The woman spoke in a cold tone. Her current situation was dire. Colliding with a divine realm cultivator would definitely not end well for her. No. Fong Tianyuan, she is my boss. Everything I did was at her command. That sword strike back then was also her order. She gave me the pills that allowed me to break through. She is the one to blame, everything is her fault. Ah! Before the white-haired eagle could finish speaking, he let out an agonizing scream. His massive body collapsed, convulsing violently before turning into a pool of pus and blood. A fragrant scent filled the air. Fong Tianyuan raised an eyebrow as a brilliant light flowed across his body. Poison. This was a highly toxic poison. He immediately activated his protective chi barrier to prevent the poison from infiltrating his body. Impressive technique. Fong Tianyuan said. I have already killed your enemy. If you have no further business, please make way. The woman said coldly. Her only means of self-defense was poisoning, but given the current situation, she couldn't bring herself to harm Fong Tianyuan. The divine realm is the divine realm. That protective divine power was not something ordinary beings could break through, so her poison wouldn't be so easy to use either. Don't come closer. You're poisoned. Fong Tianyuan spoke up. In the distance, a figure darted toward them. Upon hearing those words, it immediately came to a halt. It was Tai Zhanhuang. It's her. Boss. Her poison is extremely dangerous, just one whiff will knock you unconscious. Be careful. Tai Zhanhuang shouted from a distance. She wasn't stupid. Fong Tianyuan had told her not to go, so she naturally couldn't go and cause trouble. That voice, it's her, it can't be. The woman heard Tai Zhanhuang's words and was utterly shocked. The voice hadn't changed, but the person had. In just over 10 days, that dark-skinned woman, that rustic country girl, had become so fair-skinned. What shocked her even more was her cultivation level. In just over 10 days, she had broken through from the body-tempering realm to the divine vault realm and opened her first divine vault. That's unbelievable. In other words, the other party had completed the process of opening a divine realm in an extremely short period of time. You dared to lay a hand on the sect masteress people, and now you dare to claim you were just passing by? Young lady, don't be so ridiculous. Fong Tianyuan said. He took a step forward, and the woman took a step back. What do you want? The woman spoke coldly, her beautiful eyes devoid of any emotion, as if they were made of icy coldness. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly, and a faint green glow appeared. A magical artifact? Is that your reliance? Fong Tianyuan glanced at her hands but paid it no mind. It was a pearl. A green pearl. Ding. Triggered disciple recruitment task. Name, Nanjia Shui. Constitution, innate calamity poison body, eternal ice heart. Realm, divine fire realm. Evaluation, a rose with thorns, beautiful yet fierce. Beneath her icy exterior lies a hint of tenderness. She doesn't empathize with those who aren't close to her, but once she commits, she becomes utterly dependent on them. Apprentice recruitment task, have Nanjia Shui join the Jietian sect as a disciple. Reward, Tiandu Pearl, 10,000 cultivation points, and the Tiandu scripture. Divine Fire Realm Congenital Calamity Poison Constitution. One day, the calamity poison will erupt, and you won't be able to withstand it. Fong Tianyuan said. How is that possible? He actually knows. Nanjia Shui was utterly shocked. This man before her, with only the power of the divine tribulation realm, could actually see through her physique. She was utterly bewildered, but on the surface, she maintained her aloof, unapproachable demeanor. So what if he does? She feigned composure. Nothing. One day, you will inevitably succumb to the poison and become the source of calamity, despised by all. But if you join my Jietian sect, everything is possible. You could even become a poison emperor who towers above all others, inspiring awe and admiration from the world, rather than fear. Fong Tianyuan spoke bluntly. The innate calamity poisonous physique. The system has already issued a warning. This is a terrifying physique. A natural toxin, with an innate source of poison that continuously produces heavenly poison within the body. If this celestial poison cannot be harnessed, it will not only kill others but also poison oneself to death. It has nothing to do with you. Nanjia Shui said coldly. She turned to leave, with no intention of staying any longer. I have the Heavenly Toxin Sutra, which is perfectly suited for your cultivation. It will allow you to perfectly harness the heavenly poison energy generated within your body and provide you with protection. With your current injuries, if you rely on yourself to heal, it'll take at least 10 years before you can recover. Fong Tianyuan continued. He knew exactly what the system was offering. The Heavenly Poison Sutra was undoubtedly meant for Nanjia Shui. As for the Heavenly Poison Pearl, that would depend on the situation. The idea of recruiting a disciple for 10,000 cultivation points was tempting. It wasn't because of her long legs that he was tempted, that was just a side effect. He wanted to take her as a disciple. He was only after the cultivation points, not the long legs. Nanjia Shui, who was about to leave quickly, stopped but didn't turn around immediately. She was hesitating. The Heavenly Poison Sutra, the most suitable cultivation technique for those with the calamity poison constitution, was indeed extremely tempting to her. The protection of the sect and the items needed for healing were also desperately needed at this moment. But whenever she thought of her past, she couldn't help but grow wary. Conditions. She spoke, her tone slightly softer, no longer as icy as before. Serve me for 10 years. After 10 years, if you change your mind, I will set you free. The injuries on your body will be treated by the Jietian sect, and we will provide you with absolute protection. At your age, with such cultivation, your eyes tell a story. Your past must have been quite tragic. Fong Tianyuan said. His words left Nanjia Shui speechless. Her past was indeed filled with hardship, and she currently faced a host of troubles. What is the highest realm of your sect's strongest practitioner? Nanjia Shui asked. The troubles behind her required at least a saint-level expert to resolve. There is no one who can match me here. I know you don't believe me, but that doesn't matter. If you feel I can't protect you, you can leave when the time comes. Fong Tianyuan said. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying explosion echoed through the void, followed by continuous cracks. Nanjia Shui's expression changed drastically. A powerful being was crossing the void, even traversing dimensions, intent on forcibly descending here. They're here. Leave. Your so-called invincibility is only within the dilapidated Di Huang Dao state, nothing more. They are not foes your sect can match. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. Nanjia Shui's expression grew incredibly grim. They're here. Holy Realm experts were crossing over. In her current state, she was doomed to die. There was no escape. Fong Tianyuan's expression also darkened. This was Hunter Eagle Mountain, not Dragon Tiger Mountain. With his strength, he couldn't possibly stand up to a Saint Realm expert. Boom! It's here. Her aura is here. A deafening explosion echoed, shattering the void and forming a terrifying spatial passageway, from which ecstatic voices could be heard. Then, several phoenixes flew out from within, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura. The moment they appeared, all living beings in the area were startled and looked up, stunned. Phoenixes! 3 phoenixes so large they block out the sky. Nanjia Shui furrowed her brows. She had never heard of any Phoenix clan masters from the Tiandu Holy Sect. Could they not be here for her? Phoenix, this is bad. Fong Tianyuan realized what might be happening and looked toward Tai Zhanuong. He dashed forward at top speed. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a terrifying aura descended, leaving all living creatures on Hunter Eagle Mountain unable to move. It's you! The tribal chief wants you, there's no doubt about it. You really made us search high and low. 3 phoenixes transformed into human form, revealing 3 women who looked down upon the entire Hunter's Eagle Mountain from above. They locked onto Tai Zhanhuang, whose body began to float involuntarily. Who are you? Chapter 30, I am the Emperor. Who dares to kill me? Who are you? Iron War Phoenix was filled with terror. Too powerful. The incoming figures were so powerful that she couldn't even move. They were the strongest she had ever seen. Master, save me! She screamed in terror, looking toward Fong Tianyuan as he approached. The 3 Phoenix clan women shifted their gaze and immediately looked down on him with disdain. Divine Tribulation Realm. Just ants. Boom! The indifferent words fell, and Fong Tianyuan, who had been rushing over, turned pale. Before he could react, he was struck by an incredibly terrifying force and sent flying. For a Saint Realm expert to kill a Divine Tribulation Realm being was as easy as a single thought. Follow me, or this place will be reduced to ruins. The woman at the front, clad in a fiery red robe, spoke from on high. As for Fong Tianyuan, he was already dead in her eyes. Old Master! Tai Zhanhuang roared in disbelief. The man who had once fought the heavens with a single hand had been struck down into the depths of the earth with a single blow, his fate unknown. A mere Divine Tribulation Realm cultivator? With a single thought from this one, he would be reduced to ashes. The woman said, "Let us go. You do not belong here. Forget everything about this place, it will be for the best for everyone." The woman continued. She was no ordinary Saint Realm cultivator, she was a Saint King, the mightiest of the Phoenix clan. To her, all the living beings in the Great Wasteland Dao State were no more than ants. Not worth mentioning. Boom! At that moment, the earth trembled, and a figure burst forth from the ground, appearing in the void. Fong Tianyuan charged into the sky, and on his chest, a belly band shone brightly. His expression was solemn as he stared intently at the approaching figure. How powerful! Had it not been for the existence of the extreme Dao Emperor's armor, he would have been injured. Oh! To be able to withstand even a single thought of mine is somewhat unexpected. The woman exclaimed in surprise. She raised her hand, and a faint beam of holy light swirled around her fingertips, ready to strike Fong Tianyuan. Stop! I'll go with you! Tai Zhanhuang reacted and shouted. She didn't know who the intruders were, but she could guess that their arrival was undoubtedly related to her awakening of the Phoenix bloodline. And based on her understanding of Fong Tianyuan, if he could match these opponents, he could easily crush them with one hand. If she didn't act now, it was definitely because she wasn't strong enough. She couldn't let Fong Tianyuan come to harm. If you don't stop, even if I die, I won't leave with you willingly. She added another sentence. This time, the woman stopped, and the holy light in her hands vanished without a trace. All right. I'll spare this worthless life for your sake. The woman nodded. She turned to Fong Tianyuan and said, "You worthless creature, forget her. She is not someone you can ever hope to be with. This time, I'm sparing you out of respect for her. But if you ever show your face before her again, you will die without a doubt." As she finished speaking, a ball of holy light enveloped Tai Zhanhuang's body and forcibly dragged her into the void passage. Tai Zhanhuang watched, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly pounding the protective barrier formed by the holy light, but she couldn't utter a word. Fong Tianyuan watched her depart, flashing her a faint smile without saying a word. After a while, the void passage disappeared. His smile faded, leaving only a cold, ruthless expression. Phoenix Clan! You dare to defy the Phoenix Clan! Today's events. I, Fong Tianyuan, have taken note. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west. Do not underestimate the young. Holy crap! This plot. Am I really the chosen one now? Fong Tianyuan exclaimed, recalling everything that had happened earlier. It seems to match perfectly. He'd been given the cliché script of the chosen one. Ding! Host has raided Hunter Eagle Mountain and obtained 1 Hunter Eagle Mountain, upgraded to a Divine Mountain. Ding! Host has raided the White-Headed Eagle, obtained a Black Iron Sword, and upgraded it to a Spirit-grade Wound-Piercing Battle Sword. Ding! Host raided the White-Headed Eagle, obtained a piece of coarse cloth, upgraded to a Spirit-grade Mourning Robe. This raid yielded 128 cultivation points. 128? Trash! Fong Tianyuan heard the system's announcement and muttered under his breath. This Hunter's Eagle Mountain was nothing more than a bandit's lair, and just ordinary bandits at that. Such a haul was exactly what he had expected. Ding! Territory expansion successful. First massacre of hostile forces. Reward, Emperor's Cultivation Experience Card, 10,000 cultivation points, and 1 top-tier spiritual vein. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. HM? Hidden quest? Fong Tianyuan was taken aback, then his expression turned astonished. This reward is too amazing. Emperor's Cultivation Experience Card. Upon use, the host will possess the cultivation level of an emperor for 3 minutes. Premium Spirit Vein emits dense celestial and earthly spiritual energy, nurtures the land, and detects the faction as the heaven-shattering sect. Please confirm the location for nurturing the Premium Spirit Vein. Excellent. This is amazing. Fong Tianyuan let out a satisfied smile. If the Emperor's Cultivation Experience card were in the Jietian sect, it would be useless to him. But if he were to venture out, it would be his ultimate life-saving trump card. Bury the Premium Spirit Vein beneath the Dragon and Tiger Mountains. Ding. Generating. The top-grade spiritual vein has been placed beneath Longhu Mountain. The system's voice rang out, and Fong Tianyuan forced a smile. The Phoenix clan very well. One day, I will capture you all and make you slaves of my sect, with each of you riding a phoenix mount. He murmured softly, preparing to leave. You ants. It seems my decision was correct. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and the figure of a woman flashed by, suddenly appearing before Fong Tianyuan. Her appearance caused Nan Zhaoshui, who had been watching from afar, to immediately look away. It's you! Fong Tianyuan was taken aback. The Phoenix clan warrior who had attacked him had actually returned. To be precise, the opponent had never left in the first place, it was merely a clone that had departed. It is indeed me. She is the person our clan leader wants. We cannot allow her mental state to be compromised, so we can only temporarily concede. And you, the item you're wearing can actually nullify sacred power. The armor underneath must be no ordinary armor. The woman spoke slowly, her eyes gleaming with greed. Being able to easily withstand her attack and remain undetected, the item worn by Fong Tianyuan must be no ordinary object. This piqued her interest. Of course, in her eyes, the chances of Fong Tianyuan rising to power, leaving the Great Wasteland province to seek revenge against her were virtually zero. As for the treasure, they were likely obtained by sheer luck. After all, this place had once been glorious. Greed arose, and she decided to seize the treasures and eliminate the threat while she was at it. It was a 2-for-1 deal. Ha ha ha. However, after hearing her words, Fong Tianyuan showed no fear at all. Instead, he laughed. What are you laughing at? The woman grew displeased, raising her hand as brilliant divine power flickered. Earlier, you called this sect master an ant. I didn't bother to argue with you, but now you're still calling me an ant. That's your fault. After speaking, Fong Tianyuan's aura surged violently, with no attempt to hide it, releasing a terrifying and overwhelming pressure. Emperor's pressure. In an instant, the woman's heart was struck by a terrifying blow, leaving her stunned and frozen in place. She slapped herself across the face, doubting she was dreaming a nightmare unlike any she had ever experienced. She had actually felt the might of an emperor emanating from that ant. The emperor's aura. I am the emperor. I shall crush all enemies in the world. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? As soon as the words left her mouth, the woman's body began to swell uncontrollably. She used every means at her disposal, exerting her utmost strength, yet she could not reverse her swelling. No. This can't be happening. This must be a dream. How could you be the emperor? Bang! The woman exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 31, Total Annihilation, The Great Tao Spring. The woman was dead, and her final thought before dying was that she couldn't believe what she was facing was real. The emperor's overwhelming pressure. She had experienced it twice in her life. The first time was long ago, when she had left the Phoenix Heavenly Realm and entered the Central Tao State to compete with the geniuses of the world. She had narrowly sensed a threat of the great emperor's might and had glimpsed his figure from afar. This time, she felt the emperor's might from a being at the divine tribulation realm. Even in death, she could not believe it. The emperor! There are only 2 of them in the world, both women. The supreme leader of the righteous path, the Emperor Ruyen. The supreme demon lord, the demon emperor. And before him stood nothing more than a mere man. I was still undecided about whether to visit your Phoenix clan, but you've come right to me. Fong Tianyuan murmured. He activated the Emperor's cultivation card, transforming into a true emperor for 3 minutes, possessing the power of an emperor. Only then could he eliminate a Saint King. At that moment, it wasn't just the woman who was shocked, there was also Nan Zhaoshui watching from afar. She watched the blood mist rising into the void, realized what was happening, and her mind raced. A being comparable to the ancient ancestor of the heavenly poison holy sect was so easily erased. The sect master, he was telling the truth. He really is the leader of the sect. This shattered great state actually has such a powerful being. Nan Zhaoshui murmured softly. At first, she had dismissed Fong Tianyuan's self-proclamation with disdain. After all, she was the holy maiden of a sect. As for the Great Wasteland, this shattered great state, she knew it inside out. The strongest there could be at most a half-step saint. And what she had seen was merely the divine tribulation realm, so she naturally didn't believe it. That was why she was still hesitating. It was the Heavenly Poison Sutra that had captivated her. Now, she had actually witnessed such a scene. This sect might be her opportunity. Even if the other party has ulterior motives, she must seize it. Just as Nan Joshua was about to speak, Fang Tianyuan looked up and grabbed at the void. Boom! A massive handprint tore open the void, plunging into the endless void and disappearing without a trace. At the same time, deep within the void, several Phoenix Clan elites crossing the void watched the ironclad Phoenix inside the light sphere. Finally asleep. It seems the sleep-inducing pill is quite effective. I thought it had lost its potency after so long. Alright. Now we can return safely to report back. I wonder if the elders will have slaughtered those ants to the last one. Judging by the elders' temperament, I'm sure every living thing there will be killed. The few of them crossed the void, whispering to each other. They moved swiftly, having already traveled billions of miles. Did they let you go? Boom! A voice echoed, and a massive hand emerged from behind them, reaching out to grab them. Impossible! The few turned around, hearing the voice, and froze in shock. The voice of that insignificant creature had echoed across the endless void, accompanied by a massive handprint. Playing tricks? Kill! The lead woman shouted. She was the first to react, clasping her hands into seals. Scream! The others were slower to react, transforming into phoenixes that obscured the sky as they counterattacked. Boom! The void exploded, and a massive hand reached out, ignoring all attacks, grabbing them and crushing them in an instant. Bang! In an instant, everything vanished, leaving only the light sphere being forcibly dragged away. Hunter Eagle Mountain. Fang Tianyuan looked at the light sphere in his hand, raising an eyebrow. The soul is in a deep sleep? Still undergoing transformation. He was taken aback. Iron War Phoenix's soul essence was still undergoing transformation and had already fallen into a deep slumber. He had no choice but to put the person and the light sphere away. Senior! Senior! Nan Joshua shouted, rushing over quickly. But Fang Tianyuan had already turned and walked toward the disciples of the Jietian sect in the distance. Wait! Senior! Senior! She bit her lips, feeling a bit embarrassed, and shouted loudly. But Fang Tianyuan did not turn around. Greetings, sect master. Numerous disciples of the heaven-defying sect gathered, bowing and shouting in unison. What they had just witnessed had left them all seething with excitement. That once proud phoenix, which had been so arrogant moments ago, was now nothing but a cloud of blood mist. There are some things you shouldn't dwell on. Just focus on cultivating yourselves. Body Refinement Realm, Heavenly Realm 2 week. Believe that Elder Jiang has already taught you in this world, strength is everything. Fang Tianyuan said. To think that the master of a sect was struck into the ground with a single punch, it was truly humiliating. Fortunately, eliminating that guy with a single strike restored the dignity a sect master should have. Sect master, I have made a discovery. Earlier, I followed a man into a cave, where there was a shimmering pool. At that moment, a man stepped forward. That's the Tao Spring. It hasn't undergone transformation yet, so it's not complete, but it still contains extremely terrifying celestial and earthly spiritual energy. A voice echoed, and Nan Joshua rushed over. She approached Fang Tianyuan and bowed respectfully. Senior! I had intended to use the spring water of the Great Tao Spirit Spring to heal my injuries. That is also why I have remained here all this time. Nan Joshua continued. She lowered her head, biting her lips, but received no response, forcing her to look up. Their eyes met, and Fang Tianyuan finally nodded. Since it's the Daoling Spring, then move the entire mountain. You must depart immediately on the Snow Moon Heavenly Wolf. Fang Tianyuan shouted. We obey the master's orders. Numerous disciples of the heaven-defying sect mounted the Snow Moon Heavenly Wolves and departed in an orderly fashion at the fastest possible speed. Nan Joshua watched them, her heart growing increasingly shocked. Most of them are at the body-tempering realm, yet they ride mounts of the divine treasure realm, and their battle armor and spears are all of the highest divine grade. What kind of sect is this? With such mediocre talent and strength, how could they possibly possess such luxurious equipment? Nan Joshua's heart was in turmoil. Even her former sect, the Heavenly Poison Holy Sect, couldn't provide such disciples with divine weapons and mounts. Wow! Everyone here has one. Senior, may I join your sect? She asked cautiously. To become a disciple of our sect, it's not something anyone can do. You must first undergo a trial. If you can pass the test, you may become my disciple. Are you willing to accept the challenge? Fang Tianyuan said indifferently. He walked slowly, surveying the Hunter Eagle Mountain beneath his feet. This is the sacred mountain where the system was strengthened, and also the mountain where the Great Tao Spring is located. He must be moved. Senior, I am willing to accept the trial. Please give me a chance. Nan Zhaoxue spoke resolutely. Her current situation was far from optimistic. If she could seek the protection of a faction with a powerhouse capable of eliminating a Saint King, and a place to heal her injuries, that would be the best outcome. Sit tight, don't fall. Fang Tianyuan nodded, his figure flickering, and he vanished. Boom! Before Nan Joshua could react, the entire mountain began to shake violently before slowly rising into the sky. Moving the mountain. Fang Tianyuan wasn't joking, he intended to move the entire Hunter Eagle Mountain and transport it back to the Heavenly Tribulation sect. Standing atop Hunter's Eagle Mountain, Nan Joshua felt herself moving forward continuously. This was incredibly fast. Jietian sect. Boom! The heavens shook as a towering divine mountain rushed toward them at an unimaginable speed. All the living beings of the Jietian sect were left speechless at the sight. A mountain. A flying mountain. They watched from afar, utterly stunned. Holy crap! Could it be a mountain god appearing? Heavens! What's going on? In broad daylight, there's a mountain flying. Some disciples of the heaven-shattering sect were utterly speechless. The flying mountain was approaching at an alarming speed, as if it were about to collide with the Jietian sect. Don't panic. Keep your eyes open, it's the sect master returning. He is bringing back a divine mountain. Jian Wushu appeared and shouted loudly. Everyone looked closely and searched for a while before finally spotting a figure below. It was none other than Fang Tianyuan. He was holding the Hunter Eagle Mountain aloft with one hand, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Compared to the enhanced Hunter Eagle Mountain, Fang Tianyuan's figure was so small it was almost negligible. The sect master is mighty. Moving mountains and overturning seas. No wonder he's our sect master. This is way too powerful. My goodness, cultivators can really move mountains and overturn seas. This power is too terrifying. Amidst the crowd's astonished exclamations, the divine mountain grew closer and closer. One person looked at Jiang Wushu, gathered his courage, and asked, Senior Jiang, how long do we need to cultivate to reach the sect master's level of strength? 1 day is enough. Go back tonight, cover yourself well with blankets, and make sure your pillow is comfortable. You'll become an emperor. Jiang Wushu said. Such words left the outer disciples speechless. All day long, you don't think about cultivating properly, wasting your time here, and still dreaming of impossible things. Jiang Wushu added. Although cultivation requires perseverance, without talent, relying solely on perseverance is unlikely to lead far. The truth is as harsh as it is at 1T change just because you're weak or because you have perseverance. Of course. Those with extraordinary luck, even without sufficient natural talent, can achieve great things through perseverance. Some people were unconvinced by Jiang Wushu's words, but they dared not say much. At that moment, Fang Tianyuan had already returned to the Jietian sect, standing high above, looking down upon the entire sect. He fixed his gaze on the town of Hushan at the foot of Longhu Mountain. It was once a flat expanse where the people of Tiger Mountain Town had lived, but now it lay empty. He released his divine sense to confirm no one was present, then directly lowered the entire divine mountain. Boom! The earth shook as Tiger Mountain Town was engulfed, replaced by a towering divine mountain that pierced the clouds. Fang Tianyuan flickered and landed on the summit. How is it? How does it feel? He glanced at Nan Joshua and asked. It's great. Nan Joshua replied. She looked into the distance, at the towering main hall of the sect, and at the neatly arranged courtyard spread across the numerous mountain peaks, feeling greatly astonished. The spiritual energy here was even more concentrated than she had imagined, and the decorations of this sect were. It was almost the same. It was just smaller, but the main hall of the sect was even more luxurious than that of the Tiandu Holy Sect. Let's go! As Fang Tianyuan spoke, the two vanished. Chapter 32, Refining the Xuanwu Elixir of Immortality. Fang Tianyuan led Nan Joshua away from Hunter Eagle Mountain and directly arrived at the Great Tao Ladder. He looked at the Great Tao Heavenly Ladder and said, This is where the entrance test for my Jietian sect takes place. Go up. If you can reach the entrance standard, you may join my Jietian sect. Although he intended to take her as a disciple, the necessary process must still be followed, especially for someone like Nan Joshua. Though she desperately wanted to join the Jietian sect, her guard remained up. She still feared that Fang Tianyuan had ulterior motives toward her. At this moment, she did not believe that there were people in this world who would be kind to her without any reason. What Fang Tianyuan needed to do was not to make her feel that he absolutely had to take her as his disciple. Senior, how many steps must one climb to join your sect? Nan Joshua asked. Not telling her how many steps there were left her feeling uncertain. She was currently injured, her spiritual wounds hadn't healed yet, and she knew these weren't ordinary steps. How high she could go was completely unknown to her. Do your best. Your limits will reveal how far you can go in the future and whether you are worthy of being cultivated by this sect master. Fang Tianyuan replied. Go up. With an innate calamity poisonous constitution, your potential shouldn't be too bad, but we'll have to see how much perseverance you have. Remember, don't just climb blindly. You must understand the rules of the Taoist staircase to go further. You are at the divine fire realm, you should understand this clearly. Fang Tianyuan continued. The Great Tao Ladder, if one relies solely on the strength of the physical body to endure the pressure of the Great Tao and keeps climbing, this will never lead to the end. You must understand the rules governing the flow of the Tao within it. All right. Nan Zhaoxue nodded and took a step forward. She moved slowly and steadily. It seems it will take some time. I should return to find the lady to tend to her injuries. Fang Tianyuan spoke, and his figure vanished. Soon, he returned to his own room. In the room, Yin Hongxiao sat cross-legged on the large bed, her body shimmering with brilliant divine light. One after another, points of light appeared, resembling ancient stars. Those were stars. Surrounded by stars, it resembled an ancient ruler standing tall amidst the cosmos. This was the great emperor. It is already possible to create small worlds, or ancient stars that surround one's surroundings. These small worlds have imperfect rules, but if they enter a fairyland, they may become stronger. You're back? Yin Hongxiao didn't open her eyes and murmured softly. Fang Tianyuan nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a ball of light shot out. Roar! A beastly roar echoed, and the ball of light became completely clear, revealing itself to be a black tortoise. To be precise, it was the Xuanwu elixir of immortality. The moment it appeared, an overwhelming surge of life force erupted, enveloping the entire room. Yin Hongxiao, who had been in meditation, sensed this aura and suddenly opened her eyes. She was utterly shocked. The Xuanwu elixir of immortality. An imperial-grade elixir. You actually possess such a rare item. What do you intend to do with it? Yin Hongxiao exclaimed. She had seen many sacred medicines and supreme elixirs, but she had never seen an imperial-grade elixir of immortality before. It was said to be able to revive an emperor for another lifetime. It was extremely rare. And now, she had actually seen one here. Little did she know that this was the Xuanwu Immortal Elixir, enhanced by the system using the Xiangui sacred elixir it had stolen from her, for Fang Tianyuan. Now, Fang Tianyuan intends to refine it. You want to refine it now? You must be crazy. It's an immortal elixir. You're actually refining it at this cultivation level. Yin Hongxiao was utterly shocked. This is an immortal elixir, an imperial-grade existence that can grant an emperor a second life, a rarity unmatched in the world. He's actually refining it now to enhance his strength and transform his physical body. It's just a single immortality elixir. No big deal. Sit down. This herb is extremely powerful. I cannot absorb it all alone. For you, this is also a great opportunity. Fang Tianyuan said. Last time with the true dragon immortal herb, he had actually wasted a lot of it, and the same would happen with this one. Might as well give it to Yin Hongxiao. Are you sure you want to use it for cultivation? This is an immortal herb. It can revive an emperor for another lifetime. You want to use it for cultivation? Why don't you spend more time with me and practice dual cultivation? We can save on this immortal elixir. Yin Hongxiao exclaimed in shock. Isn't that a complete waste of a precious item? But Fang Tianyuan didn't explain further, he simply began to refine it. Blinding light shone brightly, and the potent medicinal energy surged, as he began to absorb it. At the same time, the inconspicuous ghost head of the Xuanwu was forcibly torn off by him and placed in the system space for safekeeping. We must keep a little. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the room, Fang Tianyuan climbed up from the lush, crimson-clad body with a satisfied expression. You devil, are you satisfied now? Yin Hongxiao pouted playfully. The two had originally been refining the Xuanwu Immortality Elixir together, but as Fang Tianyuan continued his refinement, for some reason, he ended up rolling onto her. Before they knew it, they were locked in a fierce battle. My wife is still so tempting, but it's getting late, and I need to go out. Fang Tianyuan said. After entering the divine tribulation realm, his power was no longer a mere fraction of what it once was. A few days were no longer an issue. All right. This emperor must continue refining this portion of the immortal elixir. Perhaps I can take another step forward. Yin Hongxiao's stunning face flushed red as she quickly stood up. A light barrier descended, clearing everything from her body. She crossed her legs and began absorbing the remaining immortal elixir. Chapter 33, Capturing the Heavenly Poison Saintess and Delivering the Elixir. Boom! The great Tao ladder trembled violently, shimmering with brilliant light. A petite figure sat cross-legged on the 2000th step, drawing the attention of numerous disciples from the Heavenly Tribulation sect. 2000 steps. My goodness. She's truly powerful. She surpassed Senior Brother G. That's right. Senior Brother G is the disciple of the sect master, yet he only reached 1,500 steps. He nearly died when he descended. They say the sect master will take her as a disciple. Her talent must be truly terrifying. Such a cold aura. She must be an ice queen. I wonder if she'll be our senior sister. The crowd buzzed with speculation. At that moment, the medicine emperor Luli watched the scene unfold, furrowing his brows repeatedly. How did he manage to bring back such a disaster? Luli muttered. The is no ordinary constitution, it brings misfortune and produces a terrifying natural poison. If not controlled, it can truly be fatal. Whether it's a disaster or not depends on the person. If she can control the heavenly poison, she will undoubtedly be a prodigy, a dragon among men and a phoenix among women. A voice echoed, and Luli hurriedly bowed her head. Greetings, Sect Master. She bowed in greeting. Humph. Do you also believe she cannot master the power of the heavenly toxin? Feng Tianyuan nodded and asked. He kept one hand behind his back, looked up, and gazed at the trembling figure on the Dao Tian. 2,000 paths. This determination to seek the Dao is truly remarkable. Master, this it's not that I look down on her, but I've seen several before. They were all consumed by the heavenly toxin and ultimately turned into a pool of pus and blood, becoming dust of the ages. Though people say the heavenly toxin sutra can help those with the calamity poison constitution better control the heavenly toxin, how many have actually seen the sutra? The heavenly toxin emperor from millions of years ago might just be a figment of people's imagination. The heavenly toxin sutra might not even exist. Luli said. As the medicine emperor, she had encountered several calamity poison bodies before, all brought by powerful individuals hoping she could intervene to suppress the heavenly poison. However, after consulting numerous ancient texts, she found only one thing: the heavenly toxin scripture. Only the heavenly toxin scripture can control the heavenly toxin. There is. If she joins my Jietian sect, even if there was no heavenly toxin emperor in the past, there will be one in the future. Feng Tianyuan said nonchalantly. As long as she becomes my disciple, the heavenly toxin scripture won't be a problem, and there's also a heavenly toxin pearl to give her. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the Dao ladder, and a terrifying surge of Dao energy erupted, violently sending the delicate figure flying away. Feng Tianyuan looked over, his figure flickering as he swiftly caught the falling form. He immediately picked her up in a princess carry. Let's go. Nan Jiaxue, still in his arms, did not open her eyes, her expression filled with pain as she weakly uttered a single word. Hurry, go. Her entire body emitted a fragrant scent, and a faint green glow swirled around her. Heavenly toxin. Master. That's the heavenly toxin. Be careful. The heavenly toxin can even corrode magical techniques. Luli shouted loudly. That faint green light was emitted by the heavenly toxin, and so was the scent. That's a highly toxic substance. It's not a big deal. Follow me. Feng Tianyuan spoke, and his figure vanished. Soon, he appeared in a courtyard. This courtyard was not far from where he lived, just next door, and currently uninhabited. All of these were system rewards, and the items inside were complete and varied. He entered the room and placed the person on the bed. A faint green glow grew brighter, and a fragrant scent began to fill the room. Luli followed him in and looked at the figure lying on the bed, furrowing his brows. Master, she's having a poison reaction. Judging by the symptoms, this isn't the first or second time, it's likely around the fourth time. There's one more chance. If she can't use the heavenly poison sutra to control the heavenly poison, she'll die for sure. The heavenly poison is erupting. This place will become a source of poison. At this moment, that fragrance has begun to change, and the air is filled with a corrosive odor. The void began to stir, emitting a hissing sound. Even Luli dared not linger here any longer. Is there truly no way? Feng Tianyuan asked. This girl hadn't even found a master yet, and her system quest wasn't completed. He couldn't possibly produce the heavenly poison sutra. Poison extraction. Use powerful Taoist techniques to help her extract the heavenly poison and alleviate her condition somewhat, but this is not a cure. But the heavenly toxin is too terrifying, especially its source. It's not something ordinary beings can withstand. I once helped someone extract it before. It was the granddaughter of my closest friend. Even with the cultivation level of an emperor, she was still affected by the heavenly toxin, causing numerous complications. Luli said. That was why she feared the heavenly toxin so much. Feng Tianyuan grabbed her with a large hand, and Nan Jiaxue, who had been lying down, sat up in a cross-legged position. Her long legs were exposed, but he had no time to admire them. Instead, an incredibly terrifying force emerged and landed on Nan Jiaxue's delicate body. Ah! Nan Jiaxue screamed in agony as thick green gas poured out of her body. As the poison continued to pour out, she opened her eyes and looked at the figure before her, utterly surprised. He's actually helping me expel the poison. A man she had only just met, someone she had barely spoken to, had actually helped her draw the heavenly toxin out of her body. She was utterly astonished. From childhood to adulthood, only her master had ever helped her absorb the poison. All other beings had shunned her in fear. For a moment, her emotions were in turmoil. A pearl appeared, glowing with green light. The 10,000 poisons pearl. Such a supreme artifact. No wonder you've managed to survive this long. Luli was astonished. The 10,000 poison pearl appeared, drawing most of the celestial poison toward it, but some still overflowed, swirling around Feng Tianyuan's hands. His hand swelled up instantly, turning deep green, resembling the skin of the Hulk. He was poisoned. However, he paid no heed and continued to help Nan Jiaxue draw the celestial poison out of her body. Senior, stop. You'll die. Nan Joshua stared at the massive emerald green arm and shouted, but received no response. She grew more and more confused. Was he doing this on purpose? Was he doing this on purpose, helping me expel the celestial poison to make me feel grateful? But the terror of the heavenly toxin is something even the emperor-level powerhouses fear. What could possibly be worth him scheming over on my body? If it was for the 10,000 poison pearl, this would have been the perfect opportunity for him to take it. Why didn't he act? But that's not how it works. Is there really such a good person in this world? I have never had a master, and we are not related by blood. Why would he do this for me? For a moment, Nan Zhaoshua's mind was in turmoil. The process of extracting the heavenly toxin from her body took a long time, yet Fong Tianyuan remained silent throughout. Half a day later, Fong Tianyuan had transformed into a green giant. His entire body emitted a putrid, corrosive stench as he pulled out a gleaming turtle head. It was the turtle head he had torn off the Xuanwu Immortal Elixir. As soon as it appeared, it began to ooze emerald green liquid, emanating an utterly terrifying vitality. Immortality Elixir. Luli sensed the aura of the Immortality Elixir outside the door and immediately looked inside, utterly shocked. Master, are you giving her the Elixir of Immortality? She asked in utter shock. As the medicine emperor, no one knew better than her how rare the Immortality Elixir was and how potent its effects were. Nan Zhaoshui, would you be willing to become my disciple and my second apprentice? Fong Tianyuan ignored Lu Li and turned to look at Nan Zhaoshui. His face was swollen and green, looking extremely terrifying. His aura grew increasingly weak. Disciple pays respects to the master. Nan Zhaoshui hesitated for a moment before immediately kneeling to pay respects. Take this. It is your initiation gift, which can help you heal your cultivation injuries. Lu Li, help her refine it. Fong Tianyuan spoke, leaving behind a piece of his tortoise shell, before his figure hurriedly vanished. It seems that the heavenly toxin is even a challenge for the sect master otherwise. Why would the initiation ceremony end so abruptly? You're truly lucky. Ezen, you should have faced a lifetime of misfortune, yet you managed to meet the sect master. Lu Li said to the person on the bed. I. Nan Zhaoshui stammered, staring at the gleaming turtle head and sensing the life force within it, her heart trembling violently. Nan Zhaoshui, oh Nan Zhaoshui. Even the master brought out the elixir of immortality, and you still think the master has ulterior motives toward you. You must be out of your mind. The things on your body, when added together, probably aren't worth as much as your master's gleaming turtle head. Nan Zhaoshui muttered to herself. She sat up in a cross-legged position and looked at Lu Li, saying, please help me heal my injuries. What senior? I'm a sect elder. You're the sect master's disciple, just call me Elder Lu. Then I'll trouble you, Senior Lu. Nan Zhaoshui bowed respectfully. At that moment, outside the room, Fong Tianyuan listened to the sounds inside, his lips twitching slightly. This act of pretending to be poisoned is quite effective. He muttered to himself. In the Ji Tian sect, he was invincible. A mere Tiandu could be expelled at his whim. But he didn't want to. He wanted to pry open Nan Zhaoshui's heart and insert himself directly. Chapter 34, The Heavenly Poison Pearl. All of it. Completed the task of taking on an apprentice, have Nan Zhaoshui join the Jietian sect as a disciple, and receive the reward of the Heavenly Poison Pearl, 10,000 cultivation points, and the Heavenly Poison Sutra. Fong Tianyuan returned to his room, and the system voice sounded. Heavenly Poison Pearl, a treasure of unknown grade that can absorb and purify all toxins in the world to strengthen itself. Tiandu Jing, an ancient scripture created by the Tiandu Emperor, essential for cultivating the Calamity Poison Body. It allows one to perfectly control the Tiandu poison and use it to their advantage. No rank? No wonder there was no introduction earlier. Fong Tianyuan was surprised. No rank? Doesn't that mean it can grow? It might not be limited to an Emperor-grade artifact in the future, and could even surpass the Immortal grade. You've actually been infected by the heavenly toxin? For that calamity-ridden poisonous physique? Is it worth it? Though it's also hailed as a prodigy, you can't utilize the heavenly poison. You should cultivate this physique properly. It'll just cause trouble. In Hongxiao looked at Fong Tianyuan, who had suddenly appeared, opened her beautiful eyes, and said solemnly. As an emperor, she could sense what was happening at the Heavenly Tribulation sect. A fragment of the elixir of immortality for a calamity poisonous physique? She didn't think it was a good deal. A mere heavenly toxin is nothing. I've founded a sect and recruited talented individuals. As long as they're talented, the more the better. Fong Tianyuan said. He sat cross-legged, and a jade green pearl flew out from between his eyebrows, emitting a brilliant green light. What is this? In Hongxiao looked at the heavenly toxin pearl, feeling puzzled. This bead. It had no runes and looked like an ordinary treasure, not even as good as a spirit-grade magical artifact. This is the heavenly poison pearl. As Fong Tianyuan spoke, the Tiandu Zhu emitted a brilliant light before sinking into his body. Soon, the green hue on his body began to fade at an astonishing speed. What an astonishing detoxification speed. The heavenly poison pearl. There's actually such a miraculous pearl in this world? This truly broadens my horizons. In Hongxiao murmured softly. If this were an imperial-grade artifact or a supreme-grade artifact, that would still be acceptable. But this one felt rather ordinary to her. It was like the lowest-grade spiritual treasure, not even worthy of being called a divine-grade artifact, yet it possessed such terrifying detoxification capabilities. No, it's transforming. A growth-type artifact. In Hongxiao stared at the artifact flying out again and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was actually a growth-type artifact. In just an instant, after being nourished by the heavenly toxin, it had already grown into a divine-grade artifact. No need to make such a fuss. My husband can even produce divine weapons. What's so special about a mere growth-type magical artifact? Fong Tianyuan said casually. Whether it's a growth-type artifact or one that's already fully formed after being forged, both have their own merits and advantages. He didn't think it was a big deal. System. Use all cultivation points. Fong Tianyuan murmured in his mind. In an instant, over 10,000 cultivation points were completely depleted. Fong Tianyuan furrowed his brows. Despite losing over 10,000 cultivation points, his aura had only risen slightly. His divine soul had not ignited the divine flame to undergo transformation. System. Just swallow it. At my current level, over 10,000 points aren't enough to ignite the divine flame and enter the divine flame realm? Fong Tianyuan frowned. He had already prepared himself to enter the divine fire realm, but he never expected the breakthrough to fail. Cultivation points are rewards from this system. There's no need to hoard them from the host. Don't overthink it. The divine fire realm is a threshold for all beings in the world to cultivate. There are numerous methods to ignite the divine fire. Since the host has reached such an extreme level, it naturally becomes more difficult. Though the system provided an explanation, Fong Tianyuan wasn't buying it. He muttered curses under his breath, stopped his cultivation, and gripped the heavenly poison pearl in his hand, examining it closely. The heavenly poison pearl, which had been empty moments ago, now bore complete divine patterns. It's comparable to a divine artifact used by gods. If it absorbs such a vast amount of heavenly poison, it will undoubtedly become a sacred weapon. Fong Tianyuan murmured. He put the heavenly poison pearl away, raised his gaze, and locked eyes with another pair of eyes. You have so many treasures. Why don't you return the 10 billion Zunhun flags you took from me earlier? In Hongxiao revealed a faint smile. Those banners were the result of her relentless efforts to refine them. If combined with the material she had found, they might even be refined into her own imperial weapon. Although she already had a divine sword, treasures were something one could never have too many of. They're gone. Yours is already destroyed. Fong Tianyuan said. The 10 billion soul banner had already been enhanced by the system into the human emperor banner, and he couldn't retrieve it. But I have this. Fong Tianyuan spoke, and the human emperor banner flew out. In an instant, a surge of black mist erupted, shrouding the entire room in darkness. What is this? In Hongxiao's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she asked. The banner was entirely black, the same size as her 10 billion soul banner, but the aura it emitted far surpassed that of the 10 billion soul banner, and it was adorned with the imperial patterns of a great emperor. An imperial weapon. This is an imperial weapon. This is the human emperor banner. Madam, do you want this? Fong Tianyuan asked with a smile. If you don't need it urgently, you can give it to me. Return the materials to me so I can study them and forge an identical one. In Hongxiao whispered softly. An imperial weapon. Across the entire 3,000 Dao states, it's a priceless treasure. Who wouldn't want it? I can give it to you, or I can give you the materials. But there's a condition. Fong Tianyuan revealed a mischievous smile. This, the mouth or the back? In Hongxiao recalled everything that had happened earlier, clenched her teeth, and asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Only children need to make choices. I'm an adult, I want it all. He said this and pounced forward. Chapter 35, Transmitting the Heavenly Poison Sutra, aiming to unify the Great Wasteland. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After being nourished by a piece of the Xuanwu immortal herb, the Dao injuries within Nan Zhaoshue's body had completely healed. Not only that, but her strength had taken a huge leap forward, reaching the peak of the divine fire realm. Now, all she needed was a Dao seed to break through to the true God realm and comprehend the Dao of heaven and earth. Half a month has passed. Master hasn't emerged yet despite his strength. It seems the heavenly poison is still too formidable. Nan Zhaoshue murmured. She stood idly in the courtyard, glancing up at the sky with a complex expression. Recalling the events of the past, her life had been a roller coaster of highs and lows, filled with twists and turns. Miss, according to the rules, you must create an identity token and record your information upon joining the sect. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. It was Jiang Wushu. He walked in slowly, with a slight smile on his face. Senior, who are you? Nan Zhaoshue asked in confusion. Jiang Wushu. Senior Jiang, what do you wish to know? She continued to ask. After staying for over half a month, she was still quite confused about the Jietian sect. After wandering around a few times, she discovered that the vast sect was mostly filled with outer disciples and menial servants. Moreover, the quality of these two types of disciples was extremely poor, with most of them either at the body-tempering realm or the heavenly realm. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in this place was dense, comparable to a sacred land. Otherwise, she would have truly believed she had come to the wrong place. It's about your background. You are the sect master's disciple, part of the inner circle. Within the entire Jietian sect, your status is equal to ours. However, there are some things you should still be aware of. Please have the young lady introduce herself briefly. Jiang Wushu said. In any organization, disciples are recorded, and those with status are recorded in greater detail. Nan Zhaoxue, female. Nan Zhaoxue spoke slowly. That's all? After a moment of silence, Jiang Wushu couldn't help but ask. Isn't this just a simple introduction? Nan Zhaoxue retorted. That was her simple introduction. Miss Nan, could you be a bit more detailed? For example, where did you cultivate before joining the sect, why did you leave your original faction, and what happened during that time? Jiang Wushu added. I was originally the holy maiden of the Tiandu holy sect in the Kangwu Dao state. My master was the sect master of the Tiandu holy sect. After my master's death, there was a power struggle within this sect, and I was caught up in it. I had no choice but to flee the Tiandu holy sect and wander aimlessly until I arrived at the Dihuang Dao state. Nan Zhaoxue gave a brief introduction. However, from the changes in her expression, it was clear that the so-called power struggle within the sect was not as straightforward as she had made it sound. The holy maiden of the celestial poison sect. I suppose your escape has a lot to do with your master, doesn't it? Jiang Wushu pressed further. These words left Nan Zhaoxue speechless for a moment. After a long pause, she spoke again. Yes, my master wanted to kill me, but I killed her instead. She was a saintly king whose lifespan was nearing its end. She sought to possess my body using ancient poison, but was killed by the poison instead. She took me as her disciple and nurtured me, all with the intention of using an ancient secret technique to possess my physical form and live another life when her lifespan was nearly exhausted. But she underestimated the consequences of the heavenly toxin's eruption. Even the 10,000 toxin pearl fell into my hands. Had it not been for my innate calamity poison physique, facing a holy king using secret techniques to possess my body, she would have certainly died. Fortunately, I escaped. After my master failed to possess my body and perished, I fled with the 10,000 poison pearl, constantly pursued by her disciples. My friend's elder intervened to block the awakening of the sect's ancient ancestor, but many senior disciples from various sects still refused to let me go, continuing to pursue me. Nan Zhaoxue slowly recounted her escape. During that time, her heart was in agony. Her former senior disciples, who had once been like family to her, were now chasing her for the heavenly poison pearl. Even a close friend, whom she had sought refuge with, tried to capture her to claim the bounty. What was even more heartbreaking was that her master, who had treated her like a daughter and taken her as a disciple, intended to possess her body. To possess the body of a calamity-ridden poisonous being. Your master must have lost his mind. Jiang Wushu commented. Why target such a body type? Why not choose an easier one? This is courting death. No, the heavenly poison holy sect has an incomplete inheritance from the heavenly poison emperor. I don't know if it's true or not. It's said that the founder of the heavenly toxin holy sect was a disciple of the heavenly toxin emperor. She possesses the 10,000 poison pearl, which can suppress the heavenly poison. But I never expected that my spiritual sea had already been infiltrated by the heavenly poison. Moreover, the 10,000 poison pearl, for some reason, is more inclined toward me. While it was devouring the heavenly poison in my spiritual sea, it backfired on her and recognized me as its master. Nan Zhaoxue explained. This was something she had never been able to figure out. The 10,000 poisons pearl automatically changed masters. That was the sacred artifact of the heavenly toxin sect, yet it had done something so bizarre. The supreme artifact has already developed a sentient spirit. It must have found such absurdity intolerable. Jiang Wushu said. As an elder, to take over one's own disciple is a deed despised by all. Enough. Let it be. Someone will bring your disciple's token later. He spoke and turned to leave. Senior Jiang, there are a few things I don't understand. Why is it that in such a large sect, there are mostly outer disciples and menial disciples, and very few elders? Nan Zhaoxue, seeing this, hurriedly asked. This is highly unusual. The sect has just been established, many institutions are still incomplete. There's no need to rush. To be honest, you're quite fortunate. In such a barren place, you can be considered a prodigy. If you were in another province, you might not even qualify to be the disciple of our sect master. Jiang Wushu said. In his eyes, the future Jietian sect would inevitably surpass all other sects and endure for eternity. At that time, not just anyone would be qualified to become a direct disciple. I will heed the elders' teachings. Nan Zhaoxue bowed respectfully. As she watched Jiang Wushu depart, her mind was filled with various thoughts. I wonder how the master is faring. Perhaps I should go now and present the 10,000 poison pearl to my master so he can help me with the poison. Nan Zhaoxue muttered to herself. She glanced up at the sky, then quickly left the courtyard to search for Fang Tianyuan. Soon, she entered the courtyard in frozen place. Harder, faster. A faint, strange sound drifted out from inside, causing Nan Zhaoxue's face to flush red. She wasn't a child anymore, she knew exactly what those sounds meant. Shuer, come here. Get up. As the words fell, Nan Zhaoxue, who had just turned to leave, stopped in her tracks. Then, a figure appeared behind her. Greetings, master. Nan Zhaoxue bowed respectfully with her head lowered. Are you settling in well? Fang Tianyuan nodded and asked softly. He was now fully dressed, regaining the dignified appearance of the former leader of the sect. Master, I wish to present the 10,000 poison pearl to you. Nan Zhaoxue spoke softly. She slowly brought out the Wandu Zhu, and a faint green glow shone from within, somewhat dazzling. The heavenly poison is no big deal, it's not a major issue. This item is very suitable for you. It will be of great use to you, but it's of no use to me. Keep it. Fang Tianyuan glanced at it and refused outright. Even without the heavenly poison pearl, he didn't care for the 10,000 poison pearl either. It was just too boring. Oh, right. Shuer, the heavenly poison sutra is exactly what you need. Come closer, and I'll pass it on to you. Go back and seclude yourself to study it thoroughly. Fang Tianyuan said. The heavenly poison sutra. Master, I have just entered the door. This sutra is said to be an imperial text, too precious. Nan Zhaoxue heard this and was utterly shocked. Although it was something she desired above all else, she had done nothing to deserve it. She felt unworthy of it. Remember, what your master gives you, take it. What your master does not give you, you cannot even think of obtaining. Fang Tianyuan spoke, then his figure flickered, closing in on her. He raised his hand and touched her forehead. In an instant, countless ancient green runes surged into Nan Zhaoxue's mind. She was completely stunned. The process was quick, but it would take her a long time to absorb the runes. Feel it deeply. Fang Tianyuan withdrew his hand and murmured softly. These scriptures were a reward from the system, and even if he passed them on to others, they would still remain in his mind. It was like a file, he could pass it on to others, but the original would remain with him. He could learn them whenever he wanted. You're quite willing to part with it. A voice came from inside, and Yin Hongxiao slowly walked out of the room. After being nourished by the man, she now had a radiant complexion. It's no problem, we're all family. Fang Tianyuan shrugged it off. A large hand wrapped around his right hand and then slipped into the softness within. Husband, what exactly do you mean by our own people? Yin Hongxiao gave a seductive smile. She looked at Nan Zhaoxue, appraising her, and couldn't help but admit that she was also a great beauty, exceptionally well developed. What should be large was large, but not excessively so, appearing just right. What was even more captivating were those legs that seemed longer than life itself. Whatever you want them to be, they are. You decide. However, the path of the Tao is so vast, a Tao companion should not be so small. Do you understand this principle, my lady? Fang Tianyuan laughed. He wrapped one arm around her voluptuous body, his large hand gently pinching some soft flesh. Yin Hongxiao suddenly slapped away the large hand. I know. I don't mind, but I'm worried that Ru Yan might find out and not be very happy. Yin Hongxiao's smile didn't fade. She was speaking the truth, she didn't care how many women the man by her side had. She was confident that her skills would secure her a place. Madam is truly wise and heroic. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, my lady. I'd like to take you out for some fun. What do you think? Fang Tianyuan changed the subject and asked. Go out for some fun? Where do you plan to take me? Yin Hongxiao was curious. Going out is fine, but why does he have to bring her along? She was surprised. To develop the sect and unify the entire Great Wasteland. Chapter 36, Zheng Changdao of the Holy Sect. Zuantiangong. Welcome the honored guest. Before the ancient altar, the elders of the Xiantian sect knelt, shouting with utmost reverence. The altar trembled, radiating brilliant light, and a teleportation portal appeared. A figure emerged, and everyone held their breath. We humbly greet the honored guest. Gong Xiaoyu spoke first, with great respect. The figure was enveloped in holy light, towering above everyone else. He swept his gaze over the kneeling crowd before fixing his eyes on Gong Xiaoyu. God King, are you the master of the Xiantian sect? The man who had arrived was a middle-aged man dressed in white robes, with snow-white hair, and bathed in divine light. His gaze caused everyone present to tremble. Yes, it is I. Gong Xiaoyu replied with great respect. The so-called arranged marriage you speak of was already agreed upon by the holy sect. However, you failed to protect that woman. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. It seems your master once traveled with my master. Let this matter drop. Tell me, who was responsible for this? The middle-aged man asked. He was an elder of the holy sect. If it weren't for this trivial matter, he wouldn't have come to this desolate place. This, sir, it was a faction called the Jietian sect, with a sage at its helm. We are no match for them. Sir, this isn't the place to talk. We've prepared a banquet. May we move to the main hall? Gong Xiaoyu said in a low voice. She appeared very humble. Even as the leader of a sect, she had to bow her head like a dog in the presence of someone from the holy sect. The man nodded and followed the others out. Soon, he entered an extremely luxurious palace. He glanced around, seeing the lavish banquet spread before him, but no one looked at him with kindness. Is this how you treat your guests? The man's tone was displeased, causing Gong Xiaoyu and the others to change their expressions. Sir, these are all the finest divine dishes and the finest divine wines. They are the best we can offer. Gong Xiaoyu was clearly at a loss. Their Xiantian sect was a prominent sect in the entire Daihuang Daozhou region, and these were truly the finest offerings the region had to offer. However, the other party was a Saint King, so it was understandable that he might not appreciate them, but they had no way to respond. The items are fine. But don't you think something is missing? As one of the top sects in the Great Wasteland Dao province, you must have countless female disciples. Send your most beautiful virgins to accompany him in drinking. As the man spoke, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Beautiful virgins. This couldn't possibly be as simple as serving wine. They must be meant for sleeping with him, and might even become his concubines, a fate worse than death. You still have your virginity intact, and you look decent enough. Though I prefer younger, more innocent ones, in this barren wasteland, I suppose I can make do with you. Bring a few more here to accompany me in drinking. As soon as the man spoke, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Having virgins serve as companions was something they could tolerate, even if they had to choose less important disciples. But now they were being told to have their sect leader serve as a concubine. This was tantamount to dragging the face of the Xiantian sect through the mud. Sir, I am but a withered willow. Perhaps we should find some young and beautiful disciples instead. Yu Zhanyu, go find some disciples. Gong Xiaoyu spoke, then gave the order. Having her accompany them in drinking is absolutely unacceptable. This isn't about finding a spiritual partner. This dog wants a one-night stand. Pull up his pants, get the job done tomorrow, and leave. He's treating her like a prostitute. She'll never agree to that. Hurry up and do it. As the man finished speaking, Yu Zhanyu, the senior elder, immediately left at top speed. The man sat down, raised an eyebrow, and said, I am Zhang Changdao, the seventh elder of the holy sect. If it weren't for the furnace you offered to our young master, I wouldn't have bothered to make the trip. I chose you out of kindness. You ungrateful wretch. Bang! Zhang Changdao spoke, and a terrifying aura descended, leaving everyone present unable to move. Gong Xiaoyu trembled all over. Sir, I know I was wrong. I'll apologize to you right away. Terrified, she took advantage of the moment when the pressure subsided and rushed over to pour wine personally. At the same time, dozens of female disciples entered from outside and approached to greet him. Zhang Changdao seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Gong Xiaoyu poured wine personally, and many young girls fed him by hand. Tell me, what is the situation with the Jietian sect? Why is there a sage in such a place? Zhang Changdao bit off the spiritual fruit a young girl had offered him with her mouth and asked. Play is play, and fun is fun, but when it comes to business, he would handle it properly. According to our investigations, the so-called Jietian sect is a newly established sect that has not joined the Immortal Cultivation Alliance and lacks the necessary credentials. This so-called sage is likely someone who couldn't make it in other regions and came here to establish a sect. Gong Xiaoyu reported slowly. Regarding the information about the heaven-defying sect, they had mostly speculated on their own and had no concrete evidence. Suppressing a divine king with a single thought, what a saint. Unable to make it elsewhere, he comes here to lord it over others. As long as you perform well tonight, I'll show you tomorrow what it means to crush a sage with one hand and shatter a sect's main hall with 1 foot. Zhang Changdao sneered disdainfully. What kind of sage? He, a sage king, didn't even bother to acknowledge him, and could crush him with a single flick of his finger. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying sound echoed from the sky. Listen up, you below. Robbery! Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crawl into the square to kneel down. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Chapter 37, Father Arrives. Everyone, put your hands on your heads, roll into the square, and kneel down. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. The words echoed throughout the heavens and earth, spreading throughout the entire Xiantian sect. In an instant, everyone looked up and saw several figures standing proudly in the sky. At the forefront were a man and a woman. Who are you dare to come to the Xiantian sect and act so brazenly? Are you looking for death? Yu Zhanyu, the senior elder, arrived before his voice did. His figure flickered, and he emerged alongside dozens of divine realm elders. Today, there was a distinguished guest visiting their Xiantian sect, a Saint King. They had nothing to fear. You're asking for death, how dare it be you? Yu Zhanyu saw the person approaching and was about to shout in defiance, but upon recognizing him, he froze in shock. It was his nightmare. No! Why should I fear you? Just as Yu Zhanyu was about to slink away, he thought of the powerful cultivators within the sect and immediately stood up straight. You've come just in time. Last time, you took advantage of our Xiantian sect's weakness, killed our sect's holy maiden, and even stole this old man's treasure. Now it's time to pay back everything you've taken. Yu Zhanyu roared. He glanced at the trembling elders behind him and shouted again, the master has arrived. What are you afraid of? That's right. He is here, so what are we afraid of? Exactly. This is our Xiantian sect's territory. Should I avoid his sharp edge? The others snapped out of it and stood up straight. They all turned to look at the members of the Jietian sect, and the fear in their eyes had vanished. How bold! Feng Tianyuan was surprised. Humph! You dog! A man who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Your luck has run out today. Our sect has summoned a high-ranking official. If you know what's good for you, come down and kneel to beg for mercy. Perhaps we'll let you serve as a dog for our sect leader. Yu Zhanyu roared. This was the Xiantian sect, their territory, and they had summoned a saint-level powerhouse. There was nothing to fear. The master? Is that all the courage you have? Feng Tianyuan smiled indifferently. He had emerged now, though he no longer possessed the invincible strength he had at the Jietian sect, nor could he sense what kind of powerful beings lurked below. But he had his wife. The Emperor! In the entire 3,000 Dao states, there were few who could match him. Laugh? Laugh while you still can. I'm afraid you won't be able to laugh later. You bastard! Killing our sect's holy maiden was bad enough, but you also stole our belongings. Today, you'll have to give it all back. Yu Zhanyu spoke, then turned around and bowed toward the direction of the palace. It was time to summon the master. He had witnessed Feng Tianyuan's power and was truly afraid that if he kept showing up, he might end up. See? Master! This man is the leader of the Jietian sect, the one who killed our sect's holy maiden. Please, sir, take action and eliminate this man. As Yu Zhanyu spoke, the entire crowd fell silent. Many disciples of the Xiantian sect below also looked up at the palace. They were also curious. For half a day, the entire sect had been abuzz with rumors of a great figure arriving. They were eager to see who this important figure was. However, after a long while, no one appeared. Yu Zhanyu's expression suddenly changed. Could it be? Is the nobleman unwilling to intervene? We've already offered him a beautiful woman. Could it be that he is not satisfied, or is he currently caught up in the chaos? Old fool, what is the matter? The master you keep talking about hasn't he shown up yet? Has he already fled? Feng Tianyuan looked down on him with a sneer. He knew this old man wasn't lying, there must be someone they considered a powerful figure below. It's a sage king, currently drinking. He must have come from another province, he is not very powerful. Don't bother with him. Yin Hongxiao said. She knew of Zhang Changdao's existence with a single thought. Humph. The master is busy. You'll see what is coming for you later. Yu Zhanyu tossed out a sentence and turned to leave. Did I say you could leave? Feng Tianyuan spoke again, his expression indifferent, his tone no longer playful but icy cold. Bang! A surge of pressure erupted from the crimson silk, and in an instant, the entire world seemed to be sealed off by a terrifying force. What arrogance! I never expected a fallen Daozhou to harbor such a beauty. Woman! Are you willing to follow me? A figure flashed by, and Zhang Changdao appeared in the sky, his eyes fixed on the voluptuous, crimson-clad figure, his gaze roaming over her curves. This is way too smooth. He had originally planned to have a drink, wait until the Xiantian sect members were beaten to a pulp, begging for mercy on their knees, and then emerge to save the day and show off. But upon seeing that figure, he felt an overwhelming surge of desire. Oh? Are you craving this emperor's body? But, you'd better ask my husband first, or he'll beat you to death. Yin Hongxiao's words were soft, making one's heart itch, but the single word "die" sent a chill down Zhang Changdao's spine, causing an inexplicable pounding in his heart. It's just a hallucination. It must be a mistake. You brat! You're her kept lover, aren't you? I'll give you a chance. Get out now, and I'll spare your life. Zhang Changdao suppressed the unexplained fear in his heart and shouted at Feng Tianyuan, who was only at the divine tribulation realm. A terrifying willpower surged through his words, attempting to force Feng Tianyuan to kneel. But before it could reach Feng Tianyuan, it vanished like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Madam, this isn't good at all. Your husband might get jealous. Feng Tianyuan said, wrapping his arms around her. You're mine. I'm a possessive person. Let's just kill this thing that's lusting after you. The casual words made Zhang Changdao displeased. A mere divine tribulation realm cultivator dared to speak to him, a saint king, in such a manner? He truly saw death. You're just an ant. Do you think that just because she is a saint protecting you, you can look down on me? Boom! He roared, his Saint King aura spreading out, the terrifying pressure causing the entire sky and earth to tremble, as if the world were about to collapse at any moment. Ha ha ha. Woman, you should be admiring the strong. You're just a sage. Keeping such a worthless creature is useless. Why not come over here and feel the might of this one? Only a powerful man can give you more experiences and allow you to pursue a higher path. What's the point of the heaven-defying sect? Forget it. Come with me to the holy sect, where you'll be second to none, above all others. Zhang Changdao roared, extending his invitation. This woman was too alluring. Even he, who preferred young, innocent girls, couldn't help but be tempted. But my man said he'd beat you to death. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. The wife follows the husband's lead. I'll just kill you then. As the words fell, the overwhelming pressure vanished. Zhang Changdao's smile vanished quickly, followed by fear growing exponentially. You're not a saint. He raised his trembling hand and spoke with a quivering voice. He had once believed that the sage mentioned by Yu Zhanyu and the others was the crimson silk he couldn't fathom. A sage? Have you ever seen such a beautiful sage? The playful expression on Yin Hongxiao's face vanished, and his words grew cold and indifferent, sending a chill down one's spine. Senior, I am blind and ignorant. I have offended you greatly. Please spare my life. Zhang Changdao knelt directly on the ground, continuously bowing his head in the void. The arrogant words he had spoken earlier about being able to crush a sage with one hand and trample a mountain gate with 1 foot were now completely forgotten in the face of fear. His only thought was, survive. The disciples of the Xiantian sect watched the scene, their faces pale with shock. Even the mighty Saint King had knelt. It's over. Yu Zhanyu murmured, his face pale. Yin Hongxiao took a step forward, releasing a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire Xiantian sect in a terrifying force. All the creatures that had been trying to flee were trapped. The Emperor's technique. Sealing off heaven and earth, even the most powerful beings could not escape at that moment. Elder, please spare my life. Zhang Changdao pleaded. He was a saintly king, yet he had no strength to resist the one before him. This was clearly not the realm of the saints. This must be a supreme being. The strongest in their holy sect were no more than this realm, and there were only 3 of them. He couldn't afford to offend him. But my husband said you must die. If you want to live, that won't make sense. Aha! As the words fell, Zhang Changdao let out a howl, his body covered in countless cracks. His body was collapsing, and his sacred blood stained the sky. No, you can't. My father is Zhang Tianling. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. My father is Zhang Tianling. My father, the supreme Tianling. Ah! Zhang Changdao roared, but he couldn't stop his body from collapsing. He watched his body begin to melt from his feet, spreading upward, despair reaching its peak. No, father, come. Save me. Chapter 38, Supreme Being, you dare? Boom! With a cry of father, come, a brilliant light erupted from Zhang Changdao's forehead, then pierced the heavens and earth like a sword. Such a scene was like the creator god splitting the heavens and earth. The dazzling sword light tore open the entire sky, causing the entire De Huang Dao state to tremble. Dao! A voice echoed through the heavens and earth, and a massive hand emerged from the torn fabric of reality. It was a supreme being, transcending the endless void, attempting to take Zhang Changdao away. Such a technique was truly earth-shaking. But in the eyes of Yin Hongxiao, it was nothing more than a trivial skirmish, unworthy of mention. Bang! She suddenly looked up, her gaze sweeping across the void, which closed in, and everything vanished without a trace. The giant handprint that had been reaching out across the void also dissipated. My husband said to kill you. How could you still be alive? Isn't this slapping my husband in the face? No. Bang! Zhang Changdao's half-collapsed physical body exploded upon hearing those words. He died without waiting for his father's hand to grab him, and he never imagined that the woman, who was so beautiful she seemed unreal, could even interrupt his father's divine abilities. Boom! Dao! You dare kill my son? When I descend, you shall have no place in heaven or earth. The void erupted once more, and a voice echoed through the endless void, reverberating across the entire great wasteland Dao state. All the powerful beings of the 3,000 Dao states were startled. A supreme being had erupted in fury. That was the supreme being of the Zhang family. Damn it, which madman dares to provoke the supreme being of the Zhang family? You're right. Such a commotion, this must be no small matter. The aged supreme ruler is enraged, and this anger is likely to engulf the entire 3,000 Dao states. A powerful figure murmured, filled with confusion. The aged supreme being typically does not walk among the world, but instead seeks an opportunity to take the next step forward. Boom! The heavens trembled as a terrifying aura forced its way into the great wasteland realm at an alarming speed. It is the supreme ruler of the Zhang clan. You ants! You dared to kill my son. I will annihilate your entire clan. Before the figure arrived, the voice echoed through the skies. A terrifying aura spread out from within, leaving all living beings immobilized. The entire De Huang Dao state shook violently. An old monster burst forth from within, moving at an unimaginable speed. You ants, come and die. The supreme ruler of the Zhang clan crossed the void to attack, locking onto Feng Tianyuan and the others in an instant. His gaze was icy cold, and his intent to kill soared to the heavens. He opened his mouth and spat out a gigantic sword that flew out. The sword sliced through the boundless void, as if it would annihilate all living beings present in the next instant. But as it descended, it halted mid-air. The supreme master of the Zhang clan paused for a moment. In that moment, he felt as though he were a mere mortal wielding a wooden sword, hacking at an endless ocean. The sword was so weak and powerless that it couldn't even graze the surface, let alone tear open a wound. Bang! The crimson eyes of Yin Hong raised slightly, and the great sword shattered into pieces. Put! The supreme ruler of the Zhang clan coughed up blood incessantly. How is this possible? Who are you? He stared at Yin Hongxiao, feeling that he had seen this person before, but couldn't quite place him. Familiar, yet utterly. This feeling was eerie, snapping him out of his rage over his son's death. The Supreme One? Just an old fossil. Yin Hongxiao spoke, her words as cold as ice. She moved slowly, like an otherworldly demon walking across a tranquil lake. The void rippled like ripples on water, wave after wave, never ceasing. You're the Demon Emperor. The words echoed in his ears, and a blurry figure flickered in the mind of the Zhang clan's supreme being. The Demon Emperor. The person before him was one of the two great emperors of the 3,000 Dao states, the ruler of the Demon Palace, the Demon Emperor. Zhang Tianling of the Zhang clan pays his respects to the Demon Emperor. He was filled with fear and hurriedly bowed in respect. Out of consideration for our alliance, I will spare your life. Get out. Yin Hongxiao nodded and did not move to kill him. Supreme Being. Beings at this level are useful to this realm. May I ask the Demon Emperor why you killed my son? However, Zhang Tianling did not leave immediately. He lowered his head and asked. A worthless creature. Dead is dead. What? Do you still want to seek justice for him? Yin Hongxiao said, sounding displeased. This old man dared to speak to her, relying on the alliance agreement, knowing she wouldn't kill him. As a father, if you don't even know how your own son died, that's unthinkable. The righteous and demonic realms have an alliance. The higher-ups have agreed not to raise arms, yet the Demon Emperor killed my son, a holy king. Is he trying to provoke a war between the two realms? Has the Demon Emperor forgotten the agreement he made with the Emperor of Ruyan? Zhang Tianling spoke, and a jade pendant flew out. As the jade pendant flew out, a terrifying aura of an emperoress might spread out from it, and the emperoress markings on it were extremely brilliant. This was an emperor's token. It was not an imperial weapon, yet it possessed the power of an imperial weapon strike. Lu Ruyan's item. It seems the rumors from the outside world are true. The Lu family and the Zhang family are heading toward an alliance. Yin Hongxiao glanced at it and immediately recognized it as Lu Ruyan's token. The aura of the Tao within it felt very familiar to her. Exactly. Shouldn't the Demon Emperor give an explanation? Bang! As Zhang Tianling spoke, a finger beam flashed, piercing directly through his body. Boom! The finger beam pierced through the void, carrying Zhang Tianling away. Boom! The boundless void trembled violently as terrifying power pierced everything, carrying Zhang Tianling to a sacred place. That was the Zhang family's domain. Boom! The void exploded, and Zhang Tianling's body plummeted down, crashing into an ancient hall. Confess? You dare? Even if she, Lu Ruyan, were here, she wouldn't dare speak to this emperor in such a manner. What are you? The indifferent words echoed throughout the Zhang family as Zhang Tianling crashed down. The strongest members of the Zhang clan rushed to the palace and froze in shock at the sight of the blood-soaked figure. Ancestor! Hurry! Inform the holy sect the ancestor has been severely injured. In an instant, the entire Zhang family and the holy sect were thrown into complete chaos from top to bottom. Chapter 39, Raiding the Xiantian Sect. Xiantian Sect. Crack. 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 Lady. That was amazing. You're truly the best. This scene was thrilling to watch, but I wonder if Zhang Tianling is dead. Feng Tianyuan clapped his hands and asked with a smile. The emperor is truly the emperor. Every move he makes can destroy the heavens and earth. Even a 5-cent special effects movie couldn't pull off something that absurd. No. We can't kill him. After all, he is a supreme master of the righteous path. Though we're not afraid of the likable young lady, such an old veteran should be kept around unless absolutely necessary. Yin Hongxiao shook her head slightly. Supreme beings are among the top-tier combat forces in the 3,000 Dao states. Such beings of this caliber must not be allowed to perish lightly. This world needs them. That's such a pity. Feng Tianyuan said. He surveyed the entire Xiantian sect, his gaze settling on Yu Zhanyu. I actually liked the way you were showing off earlier. It made this whole thing much more interesting. Please spare my life, senior. Bang! I was momentarily blinded by arrogance. Please spare my life. Yu Zhanyu knelt down, looking utterly humiliated. The other elders followed suit. Get out of here. Gather all the disciples. In 15 minutes, if no elders arrive, you may all depart. Fang Tianyuan spoke indifferently, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Assemble. Dong. 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 Yu Zhanyu bellowed, and the bell rang out. Numerous disciples of the Xiantian sect rushed to the square at top speed. Those who refused to go attempted to force their way through the barriers, but upon contact, they were reduced to ashes. Don't you want to come out yet? Fang Tianyuan said. He descended slowly, landing before a palace. Senior, what has our Xiantian sect done to deserve this? A voice echoed, and two figures emerged from within. A beautiful woman and an old crone. The beautiful woman was none other than the current sect master of the Xiantian sect, Gong Xiaoyu. The purpose of my visit is simple. To take back the cultivation resources that do not belong to you by right. That is all. Fang Tianyuan said. The development of the Jietian sect requires people and resources. He naturally does not have them. So he could only ask others to contribute their investments. You senior, our Xiantian sect has no major conflicts with you. To annihilate an entire sect like this is excessive. You error, shut up. Gong Xiaoyu hadn't finished speaking before she was interrupted by Mo Qianji. Senior. Whatever orders you have, speak freely. Whatever the Xiantian sect can do, we dare not refuse. Mo Qianji spoke respectfully. She was well aware that even a saint king had been eradicated, and even beings beyond the saint realm had been driven away. The Jietian sect was an enigma. Without strength, they had no right to speak. See, the old master is still the real deal. This old gentleman speaks with such wisdom. Look at you still have much to learn. Fang Tianyuan said. Master. But they. Gong Xiaoye was clearly still. She believed that neither she nor the Xiantian sect had done anything wrong and shouldn't have faced such a calamity. How many disciples and elders does your sect have in total? Fang Tianyuan asked. He walked toward Gong Xiaoyu, who looked up, their gazes locking for a moment before she shook her head. I'm not sure yet. Slap. You, as the sect master, don't even know how many disciples you have under your guidance? Fang Tianyuan raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike. Though he was only at the divine tribulation realm, drawing a divine king was still a breeze for him. There was no other reason. It was only because the wife of the great emperor stood behind him. Senior. Although the Xiantian sect isn't very large, it's still one of the top sects in the Dahuang Daozhou region. The records of our disciples don't require the sect master's approval. That's all handled by the elders. Yuera has always been too lazy, so it's no surprise she doesn't know. Perhaps I should go call those elders over to ask. Mo Qianji saw this and hurriedly stepped forward. They were, after all, master and disciple. She couldn't just stand by and watch her disciples suffer. No need. How many elders are there? You must know that. Fang Tianyuan continued to ask. There are 39 outer sect elders, and all of them are under the command of the outer sect as senior elder. There are 21 inner sect elders, with 9 core elders, all under the command of the senior elder Yu Zhanyu. Gong Xiaoyu said. She slowly listed the number of senior members in various organizations, as she was well informed about these matters. Fang Tianyuan listened, nodded, and was very satisfied. Indeed, as a major sect, the entire sect's organizational structure was highly developed, and management was quite comprehensive. His choice was correct. Go for the major sects. With the Empress at our side, even if we don't return to the sect, we can still walk with our heads held high. What about the true disciples? How many? Fang Tianyuan asked again. True disciples are the prodigies of a sect, mostly cultivated to become the next generation of leaders. 9. Directly taught by the 9 core elders. Gong Xiaoyu said. If Ji Yueyao, the sect master's direct disciple, were still alive and the sect's holy maiden had not perished, there would be 10. Now there are only 9. That's still acceptable. From today onward, the Xiantian sect is dissolved. Everything you possess now belongs to my Jietian sect. Any objections? Fang Tianyuan spoke up. Upon hearing these words, both of them froze for a moment, then their expressions turned incredibly grim. Dissolve. This was no different from annihilating the sect. Although no one had died, the dissolution meant that the lineage and teachings would be severed. But if they refuse, they will die, and even after their deaths, the Xiantian sect will still cease to exist. They would have no face to show their ancestors. Husband, there's no need to waste words with them. Just move out. It's only a few dozen divine mountains. For me, it's child's play. At that moment, Yin Hongxiao spoke up. Move the mountains. Such words caused the two women's expressions to darken once more. Right. We're here to raid, not to chat. What's the point of talking to you? All of you, get out of here and go to the square. Fang Tianyuan spoke and headed toward the Xiantian sect's treasure vault. There were so many items in the treasury. If they could enhance them all, this trip would definitely be a huge success. Husband, are you serious? After leaving the Jietian sect, are you really only at the Divine Tribulation realm? Do you truly no longer possess that terrifying power from before? Yin Hongxiao was deeply puzzled by this. On the way here, she had already heard about it, but she didn't believe it. But after being here for so long, she hadn't seen Feng Tianyuan display any technique stronger than the Divine Tribulation realm. He was truly only at the Divine Tribulation realm. I've never lied to you. Feng Tianyuan replied. He walked toward the so-called treasure vault, looked at the heavy doors, and then turned to Yin Hongxiao. Don't look at me, I really can't do it. You open it. Feng Tianyuan said to Yin Hongxian, who was deep in thought. I don't understand. I can't figure it out. How could such a bizarre thing exist in this world? Yin Hongxiao said. Her thoughts were still stuck on the previous topic. Why think so much? There is so much I want to tell you, but you wouldn't understand, and it's hard for me to explain. I've explained it to you, but you still don't understand. Feng Tianyuan said. The system is already invincible, why bother with the hardships of cultivation? Alright then. This treasure vault may be large, but everything inside is junk. There is only a half-finished sacred pill, not even a single sacred weapon. Boom! Yin Hongxiao spoke, then ignored the treasure vault's array and forced it open. In an instant, dazzling light filled the eyes. It was a mountain of spirit stones. There are quite a lot of spirit stones. Boom! Feng Tianyuan spoke as the entire treasure vault shook. With a single thought, the spirit stones began to vanish at an alarming speed. These were all ordinary spirit stones, mostly low-grade and medium-grade, with only a few high-grade ones. Your storage ring has such a large space? Yin Hongxiao was surprised. There were so many spirit stones, hundreds of billions, and they were all stored inside. There were also various spiritual artifacts and pills. Everything in the treasure vault had been completely swept away. It's just average in size. Feng Tianyuan said. The system space is infinite, it can hold as much as there is. Chapter 40, Xiao Yun, pack it up and take it away. Xianyuan sect. The square. The place was crowded with people, all standing and chatting animatedly. Sai, do you think we'll survive this time? It's terrifying. We've offended such a powerful being, we're probably doomed. Exactly. With that terrifying restriction in place, we can't escape. My junior brother tried to force his way in and was instantly reduced to ashes. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Even the sect master dared not force his way in. We're not even at the divine realm. Forcing our way through the barrier is a sure path to death. Stop thinking about it. Let's just leave it to fate. Under the Emperor's barrier, there's no way out, not even to heaven or earth. Even supreme beings are trapped and killed. Let alone these ants. Some grew furious, others remained eerily calm, and some began leaving their final words. Brother, there is something I've been hiding from you for a long time. Actually, I truly love my sister-in-law. Brother! Don't say it, I already know. Every time you trained with her, I was outside the door. Then why? Your constitution is better than mine. If you could have a good son with my sister-in-law, our family would finally rise up. The two young men huddled together, with a frightened woman beside them. Senior brother, if we survive today, I'll agree to anything you ask. Oh, well, but your hemorrhoids are better now, right? Then you won't feel anything. It's fine, we can use the beads. The two men looked into each other's eyes, filled with love, and couldn't resist embracing each other. Those around them heard their words and couldn't help but cast strange glances their way. What are you looking at? I'm about to die, can't I live as my true self? All day long, we pretend and put on a facade. Don't you get tired of it? Exactly. Senior brother is right. We're all going to die anyway, can't we live the way we want to? The two shouted, no longer caring about the world's gaze. Life is too exhausting, either you're packaging yourself or pretending to be someone else. On the other side. Master, what does this guy mean by gathering us all here? Gong Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. She couldn't figure it out. If Feng Tianyuan wanted to kill them, he could have done it with a single strike, reducing the entire Xiantian sect to ashes. Why go to all this trouble? He's making us disperse but not letting us leave, that means he wants to recruit us. A sect with such a powerful master might be worth joining, as it could help us go further. It's time to make a decision. Mo Qianji said. Her lifespan was dwindling, and this might be her only chance to enter the realm of the saints in this lifetime. But master, how will we face our ancestors? Gong Xiaoyu whispered. As the head of the Xiantian sect, if the sect were to perish under her leadership, she would feel deeply ashamed. People must move forward. Even our ancestors, faced with such circumstances, would have no choice but to compromise. Don't dwell on it. Just submit willingly. Mo Qianji said. Although this would cause her status to plummet, it would still be better than dying. Greetings, clan leader. At that moment, Jiang Wushu and the others bowed in greeting. Two figures swept in and appeared on the high platform. In an instant, the once bustling square fell silent, with all eyes fixed on the high platform. You captives dare not pay respects to the sect master of the Jietian sect? Do you wish to die? Zhang Wushu bellowed. We pay our respects to the sect master. Imoqianji, seeing this, led the way in bowing. As she spoke, all the elders and disciples immediately bowed in unison. Fang Tianyuan looked down from above, listening to the deafening noise, and was quite satisfied. This sect master will not beat around the bush. Submit to the Jietian sect, and you may live. Otherwise, death. As the words left her mouth, some began to stir. In the face of death, most conditions are acceptable. Greetings, sect master. Imoqianji is willing to join the Jietian sect, willing to fight for the sect master and the sect, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or diving into seas of fire. Imoqianji reaffirmed her stance and knelt down immediately. Yu Zhanyu is willing to join the Jietian sect, willing to fight for the sect master and the sect, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or diving into seas of fire, without hesitation. Lu Tiancheng is willing to join the Jietian sect, willing to fight for the sect master and the sect, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or diving into seas of fire, without hesitation. Numerous elders hurriedly followed suit and knelt down. In an instant, 9 out of 10 people on the square were kneeling, with only a few young men and women still standing. But when they saw their own masters also yielding, they too knelt down. Elder, may I ask what status we will obtain if we join the Jietian sect? A young man stood up and asked boldly. He was dressed in the attire of a true disciple of the Xiantian sect, looking up at Fang Tianyuan. Xiao Yun, shut your mouth. Yu Zhanyu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted to reprimand him. That was his personal disciple, he didn't want this foolish fool to get him killed. What identity do you want? However, Fang Tianyuan did not fly into a rage or immediately strike to kill Xiao Yun. Instead, he asked calmly. I am a divine body and a true disciple of the Xiantian sect. Naturally, I seek to become a true disciple. Xiao Yun said. In this world, he deeply understood that to become powerful, one needed more resources. Within a sect, to gain access to more resources, one must attain a higher status. The 9 young divine body, it's too weak. It's barely enough to qualify as a core disciple of our sect. Zhang Wushu spoke up. To become a true disciple, one must at least possess the holy body. Does the Jietian sect also value innate talent over actual strength? Does that mean those with innate talent are inherently stronger than those who work hard later in life? Boom! Xiaoyun finished speaking, and a surge of divine power erupted, releasing a powerful aura of the divine fire realm. All the disciples of the Xiantian sect were utterly shocked. Divine fire realm. Xiaoyun had actually broken through to the divine fire realm. Even Yu Zhanyu was stunned. You've been hiding your cultivation. He looked at Xiaoyun and exclaimed. Yes, master. Now I don't plan to hide anymore. I need greater strength to obtain more resources. Xiaoyun said. Divine fire, it's nothing special. Whether you can become a true disciple depends on whether you have the strength. Those who step onto the 2000 Dao ladders of our sect will be granted the status of true disciples. Fang Tianyuan said. Talent is the lifeblood of the sect, he wouldn't look down on it. Alright. Bang! Xiaoyun had just nodded when an overwhelmingly terrifying aura immediately sent him flying backward. Though your courage is commendable, there is one thing: your actions have displeased the sect master. You have shown no respect to your superior, and this is merely a lesson. Fang Tianyuan spoke from above. Of course, it wasn't him who acted, it was Zhang Wushu, the divine king, who had taken his place. Thank you, sect master, for your guidance. Xiao Yun will remember this. Xiao Yun bowed with his hands clasped, a trace of blood on his lips, looking rather disheveled. You are no different. If you want status, then earn it with your own strength. Madam, can we move the entire Xiantian sect? After finishing his speech, Fang Tianyuan turned to Yin Hongxiao and said. Boom! As her words fell, a gigantic hand appeared in the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. With a single hand, it grasped the entire Xiantian sect. Such a feat left everyone trembling in awe. Too powerful. Fang Tianyuan flickered and quickly departed. Boom! The giant hand descended, uprooting the endless mountains, and the entire Xiantian sect vanished without a trace. Ding! Host has looted the Xiantian sect, obtaining 1 divine grade Xiantian sword, upgraded to the Xiantian holy sword. Ding! Host looted the Xiantian sect, obtaining 12 divine grade Tianhua pills, upgraded to 120 holy grade Xinghua pills. Ding! The host has raided the Xiantian sect, obtaining 137 divine grade Huashan pills, which have been upgraded to 1200 holy grade Huashan pills. Ding! The host has raided the Xiantian sect, obtaining 36 divine mountains, which have been upgraded to 36 sacred mountains. Ding! The host raided the Xiantian sect, capturing 186,426 prisoners. Enhancement failed, but a reward of 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses was granted. Chapter 41, Alliance, Personal Attendant. Ding! The host raided the Xiantian sect, obtaining the divine-grade martial art Xiantian divine art, and upgraded it to the Xiantian Emperor's scripture. Ding! The host raided the Xiantian sect, obtained 12 acres of divine-grade medicinal fields, and upgraded them to 120 acres of sacred-grade medicinal fields. This raid rewards 128,888 cultivation points. The system announcements kept ringing out, and Fong Tianyuan carefully checked them, finding most of them satisfactory. But the cultivation points were unsatisfying. Only 12,000. If he had obtained this when he first got the system, it would have been quite useful. But now, he was at the Divine Tribulation realm. The number of cultivation points required was increasing, and even 12,000 might not be enough to enter the True God realm. Ding! Sect Power Achievement unlocked. The number of disciples under the host's management in the heaven-defying sect has exceeded 10,000, rewarding a small secret realm for sect training. Ding! Sect Power Achievement unlocked. The number of disciples under the host's management in the Heavenly Tribulation sect has exceeded 30,000, rewarding a heavenly tower and a medicine hall. Ding! Sect Power Achievement unlocked. The number of disciples under the host's management in the Jietian sect has exceeded 50,000. Reward, an Emperor-grade fusion heaven furnace and a task hall. Ding! Sect Power Achievement unlocked. The number of disciples under the host's management in the Jietian sect has exceeded 100,000. Reward, an Imperial-grade Jintian sword array and a world tree. Suddenly, the system voice sounded again, and Fong Tianyuan laughed, unable to stop smiling. It was the system of the strongest power in the multiverse. He had recruited disciples of the Xiantian sword sect, expanded the sect, and unlocked a series of achievements. Central Dao State. The Dao Alliance. You mean the lonely sword sovereign came to find me? Lu Ruyan looked at the woman before her, raising an eyebrow. This was the Grand Elder of the Dao Alliance. She was the Alliance Master of the Dao Alliance. After returning from the Great Wasteland Dao State, she had been planning to consult with the Dugu Sword Sovereign about some matters. Yes, Alliance Leader. The disciple of the Dugu Jianzuan said he is going to the Stone Kingdom to discuss the Dao with you and has already been gone for over half a month. The Grand Elder of the Dao Alliance, Xiao Qingyu, spoke in a low voice. She was puzzled. The Alliance leader had gone to the Demon Palace to fight the Demon Emperor, returned, and immediately went into seclusion. Upon emerging, she was told to seek out Dugu Jianzuan. This is too strange. By all accounts, a supreme being should not require such treatment from the Alliance Master. All they needed to do was send an imperial edict summoning the Dugu Sword Sovereign. Why would they need to send someone to fetch him? The Alliance leader's heavenly mechanism order has been lost. As I suspected. That guy is too strange. I hope he's okay. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened instantly. After her trip to the Great Wasteland province, everything she had was stolen. Thinking of that young man, she clenched her teeth in anger. Have you investigated the matter I asked you to look into? Lu Ruyan continued to ask. Reporting to the Alliance leader, I've looked into it. There's no information about that so-called Jietian sect. The Cultivation Alliance has no records of it. Could it be a newly formed faction that hasn't yet obtained certification from the Cultivation Alliance? Xiao Qingyu said. The heaven-shattering sect she had searched for hours, yet there was not a single piece of information about such a faction. That's strange. At first, I thought those things were just hidden, with the surface being a facade. I never expected there to be such a sect that doesn't exist at all. Lu Ruyan murmured. She had been kidnapped and taken to the mountain, which was nothing more than a bandit's lair. But when she escaped from the room again, the sect's main hall stood tall, and the mountain gates appeared. To her, this was too bizarre. Alliance leader, what exactly happened in the Great Wasteland province? It is rumored that the Supreme Master of the Zhang family has entered the Great Wasteland province and was severely injured by a terrifyingly powerful individual. He is now traveling everywhere in search of powerful medicines to heal his wounds. Xiao Qingyu asked. Yesterday's commotion was truly terrifying. The entire 3,000 Dao states were shrouded in a terrifying aura, violently trembling. A supreme being crossed the void, only to be forcibly struck back. The Zhang family's supreme being? Ha ha ha. It seems they've also provoked that guy. They can only blame themselves. If it weren't for the favor this emperor owes the Zhang family, they wouldn't dare to ally with the Lu family. Lu Ruyan sneered. The Zhang family, with their alliance to the Lu family, had grown increasingly arrogant over the years. With the backing of the Holy Sect, a towering powerhouse, some of the young Zhang family members have become tyrannical and unrestrained. That guy. Xiao Qingyu listened in shock. A man whom even the emperor mentioned with such reverence, what kind of person could he possibly be? Has the Great Wasteland province truly produced such a terrifyingly powerful individual? Qingyu. Announce it, the 3,000 Dao State Genius Assembly will convene, summoning the leaders of all major factions to gather at the Cultivation Alliance. Lu Ruyan said. Such words caught Xiao Qingyu off guard. Alliance Master, is it really time to convene now? Isn't it a bit too early? Shouldn't we wait another 10 years? The Genius Assembly was a major event in the 3000 Dao states, something all the geniuses had been awaiting. According to tradition, there should be a 10-year interval. We can't wait any longer. A great era is about to begin, and the foreign realms won't just sit idly by. We must swiftly elevate the younger generation and cultivate more powerful individuals to stand a chance against the foreign realms' invasion. The old are too old, and the young are too weak. This won't do. Let's use this gathering to discuss how to resist the invasion from the foreign lands. Lu Ruyan said. Although the righteous and demonic factions are in competition, their higher-ups have refrained from direct conflict to preserve their strength for the common enemy. Nevertheless, the results are still unsatisfactory. Genius. A true genius. The 3000 Dao states have not seen one in many years. Xiao Qingyu's expression also grew solemn. As the leader of the Dao Alliance, she was well aware of the current situation. I will obey the Alliance leader's orders. She bowed and quickly departed. Jie Tian sect. Fang Tianyuan and the others returned to the sect and immediately summoned all the elders to the council hall. From today onward, each of you will resume your respective duties and continue to serve as elders. However, this is only for 3 years. If you fail to break through within 3 years, the sect master will consider replacing you with more capable individuals. After such a speech, the entire hall fell silent. Many of the elders looked tense. Breaking through within 3 years was truly too difficult for them. They weren't low-level cultivators, they were Heavenly God Realm cultivators, and some were even God King Realm cultivators. Breaking through within 3 years was still too difficult, even with the sect master promising abundant resources. Master, they all have tasks to perform. What about me? What should I do with my master? At this moment, Gong Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. In the vast sect, all the elders had been assigned tasks, yet the master and disciple had never been mentioned. Don't you think it's too lonely around me? Why don't you become my personal attendant? By the way, this is an appointment, not a discussion. Fang Tianyuan spoke up. These words left the former elders of the Xiantian sect speechless, and Gong Xiaoyu even doubted whether she had heard correctly. A personal attendant? She, the head of the sect, was being asked to become a personal maid? Her status would likely be lower than that of the elders. Me? A maid? She pointed at herself and looked at Fang Tianyuan, asking again for confirmation. Any objections? Fang Tianyuan asked in return. Yes. Gong Xiaoyu spoke bluntly. Of course she had objections. As the sect master, even if she were made an elder, she could accept that. Even if she wasn't an elder, being an attendant would have been acceptable. Being a maid, let alone the meager salary and scarce cultivation resources, the status and dignity of a maid were simply too humiliating to bear. She had to have an opinion. Then just keep it to yourself. But Fang Tianyuan only responded with those words. Then. Master, am I also to be your maid? Mo Qianji mustered her courage to ask. She wasn't weak, and she was still a virgin. Being a maid was something she could accept. You? Fang Tianyuan glanced at her and furrowed his brows. Too old. Lifeless and devoid of vitality. If she doesn't break through, she'll be done in a few years. Go to the medicine hall to assist Luli. Luli is exceptionally skilled in alchemy, perhaps she can help extend your life. Fang Tianyuan said. Too old, no motivation left, all I can do is run errands. Whether he can actually extend your life depends on Lu Li. Thank you, sect master. Mo Qianji hurriedly bowed deeply. At the same time, she didn't forget to send a mental message to Gong Xiaoyu, you silly girl, hurry up and thank the sect master. If you didn't have those breasts or that figure, you wouldn't even be fit to be a personal maid. This is so much better than being an elder. Mo Qianji's words sent a shiver down Gong Xiaoyu's delicate body. She understood the logic. But the title of personal maid sounded truly repulsive to her. Thank you, sect master. After a moment, she reluctantly bowed her hands in submission. Chapter 42, The World Tree. Luli, from now on, this medicine hall will be under your management, and the fusion heaven furnace also belongs to you. Fang Tianyuan brought Luli to the medicine hall and spoke directly. All of this was a reward from the system. The medicine hall was vast, 12 stories tall, with various alchemy chambers on each floor. Luli walked slowly, taking in the surroundings, deeply impressed. This was even better than the palace she had possessed when she was the medicine emperor. Looking at the alchemy furnace floating before her, her eyes lit up in astonishment. An imperial grade. For her, this was simply unimaginable. Even she, back then, had only possessed a damaged imperial grade. As for why she hadn't crafted a better one, it was simply because the materials required to forge an emperor-grade weapon were extremely difficult to find. Master, are you really giving this to me? Luli asked cautiously. She wanted to confirm once more that she hadn't heard correctly. The Imperial Dan furnace was actually given to her. Don't you want it? Fang Tianyuan said. He walked slowly, surveying the vast medicine hall. I want it. I want it. Thank you, sect master. Once I find my physical body, I will definitely help the sect master refine an even stronger and larger Emperor Yang pill. Luli said excitedly. The Rongtian furnace floated in her hand, and as she stared at the imperial patterns glowing within, her entire body trembled. An Emperor grade. In the past, she had many Imperial Dan pills she wanted to try refining, but she had to give up due to the lack of a suitable Dan furnace. Now, she had reignited her hope of experimenting with Emperor Dan. Wait until you find a physical body first. That Lu Tiancheng was the former divine great alchemist of the Xian sect, and his few disciples observe them. If they can be cultivated, then impart your teachings. If their character is unsuitable, have them do menial tasks for you. If they show signs of rebellion, eliminate them. Fang Tianyuan said. With so many people joining the Jietian sect, it's naturally impossible for all of them to be loyal. There might be some with treasonous intentions. We will obey the sect master's orders. Luli nodded and bowed. Traitors those she despised most in her life. If she encountered any, she would eliminate them without hesitation. Wow! Is this the Sky Tower? 100 task points to enter once. I wonder what kind of opportunities are inside. Who cares? Let us just do the quests. Yeah. I've already checked out the quest hall. 100 points isn't too hard, but I'll need to find some powerful senior brothers or sisters to guide me. Forget it. 100 points is too expensive for me. I'll just wait and see. Before a towering ancient tower that pierced the clouds, numerous young men and women gathered, chatting animatedly. The Sky Tower. This too appeared yesterday and was opened directly. The two responsible for overseeing the disciples entering the Sky Tower for training were Yu Zhanyu and Xing Xian. The two exchanged glances. Xing Xian, you've only been here for a short time. You should know more about this Sky Tower. Could you share what you know? Yu Zhanyu asked in a low voice. On his first day on the job, he knew nothing about the Heavenly Tower, including what was inside. Each floor has a checkpoint. The more checkpoints you pass, the richer the rewards. Failure results in the loss of all rewards. Xing Xian explained. He was also on his first day, but he had the information about the Heavenly Tower given to him by Fang Tianyuan. As the two explained, disciples began to enter the tower using the 100 task points they had received as an entrance gift. Half a day later, news spread that Xiao Yun of the Divine Fire Realm had cleared the 102nd floor of the Sky Tower and obtained a sacred weapon. Soon after, the Heavenly Tower became bustling with activity, and the task hall of the Heavenly Tribulation sect also grew lively. On the other side, Fang Tianyuan stared at the burly man before him, lost in thought. System! How dare you! Thousands of soldiers and horses. You're telling me this thing was just one person? Fang Tianyuan cursed angrily. He had thought the thousands of soldiers and horses were an entire army. Damn it! It's actually just one person named 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses. Your servant, Zhenjun Wanma, pays respects to the master. The burly man bowed with his hands clasped. The aura he emitted was incredibly powerful, with a halo of holy light surrounding his body. He was clearly a saint king. If you could transform into thousands of holy kings, that would be wonderful. Why bother recruiting any worthless disciples? Fang Tianyuan muttered to himself. This thing isn't bad, at least it's a saintly king. From now on, you'll be called the sect master. As for you, you'll be responsible for guiding the elders in their cultivation. Can you manage that? Fang Tianyuan said. He was merely at the divine tribulation realm. Guiding those heavenly gods and divine kings in their cultivation was naturally impossible for him. As for the even stronger Yin Hongxiao, she was a great emperor and couldn't be bothered with the lives of those guys. They weren't even worthy. Understood, sect master. I am the sage king. Any cultivation-related issues faced by beings below this realm, I can resolve. Qianjun Wuma said. He was just like Jiang Wushu, both produced by the system, and naturally a master of all skills at this realm. Whatever needed to be known, he knew. Go! Coordinate with Jiang Wushu. Fang Tianyuan said. Your subordinate obeys. Thousands of troops withdrew, leaving Fang Tianyuan deep in thought. He looked up at the sky, then glanced at his system interface, where countless symbols filled the screen. The heaven-slaying sword array. An imperial-grade formation. It does resemble the Zuxian sword array, but I wonder how powerful it is. Fang Tianyuan murmured. This sword array was formed by 5 imperial swords. Once activated, the 5 swords would protect the sect. He had intended it as a protective array for the sect. The world tree, it could be planted on the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain. That would truly be a treasure. With the Jintian sword formation in place, we need not fear other powerful beings coveting the world tree. That's settled. Boom! Fang Tianyuan flickered his thoughts, and a terrifying sword intent erupted from his brow. Boom! The sword intent surged, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. 5 dazzling great swords flew out from his brow. What is that? What a terrifying sword intent! That aura, could it be an imperial weapon? When the sword emerges, the heavens tremble. That terrifying sword intent is making my divine sword tremble. It came from the master's location. The master has unleashed another great divine ability. This sword intent, it can actually temper my sword heart. My sword intent is also undergoing a transformation. A great opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance for sword cultivators. In an instant, the entire Jietian sect erupted into chaos. Numerous sword cultivators immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the overwhelming sword intent enveloping them. 5 dazzling swords floated in the sky, then vanished into the void. At the same time, at the peak of Longhu Mountain, a towering ancient tree appeared, emanating an aura of immense sanctity. Tree. Master's tree. What tree? You idiot, you've never seen one before, holy crap, a tree? What kind of tree is this? What a dazzling tree. The towering tree appeared, its massive canopy blocking out the sky, radiating brilliant light. All living beings looked on in awe, speechless. The world tree. It's the world tree. In Hongxiao, who was in the midst of her cultivation, opened her beautiful eyes and was utterly stunned by the sight of the towering ancient tree. Her first thought was of Feng Tianyuan. My husband is truly a divine being. She murmured, ending her cultivation and disappearing without a trace. At that moment, Luli, who was personally tending to the medicinal fields, also looked up, his expression just as astonished. Ah, nothing but shock. Who are you? Why can you always suddenly come up with such extraordinary things? After a moment, Luli murmured, then grew excited. The world tree has taken root. Each leaf represents a world, continuously producing pure Tao energy. The overflowing Tao energy will undoubtedly bless the medicinal fields. Cultivating the elixir of immortality is no longer a dream. Luli thought of this and immediately became incredibly excited. Chapter 43, The Heavenly Mechanism Realm, Su Baowan. My husband is truly. Every time he breaks through, something appears within the sect. In Hongxiao approached Fal Tianyuan and spoke. After observing for these days, she had finally figured it out. Yes. As long as my strength grows, the sect's strength will also increase accordingly. My path has already merged with the sect. Feng Tianyuan nodded and said with a smile. No wonder. However, this has its advantages and disadvantages. If you leave the sect, you'll lose that powerful force. The cost is too high. In Hongxiao looked as though she didn't quite understand. If it were truly as she understood it, even if he possessed unmatched strength within the sect, she would still look down on it. In her eyes, the sect had become a prison. Yes. So, there are some things you need to understand. It's not that I'm not telling you, it's just that you wouldn't understand even if I did. Feng Tianyuan said with his hands behind his back. The existence of the system and the development of the sect were merely secondary concerns to him. By the way, madam, do you have this item? Feng Tianyuan thought for a moment and pulled out a token. The Heavenly Mechanism Order? In Hongxiao was somewhat surprised. As an empress, she naturally recognized the Heavenly Mechanism Order, which was currently sweeping across the 3,000 Dao states. The Tianji Order granted access to the Tianji realm. Husband, why is yours different? In Hongxiao took a closer look and noticed something amiss. She thought for a moment, and a Heavenly Mechanism Order appeared, shimmering with brilliant light. This shouldn't be. The announcement from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion stated that the Golden Heavenly Mechanism Order is the highest grade Heavenly Mechanism Order. Why is your Heavenly Mechanism Order more brilliant than mine, and the runes on it more complex? That's odd. In Hongxiao examined it closely. The two Heavenly Mechanism Orders were the same size and shape, but the runes were different. Moreover, Feng Tianyuan's Heavenly Mechanism Order was slightly more dazzling in color and deeper in hue than hers. It was like the difference between crimson gold and pure gold. They're not of the same rank. Mine is slightly higher in grade than yours. Feng Tianyuan said. This wasn't an ordinary Heavenly Mechanism Order, it was a GM Heavenly Mechanism Order, granting access to all the powers of the Heavenly Mechanism Realm. I happened to come across this item. I suppose the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion you mentioned hasn't been made public yet. Madam, can the Heavenly Mechanism Realm only send messages? Feng Tianyuan asked. He felt this thing was just like Douyin. It really does. This couldn't help but make him think of a possibility. Fellow villager. If he could be transported here by a heavy-duty truck, his fellow villager could certainly do the same. After all, Blue Star is full of talent. If he could make it here, others could too. No. The Heavenly Mechanism Order connects to the Heavenly Mechanism Realm. It's a very mysterious object. There are many things even this emperor has never seen. To name just one feature, the video viewing function alone left even this emperor in awe. Moreover, the Heavenly Mechanism Realm can allow one's spiritual essence to enter it for cultivation. In Hongxiao explained slowly. The two continued talking as they walked, eventually returning to the room and sitting down on the large soft bed. The young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, a prodigy who hasn't emerged in 10,000 years. How fascinating. After hearing Yin Hongxiao's introduction, Fang Tianyuan immediately zeroed in on one person. The young master of the Tianji Pavilion. A worthless youth who transformed into a dragon upon entering the Tianji Pavilion. There's no doubt he's awakened a system. This Tianji realm must have been created by a system. Training in the Tianji realm, that sounds interesting. Fang Tianyuan's divine consciousness flickered and entered the Tianji order. In an instant, a brand new interface appeared before his eyes. Following Yin Hongxiao's instructions, he immediately unlocked the video watching feature. These videos were all analyses and tutorials of various martial arts techniques. Damn it! A single video unlocking a divine-grade martial art technique costs 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That's ridiculously expensive. If we were to kidnap that so-called young master of the Tianji Pavilion, we could make a fortune. Fang Tianyuan immediately came up with an idea. With his GM Tianji order, he didn't need to unlock anything to watch any videos. However, he spotted his target for plundering through this feature. The young master of the Tianji Pavilion. The more he understood the Tianji order, the more he wanted to raid him. Private message? Suddenly, Fang Tianyuan noticed a certain area. Someone had sent him a private message. Dugu Jianzuan. It's actually him. Fang Tianyuan was surprised. There were many messages from Dugu Jianzuan, most of them asking about the exact location of his country, Shirgua. Empress, why have I searched through the 3,000 Dao states and still not found this empire? Empress, did you perhaps get the location wrong? My disciple investigated as well, but couldn't he determine the location of the Stone Kingdom? This is truly strange. Found it. It's just a small place in the Great Wasteland province. How interesting. Empress, I have arrived. I look forward to discussing the Dao with you. Fang Tianyuan looked at the message and fell into deep thought. This guy really came to discuss the Dao. Tianshan, old man. Holy crap, this old guy actually came too. This cross-dressing guy, the Yin Yang Great Sage, has also been tempted? That can't be. Wow, they're all big shots. Fang Tianyuan grew increasingly astonished. There were actually over a dozen big shots sending private messages, saying they had decided to make a trip to the Great Wasteland province. He was going to make a fortune. This thing doesn't have a live streaming feature. The system says that as a GM with the Heavenly Mechanism order, I can do anything. If I could enable the live streaming feature, that would be a golden opportunity to make money. Fang Tianyuan immediately had an idea. As soon as he thought about it, a live streaming feature appeared on the interface before his eyes. He clicked on it, but the feature was blank. So, he filled it in according to his memory, and various live streaming features began to take shape. Yin Hongxiao, standing beside him, raised an eyebrow. A golden heavenly mechanism order. With this thing, you still don't know what the heavenly mechanism realm is? Is this really something you found by chance? Picked up. Logically speaking, someone who possesses such an item wouldn't just lose it. Yin Hongxiao murmured. She thought for a moment and sent her divine sense into the heavenly mechanism order. Fang Tianyuan, no such person exists. How is that possible? Are you sure you found it? Yin Hongxiao searched the Tianji realm for Fang Tianyuan's name but found nothing. It must be that this name wasn't recorded in the heavenly mechanism order. She was greatly surprised. It said that once the Tianji order recognizes its master, the master's name appears? He possesses the Tianji order, yet his name isn't found? Could Fang Tianyuan be an alias? Yin Hongxiao speculated. She still couldn't believe that someone could have found such an item. Little did she know that at that very moment, the name appearing on Fang Tianyuan's heavenly mechanism order was Lu Ruyan. At that moment, the heavenly mechanism pavilion. A young man lay on a recliner, leisurely eating spiritual fruits fed to him by two beautiful maids on either side. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. How is that possible? The young man exclaims. Ding! A strange force is altering the rules of the heavens. Your holdings are under threat. Please be cautious. Ding! A strange force is altering the rules of fate. Your assets are under threat. Please be cautious. Ding! A strange force is altering the rules of the heavens. Your business is under threat. Please be cautious. An alarm sounded in his mind. 10 years. I've never encountered this situation before. What the hell is going on? System. What's going on? The young man shouted inwardly. The heavenly mechanism realm was his domain, yet it was now being altered by an unknown force. This was something he never anticipated. The young man's divine consciousness plunged into the heavenly mechanism realm, and a completely new scene appeared before his eyes. He looked at the various functions, particularly the live streaming feature that was constantly improving, and raised an eyebrow. Live streaming? Holy crap! System, I don't remember redeeming this feature. Are you losing it? The young man was puzzled. Check the attribute panel. Host, Su Baowan. Cultivation level, True God Realm. Assets, Tianji Realm, Tianbao Trading House, Hawan Pavilion, Zuaishan Pavilion. Available funds, 103 million top-grade spirit stones. Strange. My spirit stones haven't changed. This live streaming feature wasn't activated by me. System, you money-grabbing system, you finally decided to be generous? Su Baowan was greatly surprised. This wealthy system requires payment for everything. The live streaming feature in the Tianji realm requires 2 trillion top-grade spirit stones to activate. Now, it's actually constructing the live streaming feature on its own. This is an external force. The system is constructing a firewall to protect assets. Firewall construction failed. Alert! Alert! Firewall construction failed. The opponent is too strong. Please consume spirit stones to activate the system's second autonomous defense mechanism and protect assets. Quick! Quick! Damn it, stop it. If it's disabled, we're finished. Su Baowan's face turned pale. External forces. This is uncontrollable. Although the activated feature is excellent, it's beyond his control. That would be a huge loss. Consuming 1 million top-grade spirit stones to activate the system's second self-defense function. Locking onto target. Target locked. Damn it! Who the hell are you to dare touch my stuff, Su Baowan? Su Baowan saw Fong Tianyuan through the system. 2 streams of divine consciousness collided, one filled with rage, the other with utter surprise. Your things? You're the young master of the Tianji Pavilion? Robbery. Chapter 44, The Heavenly Mechanism Realm, the Five-Fingered Fist Heartsword. Robbery. Fong Tianyuan's divine sense transmitted his words. Robbery? You dog. You dare come to my territory and tell me to rob you? If I don't kill you, I'll write my name backwards. Su Baowan erupted in rage. His divine consciousness shone with dazzling lightning, and a bolt of thunder appeared, striking out. Boom! The thunder transformed into a dragon, aiming to swallow Fong Tianyuan's divine sense whole and inflict counterattack on his physical body. Heavenly Emperor Fist. The divine consciousness itself was the power of the soul, and it could also perform martial arts techniques. It struck the charging thunder dragon with a punch. Boom! The thunder dragon exploded, unleashing a terrifying force. The dazzling fist light contained an unmatched might. The true intent of the thunder and lightning was extinguished, leaving Su Baowan astonished. Damn it! How powerful must his divine essence be to unleash such a terrifying punch? Su Baowan was utterly shocked. As he thought, the entire Tianji realm shook violently. You damn bastard, come in here. Hum. The Tianji realm trembled, and dazzling rules of power shone brightly. Fong Tianyuan's divine soul was enveloped by the force and dragged into a brand new world. Fong Tianyuan froze in shock. The Tianji realm. This was the true heavenly mechanism realm. What he had seen before was merely the functional interface of the heavenly mechanism order, not the true heavenly mechanism realm. Now, the rules of the heavenly mechanism realm were spreading across his divine consciousness, binding his divine soul, and pulling his entire divine soul into the heavenly mechanism realm. This is the realm of heavenly mechanics, a spiritual realm. If you perish here, your soul will be annihilated, and you will die. Daring to cause trouble on this young master's territory, I must say, you are truly brave. Su Baowan roared. The heavenly mechanism realm appears no different from the real world, but those who enter here are all spiritual essences. He was the creator of the heavenly mechanism realm and the very embodiment of its rules. So, you also entered as a divine soul. Fong Tianyuan heard this and showed no fear. He actually laughed. Earlier, it was merely a clash of divine consciousness, and he couldn't yet harm Su Baowan. Now things were different. The divine soul once captured, this would be a huge gain. What are you laughing at? Su Baowan frowned. He stood arrogantly in the vast sky of the Tianji realm, feeling puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered someone in the Tianji realm who dared to show him no respect. He had truly never encountered such a thing before. Robbery. Fong Tianyuan's response was only 2 words. Rob your mother. Die. Boom. The power of the rules, crush him for this young master. As Su Baowan pointed his finger, the heavenly mechanism realm trembled, and a terrifying force emerged. The power of the Tao's rules. Chains began to form, materializing from the essence of order, aiming to bind Fong Tianyuan. At the same time, various Tao rules transformed into true dragons, phoenixes, white tigers, vermilion birds, black tortoises, and even the great spirits of the Kuanping, all charging toward Fong Tianyuan to attack him. Who is that? Heaven! How could it be him? Who is that guy? How dare he offend the crown prince? He's going to die. Within the heavenly mechanism realm, this master is invincible. Even if the emperor's divine essence were to enter, it would still be under his command. I've seen people looking for death, but never like this. This guy looks pretty good, but he has no sense of danger. How dare he offend this prince? His family is as good as dead. The great Taoist rules manifested, and the enormous commotion attracted the attention of many beings entering the heavenly mechanism realm for cultivation. They looked toward the source of the commotion, all of them stunned. It was none other than the young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the ruler of the Heavenly Mechanism realm, personally intervening to deal with a young man. He does look decent, but his aura is lacking. How dare you lay a finger on your master? Feng Tianyuan looked at the swarm of ferocious beasts but did not flee immediately. Instead, he spoke calmly. This scene shocked everyone. The murderous Dao rules that had been raging moments ago suddenly came to a halt, showing no signs of movement. Impossible! Su Baoan exclaimed in disbelief. He had lost his ability to control the rules of the Heavenly Mechanism realm. Kill him! Su Baoan clasped his hands together and shouted. As his words fell, the manifested Dao rules stirred once more, ready to strike. But Feng Tianyuan also formed seals, and they came to a halt. Impossible! You damn dog, what did you do? Su Baoan erupted in anger. The Heavenly Mechanism realm was the source of 9/10 of his wealth. It was the one place that should never falter. Boom! Su Baoan shot forward, clenching his hands into thunderbolts, grabbing a thick lightning bolt and whipping it like a whip toward Feng Tianyuan. 5 lightning whips. Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed, lightning split the sky, and the attack struck suddenly. Divine Path Killing Technique, 5-finger palm heartsword. Feng Tianyuan stood on one leg like a golden rooster, with his right palm pressed against his left palm. From between his fingers, he extracted a sword beam, while his right hand gradually clenched into a fist. Then, his right hand rose above his head, and his thumb suddenly spread wide, releasing a dazzling sword beam. Boom! The sword light, moving at an extreme speed, shone brightly, piercing through everything, and landed on Su Baoan's soul. Aha! Su Baoan let out an agonizing scream as cracks appeared on his soul essence. The rules evolved, and a massive hand reached out, directly grasping his entire soul. I told you, we're robbing you. Chapter 45, Robbing Su Baoan No More 5 million. The rule-enforcing hand seized Su Baoan and bound him. Who are you? Su Baoan, whose soul essence was cracking, roared. Had it not been for the system's protection, that previous move would have extinguished his soul essence, causing his body and path to perish. Within the Tianji realm, he was being beaten into the ground for the first time, without even a chance to fight back. I'm your grandfather. Hurry up. Hand over everything you have on you. Feng Tianyuan roared. Now that everyone was in their spiritual forms, their belongings were all outside, so he naturally couldn't take them himself. I don't have anything. Don't even think about it. Su Baoan roared. He wasn't afraid they were all here as spiritual essences. If he didn't hand over the items voluntarily, they couldn't take them. Ah! The next moment, a terrifying force struck his soul, causing him to let out a scream. Pain! Too much pain! You dare touch me one day, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion will hunt you down and leave you with no way out. Be reasonable, let me go. Ah! As Su Baoan finished his threat, his soul trembled again, and the cracks that had appeared grew more numerous. He's cracking open. You're really stubborn. Feng Tianyuan frowned. This Su Baoan was so stubborn that even as his soul essence was about to explode, he still refused to speak. As he thought, the rules of the Tao manifested, transforming into a brilliant flame. You dog! What do you think you're doing? Su Baoan roared. The heat of the flames made him feel uneasy. Aha! The flames of the Tao's rules burned his soul, causing him immense pain and making him scream in agony. Everyone watching the scene was utterly shocked. That prince, the young master of the Tianji Pavilion, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius who had not appeared in 1,000 years, was being tortured. The flames of the Tao's rules were burning his soul, causing him to scream in agony, a sight so horrific it defied description. Who is he? How could he defeat Su Gongzi in the Tianji realm? That's quite peculiar. He can actually manipulate the rules of the Heavenly Mechanism realm just like Su Gongzi. Among the young generation, I have met most of them, but I have never seen him before. That's strange. Among the prodigies of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, I should have seen them all, yet I've never encountered this fellow before. The crowd murmured in confusion, sensing something amiss. The young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is being treated so harshly. If this were to get out, it would cause a major upheaval in the 3,000 Tao states. No. Stop. Don't burn him. I'll give you 10 million. Don't burn him. Su Baoan could no longer contain himself and begged for mercy. He couldn't be burned to death, but he could be made to suffer unbearably. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. If I'd known it would end like this, why did I ever do it in the first place? Feng Tianyuan said. Transfer the money. He said another word, and then a name appeared above his head, leaving everyone speechless and unable to recover for a long time. That name. Lu Ruyan. The name of the Empress Lu Ruyan had actually appeared. Even Su Baoan was utterly shocked. How could the other party be named Lu Ruyan? Isn't the Emperor of Ruyan a woman? One of the two beauties of the 3,000 Tao states, how could she be a man? That's impossible. Same name, different person? Su Baoan furrowed his brows. Ah! He He froze for a moment as the flames of the Tao's rules began to burn again, causing him to scream in agony. "I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you," Su Baoan roared. As he thought, a transfer function appeared above his head. Ding! You have received a transfer from the Master of Heavenly Mechanics, 1 billion top-grade Spirit Stones. Fong Tianyuan heard the words in his mind and sighed in relief. 1 million had been transferred. This time, the robbery wasn't a complete failure, he wasn't leaving empty-handed. He thought to himself, and the flames of the Tao's rules continued to burn. "Ah! How dare you! Stop! You can't go back on your word. I gave you the Spirit Stones," Su Baoan roared. He had already paid 10 million. This dog of a man dared to keep burning him. "This sect master never promised you anything," Fong Tianyuan said. "What do you want?" Su Baoan roared. The Spirit Stones he possessed that could be used directly amounted to only 103 million. He had already spent 2 million. 500 million. "Your life isn't worth just 10 million, it's worth at least 50 trillion. Fong Tianyuan spoke up. "This guy is definitely worth more than 10 million. Given the money-making capabilities of the Tianji realm, he could definitely get even more." "Damn it! You're asking for the moon." Su Baoan was furious. 5 million. 5 million. These are top-grade Spirit Stones, not 5 million worth of low-grade ones. The difference is enormous. 5 million top-grade Spirit Stones, even ordinary Sacred Land factions might not be able to earn that much in half a year. This guy is asking for an exorbitant price. "Aha! Give it to me, don't burn it, don't burn it. I'll give you 5 million, just stop burning me and let me go. Swear it on your life," Su Baoan roared. All he wanted now was to leave the Tianji realm, return to his physical body, and escape this torment. As for the Spirit Stones, he could always retrieve them later. After all, the Tianji Pavilion had plenty of connections. "I swear that if Su Baoan gives me 5 million top-grade Spirit Stones, I will no longer burn him with the flames of the Great Tao and will let him go." Fong Tianyuan didn't hesitate and immediately swore the oath of the Tao. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Is that how one makes a Great Tao oath? Will that even work?" Su Baoan erupted into curses. Without mentioning his name, how could this oath of the Great Tao possibly hold? Suddenly, a terrifying Tao power descended, and Su Baoan, who was about to continue cursing, froze. He had already sensed it, the oath of the Great Way between the two of them had been completed. "Here you go." Su Baoan didn't understand, but the oath of the Great Way had been made, and he couldn't care less. As long as he could leave alive. Ding! You have received a transfer from the Master of Heavenly Mechanics, 50 million top-grade Spirit Stones. The Spirit Stones arrived, and Fong Tianyuan smiled broadly. With a thought, the flames of the Tao's rules vanished. "Let me go. You'll remember this. Today's events, I, Su Baoan, will definitely repay you." Su Baoan growled fiercely. The oath of the Tao had taken effect, he would not die. One day, he would certainly seek revenge. Who was Su Baoan? Even though he was still trapped, as long as he could ensure his survival, he dared to make such a bold threat. That was Su Baoan. Then, boom! A thunderous clap echoed, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, crashing into Su Baoan's soul. "Ah!" Su Baoan let out a piercing scream. Thunder strike! It was the heavenly thunder formed by the laws of the Tao, and as it descended, it seemed to pierce through his divine soul. 5 million, or I'll strike you dead," Fong Tianyuan said. He meant he wouldn't use fire, but he didn't say he wouldn't use lightning. As for releasing him, he didn't say to release them now, releasing them later is also releasing them. Moreover, he doesn't seem to fear the oath of the Great Way. If he breaks it, won't he just suffer divine retribution? The messenger of the heavens appearing is even better for him. Go to hell. You dare to violate the oath of the Great Way. Su Baoan roared angrily, feeling puzzled. Not letting him go, isn't that breaking the oath of the Great Way? Why doesn't the heavenly Tao intervene and send down divine retribution? He cried out in confusion and agony. Thunderbolts struck down, more terrifying than the flames of the Tao's rules. It's over. I don't have 50 million. I only have 30 million left. I don't have 50 million anymore. Even if you kill me, I won't get 50 million. Chapter 46, Su Baoan becomes Su Qiangbi. Aren't you supposed to be refining your soul? The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Young master, what is wrong with you? Boom! A maid kept pushing Su Baoan's physical body, and then terrifying thunder emerged from his body, sending her flying away. Her entire body was smoking, her flesh and blood charred black. Heavenly thunder! Terrifying heavenly thunder! What's going on? Several elderly figures flickered and appeared here. Their brows furrowed, and their expressions grew somber. His soul has left his body. Though his physical form and soul are still connected, the expression on his face right now, he must be enduring unimaginable suffering. Could he be refining his soul essence? It must be. The soul leaving the body means he's entered the heavenly mechanism realm to temper his soul. Speaking of which, the divine demon grinding wheel in the heavenly mechanism realm for refining the soul the pain it inflicts is not something ordinary beings can endure. Million is already at the true God realm. He must be aiming to break through to the heavenly God realm and undergo another transformation of his divine soul. Madness. I've experienced that divine demon grindstone myself. It's truly terrifying, as if it's crushing the divine soul over and over again. The old men exchanged glances. They were well acquainted with the Tianji realm. Generally speaking, when the soul leaves the body, it enters the Tianji realm. But Million's physical body is surrounded by lightning. The divine demon grinding wheel doesn't emit electricity, does it? This lightning is clearly being transmitted through the faint connection between the physical bodies and the souls. An old woman spoke up. She believed this was not caused by the divine and demonic grinding wheels. Could it be that the Million are engaging in magical combat with someone? The old woman added. That's impossible. Million is invincible in the heavenly mechanism realm. Who dares to touch him? Exactly. You old hag, you're just a woman with long hair and a narrow mind. Big breasts, small brain. How could Million possibly have any rivals in the heavenly mechanism realm? Humph. Even we old fossils can't go up against Million in the heavenly mechanism realm, let alone anyone else. Even if that brat isn't messing with the divine demon grinding wheel in the Tianji realm, he is definitely refining his divine soul in some other way. So you mean, could he be using the celestial tribulation formed from the Tao rules of the Tianji realm to temper his divine soul? In an instant, everyone thought of the same thing and spoke in unison. Heavenly tribulation. If that's the case, it all makes sense. Only the heavenly tribulation could produce such terrifying lightning. This kid must be crazy. Should we go in and stop him? An old woman couldn't help but say. Refining one's soul with heavenly thunder forged from the Tao's rules is an utterly decision. If he is not crazy, he is not Su Baoan. Exactly. Let him go crazy if he wants to. I'm not getting involved. Who told him to design it so that entering the heavenly mechanism realm costs so much? Speaking of which, it's all that kid's fault. We're all from the heavenly mechanism pavilion, and he didn't even give us a discount. Whoever has extra spirit stones, go in. I'm not going to bother. Exactly. Anyway, he won't die, so I don't care. The old men muttered angrily and shook their heads as they left. Enter the Tianji realm? That requires spirit stones, and at their cultivation level, they need tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. They didn't want to waste them. Anyway, Su Baoan is invincible in the Tianji realm. Nothing bad will happen to him. True, that kid won't die at worst. He'll be struck by heavenly lightning and left half crippled. He'll just need to rest for a while. Anyway, he is rich and powerful. He can afford anything. The old woman murmured. She turned to leave, but after thinking it over, she stayed put and didn't go. You all go down and tend to your injuries. I'll stay here with the old woman. The old woman said to the maids. The heavenly mechanism realm. I'll give it all to you. All of it. Ding. You have received a transfer from the Lord of the Heavenly Mechanism Umbrella, 9-leaf sword grass, star grass, sun god tree. Fong Tianyuan received the transfer, his smile growing even broader. No wonder he's the young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Damn, he's so rich. These rare herbs are all extraordinary items, either of the supreme grade or the imperial grade. There's none left. There's really none left. Let me go. Brother, I really don't have any more. Please let me go, have mercy. Su Baoan pleaded. He had lost all his previous arrogance and fearlessness. He couldn't take it anymore. Fire, lightning, wind tearing, freezing. Every possible torture, he had tried them all. Enough. You are now the largest sponsor for the development of our sect. For that reason alone, I will spare you. Fong Tianyuan flickered his thoughts, and the rule-enforcing hand vanished. Su Baoan, now free, felt himself drifting aimlessly, as if he were about to vanish. This was the rhythm of his soul collapsing. He moved his thoughts, intending to leave the Tianji realm. Take your time. Come back often, we'll have more intimate exchanges. Fong Tianyuan said. Hearing these words, Su Baoan's divine essence once again revealed a massive crack. I'll remember you. With those words, Su Baoan departed. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Put. Su Baoan, who had just returned to his physical form, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The old woman beside him frowned at the sight. Bai Wan. You brat, take it easy. Refining your soul isn't something to be so reckless about. You actually used the rules of the Tao to refine your soul. You're a madman. The old woman spoke solemnly. She raised her hand, formed a seal, and then imprinted the calming spirit seal into Su Baoan's body. This caused her brows to furrow once more. This is terrible. His soul had so many cracks, it was about to collapse. What is refining the soul essence? Put. Su Baoan spat blood again and retorted. You brat, weren't you using the Tao rules in the Tianji realm to temper your soul essence? The old woman said. Su Baoan. 6th Patriarch. I've been robbed. Robbed by some scum. 100 million. 100 million. Not a single penny left, it was all stolen by that bastard. Put. After Su Baoan finished speaking, his anger overwhelmed him, and he vomited a large amount, collapsing to the ground. This left the old woman completely dumbfounded. The heavenly mechanism realm. She knew it. Su Baoan. She recognized him. 100 million. She knows that too. But Su Baoan was in the Tianji realm, where someone had stolen 1 billion from him. When these words were put together, she just couldn't make sense of it. Hey, hey, hey! Quick, help him up! Su Baoan has fainted. The old woman shouted. In an instant, several figures appeared and rushed over to check on Su Baoan. The sky is falling. This kid is ruined. Chapter 47, Zhang Yunxi, a beauty to behold. The heavenly mechanism realm. Feng Tianyuan landed on a divine mountain. Ding! Host has looted Su Baoan, obtaining 103 million top-grade spirit stones, upgraded to 1.03 billion top-grade spirit stones. Ding! Host looted Su Baoan, obtained an imperial-grade heavenly mechanism umbrella, upgraded to a dark heavenly mechanism umbrella. Ding! Host plundered Su Baoan, obtained an emperor-grade 9-leaf sword grass, enhancement failed, rewarded with the divine art, grass character sword technique. Ding! The host has looted Su Baoan, obtaining a holy grade star grass, which has been enhanced to the supreme grade 9-turn star sovereign grass. Ding! The host has looted Su Baoan and obtained the sun god tree, which has been enhanced to the 3-legged golden crow. Ding! The host has looted Su Baoan and obtained the divine grade goddess painting, which has been upgraded to the imperial grade heavenly maiden painting. This raid rewards 260,000 cultivation points. 260,000 plus the 128,888 above that, that's almost 400,000. That should finally be enough to break through to the divine fire realm. Feng Tianyuan murmured to himself. The last time he raided the entire Xiantian sect, the 120,000 cultivation points he obtained were useless. His goal was to break through to the divine fire realm. According to the system, reaching the divine fire realm typically requires relying on divine crystals, celestial and terrestrial, or other rare treasures, or using one's own blood essence or the Tao as a medium to ignite the divine fire. Each method produces a different type of divine fire, some stronger, some weaker. Generally, ordinary divine fire realm cultivators use law crystals, which are relatively easier to obtain. Some aristocratic disciples spend enormous sums of money to seek out heavenly earth flames and use them to ignite the divine fire. Even more extraordinary individuals, known as prodigies, utilize their own vital energy, sacrificing it to ignite the divine fire against the will of heaven. Those who ignite the divine flame through this method possess an exceptionally powerful divine flame, and their physical bodies must be extraordinarily resilient, otherwise, they will perish from exhaustion of their vital energy. The system's solution is that the more cultivation points spent, the stronger the divine fire ignited. System. With nearly 400,000 cultivation points, can I ignite the strongest divine fire of all time? Feng Tianyuan asked. His divine physique had already reached the pinnacle of perfection at this stage, and his divine power had perfectly transformed into the divine power of the heavens. He had long been capable of entering the divine flame realm. Currently, the host can use their own blood and flesh as fuel and their body as a furnace to ignite the divine fire, but it will not be the strongest divine fire of all time. In the past, there was an peerless powerhouse who used the heavens and earth as a furnace, the 3,000 great Tao as fire, and their flesh and blood as fuel to ignite the divine fire, dominating the ages. This is the strongest divine fire, invincible within the same realm, sweeping away peers of the same generation, and looking down upon the endless cycles of time. That's so awesome? How many cultivation points does that require? Feng Tianyuan frowned. 40,000? And that's not even the highest tier. This was beyond his expectations. 1 million. Can I exchange spirit stones instead? Damn it! Even if it's just one spirit stone for 1 million cultivation points, I'd be willing to do it. If it's really impossible, I'll even trade one-on-one. I could barely accept that. Feng Tianyuan said. He was now wealthy and powerful, spirit stones were nothing to him. Are you even speaking human? Host, please transfer to human customer service. Do not use the AI. Get lost. You worthless dog, you're even mocking me. You call yourself the strongest bandit system in the multiverse? You don't even have a currency exchange function, and you dare to call yourself the strongest? You're a joke. Feng Tianyuan retorted. He stood proudly atop the divine mountain, carefully observing this spiritual world and glancing at the onlookers in the distance. At his glance, the crowd scattered in all directions, none daring to meet his gaze. 1 million. 1 million. Why are you running away? Feng Tianyuan spoke up. He spotted a woman, whose figure flickered, and he gave chase. Miss, you have such clear brows and bright eyes. You look just like my 1 million. Why don't we talk? As soon as he spoke, the woman's face turned pale. What does she look like $1 million? That's nonsense. If you want to talk to this divine maiden, you don't need such a lame excuse. The woman cursed inwardly. She couldn't help but speed up, wanting to escape from Feng Tianyuan. This was a man who dared to fight even Su Baoan, the master of the heavens. She didn't want any involvement with him. Sis, you go ahead, I'll follow behind. If you fall into a pit, I'll sit beside you and laugh my fill before pulling you out. After all, helping others is supposed to be fun, right? Feng Tianyuan followed behind, not moving to attack immediately, instead singing what he thought was a clever song he'd made up. The woman grew increasingly embarrassed as she listened. Fellow cultivator. We've never met before and have no connection. Why are you following me? The woman stopped and couldn't help but speak up. She was tall and slender, wearing a light blue dress that just covered her knees, revealing her slender, fair calves. Her fair face was as bright as the moon in the sky, high and distant, giving off an aura that made one feel she was meant to be admired from afar, not approached lightly. No. You're mistaken. You look just like my $1 million. No, you must be it. I wouldn't mistake you for anyone else. My eyes are sharp. I've never mistaken $1 million before. Feng Tianyuan said solemnly. The woman before him was clearly no ordinary person. The clothes she wore and the jewelry she adorned were far from ordinary items. They were all divine grade items, and some were even sacred grade. Nonsense. I am Jiang Yunshi, the divine maiden of the Jiang family. My father is the sword sovereign Jiang Yidao. My mother is the gun sovereign, Lu Fengxue. Jiang Yunshi shouted. By revealing her family background and invoking her parents, he should be intimidated and dare not act too recklessly. She thought to herself. But Feng Tianyuan didn't take it to heart. Not to mention the two revered ones he had already dealt with, the two emperors of the 3,000 Dao states. What was there to fear? What do you intend to do? Jiang Yunshi's expression grew solemn, his face filled with caution as he kept backing up, trying to create distance between them. Nothing much, just asking where everyone is going. Feng Tianyuan smiled indifferently. He smiled brightly, but in Jiang Yunshi's eyes, it could only be interpreted as lecherous, perverted, and disgusting. Such words. That area is where the Saint Realm and above-level experts reside. Such powerful beings cannot come here. Most of them are going there to seek out their elders. Jiang Yunshi explained. The Tianji realm is divided into regions. Beings at the divine realm and below, such as where they currently were, could not enter this area beyond their realm. However, those of lower realms can still enter the area reserved for holy realm beings, as long as they are not afraid of death. So you're also going to seek the protection of your elders, or rather, to find your elders and attack the sect master, intending to bully me? Feng Tianyuan spoke, his tone suddenly turning icy cold, as if he had entered a refrigerator. That's not possible. You've misunderstood, Yunshi doesn't have such intentions. Yunshi's journey is merely to go to the divine demon grinding wheel to temper his divine soul. Jiang Yunshi said. The divine demon grinding wheel? What is that? What's it for? Feng Tianyuan immediately became interested. The divine and demonic grinding wheel is a training ground in the heavenly mechanism realm, governed by 3,000 divine beings and demons, where the soul is refined through the grinding wheel. However, it's not free, it's extremely expensive. Entering for just 1 hour costs 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. As Jiang Yunshi finished speaking, he smiled again. Refining one's divine essence. He had no interest whatsoever. But then again, if it's so expensive, doesn't that mean everyone who goes there is his VIP guest, an angel investor for the heaven-defying sect? He must secure sponsorships. Young lady, this sect leader has a project. You have such clear brows and a beautiful face. Do you have any interest in joining? Feng Tianyuan said. Ha? What do you mean? Jiang Yunshi was puzzled. This sect master will one day become an unrivaled ruler of the ages, invincible across all heavens and worlds. If you assist me now, you will undoubtedly receive my protection in the future. After all, the general's wife wasn't always the general's wife. She started as a common soldier's wife. If you become my wife, that would be the best outcome. Don't you agree? Feng Tianyuan continued. At the same time, a rope appeared in his hand. The rope of binding immortals. Nonsense. This divine maiden has no interest. Go find someone else. Boom. Jiang Yunshi spoke and accelerated to leave. She was moving very fast. But in this realm of divine secrets, Feng Tianyuan was invincible. All the rules were set by him. Young lady, this is unwise. It won't do. He flickered and appeared before Jiang Yunshi. What do you want? Jiang Yunshi snapped. A man who could beat the ruler of the Tianji realm into submission and render him helpless. She was no match for him. I like the dress you're wearing. This bracelet you're wearing, I like it. Your body, I like it too. Hand it all over. Ah. As the words fell, screams echoed through the air. Chapter 48, The Divine Maiden Jiang Yunshi. In a short while, Jiang Yunshi had been bound and gagged. Everything on her body had been searched and taken. These are just some items made from divine silkworm silk. If you want them, I'll take them off and give them to you. Zhang Yunxi's expression was stiff. At this moment, she was in her divine form, and everything on her body was a reflection of her physical form in the real world. She was truly afraid that Fall Tianyuan would summon those terrifying Taoist rules and transform them into heavenly thunderbolts to strike her. Seeing the shimmering lightning bolts resembling a giant dragon, she had no choice but to hand them over. Ding! You have received a transfer from Zhang Yunxi, obtaining a storage ring, a divine silkworm skirt, and a string of 5 elements holy pearls. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Fang Tianyuan's mind, and his smile grew even broader. This is pretty good. Ding! Host has looted Zhang Yunxi, obtaining a holy grade heavenly sword ring, upgraded to a supreme grade heavenly sovereign ring. Ding! Host plundered Zhang Yunxi, obtaining a divine silkworm true skirt, upgraded to a supreme grade heavenly silkworm skirt. Ding! Host plundered Zhang Yunxi, obtained the 5 elements holy beads, upgraded to an emperor grade 5 elements heavenly bead. Ding! Host plundered Zhang Yunxi, obtaining 20,000 top grade spirit stones, upgraded to 200,000 top grade spirit stones. Ding! The host has looted Zhang Yunxi, obtaining a holy grade Bawang spear, which has been upgraded to an emperor grade Yusha spear. This plunder rewards 110,000 cultivation points. Ha! Only 110,000? System, are you just giving out cultivation points randomly? How come this guy only got 110,000? Fang Tianyuan frowned. He had raided Su Baowan, who had over 200,000, yet this Zhang Yunxi only had 110,000. It depends on the target of the raid and the quantity of looted items. Su Baowan has stronger fortune than Zhang Yunxi. The host looted far more items from him than from Zhang Yunxi, so their cultivation points are not even in the same league. No wonder. But, are you hiding something else? Fang Tianyuan stared at Zhang Yunxi and demanded. There's nothing left. I'm just a divine maiden, not the clan leader. This is all I have. Zhang Yunxi shook her head repeatedly. There really isn't anything else. Everything she could take, she had already taken out. You're lying. A family that can produce a sacred artifact, and you, a goddess, look so poor? Fang Tianyuan looked utterly disbelieving. In his mind, a goddess was supposed to be a wealthy, pampered young lady. I really have nothing left. Do you think a divine maiden can have anything she wants? My family is different from other noble families. My father is quite strict. He believes that young people shouldn't be too extravagant, and everything must be earned through one's own efforts. The spirit stones on my body are all I've managed to save up. I even plan to use half of them to grind my soul in the divine demon grinding wheel before coming here. Zhang Yunxi grew more pitiful as she spoke, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. Spirit stones are essential for both daily life and cultivation, and her family didn't give her many. She really didn't have much. You don't know. I got so many spirit stones from those guys who were trying to curry favor with me. My father always said, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it deems worthy, first by testing their resolve and strengthening their resolve. I'm suffering, the suffering of a divine maiden you don't understand. Fang Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. This one doesn't seem like she's acting. Even when the thunderbolt struck her head, she only trembled and shook her head frantically. If it's so hard, why not join my sect, the heaven-defying sect, and help us grow stronger? Fang Tianyuan said. As he thought this, the rules of the Tao vanished. What's the salary? Zhang Yunxi looked up and asked. Let's discuss the rest later. She only cares about her salary. It was hard to believe those words came from a goddess. 10,000. Top-grade spirit stones. Fang Tianyuan said. This was the salary of the highest-ranking disciple in the heaven-defying sect at present, and only 2 people could currently claim it. 10,000? My family is so poor, and I have 3 10,000. You're telling me 1 10,000? Forget it, I'll just stay home and suffer. And I can't betray my sect. Zhang Yunxi heard the number 10,000 and looked down on it. Her own father gives her 3,000, and they want to lure her away with just 1,000? They must be dreaming. 10,000 a day is still too low? It seems you're quite wealthy, little miss, lying isn't nice, you know. Fang Tianyuan smirked. With a flick of his wrist, 2 thunderous chains appeared. Wait. How much did you say? 10,000 a day, not 10,000 a month? Zhang Yunxi's mind raced. 10,000 a day, that's 30,000 a month, 365,000 a year, 10 years is 3,650,000. That's right. 10,000 a day. Zhang Yunxi pays respects to the sect master. As Fang Tianyuan finished speaking, she immediately knelt down and bowed her head. That's speed. Fang Tianyuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Aren't you supposed to never betray your family? He said with a smile. No. The clan leader doesn't know. My father is just a stubborn old fool. I've never gotten along with him. I've wanted to leave the Zhang family for a long time. Today, the clan leader has given me this opportunity to help me achieve my goal. How could Yunxi possibly refuse? Master, where our sect resides and where we cultivate, is there a fee? Jiang Yunxi finished speaking, paused for 3 breaths, then asked in a soft voice. That was what she was really concerned about. If it included room and board, she could save a fortune from her 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Free. Feng Tianyuan replied. Greetings, Sect Master. Long live the Sect Master. Jiang Yunxi looked utterly respectful, showing not a trace of the dignity one would expect from a divine maiden. Are you really a divine maiden? Where is your dignity? Feng Tianyuan asked. This made him doubt her. Master, modesty doesn't put food on the table. If you had 300 million, I'd even be willing to be your spiritual partner. Jiang Yunxi said, lowering her head. In her world, spirit stones were the ultimate currency. Everything else was meaningless. Forgive me for speaking frankly, but you're not worth 300 million. Feng Tianyuan said. He had 300 million, but spending 300 million on a wife didn't seem worth it to him. After all, this kind of thing, he just likes to get for free. Jiang Yunxi was speechless. She stood straight, then suddenly her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Master, why don't you kidnap me and take me over there? My father is cultivating there. Kidnap me and demand 100 or 80,000 from him, he'll definitely be able to pay. We'll split the money 50-50. Chapter 49, Jiang Yidao, Father and Daughter. The Heavenly Mechanism Realm. The Divine and Demonic Grinding Wheel. Father. Save me. Father, save me. Feng Tianyuan channeled the power of thunder to form chains, binding Jiang Yunxi and bringing her here. She screamed loudly, startling numerous beings present. Who's that? Goodness gracious, isn't that the girl from the Zheng family? Someone actually dared to capture her soul. The daughter of that good-for-nothing Jiang Yidao has been kidnapped in the Tianji realm? Who is this? So brave, daring to capture the Zheng family's daughter? I really admire him. It's him, ancestor, it's the guy I told you about. He is the one who attacked Su Gongzi. Feng Tianyuan's arrival drew everyone's attention. At that moment, a man suddenly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze shooting out like blades of light. Who are you? Jiang Yidao's gaze was as sharp as a knife, sitting cross-legged on the enlightenment platform before the divine and demonic grinding stone. He stared at Feng Tianyuan, looking at his bound daughter, his expression growing colder and colder, like a sword drawn from its scabbard. You have 3 breaths to release Yunxi. Otherwise, you die. He said again. Agreed. 1 million top-grade spirit stones, or I'll kill her. Feng Tianyuan was no pushover either. He stared straight at Jiang Yidao, unfazed by the terrifying sword aura he had released. 1 million? I'll give you 1,000,000 blades, dare you take them? Jiang Yidao rose to his feet, like a blade slicing through the heavens. In an instant, the terrifying sword chi surged, and the overwhelming power caused everyone present to pale in fear. The Blade Master was a renowned powerhouse in the 3,000 Dao states. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't dare to show up, and he could walk around with complete impunity. Intimidation won't work. Without 1,000,000, you'll be ready to hold your grandchild next year or bury her. Feng Tianyuan remained calm. Within the heavenly mechanism realm, everything was entirely under his control. What could a supreme being do? He feared nothing. You're asking for death. Great Dream Heavenly Sword, 1 strike to end an era. Boom! Jiang Yidao moved. With a flick of his wrist, a 10,000-foot-long celestial sword materialized, as if it were about to split the entire Tianji realm in 2. The terrifying blade light shone brightly, and a terrifying force tried to pull Feng Tianyuan into the illusory Blade Dream Realm. Hey! Be careful! The illusory Blade Dream Realm. That's my father's spiritual realm. Don't let him influence you. Jiang Yunxi transmitted her voice. She was genuinely afraid that the Dream Realm would affect Feng Tianyuan. If that happened, it would be a huge loss. Sigh. Sometimes, you just have to show off a little. With a soft sigh, Feng Tianyuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. Boom. The terrifying power of the Great Path surged, and the illusory knife Dream Realm, just as it formed, exploded into pieces. Impossible. Who are you? Jiang Yidao's divine essence trembled violently as he exclaimed in shock. This was simply unimaginable. Someone had actually managed to manipulate the power of the rules within his Phantom Blade Dream Realm and forcibly tear it apart. His sword intent was completely obliterated. How powerful. This guy feels terrifyingly powerful. Don't ask who I am. I want your daughter. 1,000,000, or she will perish. Feng Tianyuan said. With a flick of his wrist, terrifying rule-based energy manifested, tightening the thunderous chains binding Jiang Yunxi by another third. Aha, father, save me. Pain. Pain. Father, save me. Jiang Yunxi screamed, her expression twisted in agony. This wasn't an act, it was real pain, an unbearable agony tearing at her soul. Give me more of it later. It's too painful. Woo! Amidst the agony, she still managed to send a mental message to Feng Tianyuan. Stop. At that moment, Jiang Yidao's expression became utterly hideous. The celestial sword he had manifested trembled. I'll give you 1,000,000, come to the Jiang family and take it. He roared angrily. Whether his daughter was more important or the 1,000,000 was more important, he knew the difference. No need. Just transfer the money directly, Fang Tianyuan said. As soon as he spoke, a name appeared above his head, leaving everyone stunned. Lu Ruyan. That name was Lu Ruyan, the exact same name as the leader of the Dao Alliance. That was the title of the emperor. You really go by Lu Ruyan? Jiang Yidao furrowed his brows and asked coldly. That's none of your concern. Ah. Fang Tianyuan spoke, and with a flick of his thoughts, the thunder chains tightened even further. Zhang Yunxi let out a piercing scream, her expression so pitiful that everyone present couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The divine maiden of the Jiang family. In terms of appearance, though she couldn't compare to the twin emperors, she was still renowned as a fairy among the younger generation. Yet she was being tortured so brutally at this moment. You dog! Stop! All for you! Ding! You have received a transfer from Jiang Yidao, 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. The sound of the transfer echoed, and Fang Tianyuan let out a smile. Let him go! Jiang Yidao roared angrily. Though it pained him to part with 1,000,000, seeing his daughter's agonized expression, he couldn't bear it anymore. No problem. Miss Jiang, we'll meet again. Fang Tianyuan snapped his fingers, and the thunder chains vanished, sending Zhang Yunxi back to Jiang Yidao's side. In an instant, the two vanished. Ding! Host has looted Jiang Yidao, obtaining 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones, upgraded to 10,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. This raid rewards 50,000 cultivation points. Only 50,000? It seems like breaking through to the Divine Fire Realm will require quite a few sponsors. Fang Tianyuan's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the others. Before the entire Divine Demon Grinding Wheel, there were 108 enlightenment platforms, each filled with people. Everyone here was either a powerful individual or a member of a prominent family. He was selecting his target. The others, meanwhile, eyed him with caution. The evolving rules of the Heavenly Mechanism Realm were terrifyingly powerful here. They could not withstand it. Some have already left immediately. The Jiang family. Jiang Yidao, having returned to reality, flickered and appeared outside Zhang Yunxi's room. Master of the family, the divine maiden is in the midst of her cultivation. Get out of the way. Before the maid could finish speaking, Jiang Yidao forcefully burst into the room. Yunxi. Yunxi. How do you feel? Cough cough. I'm fine. Zhang Yunxi's soul had returned, but her face was pale. Although the rules of the Heavenly Mechanism Realm had been deliberately weakened by Fang Tianyuan to minimize the damage. But for her, it was still extremely terrifying. As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. Here's a calming pill. Take it quickly to stabilize your soul. Jiang Yidao sighed in relief. Father. It's all my fault. 1,000,000, just like that, woo-woo. That guy was too strong. I wasn't his match. He took everything I had. I wanted to give it to him. He said he'd perform some kind of spiritual union on my soul, and then kill me after that. My daughter is suffering. All the spirit stones I saved were taken, even the my mother gave me, he took it too. Zhang Yunxi spoke, tears streaming down her face. She reached out to slap herself, but Jiang Yidao grabbed her wrist precisely. It's gone, but it's okay. It's all in the past. They're just material things. Your father will replace the spirit stones for you. Wait. How much did he take from you? Although Jiang Yidao was furious at that moment, he remained calm and did not let his anger show. 10,000. He took 10,000 from me. That guy is so terrifying. Even Su Baowan was robbed. Jiang Yidao. In an instant, 1,000 curses raced through his mind. 10,000. His little savings account was down to 10,000. Daughter. Wait. Wait until I get back, and I'll give you the spirit stones. He spoke, then vanished, returning to his room and entering the Heavenly Mechanism Realm. Think about it, Jiang Yidao, I've spent my entire life being frugal and thrifty to save up this little fortune. You worthless piece of trash, if I don't make you spit it out, I'll change my surname. Jiang Yidao charged into the Heavenly Mechanism Realm with murderous intent. A fierce battle erupted. In just a moment. Chapter 50, The Coronation of the Human Emperor. Jiang Yidao's soul shattered and he was expelled from the Tianji realm. Here, he once again confirmed that Fang Tianyuan was truly invincible. Ding! Host has looted Jiang Yidao, obtaining the Zune-grade Great Dream Heavenly Sword, which has been upgraded to the Emperor-grade Immortal Heavenly Sword. This raid rewards 50,000 cultivation points. 60,000. Only 40,000 left. We have no choice but to continue. Fang Tianyuan murmured softly, raising his hand. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Everyone. After watching for so long, it's your turn now. As soon as the words left his mouth, those who had been clinging to a sliver of hope and refusing to leave turned pale. Sir, I am a guardian of the Dragon Gate, a servant of the True Dragon clan. We have never met before, and there is no enmity between us. An old woman spoke. She revealed her origins and prepared to leave the Tianji realm. As for fighting, even the sword master Jiang Yidao wasn't a match for the person before her. She wasn't one to seek trouble. Did I let you go? Hum. A gigantic handprint that obscured the sky, causing the entire sky to violently shake. Everyone's expressions turned pale. You trash. Hand over everything you're carrying, or die. Fang Tianyuan, standing high above, bellowed. I am Bai Shatian, the Grand Elder of the White Tiger Clan. Please spare us. Another person stepped forward, releasing a powerful aura. Hand over your belongings? It is said that he can manipulate the rules of the heavenly mechanism realm. If we fight him one-on-one, we stand no chance. But if we all attack together, break the rules, and confront him, he might not necessarily win. Screech! A phoenix soared into the sky, bellowing. That was the Phoenix Clan's revered elder, Huang Tianxiong. With him leading the way, numerous powerful beings immediately unleashed their overwhelming aura. Since we can't leave, we'll fight to the end. The Phoenix Guardian speaks wisely. His divine essence is not powerful, he is merely exploiting the rules of the heavenly mechanism realm to take advantage of a loophole. Attack together. We outnumber him, he can't possibly defeat us all. Close in on him, tear apart his divine soul, he's as good as dead. A powerful figure roared. Those present were all prominent figures, how could they possibly surrender so easily? They unleashed their most powerful forces, challenging the rules of the Tianji realm. Nearly 100 Saint Realm experts, with 2 supreme beings leading the charge, formed an army powerful enough to dominate several Dao states. Phoenix world-destroying ritual, Phoenix roar to the 9 heavens. True Dragon secret technique, Dragon roar over the sea. White Tiger secret technique, White Tiger slays the gods. 10,000 phenomena unite seal. Yin Yang holy body, open. Turn the tide of battle. In an instant, the deadly techniques were unleashed without mercy, all aimed at Fang Tianyuan. Ah! I've told you all before, you're all trash. Why won't you believe me? Fang Tianyuan faced the overwhelming attacks without fear. He remained composed, standing tall in the sky with one hand behind his back, gazing down at the crowd. Then he raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Boom! A finger beam appeared, shot out, rapidly expanding, and drew in endless rules of power. A massive hand descended, controlling everything. In that moment, everything froze, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The vast killing technique filled the sky, solidifying in place a foot away from Fang Tianyuan. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't approach. As if time itself had been frozen, leaving them unable to move. Boom! Fang Tianyuan swept his gaze across the sky, and the attacks reversed direction, crashing directly toward them. Aha! They were struck by their own deadly attacks, crashing down and letting out agonizing screams. It was too painful. At that moment, they realized just how terrifying the destructive power of their cultivation techniques was when used against others. My patience is not endless. Fang Tianyuan said. Friend, it's a misunderstanding. I'll give you everything you want. An old man trembled as he spoke. He was a powerful member of the White Tiger Clan, and after being put through such ordeal, he was completely panicked. Ding! You have received a transfer from Baishatian, 1,063,401 top-grade spirit stones, a high-grade White Tiger secret technique, a holy-grade bloody grass, a holy-grade god-slaying pill, and a holy-grade true dragon meat jerky. Not bad. You did well. Go on your way. Fang Tianyuan saw this and released him immediately. He knew the old man hadn't handed over everything he had on him, but it was enough. Enough was enough. If he really took everything, he'd have to fight to the death. They're just cabbage. You have to cut them slowly, you can't pull out the entire root. Whoosh! Baishatian was allowed to leave, escaping at top speed before directly exiting the heavenly mechanism realm. At the same time, more people began transferring funds. Ding! You have received a transfer from Zhang Tianlei, 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, a holy grade breaking king pill. Ding! You have received a transfer from Long K, 710,000 top-grade spirit stones, a holy grade dragon whisker grass, a holy grade heavenly mother pearl, and a holy grade dark silver. Ding! You have received a transfer from Limu, 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, a holy grade dragon abyss sword, and a holy grade 8-leaf sword grass. One by one, the crowd began to disperse, and the enlightenment platform before the divine demon grinding will grew increasingly deserted. Finally, only 3 people remained on the field. All 3 were powerful members of the Phoenix clan, staring at each other in confusion. Why didn't they pay any attention to them at first? What's going on? Phoenix clan. Supreme. Fang Tianyuan looked at Huang Tianxiong. This was a revered elder of the Phoenix clan, one of the supreme beings who had intervened, and the one who had led the charge. That is correct. I am Huang Tianxiong, the revered elder of the Phoenix clan. Friend, do you recognize us? He asked shamelessly. Leaving the Phoenix clan alone like this must mean something. He suspected it was either someone they knew or someone connected to the Phoenix clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this. I have seen a few Phoenix clan warriors. Fong Tianyuan spoke slowly. He walked over and stood very close to all three of them. Friend, may we ask you to let us leave first? Huang Tianxiang said. He was a supreme-level powerhouse and had not spoken so humbly in a long time, appearing rather embarrassed. No rush, no rush. I have a banner to bestow upon you, granting you the title of Human Emperor. This is a great opportunity, are you willing? Fong Tianyuan spoke in this manner. With a flick of his wrist, the Human Emperor's banner flew out. This is the Human Emperor's banner. The head of our sect has a special connection with the Phoenix clan. Today, I bestow this opportunity upon you. Do not take it for granted. The three listened intently, staring at the Human Emperor's banner, their expressions turning pale. One of them couldn't help but ask, Sir, why is your Human Emperor's banner emitting black smoke? What will happen to us if we accept this opportunity? You will, of course, achieve eternal life and exist forever. Do not miss out on such an opportunity. Fong Tianyuan replied with a smile. With a flick of his thoughts, the Human Emperor's banner immediately released an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, rolling black smoke surged forth, like dark clouds pressing down on the city. Run! That is not the Human Emperor's banner, it's the soul banner of demonic cultivators, the banner that refines human souls and transforms their spirits. Huang Tianxiang's expression changed drastically. As a supreme being, he was well aware of its terrifying power and fled at top speed. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Fong Tianyuan here. The banner comes. As the words fell, the Human Emperor's banner expanded, obscuring the sky. Aha! No, don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. The three were sucked upward, unable even to utter a plea before they were gone. Ding! Received a transfer from Huang Tianxiang, 1,396,250 top-grade spirit stones, 1 sacred phoenix grass, 1 sacred paulownia leaf, 1 sacred fire mulberry branch. Ding! Received a transfer from Huang Tianyu, 726,000 top-grade spirit stones, 100 sacred phoenix grass, 100 sacred fire dan pills, 100 sacred juke blood. It's all yours. It's all yours. Please take the imperial weapon. Don't kill me. I've given you everything, don't kill me, I don't want to die. I'll use everything I have to buy my life. Ah! The three begged, offering everything they could possibly give, yet they were still enveloped by black mist and dragged into the Human Emperor's banner. I hereby confer upon you the title of Human Emperor. You should be overjoyed. Fong Tianyuan declared. Ding! Host has looted. Chapter 51, Has the Emperor become a bandit? Ding! Host has looted by Shatian, obtaining 1,063,401 top-grade spirit stones, upgraded to 16 million top-grade spirit stones. Ding! Host has looted by Shatian, obtaining the Zune-grade White Tiger secret technique, upgraded to the Emperor-grade Killing Gods Forbidden. Ding! Host has looted by Shatian, obtaining a Holy-grade Bloody Grass, upgraded to a Noble-grade Heavenly Sovereign Blood Grass. Ding! The host has raided by Shatian and obtained a Holy-grade God Slaying Pill, which has been upgraded to a Supreme-grade Heavenly Slaying Pill. Ding! The host has plundered Zheng Tianlei, obtaining 500,000 premium spirit stones, enhanced to 5 million premium spirit stones. Ding! The host has raided Long K, obtaining 710,000 top-grade spirit stones. Enhancement failed, reward, True Dragon S. Ding! The host has looted Long K, obtaining a Holy-grade Dragon Whisker Grass, and upgraded it to an Emperor-grade True Dragon Immortality Elixir. Ding! The host has raided Huang Tianxiang, obtaining 1,396,250 top-grade spirit stones, which have been enhanced to 2 million top-grade spirit stones. Ding! The host has raided the Phoenix Heavenly Dome, obtaining a sacred Phoenix Grass, and enhanced it into an Imperial-grade Yuan Fong Grass. This raid rewards 870,000 cultivation points. 87,000. That's enough. Damn, that's awesome. Fong Tianyuan wore a broad smile. Big score. In this Tianji realm, he had truly struck it rich. 87,000, plus what he had looted from Jiangyadao earlier, and the money from the Shen Tian sect, all added up, it had already reached 147,000. He could break through to the Divine Fire realm now. It seems no living beings will come here soon. I should head out first. Fong Tianyuan murmured as he exited the Heavenly Mechanism realm. Central Daozhou. Who obtained this intelligence? Lu Ruyan looked at the intelligence in her hands, her eyebrows raising slightly. The content of the intelligence report displeased her. This alliance leader, the news from the Tianji realm is as follows. It says you kidnapped the divine maiden of the Jiang family and severely injured Jiang Yidao. There's more. There are even rumors that numerous powerful figures from major clans were extorted by you, forced to leave behind various magical treasures before they could exit the Tianji realm. The woman spoke, then lowered her head, dared not look at Lu Ruyan anymore. It was terrifying. That aura felt like it could freeze her into an ice sculpture. Robbery? Or is it this emperor? Who spread this? Investigate it thoroughly for me. No mercy. Lu Ruyan was furious. She had been in seclusion, cultivating her arts, and had never entered the heavenly mechanism realm. She certainly wouldn't have done something like robbing someone. No, it's not Alliance Leader, that person must be someone with the same name as you. This is footage secretly recorded using a shadowstone. It shows a young man. The woman spoke, presenting a shadowstone. Lu Ruyan looked at the shadowstone, her thoughts stirred, and a beam of light fell. A scene then appeared. In the scene, a young man was holding a woman hostage, with a name appearing above his head. Lu Ruyan. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ruyan erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful aura, shattering the void. It was that guy. The one who took his body, rode on her head, and acted tyrannically. He has actually entered the heavenly mechanism realm. And he is using her name. Are all humans so foolish? This is clearly a man. What does this have to do with this emperor? Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and coldly snapped. How did this get twisted into her, Lu Ruyan, being the one who raided and plundered in the heavenly mechanism realm? She was the Empress. She would never do such a thing. Alliance Leader, this must be the work of the Tianji Gazette. They're selling news by taking things out of context and using your name to spread this rumor. And it's working perfectly. The Tianji Pavilion is now packed with people, and the news is selling like hotcakes. They even claim that after transferring the money, the personal information displayed is yours, and whether it's a rumor or not remains to be investigated. The woman trembled as she spoke. Discussing an emperor, whether true or false, the Tianji Pavilion is really going to stir up a big mess. It's true. My celestial order has been lost and must be in this person's possession. Let him have his moment in the spotlight. As soon as Lu Ruyan spoke, the woman was greatly surprised. The heavenly mechanism order is lost? But Alliance Master, the heavenly mechanism order can only be used by its master. This is common knowledge among the people. If we explain it this way, no one will believe us, and this matter may have a significant impact on our Dao Alliance. The thing about rumors is that they spread like wildfire, to the point where even those gathered together began to believe them. And rumors are a strange thing, they can make those around them act foolishly. In the end, the rumor becomes reality. No need to explain. Have the Intelligence Bureau spread the news and release the list of the major figures who were robbed this time. Since they enjoy seeing this emperor's humiliation, I'll show them who the real joke is. Also, release another message stating that the heavenly mechanism order is flawed. It's not only the master who can activate it, but outsiders can as well, and they can even manipulate the fundamental rules of the heavenly mechanism realm. The Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion is so fond of selling information for profit. I, the Emperor, shall see if they like this kind of information. Also, once this news becomes popular, spread it further and claim that my Celestial Mechanics Edict has been lost and stolen by a dishonorable individual. Lu Ruyan gave a series of orders, leaving the woman in doubt. Is that even possible? If it succeeds, wouldn't that mean the Dao Alliance is targeting the Tianji Pavilion? Wouldn't that provoke a conflict between the two major factions? We're all part of the righteous path. That doesn't seem right. Bai Bing, do you know why you're not as good as Lu Xuan? It's because you've never understood that there's no such thing as the righteous path or the demonic path in this world. It all boils down to differing interests. Lu Ruyan added another sentence. The struggle between the righteous and the demonic was, to her, merely a means to consolidate her position as the leader of the righteous. Just like boxing, I only throw punches that benefit me. The fists are merely tools I use to pursue my interests. Jie Tian sect. Fang Tianyuan withdrew from the Tianji realm, and Yin Hongxiao immediately stopped her cultivation. Husband, causing this commotion, won't it stir up some unwanted trouble? Yin Hongxiao whispered. She had also entered the Tianji order, though she hadn't entered the Tianji realm. However, she was aware of the robbery. Everyone with the Tianji order knew. The ruler of the Tianji realm, Su Baoan, had personally posted an update, stating that a despicable villain and a shameless thief had appeared in the Tianji realm, warning all beings who had entered the Tianji realm to be cautious. The thing she, Lu Ruyan, stole offended a powerful figure. What does that have to do with me, Fang Tianyuan? Fang Tianyuan said. He slowly stood up, thinking about how to dispose of everything from this incident. To him, the items weren't of much use. Only the elixir was of value. Those weapons and such, he could just take them without a second thought. There's some truth to that, but not much. My husband has enlisted such a powerful ally to help our clan develop. I wonder if he has obtained anything interesting. Yin Hongxiao asked softly. That was what truly interested her. As for offending a big shot, she, as an emperor, wasn't afraid. Well, there are quite a few trinkets. Want some? Fang Tianyuan said, as a burst of light shone. A large medicinal plant appeared. The true dragon's elixir. It was refined from the dragon whiskers he had stolen from the dragon clan's powerful warrior, Long K. As soon as it appeared, the deep red eyes of the beauty widened in astonishment. The elixir of immortality. Another imperial grade immortal elixir. True dragon elixir of immortality. She had already seen the Xuanwu elixir of immortality, though it didn't shock her as much as before, it was still quite awe-inspiring. Just reaching into her pocket yielded an elixir of immortality. Husband, is this the little trinket you mentioned? Did you take it from them? Yin Hongxiao asked. That's right. We took it from Long K. Fong Tianyuan stated bluntly. He wasn't lying, it really did come from Long K. I'm a bit out of the loop. A supreme being actually possesses an immortal elixir, such a heaven-defying item? Has the world changed? Long K, she knew of him. The supreme of the Dragon Clan was quite famous, but she never expected them to possess such a divine elixir of immortality. That's right. If the lady desires it, I shall give it to you. However, you know the value of this item. I have conditions as well. Fong Tianyuan said. He wore a mischievous smile, his meaning clear. If my husband gives me the elixir of immortality for the true dragon, it's only fair that I comb the raging true dragon of my husband. But you never fulfilled your promise about the human Empress banner last time. I wonder if you keep your word. Yin Hongxiao gave a seductive smile. She licked her lips, clearly aroused. This was partly due to her deep affection for a single man, but also largely because of her physical constitution. My lady, I've gone out to capture a few powerful souls for you. The human emperor's banner is only powerful with souls. Hurry up, I'll give it to you soon. Fong Tianyuan said, then pressed down on her. Soon. The two of them tangled together like insects. Chapter 52, Entering the Divine Fire Realm. Their hearts were in perfect harmony, their spirits intertwined like strings. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the sun hung high in the sky. Fong Tianyuan awoke. He slowly stepped out of the room, spreading his divine sense to take in the entire situation of the Jietian sect. Since receiving the sponsorship of the Xiantian sect, the development of the Jietian sect had entered a period of rapid growth. Everything had begun to fall into place. System, use cultivation points to ignite the divine flame. As soon as Fong Tianyuan spoke, his aura began to surge. Ding! 1 million cultivation points successfully used. Igniting the divine flame using the 3000 Great Tao as fuel. Fong Tianyuan's aura erupted violently, and his body slowly rose into the air. As his divine essence manifested, the Tao of heaven and earth were stirred by a terrifying force. Boom! The Tao roared, and a shower of light fell, enveloping the entire Jietian sect in a terrifying aura. In an instant, all living beings looked up. The sect master. It's the sect master. This commotion. Is the sect master about to defy the heavens again? I don't understand, but the sect master is just so awesome. Let's just watch the show. The disciples of the heaven-defying sect looked up, staring at the figure rising higher and higher into the sky, utterly astonished. The Tao roared, and a shower of light rained down, bestowing blessings upon all creatures in the heavens and earth. This is an auspicious sign. Igniting the divine flame? That doesn't seem right. The aura indicates a breakthrough to the divine flame realm, but igniting the divine flame should involve the soul leaving the body to bathe in the heavenly tribulation and communicate with the Tao through a medium, right? Is that even possible? Gong Xiaoyu looked up, her face filled with confusion. She was a divine king, relying on a strand of celestial fire ignited by the divine fire, yet she lacked such overwhelming might. Boom! Heavenly thunder surged, suddenly descending, and terrifying Taoist power directly engulfed Fong Tianyuan. That was the path of destruction. Boom! It began. The first Tao was the Tao of destruction. If he hadn't been within the sect, Fong Tianyuan wouldn't have dared to attempt it. The destruction Tao tore apart his divine soul, and the destructive energy left behind was reversed, beginning to burn. 1, 2, 3. More and more flames of the Tao ignited, and Fong Tianyuan's vital energy began to burn violently. The entire world seemed like a furnace, with his flesh burning and his vital energy serving as fuel. The resonance of the 3000 Great Tao. The thunderous punishment of the Great Tao descends. The primordial soul is bathed. Ignite the flame of the Great Tao, burning the flesh and blood. Could this be it? Luli grew increasingly alarmed as he thought about it. She was the medicine emperor, having lived for a long time and having perused numerous ancient texts. Once, when she was about to enter the divine fire realm, she had also studied numerous ancient methods for entering that realm. She had heard of a legend. The heavens and earth serve as the furnace, flesh and blood as fuel, the Tao as the fire burn away one's true self to ignite the divine flame. There's no mistake, that's the method. That legendary method of igniting the divine fire by the peerless legendary figure who dominated the ages. The method that countless prodigies across the 3000 Tao states have imitated, only to meet their demise. He actually dares to follow those reckless prodigies down this ancient path. He is mad. Igniting the divine flame across 10,000 realms, that's the act of a madman. Luli was utterly shocked. Ordinary beings who wish to enter the divine fire use law crystals, as even their divine souls can only withstand a fraction of the Tao's power carried by the law spirits. Those even more talented use the heaven and earth as their divine souls are powerful enough to defy heaven. But the power of 10,000 paths? Even an abnormally powerful divine soul wouldn't stand a chance. This was the suicide of a genius. Throughout history, there have been many such madmen, but none have ever succeeded. Boom! Another surge of the power of the Tao descended, causing Fang Tianyuan's physical body to wither and become emaciated. His vital energy was about to be completely consumed. Meanwhile, the Tao fire had only ignited 2,000 strands, still an enormous gap from the 10,000 strands needed to ignite the divine fire. The master's condition is dire. His vital energy is depleted, his flesh withered, he's exhausted all his reserves and reached the end of the road. Shut up! The sect master couldn't possibly be at the end of his road. It's impossible. Exactly. It's fake. It must be fake. The sect master couldn't possibly be at the end of his road. Put. I told you, but you won't believe me. Ignorance is truly terrifying. No wonder you were all bandits before. Now that he is dead, this place will be ours again. Shut the hell up. Dare to speak ill of the sect master again, and I'll kill your entire family. Fang Tianyuan's aura grew increasingly weak, and the speed at which he ignited his Tao fire slowed down. This caused the Xiantian sect disciples who had already been dissatisfied to smile, and some even began to mock him openly. They had been kidnapped and would never submit. Is he about to die? Should I feel fortunate or regretful? Gong Xiaoyu mocked herself. During her time at the Jietian sect, watching her former disciples freely obtain spirit stones for cultivation, she couldn't help but think that the Jietian sect wasn't so bad after all, feeling a touch of reluctance to leave. But now, Fang Tianyuan's desperate situation had reignited the lingering resentment in her heart. Shut up! Anyone who dares to speak ill of it shall not blame this master for personally annihilating you all. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. It was Yu Zhanyu. Senior Yu, have you already forgotten that you were once a member of the Xiantian sect? A disciple spoke up. Bang! As soon as he spoke, the disciple was blasted away by an unimaginably terrifying force and exploded in mid-air. Shut up! The Xiantian sect no longer exists. There is only the Jietian sect. From the moment you refined a single spirit stone or a single pill, you have become members of the Jietian sect. Anyone who dares to mention the past will face the consequences. Yu Zhanyu roared. His attitude surprised Jiang Wushu, who stood beside him. Damn it! You bunch of fools! If you disrupt the sect and ruin my comfortable cultivation life, I'll kill you all. Yu Zhanyu muttered curses under his breath. Coming here, most cultivation resources were freely available, far better than his previous life at the Xiantian sect. He knew who his master was. Boom! Just then, the sky above once again echoed with terrifying sounds. Fang Tianyuan, who had been looking weak, suddenly erupted with an even more terrifying aura. Rolling divine power surged from the heavens, and he resembled a gigantic vortex, constantly absorbing the power from the heavenly tribulation. His physical form began to grow rounded, and the nearly extinguished divine flame within him suddenly burst into intense flames. Stop pretending. You've tried to trick me into intervening time and again. Do you really think I'll believe you now? A voice echoed from within the heavenly tribulation. It was the messenger of the heavenly Tao. Ah! Why must you be so clever? Fang Tianyuan sighed helplessly. The heavenly Tao refrains from intervening, it is simply too cautious. He had already exposed his weakness. And yet he still has no idea. Boom! 2,500, 2,600, 3,000, 4,000. How is that possible? Suddenly, Fang Tianyuan's Tao flames kept increasing, and Lu Li, who had thought he was about to fail, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This speed was even faster than when they first started. Xiao yeah! Look at this master, didn't he lie to you, did he? This guy is no ordinary person. You really don't need to have those thoughts anymore. The Xiantian sect is the past. In the future, we are all part of the Jietian sect. If you still harbor such thoughts, then our master-disciple bond must be severed. Mo Qianji said. Just moments ago, Gong Xiaoyu had thought Fang Tianyuan was at the end of his rope and had come to her with other intentions. This made her furious. But master, is he really the kind of person who would end up doing menial tasks like that? Is that the life you want for yourself? Gong Xiaoyu asked. It's what I want. I think it's just fine. If you won't listen to me, don't come bother me with menial tasks in the medicine hall anymore. Mo Qianji said, then turned and left. At that moment, in the sky above, Fang Tianyuan had already ignited over 9,000 divine flames, and their speed was still increasing. 9,999, 10,000. Boom! In an instant, Fang Tianyuan's aura trembled, and he had truly reached the divine fire realm. His divine essence returned, and his physical body became smooth and translucent, so handsome it was hard to describe. Jiang Wushu. Thousands of soldiers. You two deal with the disciples who had any thoughts earlier. Leave none alive. Gong Xiaoyu. The sect master is furious. Return to your room immediately. Chapter 53, Completing the Great Tao, Gong Xiaoyu sacrifices herself. The heavens and earth are the furnace, flesh and blood are the fuel, the Tao is the fire, burning the true self to ignite the divine flame. This ancient method someone has actually succeeded. From afar, 3 figures watched, unable to hide their astonishment. They were all supreme beings, well versed in the method of igniting the divine flame through the 10,000 Tao, and had even attempted it themselves. But they had never seen anyone succeed before. Sword Sovereign, you came here the same way? Do you think the Empress really is here? A man asked. He was incredibly beautiful, even more so than any woman, clad in a red robe that fluttered in the wind, resembling a rolling sea of blood. The supreme being of yin and yang. Given our combined strength, you should be well aware of this. He is not here. The recent news from the heavenly mechanism realm must be true. The Empress's heavenly mechanism edict has been lost. Another elderly man said. That's correct. I also don't think it's the Empress. I've been suspicious from the start. How could the Empress act this way? She's always been so aloof. Dogo Jianzuan said. They stood atop the clouds, overlooking the entire Jietian sect, all of them stunned. That's right. I have also asked the Empress multiple times whether we could engage in philosophical discourse and exchange insights on cultivation. But she never responded. This time, her reply was so peculiar. Perhaps it is truly as the Sword Sovereign said. The old man said. However, I'm curious why that statue resembles the Empress so much. This sect, I feel, must have some connection to the Empress. The old man continued. He looked toward the gates of the Jietian sect, where the statue of the Divine Maiden stood, lifelike and vivid. It was as if it had been replicated from Lu Ruyan herself. A statue with the Emperor's divine markings is indeed no ordinary thing. But I think that tree is even more extraordinary. That towering ancient tree is impenetrable, exuding mystery. The rules within it are more complete than the heavens and earth of the central Tao state. Dogu Jianzuan remarked. What truly captivated him was not just the mystery of the heaven-defying sect, but also that towering ancient tree. Unfathomable, quite eerie. There's a great array blocking the way. If I could get inside, I should be able to identify what kind of tree it is. Yes, it's too vague. The other two nodded in agreement. The world tree, shrouded in the Jintian sword array, was shrouded in mystery, its true form impossible to discern. They couldn't see clearly, but the aura of the Tao emanating from it deeply attracted them. They wanted to go in and take a look, but they were also a bit hesitant. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook violently, and the Tao roared once more. Boom! The world tree shone brightly, and beams of light shot out, illuminating the heavens and earth. Countless beams of light shone brightly, causing the entire great wasteland Tao state to tremble, and countless living beings were startled. They looked up and saw only a colorful sky. The remnants of the Tao are finally complete, and chaos begins anew. The ancient ruins, after 1,000 years, break through the dust and emerge. Yin and Yang are reordered, the universe is stabilized, a single point of primordial chaos connects to the beginning of time. The great way of heaven and earth has been perfected. The great wasteland Tao state can now produce sages. The old man of Tian Shan calculated with his fingers and exclaimed in astonishment. In the great wasteland Tao state, no sages emerge because the great way of heaven and earth is incomplete, and sages cannot attain enlightenment. Now, the great Tao of heaven and earth has actually become complete. This realm can now produce sages. The world tree. It is the world tree. The Tao it has spawned has filled the gaps in the incomplete Tao of this world. Dogu Jianzuan exclaimed in astonishment. He stared intently at the towering, shimmering tree, his mouth wide open, uttering words of astonishment. You mean that tree is the world tree? Are you serious? The graceful Yin Yang great sage couldn't believe it, grabbing Dogu Jianzuan's hand and demanding an answer. If it was the world tree, he must enter the heaven-defying sect. It would aid him in his quest for enlightenment. It's definitely the world tree. I can confirm it, that is the legendary world tree, without a doubt. That person ignited the 10,000 Tao divine flames, triggering a resonance with the great Tao, causing a shower of great Tao light to fall, which was absorbed by the world tree. At this moment, the world tree is nourishing the heavens and earth with the great Tao. Dogo Jianzuan said. He gazed at the shimmering world tree, his throat convulsing as he revealed a greedy gaze. If they could claim this tree for themselves, their sword sect might produce even more supreme beings. The world tree, the legendary world tree, the two of you, do you have no thoughts on this? The Yin Yang great sovereign asked cautiously. The world tree had only been discovered by the three of them. If they could claim it for themselves, they might even be able to become emperors. Do as you please. I have no interest. The old man from Mount Tianshan shook his head. Are you afraid? The Yin Yang Supreme saw this and sneered. Tianshan was a powerful faction, yet the Tianshan elder, as its leader, was famously cowardly. Don't be fooled by their earlier words, they seemed to get along quite well. But their true feelings were far from it. When it comes to conflicting interests, they could even turn on each other. I'm scared too. This is too strange. The world tree is real, but the array enveloping us will definitely annihilate us. I can clearly sense the terrifying sword intent. Perhaps the powerful figures within this sect have already discovered our arrival but simply choose to ignore us. The silent Dogo Jianzuan spoke up. The World Tree. He also wanted it, but he was deeply wary of the powerful beings within the Jietian sect. The powerful ones, have you noticed anything? I have not seen any beings beyond the Holy Realm appear from the very beginning. And that young man, the one at the Divine Fire Realm, seems to be reverently addressed as the sect master by those people. He has only recently broken through to the Divine Fire Realm. Even if this sect has a deep foundation, I do not believe he would be particularly strong. The Yin-Yang Great Sovereign said. He observed for a long time and only saw one Saint King, and there was only one Saint Realm being. The rest were merely Divine King Realm and Heavenly God Realm beings. To him, such opponents were no match for him. He could crush them with a single hand. If you're not afraid and think they're not strong, feel free to attack. The old man from Mount Tianshan said. Watching the show was something he enjoyed, but as for getting involved, he could only shake his head and offer no help. Humph. Just joking. I am by nature kind-hearted and not the sort to steal from others. How could I possibly take what belongs to someone else? The Yin-Yang Great Sage snorted coldly. He wasn't stupid, these two dared not act, so there must be something seriously wrong. He didn't want to be the one to stick his neck out. At that moment, within the Jietian sect, Gong Xiaoyu clenched her teeth tightly, enduring Feng Tianyuan's relentless assault on her body. Oh, you're being cautious. At this point, you still haven't made a move. Feng Tianyuan murmured. He was somewhat surprised. Outside the Jietian sect, the three figures in the void recognized the World Tree but still showed no intention of acting. Show some emotion. Don't act like wooden statues. After today, you will enter the realm of the sages, and there will be no problems whatsoever. Feng Tianyuan patted Gong Xiaoye on the shoulder and said. When it comes to women, he took what he wanted, simply because. His power was overwhelming. I won't. I'm a virgin. Gong Xiaoye turned away, feeling very embarrassed. Another day passed. The three of them still hadn't moved, still hiding in the void, observing every move of the Jietian sect. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyuan had already risen. He took out several pills. These are Break Saint pills, which can help you break through to the Saint realm. With your current foundation, 3 Break Saint pills should be sufficient for you to break through. Feng Tianyuan placed the pills on Gong Xiaoye's toned, lean abdomen and said. His expression bore a hint of paying a debt. Gong Xiaoyu remained silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, she was simply too exhausted. As Feng Tianyuan left, she grabbed the pills, rolled her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. You three, you've been here at my Jietian sect for so long. Don't you plan to come in and sit for a while? Chapter 54, Suppressing the Three Great Sovereigns. As Feng Tianyuan spoke, ripples spread through the void, and the three figures appeared. Young friend, your sincerity is lacking. Dogo Jianzuan said. They did want to enter the Jietian sect, but the existence of the Zhan Tian sword array made them hesitate. As a renowned sword sovereign and the ancestor of the sword sect, you actually fear a mere sword array? Is this what you call the way of the sword? The way of the sword should be to charge forward without hesitation, to bend but never break, and to act according to one's heart. You are so timid and hesitant, no wonder you can only reach the supreme realm and cannot take another step forward. As Feng Tianyuan spoke, the lonely sword sovereign froze. Indeed. It was him. The Empress who had been debating with him in the heavenly mechanism decree was that guy below. He had impersonated the Empress. Although they had already suspected it, once the three confirmed the truth, their hearts were still greatly agitated. You brat! You're impersonating the Empress and spouting nonsense here. Don't you fear death? The Yin-Yang Great Sage roared. If the guy below were a supreme being, he wouldn't have much to worry about. After all, they had debated before. But he had actually engaged in a philosophical debate with a mere divine fire realm cultivator. If word got out, he would be utterly disgraced. A supreme being debating with a divine fire cultivator, he, a mighty being, had actually believed the words of an ant and even found them reasonable, crossing endless void to find this place and seek deeper exchange. Humph. Yin-Yang Great Sovereign? Just a fraud. All he can do is talk big. Feng Tianyuan finished speaking, and with a thought, the array vanished. He continued, the great array you fear has ceased its operations. Dare you come down for a drink? You wouldn't dare, would you? As a supreme being, are you afraid of a mere divine fire? Feng Tianyuan remained calm. The three of them hadn't entered the range of the heaven-shattering sect, so he couldn't control them. Ants! Call your elders out. I wouldn't bother arguing with a junior like you. The Yin-Yang Great Sovereign roared. He remained motionless, appearing furious on the surface but as calm as an old dog within. If he let him in like this, he was truly afraid. There must be a trap. None of them moved, nor did they intend to enter the heaven-defying sect, yet they did not leave either. So cowardly? Feng Tianyuan frowned. As a supreme being, even the array formations have stopped functioning, yet he still dares not enter. Three of you, since you've come, why not come in and sit for a while? At that moment, a voice echoed from a room within the Jietian sect, followed by a faint figure appearing in the air. It was Yin Hongxiao. She had spoken, and even manifested her divine form. This, the Demon Emperor. Her divine form appeared, leaving the three of them speechless. The Demon Emperor was actually here. What? Don't you dare think I'd eat you all? Or is it that you don't want to give this Emperor face? Yin Hongxiao spoke, her tone immediately turning icy. The three of them paled. The Demon Emperor. Yin Hongxiao, the leader of the demon cult, was a woman of unparalleled beauty, recognized by all as the most stunning woman in the world. Yet no one dared to harbor any ill intentions toward her. Exploding into pieces was a minor matter, most would lose their lives. The Demon Emperor's name was once infamous across the heavens for slaughtering millions of lives from other realms and using their souls to forge a soul banner. Dare not! Dare not! Since the elder has extended an invitation, we shall naturally descend to share a cup with the young friend. Dugu Jianzuan bowed deeply with utmost respect, then transformed into a sword beam and entered the Jietian sect. He was well aware that with the Demon Emperor present, their entry would ensure their survival, no matter what happened. Ah, young friend, it's a misunderstanding. We happened to pass by and have no acquaintances here, so we dared not enter without permission. The Yin Yang Great Sovereign spoke, taking a step forward and entering the Jietian sect, landing before Fong Tianyuan. At that moment, in the sky above, the old man from Tianshan still showed no intention of entering, his face filled with caution. What? Do you want this emperor to personally intervene and invite you? The icy words echoed, causing the Tianshan elder to tremble. His figure flickered, and he had no choice but to enter the Jietian sect. It was this old man who overthought things. Please forgive me, senior. He spoke, then stood alongside the other two, curiously surveying his surroundings. Young friend, we apologize for the disturbance. Please do not hold it against us. The three of them put on a smile. Young friend? Boom! Who gave you the nerve to call the master of this sect young friend? Fong Tianyuan's aura trembled, and terrifying power surged forth. Before the three could react, they were sent flying sideways. Young friend? That doesn't exist. In his eyes, there were only three realms in the world. Ants, fellow cultivators, and seniors. Those stronger than him were seniors, those weaker than him were ants, and as for fellow cultivators, that depends on the situation. But you're hiding your cultivation level? The three spat blood, their faces filled with horror, speaking in unison as they retreated. Terrifying. The young man before them was an unparalleled terror. He could send all three of them flying with a single thought. Ants? Is that what you called us? Aha! Fong Tianyuan's gaze swept across the scene, like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky, finally landing on the Yin Yang Great Sage. The Yin Yang Great Sage felt as though his entire body was about to explode, letting out an agonizing scream. His once beautiful face twisted into a hideous grimace. Pain. Too much pain. Every inch of his body felt like it was about to collapse, every ounce of flesh and bone exploding like cannonballs. You called me an ant behind my back and I didn't confront you. But now you dare to say it to my face? You're truly brave. Fong Tianyuan's breath was icy cold, and the three trembled uncontrollably. He's too strong. The overpowering rules of the Tao that suppressed them felt like the very laws of heaven were crushing them, leaving them unable to move. Senior, spare my life. Spare my life. The Yin Yang Great Sage trembled and begged. He did not want to die. At his level of cultivation, his aspirations were no longer limited to breaking through to the Emperor realm. He yearned for a chance at immortality. Hand over the storage ring and submit to the sect master, and I'll spare your dog's life. Fong Tianyuan spoke indifferently. His words sounded like the voice of the Tao, causing their Tao hearts to tremble violently with terrifying ripples. Senior. This is my storage ring. Please accept it, Great Master. The Yin Yang Great Sage was the first to hand over his storage ring. He was truly terrified. In that brief moment, he felt as though he were trapped in a deadly trap, unable to breathe. Elder, this is mine. Senior. Please spare me. Seeing this, the other two immediately floated the storage rings on their hands into the air. Now, how should you address the master of this sect? Fong Tianyuan asked. Senior. Bang! Dugu Jinzuan was about to speak when he was suddenly blown away by a terrifying force of the Tao's laws. Greetings, sect master. Tianshan Laorun, seeing this, his mind racing, immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his hands, shouting loudly. Chapter 55, The 10,000 Self-Great Seal, Tianbing Mountain. He wasn't stupid. This terrifying and enigmatic figure, who had been claiming to be the sect master, must truly be the ruler of this place. Greetings, sect master. The Yin Yang Great Sage, seeing that the old man from Tianshan hadn't been knocked away, hurriedly bowed with clasped hands as well. They were all trembling with fear. To casually send a supreme being flying, how incredibly powerful must one be to do that? And they had dared to offend such a terrifying being. Ding! Host has looted the Dugu Sword Sovereign, obtaining 100,010 top-grade Spirit Stones. Enhancement failed. Reward, Holy Grade Sword Technique, the Formless Sword Technique. Ding! Host looted the Dugu Sword Sovereign, obtaining a Sovereign Grade Dugu Sword, enhanced to an Emperor Grade Aotian Sword. Ding! Host looted the Supreme Sword Master, obtained a Holy Grade Sword Grass, and enhanced it to a Supreme Grade Sword Grass. Ding! The host has looted the Dugu Sword Sovereign, obtaining the Incomplete Sword Emperor's True Intent, which has been enhanced to the Complete Sword Immortal's Inheritance. Ding! The host has looted the Tian Shan Elder, obtaining the Holy Grade Tian Shan Snow Lotus, which has been enhanced to the Emperor Grade Ice Emperor Lotus. Ding! The host has looted the Heavenly Mountain Elder, obtaining the Zune Grade Extreme Ice Armor, which has been upgraded to the Emperor Grade Ice Emperor Armor. Ding! The host has looted the Elder of Tian Shan, obtaining the Holy Grade Treading Heaven Step, upgraded to the Emperor Grade Heaven Shattering Legs. Ding! The host has looted the Yin Yang Great Sage, obtaining the Zune Grade Yin Yang Great Seal, which has been upgraded to the Xian Dao Killing Move, the 10,000 I Great Seal. Ding! The host has plundered the Yin Yang Great Sovereign, obtaining 63,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones, which have been enhanced to 630,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. Ding! The host has plundered the Yin Yang Great Sage, obtaining the Zune Grade Yin Yang Jade Maiden Technique, and has enhanced it to the Emperor Grade Yin Yang Emperor Scripture. This plunder grants 330,000 cultivation points as a reward. The system's voice rang out continuously, and Fong Tianyuan's icy expression vanished, replaced by a smile. Not bad, not bad. This haul is quite good. The cultivation points are decent, but what's most important is that he spotted an extremely intriguing item. Xian Dao Killing Technique, Manhwa de Shouyin. 10,000 Self-Grade Handprint, a divine art technique, using 10,000 Self as its foundation. It's the caster's countless clones, past obsessions, future projections, and even the primordial energies of the heavens and earth, transforming them into a gigantic handprint that covers the heavens and earth. It channels the power of 10,000 paths into a single seal, capable of severing both flesh and soul. This thing is incredibly powerful. To put it bluntly, that palm print that obscures the heavens and earth is a surefire way to show off and impress the ladies. It's right up his alley. Rise. From today onward, the three of you will be elders of the heaven-defying sect. Specific duties will be assigned by Zheng Wushu later. Fong Tianyuan said. The three stood up, their faces filled with bitterness. They were on their own turf, where they were respected elders. They didn't need to do anything. Now they were in trouble. They'd have to go back to working like they did when they were young. To collect those good-for-nothings. Master, what is your cultivation level? Dugu Jianzuan, pale-faced, mustered his courage to ask. I can crush you with one hand. If you wish to break through, stay here and work diligently. You may one day become a sword immortal. Fong Tianyuan said. Ding! The host's managed Zetian sect has expanded its strength, gaining a powerful warrior with supreme combat prowess. Unlocked achievement, like adding wings to a tiger. Reward, 1 Tianbing Mountain and 100,000 cultivation points. Tianbing Mountain contains countless ancient war weapons, serving as a training ground for new disciples of the sect. Suddenly, the system sounded again. It's the faction system. Is that even possible? It seems, this thing isn't bad. Fong Tianyuan was surprised. The disciples of the heaven-shattering sect were mostly lacking in equipment, and Tianbing Mountain could perfectly fill this gap. We will strictly follow the sect master's teachings. Dugu Jianzuan hurriedly added. At his level, he could crush him with one hand. This must be either a quasi-emperor or a true emperor. Thinking of the demon emperor being here, along with the statue of the Empress Lu Ruyan, he grew even more alarmed. What kind of sect was this? You may seek enlightenment, but you are not forbidden to approach the world tree. However, anyone who dares to touch it. Death. Fong Tianyuan added. The larger the sect expanded, the larger the area where he could remain invincible, and this was something he greatly appreciated. Talent, experts. For the heaven-defying sect, the more the better. Thank you, sect master. The three of them heard these words, and the bitter expressions on their faces gave way to a hint of excitement. Being able to approach the world tree was no small blessing, it was a stroke of luck. If they could rely on the world tree to advance further, that would be an unprecedented opportunity. Boom! Just then, a majestic mountain suddenly rose from the ground, emanating an ancient aura. Its sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the three. The aura of an ancient battlefield. Could that be? No, this isn't a ruin. The old man from Tianshan furrowed his brows. Ancient ruins emerging from the earth don't make such a small commotion, and they certainly don't appear so swiftly. Another strange mountain has appeared in the sect. Could it be the sect master using his divine powers again? This mountain is strange. There are no trees at all, and it's emitting a putrid odor. Am I seeing things? How can I see so many warriors on this mountain? You're not seeing things. I see them too. The mountain is covered in all sorts of warriors. The sudden appearance of Tianbing Mountain left the members of the Jetian sect stunned, sparking a flurry of speculation and curiosity. The sect's main hall, mountain gates, heavenly tower, world tree. All sorts of strange things appeared, and for the original bandits of Longhu Mountain, everything was attributed to Fong Tianyuan's divine abilities. And with their propaganda, the disciples of the Xiantian sect who joined later also believed the same. This is Tianbing Mountain, which houses countless warriors. As disciples of our sect, each of you has one chance to enter Tianbing Mountain for free and choose a weapon suited to you. Remember, this is a two-way selection. If you choose a weapon, but the weapon does not choose you, it doesn't count. Moreover, Tianbing Mountain is under the suppression of the Great Tao. No matter what realm you are in, you cannot fly, you must walk step by step. As Fong Tianyuan finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into primal-like shouts. Free choice of warriors. If you're lucky enough to obtain a divine weapon, wouldn't you be able to look down on most beings of the same realm? Thousands of soldiers and horses from today onward, Tianbing Mountain is under your command. Anyone who dares to force their way in will be killed without mercy. Fong Tianyuan declared. Understood. The thousands of soldiers bowed deeply, showing great respect. Master, may we enter? At that moment, Dugu Jianzuan couldn't help but ask. His sword was already in Fong Tianyuan's hands, and he was now penniless. Moreover, he saw that there were Zun-grade warriors present. If he could enter and select one. What if he obtained an imperial weapon? Of course you can. Fong Tianyuan spoke, then swept his sleeve, sending a massive sword flying out, shimmering with brilliant light. That was the Ao Tian sword. As it appeared, the heavens and earth trembled, and the terrifying sword she sent shivers down the spines of all beings, causing countless swords to tremble. An imperial weapon. It's an imperial weapon. The three of them exclaimed in shock. They were the supreme beings. They recognized the brilliant imperial patterns shining on the Ao Tian sword at a glance. That was a trait exclusive to imperial weapons. They landed on the peak of Tianbing Mountain and fell silent. In an instant, another war spear flew out. That was the prison demon spear. It was the enhanced from the one Fong Tianyuan had snatched from Jiang Yunqi's hands, and he too threw it into the heavenly soldier mountain. An imperial weapon, another imperial weapon. How is this possible? Heavens! What kind of depth does the sect possess to own two imperial weapons? The three of them exclaimed in shock, once again stunned. A single imperial weapon was enough for a noble clan to stand tall among the 3,000 states, earning the title of an immortal clan. Now, the sect they had accidentally joined had suddenly produced two imperial weapons. And they were being used as rewards, casually tossed onto a mountain for those with the right fate to claim. It's nothing. If you work hard, you may one day walk the path to immortality and become immortals yourselves. Fong Tianyuan said this with his back turned to them. Boom! Sect Master. Iron Girl has mutated. P.S. The previous plot has been slightly modified. Iron Zhanhuan was not taken away by the Phoenix clan but instead fell into a deep sleep and mutated. Chapter 56, Dark Phoenix, the goddess runs away from home. A voice echoed, causing Fong Tianyuan's brows to furrow. He flickered and arrived at the medicine hall. Since the trip to Hunter's Eagle Mountain, Iron War Phoenix had been in a deep sleep, and he had entrusted her care to Luli. Master. A terrifying force is emanating from Iron Girl's forehead. It's extremely evil. And now her body is surrounded by these black patterns. Luli said frantically. Though she was the medicine emperor, she had never encountered such a situation before. Those black patterns gave her an overwhelmingly evil and corrupt feeling. Fong Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. In his eyes, there was a pitch-black phoenix that was Iron Zhanhuang's divine essence. Her human-shaped soul had transformed into a phoenix, but it was black. What an eerie power. Even I have never seen such power. Yin Hongxiao's figure suddenly appeared, raising an eyebrow. She was the great emperor, having seen much in her life, yet she had never encountered such a situation before. A black phoenix. Still asleep. She seems to be receiving some kind of inheritance, and her bloodline is fully awakening. The eternal phoenix bloodline. Is the old man really just an ordinary person? Could an ordinary person have found such a creature? Fong Tianyuan murmured. He couldn't help but think of the old man. Tai Zhanhuang was picked up by the old man, and so was he. If this guy has such a background, what about him? Could I also be the descendant of some prominent family? Both parents missing and both kings? The protagonist's template? Fong Tianyuan exclaimed inwardly. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He couldn't help but suspect that the old man wasn't even dead. You have the phoenix grass on you, right? Take it out and place it on her. It might help her. Phoenix grass? It's said to be a rare treasure grown from the blood of a Phoenix clan elder. It must have a significant effect on her transformation. Yin Hongxiao said. During their intimate moments, she had asked him about it. Among the powerful beings who had plundered the Phoenix clan, there were those who possessed Phoenix grass of the holy grade. It's possible, but I'm afraid her awakening might not be a good thing. That's too dark. Fang Tianyuan said. The phoenix is a symbol of good fortune, but that's the normal phoenix. Iron War Phoenix is black. That's her bloodline. A complete awakening is the best thing for her. As for what kind of power it is, I believe that no matter what it is, it all depends on who controls it. Yin Hongxiao said. The core of power isn't its attributes, but the being that controls it. That is her perspective. Indeed, the demonic path is also a path. Regardless of what she is, perhaps her complete awakening is what makes her truly whole. Fang Tianyuan nodded. He raised his hand, and a phoenix flew out. That's phoenix grass. No, that's not phoenix grass. The phoenix grass isn't like this, shaped like a phoenix, lifelike, emitting such intense fire energy. Yuan Feng grass. The immortal phoenix grass. A supreme grade elixir. The two women gasped in astonishment. An imperial grade elixir. Another imperial grade elixir, and it's the extremely rare Yuan Feng grass among imperial grade elixirs. This should be more effective than phoenix grass. Fang Tianyuan said. This was enhanced from the phoenix grass of Huang Tianxiong. Of course. Not all phoenix grass can be successfully enhanced. He still has a little phoenix grass left. You're really going to use this Yuan Fengqiao on her? Yin Hongxiao couldn't help but ask. An imperial grade Yuan Feng grass, used like this, if it were her, she wouldn't be able to bear it. Why are you so concerned, madam? It's just a single imperial grade elixir. It's nothing. Wasn't he the true dragon elixir of immortality given to the lady earlier enough for her to refine for a while? Fang Tianyuan shrugged it off. With the system at his disposal, let alone an imperial grade medicinal herb, given enough time, he could even obtain a divine elixir. After all, he had already obtained the divine sword. Luli, standing nearby, heard the mention of the true dragon immortal elixir and once again opened her mouth wide in astonishment. Last time, she had seen the turtle head of the Xuanwu immortality elixir in Nan Zhaoshui's hands. Counting this one, that would make 3 emperor-grade elixirs. Even as the medicine emperor, she had only ever seen 1 imperial-grade immortal elixir. And she had fallen into the hands of this great herb. She couldn't imagine that in this world, someone could possess 3 immortal elixirs and dispose of them so casually, as if they were ordinary elixirs. That's true. Yin Hongxiao nodded and composed herself. She had been too careless. Her husband could even give away the Yuan Feng grass so casually, there must be even better ones. Stay calm. Yin Hongxiao. She muttered to herself in her heart. Fang Tianyuan took out the Yuan Feng grass and placed it on Tai Zhanawan's body, whispering, "You should be able to hear our words now. This item, whether you choose to refine it or not, is up to you." The Yuan Feng grass landed on Tai Zhanawan's hand, emitting dazzling flames that were quite eye-catching. Luli. These are all sacred and revered medicinal herbs. Take them to the medicinal herb field to cultivate. Our sect must one day become renowned throughout the heavens. How can we lack a solid foundation? Fang Tianyuan said, pulling out a pile of medicinal herbs. Those were all stolen. Except for the emperor-grade ones, he gave all the other medicinal herbs to Luli to cultivate. These can continue to grow. Sect Master. Are you really going to take all of this to the medicinal fields? Won't that? Luli swallowed hard. So many rare herbs, either holy grade or noble grade. Even as the herb emperor, she was stunned by the sight. Take them. It's just clearing out the inventory. No need to get so worked up. Do your best. In the future, I'll provide you with even more imperial grade herbs for refining imperial pills. Oh, right. The pills you refined earlier, bring some more for the sect master later. Fang Tianyuan said. Holy grade and revered grade items were things he actually looked down upon. He was truly just clearing out the system warehouse. Phoenix clan. Dead. Another one dead. Who dares to attack the strong of the Phoenix clan and target us? An old woman stared at the shattered soul tablet, her hands trembling. The Phoenix clan had lost a supreme being, 2 great saints, and 3 saint kings in such a short time. Clan leader. The heavenly sovereign fell in the Tianji realm. This is the appearance of that person. He used the rules of the Tianji realm to kill the heavenly sovereign. The second elder has already sent people to negotiate with the heavenly mechanism pavilion. As for those who went out on missions, we have no idea what happened to them. The woman spoke tremblingly. The death of the supreme being has already spread throughout the entire 3,000 Dao states, so that part is not difficult to investigate. As for the elders who went out on missions to find that black egg, how they perished, they could find no information at all. Darkness must have been targeted by the overlords. They may have died at the hands of the overlords. We must investigate secretly, at great cost, and have the Tianji pavilion look into it. We must see them alive or dead, at least know where they died. The old woman spoke coldly. The Phoenix clan, a major clan of the 3,000 Dao states, had lost a supreme being, a devastating blow that would inevitably draw the attention of other major clans. She must devise a countermeasure swiftly. The Jiang family. What? The young miss is missing? Jiang Yidao stared at the maidservant before him, his expression icy. The two maids trembled and hurriedly said, "Master, we don't know either. The young miss was fine yesterday. After she left your room, she sent us away. When we went to attend to her this morning, the young miss was already gone. She left only this." The maid spoke, holding out a token. Jiang Yidao picked up the token, raised an eyebrow, and then a burst of divine energy landed on it. "Father, I'm going on a journey. Bye." "Ridiculous. I knew it. Girls shouldn't have too much money. Once they do, they go astray. You've only just gotten your hands on 10,000 and you want to go traveling." Bang! Jiang Yidao heard the words transmitted through the token, slammed the table, and then, put. He coughed up blood, his face growing even paler. "Someone, come here. Bring Jiang Yunqi back here. If a single hair on her head is harmed, you'll all die outside and never return." Chapter 57, The Sky Ruins, the Supreme Powerhouse. Jietian Sect. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Tai Zhanhuang still showed no signs of waking up, but the medicinal properties of the yuan phone grass were being continuously absorbed by her. Something strange was happening. The black patterns on her body were disappearing at an alarming rate, and her divine essence had already shed its black hue, returning to its original form. She's reverting to her ancestral bloodline. Yuan phone grass. What a stroke of luck. To be able to refine the yuan phone grass during her awakening and undergo bloodline regression. Lu Li exclaimed. The yuan phone grass is said to be a celestial treasure born from the true blood of the first phoenix, the yuan phone. When refined by the Phoenix clan, it grants the opportunity for bloodline regression. This refinement must occur at the moment of bloodline awakening. Tai Zhanhuang's luck is truly extraordinary. To encounter the yuan phone grass at the moment of bloodline awakening, not only that, but to obtain it effortlessly. The probability of bloodline regression is so low, yet she managed to encounter it and awaken the yuan phone bloodline. Watch her. No matter how it turns out, it won't matter. As long as she remains within the Jietian sect, this sect master will forever protect her. Fang Tianyuan said. He gave a brief explanation and then departed. In a quiet courtyard, Nan Zhaoshui was practicing swordplay. As the sword stance was formed, she raised her hand and struck. The icy sword chi sliced through the sky, tearing open a 1,000-foot void, leaving behind a trail of ice mountains. Excellent! Excellent! Shui's mastery of the Xianbing sword technique is growing more refined. If she had a fine sword, with her current strength, she might even be able to fight a celestial being. A faint smile echoed, and Nan Zhaoshui quickly retracted her sword. She turned around and saw the person approaching. She bowed respectfully. Shui greets her master. Master is too kind. Shui knows her own limits. She can only fight against true gods. Fighting against heavenly gods is too much to ask. Nan Zhaoshui shook her head slightly. The innate calamity poisonous physique was powerful, but it was still insufficient to allow her to transcend 2 major realms. To fight a true god with divine fire, she was already a prodigy. However, to achieve the level of battling a heavenly god with divine fire, it was nearly impossible for her current foundation. Haven't you noticed that you have a stronger grasp of the laws of ice? Have you not noticed that your heart feels a bit different? Fang Tianyuan said. He clearly remembered that in the system interface, Nan Zhaoshui possessed the eternal ice heart. From his observations, this ability hadn't awakened yet. It's a bit sometimes when I absorb the energy of the heavens and earth and condense the laws, it tends to lean toward the ice attribute laws. Is the master saying it's an issue with my heart? Nan Zhaoshui frowned. The heart, the divine treasure she had split open, was indeed different. It was pale blue. This also caused part of her Dao palace to resemble an ice palace, emitting a terrifying coldness. But she had always believed this was due to her understanding of the ice laws. You are the eternal ice heart, but you haven't awakened yet. As for how and when you will awaken, that is hard to say. Fang Tianyuan said. The system didn't provide any hints, and he had no idea how to awaken the eternal ice heart. However, he had asked In Hongxiao, who suggested that feeding it with a large amount of items of the same attribute might be effective. Eternal ice heart, really? Nan Zhaoshui asked uncertainly. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe she had a second innate talent. You've been my disciple for so long, has your master ever deceived you? Fang Tianyuan retorted. No. Nan Zhaoshui shook her head. That was truly the case. She had been at the Jietian sect for some time now, and all she did there was cultivate. Not to mention the cultivation resources that could be used at will. Even that single piece of the immortal elixir was enough to prove everything. Have you ever thought to yourself that even though you've done nothing, I took you as my disciple and treat you so well, you might have even suspected that I have ulterior motives toward you? Fang Tianyuan said again. At these words, Nan Zhaoshui, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly looked up and shook her head wildly. No. Master, that's not true. Her response was somewhat panicked. Your expression says it all. Indeed. I took you as my disciple because I had ulterior motives. My ambition is to develop the Jietian sect, to make it renowned throughout the heavens and become the greatest sect in all the heavens. This requires an endless supply of talent and the strongest warriors. You have managed to climb the 2000 Dao heavenly staircase. Your talent alone proves that you are qualified to be my disciple. Of course, what I seek even more is your repayment to me and to the Jietian sect once you rise to power. Do you understand? Fang Tianyuan spoke solemnly. He couldn't very well say it with a straight face. Disciple. What I seek is your long legs, your body. That was absolutely out of the question, it would be too degrading. Now, with Yin Hongxiao, this tempting beauty, he truly had little interest in other women. As for Gong Xiaoyu, she's just a woman who occasionally satisfies his desire for conquest, nothing more. What he truly enjoys is the idea of humiliating Gong Xiaoyu. The disciple understands. Nan Zhao Shui bowed respectfully. The master and disciple sat down beside each other, poured some spiritual tea, and began chatting about this and that. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, causing the entire De Huang Dao state to tremble violently. The sky exploded. Fang Tianyuan looked up, watching the shattering void, his brows furrowing. What's happening? Has a powerful being arrived? He was deeply puzzled. This situation was extremely similar to when the Zhang clan's supreme being had descended in the past. However, there was no such overwhelming pressure from the Dao. Something's wrong. That's a house. A palace. Fang Tianyuan exclaimed in shock. Palaces. He saw palaces emerging from the exploding spatial fissures, complete palaces descending from the sky. Master of the sect. Ruins. Ancient ruins. The broken path finally completes the chaos, and the ancient ruins break through the void after 1,000 years. Yin and Yang are reordered, the universe is settled, a single point of primordial chaos connects to the beginning. It's true. The records about the Great Wasteland are true. On the day the Great Tao is complete, the ancient ruins will appear in the world. The old man from Tianshan exclaimed in excitement. The three of them rushed forward and stood before Fang Tianyuan. Where did you get that poem? Fang Tianyuan asked in confusion. He looked up, gazing at the palace growing larger and larger, at the ruins sinking lower and lower, examining them closely. This must be an ancient city. It's recorded in ancient texts. I saw it in the ancient books from my Tianshan mountains. I originally thought it was fake, but now that the Great Void's cosmic laws have become complete, I feel there might be some truth to it. I never expected it to be real. The old man from the Tianshan mountains said. Such a vast ancient city, perhaps it holds the key to divine destiny. Are you saying this is the Great Wasteland legend, and the city that descended is the primordial city? Dugu Jianzuan heard this and exclaimed in astonishment. Obviously. He had heard of this legend as well. That's right. It must be. Look at this city, it's about to cover half of the Great Wasteland. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The old man from Tianshan nodded vigorously. He watched the ancient city slowly emerge, growing increasingly excited. If we can truly enter the legendary primordial world Wen Ti, we have a chance to seek the path to immortality? But why does the legendary Hongmeng city appear here when the Great Wasteland's heavenly path is complete? The supreme being of Yin and Yang asked. His words left both of them speechless. Is that so? Why did the Hongmeng Mongolian city appear at the moment when the heavenly Tao of the Great Wasteland province was being perfected? Master, should we go in as well? Nan Zhao Shui asked. For cultivators, the appearance of ruins signifies danger, but also opportunity. If one could enter and gain something, and then emerge alive, their strength would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. And now, she had already reached the peak of the divine fire realm. To take another step forward, she needed something. A Dao seed. The appearance of the ruins meant that if she entered and obtained a complete Dao seed, it might make her foundational strength even more formidable, allowing her to clash with even more powerful prodigies. The legend of the Great Wasteland. Once upon a time, there was an unparalleled powerhouse who bore the weight of the Great Wasteland Dao state on his back, single-handedly supporting the primordial city, unmatched in the world. A voice echoed, and a figure appeared. It was Yin Hongxiao. As Yin Hongxiao arrived, Lu Li also appeared. I've heard of this too. Legend has it that the peerless powerhouse was also connected to the incomplete Dao of the Great Wasteland. That's why the Hongmeng capital city appeared at this time. I once saw what seemed to be the figure of that supreme being at an ancient ruin. It was indescribable. Lu Li said. The restoration of the great Dao of the heavens and the appearance of the ancient city in the void would undoubtedly alter the entire De Huang Dao state. It won't be long before the powerful beings and prodigies from the other Dao states enter this realm to explore the Hongmeng city. Chapter 58, The Rat Scum of Donghuan, by Jinmei. The appearance of ruins in the Great Wasteland Dao state spread throughout the 3,000 Dao states in less than half a day via the heavenly mechanism realm. In an instant, numerous powerful clans and ancient factions rushed to the Great Wasteland Dao state at the fastest possible speed. The heaven-defying sect. Despite the turbulent times, the heavenly calamity sect remained calm and composed. Fang Tianyuan did not organize the disciples of the sect to enter the aerial ruins for exploration. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was simply that his disciples were too weak, and the ruins hadn't opened yet. Master, I want to go in. I have already entered the divine tribulation realm. If I were to go in and obtain the heavenly fire, I could certainly break through to the divine fire realm. Ji Wuji said to Feng Tianyuan. The appearance of the aerial ruins had given him hope of obtaining divine fire, and even the possibility of breaking through to the true God realm. This was undoubtedly a chance for cultivation. Look, you're getting impatient again. Feng Tianyuan sat calmly, sipping a mouthful of spiritual tea. You can't rush things. I've only taught you for a few days, and you're already getting impatient, aren't you? He added another sentence. Master, but didn't you say that a more powerful force would arrive soon? We're in the right place at the right time. Ji Wuji said. If he had the strength, he would rush forward immediately to try to break the seal. Shuer pays respects to the master. Just then, Nan Zhaoshui walked in from outside the courtyard. Sit down. You are all my disciples. I summoned you here today for no other reason than to teach you how to obtain the treasure within this secret realm. Feng Tianyuan said. The two disciples exchanged glances, sizing each other up. Divine Fire Realm. Master, my younger sister is a Divine Fire Realm expert? How powerful is she? Ji Wuji exclaimed in surprise. The new disciple master had taken in was not only good looking, but also one realm higher than him. As her senior disciple, he felt immense pressure. So, you need to take your cultivation seriously. Your demon eyes, if you cultivate them seriously, no one can match your cultivation speed. Feng Tianyuan said. Zhaoshui, tell me, what's the first thing to do when entering the secret realm? He set down his teacup and looked at Nan Zhaoshui, asking her. I don't know, please teach me, master. Nan Zhaoshui shook her head. She was the holy maiden of the Tiandu sect. Although she had been to many secret realms for training, she had always been accompanied by powerful cultivators. Alone, she had never been there before. Master, I still think we should go first. Ji Wuji said. Can you protect yourself? Feng Tianyuan countered. This left Ji Wuji speechless. Treasure goes to those who are destined to have it is indeed true, but even if it comes into your hands, it may not necessarily belong to you. But you must have the strength to protect it. Upon entering the secret realm, your first task is to locate your target. No matter what situation arises, do not be the first to act. Additionally, any opportunities within the secret realm pale in comparison to those possessed by the other prodigies. Do you understand? Feng Tianyuan said again. The two exchanged glances but said nothing. A long moment passed. Ji Wuji spoke up. So the master is telling us to? From our fellow disciples? Steal? That's what bandits do. We're disciples of a sect, with a reputation to uphold. This is called a reasonable distribution of resources. Taking things that don't belong to them and distributing them, the principle behind this, you must understand. Feng Tianyuan spoke slowly. Steal? That's what bandits do. He's a civilized person at most, he'll ask the wealthy to contribute. And besides, they do it willingly. But Master, isn't this going to offend other factions? Isn't that a bit risky? Ji Wuji said. Attacking other prodigies will cause major trouble. Among those who rise from obscurity, those who can be called prodigies all have powerful backers. What's there to fear in offending other factions? With the heaven-defying sect and your master here, there's nothing in this world you can't handle. If you don't act, others will come after you. Feng Tianyuan lectured him. He waited, anticipating the rewards from the faction system. Ding! Reward for teaching disciples how to conduct themselves in the world, 1,000 cultivation points. Only 1,000? What a waste of my breath. Feng Tianyuan muttered under his breath. That's too little. He had 470,000 cultivation points left over from his previous breakthrough to the Divine Fire Realm, plus another 330,000 obtained from raiding the three great sovereigns. That's already 80,000, plus various other miscellaneous gains. Now he only had 91,000. It seems like a lot, but compared to what's needed to break through to the true God realm, it's just a drop in the bucket. It's too expensive. Dao seeds are also ranked into grades: Divine Grade, Holy Grade, Venerable Grade, Emperor Grade, Immortal Grade, and Chaos Grade. He wants the most powerful Chaos Dao seed. 150,000 cultivation points. That's still a long way to go. Boom! Just then, the sky trembled, and a massive flying vessel broke through the air. Ha ha ha! The ruins are closed, and I was just worried about where to land. This sect seems like a good place. You natives of the Great Wasteland, hurry out and greet your elders. The flying vessel appeared, its deck crowded with people. A man shouted loudly. In an instant, a colossal divine pressure spread out, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble. Wuji, look. We don't start trouble, but others will come looking for it. In this world, fists speak the truth. Feng Tianyuan glanced up, unconcerned. On the flying vessel, the leading man looked down from above, sweeping his gaze across the entire Zetian sect. Finally, He fixed his gaze on the world tree. What is that tree? What an amazing feeling. Even through the great array, I can sense such a aura of the Tao. A treasure. It must be a treasure. This broken world actually has such a treasure. The man exclaimed in astonishment, then his face lit up with wild joy. The Great Wasteland Tao state was originally a broken Tao state where no sages emerged. Even now that the Tao of heaven and earth is complete, it was merely a realm where a few beings had recently broken through to the sage realm. For him, a great sage, it was nothing worth taking seriously. Elder. That tree is definitely a treasure. There shouldn't be any other factions here before us. Why don't we act now while no one's around? A young man beside him spoke up, his eyes gleaming with greed. The Taoist principles and Taoist energies emanating from the world tree were extremely tempting to cultivators. You ants! I am Zhao Dezhu, the Grand Elder of the Lingxiao sect. If you don't want to die, open the sect's protective array immediately. Submit to the Lingxiao sect, bow down and worship, and you may become menial disciples or even outer sect disciples. Zhao Dezhu roared, releasing the overwhelming pressure of a great sage, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble violently. Step aside. He spoke to the young man, then his body shone with holy light. He was about to show off. As the first great sage to enter the Great Wasteland Tao state, if he didn't pull off this show to perfection, he'd feel like it wasn't worth it. You insignificant ants. Did you hear me? Get out here. The young man stepped back slightly. Seeing no movement below, he feared Zhao Dezhu would be embarrassed and shouted again. So noisy? Are you looking for death? A cold voice echoed, and the world fell silent. Everyone on the flying vessel felt a chill run down their spines, as if a murderous sword hung behind them, causing cold sweat to pour down their faces. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Could this sect have already been taken over by another faction? Are we not the first to arrive? Zhao Dezhu was shaken to the core by those words. Elder. Do you notice anything unusual about that statue? It seems familiar. A woman stepped forward, trembling as she spoke. The statue of the Divine Maiden was lifelike, and she felt as though she had seen it somewhere before. It reminds me of someone, but that's impossible. This is the Great Wasteland Tao state. That person couldn't possibly be here. The young man behind Zhao Dezhu examined the statue and whispered. Ha ha ha. No wonder you're from the Eastern Wasteland. A mere broken sect like this has managed to stop you. Just then, a massive sword flew in from the distance, and a voluptuous woman laughed derisively. Xianing Hall. You're here too. Zhao Dezhu raised his eyes and furrowed his brows. The Xianing Hall was the second largest power in the Eastern Wastes and had a long-standing rivalry with their Lingxiao sect. And the one who had arrived was none other than Bai Jinmei, the Grand Elder of the Xianing Hall. The Eastern Wasteland is closest to the Great Wasteland. We just arrived. No other factions could have gotten here faster than us. A mere local faction has already blocked your path. This truly brings shame upon the Eastern Wastes. Watch. Watch as I crush their sect's array with my own hands and prove that you Eastern Wasteland rats are nothing but vermin. Bai Jinmei roared, her massive breasts trembling. With a flick of her wrist, a massive light sword materialized, emanating a relentless sword chi that engulfed the sky. You ants, crawl on the ground. As her words fell, her smile grew wider, and the massive light sword descended, aiming to tear apart the entire Jietian sect. At the same time, whether they were on the flying swords or the flying boats, everyone had already prepared to seize the world tree. Once the array was broken, they would strike. Too slow. No other sponsors have arrived yet? Then we'll deal with you first. Boom! The words were spoken calmly, and the massive light sword exploded. Impossible! Bai Jinmei exclaimed, her pupils contracting violently. Her holy light sword had been shattered by a single word. So easily shattered. Could there be a supreme powerhouse lurking below? This is impossible. The fellow cultivators below. Boom! Just as she was about to ask, a gigantic handprint suddenly above and in front of her, obscuring the heavens and earth, and reached out to grab her. 10,000-handed palm. Chapter 59, Bai Jin's Ugly Old Man. With a single grab, the flying swords and flying boats in the sky were swept away like trash. In the courtyard, Fang Tianyuan spread his hands, and the flying swords and flying boats in his palms were as small as toys, with the people on them no larger than ants. How powerful! Master! What realm have you reached? How long must I cultivate before I can match you? Ji Wuji's eyes sparkled. Earlier, he had also sensed that overwhelming pressure. Those outsiders were undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Yet even so, they were still being handled with ease, like toys, by his master. Divine Fire Realm? Didn't you sense it? Fang Tianyuan said indifferently. He was telling the truth, he was truly only at the Divine Fire Realm. But sometimes, telling the truth is just not believed. The expressions on the two men's faces as they looked at Fang Tianyuan spoke volumes, filled with disbelief, as if they were saying, Master, look at your disciple, is he an idiot? At that moment, on the flying boat, Zhao Dezhu looked up at the giant towering over them, filled with terror. Elder, we know we were wrong. Please spare us. He spoke, pleading. This man was too powerful. With a single move, he had sealed all of them, even the Saint Realm experts. The evolved world within his palm was not something they could possibly match. The gap between them was too great. Where is the Lingxiao sect? Is it very powerful? Fong Tianyuan looked down at them and spoke. This Lingxiao sect is located in Donghuang Daozhou, adjacent to Dehuang Daozhou. It is the first sect, but compared to our seniors, it's nothing. Zhao Dezhu said humbly. Indeed, you're just a rat from the Donghuang region. You're already scared. At that moment, Bai Jinmei, standing on the flying sword, spoke with disdain. She looked up, staring at Fong Tianyuan, her still attractive face showing no trace of fear. You're strong, but the 3,000 Dao states are vast, and there are countless who are stronger than you. We of the Xianing Palace do not consider ourselves your match, but the people behind us are not necessarily weaker than you. Bai Jinmei said. The Xianing Hall has powerful allies, and not just ordinary ones, that's why she wasn't panicking. Bai Jinmei. Shut your mouth. Who do you think you are? Do you dare threaten our elders? Zhao Dezhu roared angrily. He was growing anxious. If she were to provoke the elder, he would be crushed in an instant. Bai Jinmei? Looking at you, you really are quite beautiful. Fong Tianyuan glanced at her and said. She was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, though not as stunning as Yin Hongxiao, she still had an E-cup. I wonder if she is as beautiful as her name suggests. As Fong Tianyuan finished speaking, a terrifying force lifted Bai Jinmei off the ground. The force felt like countless hands pressing against Bai Jinmei's body, making her extremely uncomfortable. What are you doing? My partner is a Xianzun, and the Xianing Palace behind me is protected by the Demon Palace. If you don't let me go otherwise cough Xian brother 1T spare you. Bai Jinmei struggled frantically, her beautiful eyes filled with intense hatred. Her man was also a supreme being, and this guy was probably a supreme being as well, having left behind the supreme being's killing technique in her mind. Not to mention, their Xianing Hall had already found the Demon Palace, that colossal entity, as their backing. She had nothing to fear. Rip! As she spoke, a terrifying force surged forth, tearing her clothes apart. In an instant, a snow-white figure emerged. Bai Jinmei? What a waste of such a good name. Remember to change it to Bai Jinqiu on the path of reincarnation. Bang! As the words fell, Bai Jinmei exploded into a cloud of blood, leaving behind a storage ring. As for the life-taking technique at her brow, it hadn't even been triggered before it was erased by the terrifying rules of the Tao. You have 3 breaths to hand over the storage rings on your bodies. Otherwise, you die. As the words fell, Zhao Dezhu was the first to react, removing his storage ring and handing it over in a humiliating manner. The others, seeing this, hurriedly removed their own storage rings as well. Some hesitated, unwilling to part with their years of accumulation, feeling a pang of regret. Then, bang! Their bodies turned into a blood mist, and their storage rings flew out. Fong Tianyuan shook his hand, and everyone landed. Ding! Host has looted the Lingxiao sect, obtaining the Holy Grade Lingyun boat, upgraded to the Emperor Grade Feitian boat. Ding! The host has looted the Xianing Hall, obtaining the Holy Grade Xianing Flying Sword, upgraded to the Noble Grade Bingyan Flying Sword. Ding! The host has looted Zhao Dezhu, obtaining the Holy Grade Lingxiao Sacred Technique. Enhancement failed, but the reward is the Emperor Grade Body Technique Ling Tian Ta. This raid rewards 120,000 cultivation points. Fong Tianyuan's face was filled with confusion. 12,000. That's not exactly a small amount. He estimated that it should be at least 300,000. Rubbish. Fong Tianyuan glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. Whether it was these people or the things he had stolen, they were all worthless. Look at you poor wretches, you have the nerve to come here and rob us, the Zetian sect? Who gave you the courage? The Heavenly Tao? Fong Tianyuan turned to Zhao Dezhu, who turned pale and bowed repeatedly, saying, You are absolutely right, senior. We admit our mistake. Please forgive us. Old man from Tianshan. Fong Tianyuan roared. In an instant, a figure appeared. Your servant is here. What are your orders, master? The old man from Tianshan flickered and appeared in the courtyard, bowing respectfully. His appearance left Zhao Dezhu and the others breathless. You are, the Tianshan elder, the master of Tianshan? Zhao Dezhu's voice trembled, unsure of what he was saying. He had seen the Tianshan elder before. But that was a supreme being of immense power. How could he be so humble as to bow to someone else? This couldn't be possible. Do you recognize me? The Tianshan elder was slightly surprised, but his response left everyone speechless. It really is the Tianshan elder. The terrifying being who once stormed into Donghuang and single-handedly destroyed one of its sacred sites. A supreme being, yet he was so humble and respectful toward the young man before him. Bang! Spare my life, senior. Zhao Dezhu knelt down, his speed so fast it was unbelievable. He was completely panicked. What kind of person have I offended? Even someone as terrifying as the Tian Shan elder is respectful toward him, and I've offended him. Father, our ancestral graves are smoking. I'm as good as dead. What the hell have I done? Zhao Dizhu would rather smash his own head to pieces than be killed by someone else. After all, if he dies, he still has a chance at reincarnation. Take them down to be managed. Those who refuse to reform will be sent to the fields. If their awareness is still insufficient, they will die. Fang Tianyuan said. We obey the master's orders. The old man from Tianshan bowed respectfully, and the others looked relieved as they followed him away. Master, should we also admit these people into our sect? Ji Wuji asked. These people are all very powerful, even the younger ones are stronger than him, a true disciple. What is wrong? Are you afraid they outshine you? Fang Tianyuan turned his head and asked. No way. What I mean is, Master, these guys haven't undergone any trials yet. What if they're disloyal? That would be a disaster for the sect. Ji Wuji said. A sect, if it harbors traitors, can easily be destroyed. This is not what he wants to see. Remember, this world is not short of talent. If you want to do it, there are plenty of others who will. If they don't like this comfortable life, just send them back to start over. Troublemakers? Ha ha. With enough strength, no matter what schemes you have, we'll crush them all. Fang Tianyuan said disdainfully. The core of the heaven-defying sect was him, the others were merely tools he had developed. If this tool is no longer useful, then replace it with another one. Master, there is a man from the mountains who wishes to see you. Just then, a voice echoed, reaching Fang Tianyuan's ears. It was Jiang Wushu. HM? An old man? Fang Tianyuan's gaze swept across the void, locking onto the mountain gate of the Jietian sect. In an instant, an old man appeared before his eyes. Chapter 60, The Remnant Immortal Meng Xianzhou. The old man was hunched over, wearing ragged hemp clothes, with disheveled white hair and yellow teeth. At first glance, he looked like a beggar. However, since he had managed to reach the gates of the Jietian sect, Jiang Wushu dared not take any chances and reported the matter to Fang Tianyuan. He appears to be an ordinary mortal, but he is actually an immortal. Beyond the level of an emperor, not like an immortal. Could this be the crippled immortal the lady mentioned? Fang Tianyuan was somewhat surprised. Since he's here, please invite this old gentleman up to sit for a while. This sect master would like to offer him a drink. Fang Tianyuan spoke casually. Though spoken softly, his words carried across an immense distance, reaching the ears of those at the mountain gate. The old man was taken aback. The natural laws of the Tao. There are actually such beings in this world. How peculiar. Could it be that someone has been waiting here specifically for the emergence of the primordial city to seize this opportunity? The old man was utterly astonished. Though it sounded like an ordinary statement, the profound principles of the Tao contained within were beyond his comprehension. He couldn't help but take a step back, hesitating. Should he go forward? This suddenly appearing sect was already highly unusual, and now another mysterious powerhouse had emerged. This was a factor he couldn't control. He was a bit afraid. The reason he had managed to survive this long was because he feared death. The more one fears death, the longer one lives. This was his life philosophy. Sir, please come in. Jiang Wushu extended his hand, making a gesture to invite him in. What? It was you who caused trouble for my sect earlier. Now that the sect leader has told you to come up, you dare not? Jiang Wushu spoke bluntly. He could see the old man's hesitation. He was clearly afraid of their sect's master. Boy, do you know who I am? The old man spoke, his words as cold as ice. A divine king dared to speak to him like that? He must not know the meaning of death. You are strong, but this is the Jietian sect. Even if you are the heavenly Tao, you must kneel. Jiang Wushu said disdainfully. He was well aware of the old man's immense power, which far surpassed his own as a god king. But so what? Within the Jietian sect, with the sect's protection, he had no reason to fear any powerful being in the world. You. Very well. The old man extended his finger, trembling slightly. He glanced at the statue, then at the sect's plaque, and took a step forward. Whoosh! The two figures flickered and appeared in a courtyard. Sir! What should I call you? The old man immediately locked onto Fang Tianyuan's position and asked. Heaven-shattering sect, Fang Tianyuan. You dare to come here so brazenly? Don't you fear that the sect master will kill you on the spot? Fang Tianyuan replied calmly. As he thought this, the teapot on the table in front of him slowly floated into the air and poured tea into an empty cup. If you wish to kill me, you should have acted already. Why bother inviting me here? The old man spoke, then sat down directly. He glanced at the spiritual tea and was somewhat surprised. This was ordinary spiritual tea, not the enlightenment tea he had imagined. Do reclusive masters drink this stuff? What? You don't think much of it? Or are you looking down on me, Fang Tianyuan? Fang Tianyuan said. The two disciples standing beside him stood motionless, like wooden statues, saying nothing. Dare not, dare not. It was just a coincidence, though you appear to be only at the divine fire realm, you must be hiding your true cultivation level. That naturally formed Taoist principle, you wield it with such skill. I wonder how many divine tribulations you've endured. The old man asked. He had already regarded Feng Tianyuan as a fellow fallen immortal. This also piqued his curiosity about how many divine tribulations Feng Tianyuan had endured, leaving him unable to fathom his true strength. 18,000 trials. How many have you endured? Feng Tianyuan gave a number. Impossible. The old man heard this and immediately refused to believe it. 18,000 trials? There can't be that many. He had only managed to withstand 5, and he couldn't hold on any longer, failing the tribulation. How could there be 18,000 trials in the divine tribulation? What? You don't believe me? Feng Tianyuan's face broke into a faint smile, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as if mocking him. This made the old man very uncomfortable. I believe you. I endured 10,000 trials myself, of course I believe it. The old man hesitated for a moment before speaking. Are there really over 10,000 trials? How could the gap between me and becoming an immortal be so huge last time? I couldn't even withstand the 6th immortal tribulation. How am I supposed to endure the rest? Though the old man appeared calm on the surface, his inner world was in turmoil. You only have 10,000. That's too weak. No wonder you look so frail. Your foundation isn't strong enough. I have a friend who endured over 13,000 trials and is still accumulating strength, preparing for his second trial. How prepared are you? Feng Tianyuan asked again. What heavenly tribulation? He naturally had no idea, but within the tribulation heaven sect, he could see through the old man's thoughts. At this moment, they were just trying to deceive him, treating him like a toy to play with. Well, I guess I'm okay. However, I don't plan to rush into it just yet. Once the great era begins, there might be a different situation, and then I can pursue the path to immortality. The old man feigned calmness. Sir, you have endured so many divine tribulations, yet I have never heard of your story. How many lifetimes have you lived in reverse? The old man asked again. The great emperor, at the pinnacle of the human realm, was an unparalleled powerhouse across the entire 3,000 Tao states. However, they are not immortal and are still bound by the constraints of their lifespan. Their lifespan is only around 10,000 years. To achieve immortality, one must either break through to a higher realm and ascend to the immortal realm, or rely on secret techniques and the elixir of immortality to reincarnate time and again. I can't remember. It's been far too long. But it should be more than your 5 lifetimes, Meng Xianzhou. Feng Tianyuan replied. He picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. Little did he know that the 2 disciples beside him were even more shocked than the old man. Their master had such a background. No wonder he's so terrifying. You actually know my name. Meng Xianzhou was once again stunned. He had never revealed his name, yet the man before him had spoken it so easily. He even knew that he had lived 5 lifetimes in reverse. You're truly powerful, fellow cultivator. No wonder you're the one who withstood 15,000 divine tribulations. Meng is truly impressed. Meng Xianzhou rose to his feet and bowed respectfully. This is nothing. You attained the title of Xian Emperor. This sect master saw it clearly. Feng Tianyuan said with a smile. Boom! At that moment, the sky split open, and countless spaceships appeared from the heavens. I am the master of the heavenly sect. I have come to the great wasteland today to bring the Emperor's divine weapon and open the ancient city. All living beings below must retreat immediately and make way for our sect. Chapter 61, The Shenlong Ding. I am the ruler of the heavenly sect. I have come to the great wasteland today, bringing the divine weapon of the Xian Emperor. I intend to open the ancient city. All living beings below must retreat immediately and make way for my sect. A voice echoed out, and a powerful divine pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the area. More and more flying ships, giant beasts, and flying swords emerged from the depths of the void. Master of the heavenly sect, it's been years since we last met. You truly still possess the same majestic aura. Ha ha ha. The heavenly sect master is indeed the descendant of the emperor. You are truly a dragon among men. The heavenly sect master has traveled so far with the imperial weapon to open the ancient ruins. This is truly a blessing for all living beings. More and more powerful beings arrived, continuously paying their respects. Meanwhile, the heavenly sect master surveyed the entire heavenly sect with a sense of growing dread. Strange. What exactly is that tree? Despite being sealed off by a powerful array, it still emits such an aura of the Tao. I can't see through it. This sect is no ordinary place. The heavenly sect master furrowed his brows. He surveyed the entire Jietian sect once more, his gaze finally settling on the statue of the divine maiden. The Empress. This is impossible. How could there be a statue of the Empress here? It's impossible. The mystical tree, the overwhelmingly powerful protective array that ignores my words, the statue of the Empress. Could this sect be backed by the Empress? The heavenly sect master grew increasingly shocked. But he also grew increasingly puzzled. This shouldn't be possible. The Great Wasteland has only recently perfected the Tao of heaven and earth. It's impossible for beings beyond the divine realm to exist. Even if a god king had broken through in the past few days, they would only be a saint at most. Such a sect, aside from being backed by the Empress, I cannot think of anything else that would allow them to disregard me. The heavenly sect master murmured softly. At that moment, a young girl beside him spoke up. Master, those below are ignoring you. Should we let the dragon intervene and forcefully tear open their sect's protective array? A mere native dares to disrespect the might of the Tian sect? He must be annihilated. The young girl wore a pale blue long dress, with a beautiful face and a tall, slender figure, exuding arrogance. In her eyes, the entire Great Wasteland was nothing but a bunch of uncivilized natives, ignorant fools who had never seen the world. They were unworthy of even being noticed by the heavenly sect. Now, the heavenly sect was making way for them. It was as if their ancestral graves were emitting green smoke. Yan Qing, shut your mouth. There's something seriously wrong with this place. The heavenly sect master said. A major problem? Master, what could possibly be a major problem? Su Yanqing was puzzled. A mere dilapidated Tao state, a place where even saints can't be born. What could possibly be wrong? If you don't want to die, get out of here. A hoarse voice echoed from below, startling the leaders of the various factions who had been waiting. Get out of here? How dare someone tell the ruler of the celestial sect to get lost? Who the hell is this? How dare you? My master is the lord of the heavenly sect, known as the great heavenly sovereign. Who do you think you are to speak to my master in such a manner? Bang! Su Yanqing's words had barely left his mouth when he was sent flying. You little brat, if your elders didn't teach you proper manners, I wouldn't mind giving you a lesson. Meng Xianzhou's words echoed once more, startling everyone present. A master, a true master. There was such a terrifying presence here, capable of giving the disciple of the heavenly sect master a lesson right in front of him. My disciple is ignorant. Thank you, senior, for sparing him. The Tianzong master bowed respectfully, releasing his divine sense to its limit, attempting to peer into the inner workings of the Jietian sect. He was curious to know what kind of powerful being could ignore him completely and attack Su Yanqing. However, no matter how he probed, the situation inside remained blurry to him. The vast sect was shrouded in a grand array, with only the outlines of a few divine mountains and sacred mountains visible. The beings within remained indistinct. As Fong Tianyuan put it, it's all blurred out like a mosaic. If you're going to teach someone, teach them properly. If you don't teach properly, when you go out into the world, others will have to teach you, and you'll have plenty to cry about. Meng Xianzhou said. As the descendant of the Meng family, the head of the Tian sect spoke in a slightly softer tone. The elder speaks wisely. Meng Xianzhou will remember this. The Tian Zongju hurriedly nodded. At that moment, Su Yanqing ran back, with a trace of fresh blood on the corner of his mouth, his face pale as paper. Senior, this junior acknowledges his mistake. Su Yanqing said, still trembling with fear. It was terrifying. She had thought that with her master by her side, aside from the emperor, she was invincible in the world. Yet here, in such a desolate place, she had encountered such a terrifying being. Open the ruins. Meng Xianzhou said. Hongmeng Mongolian city was also a place he had always wanted to explore. Perhaps by entering there, he could uncover his divine connection and gain the foundation to withstand nearly 20,000 divine tribulations. All right. The ruler of the heavenly sect nodded. The forces arriving so far were still few in number, and he had intended to wait a bit longer before acting. However, since Meng Xianzhou had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. A cauldron appeared, radiating brilliant light. The Xianlong Ding. Is that the heavenly sect's imperial weapon, the Xianlong Ding? The imperial weapon of the Xian emperor as rumored? A golden dragon coils around the cauldron, mystical energy swirls around it. It seems that the heavenly sect master has truly summoned the mystical dragon cauldron. Something's not right. The heavenly sect has summoned an imperial weapon. They wouldn't just be here to help us open the ruins. They must know something we don't. The Xianlong Ding flew out, and everyone began to discuss it. The Hongmeng city did not fully emerge from the spatial fissure, only half of it appeared. This half nearly obscured the Jietian sect, but it was just a hair's breadth away from entering the sect. If not for Fong Tianyuan grabbing it and pulling it out, it would have become the Tianzong sect's private possession. This is why so many factions have arrived, all vying to claim the heavenly sovereign sect. Indeed, within a radius of 10,000 miles, this area alone possessed the most concentrated spiritual energy, along with the existing structures. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and a golden dragon soared out of the Xianlong Ding, emanating an overwhelming imperial aura. The entire sky trembled like a rippling water surface, with countless laws and principles roaring ceaselessly. The imperial weapon awakens, the imperial might emerges, and all beings tremble. Is this an imperial weapon? What a terrifying aura! Even I, a supreme being, cannot withstand this level of existence. Even supreme beings must prostrate themselves. The might of an emperor is not to be defied. Do not look directly at it. Maintain a sense of reverence, or the pressure emanating from the imperial weapon will crush you to death. A powerful being warned his younger relatives. The imperial weapon can be said to be the continuation of the emperor's life, fused with the emperor's Tao. Even if the emperor is absent, it must not be desecrated. Boom! A golden dragon soared into the sky, diving toward the Hongmeng Mongolian city. The figure of the heavenly sect master flickered and also headed toward the location of the gates of Hongmeng city. Roar! The golden dragon roared, its path intertwining with the Tao, spewing beams of light directly at the city gates. The ancient restrictions, though weakened by the passage of time, remained terrifyingly powerful. No matter how fiercely the golden dragon collided with them, it could not break through the restrictions, only causing them to tremble incessantly. Fellow cultivators, my individual strength is too insignificant. Please lend a hand to help me break through this ancient barrier. The heavenly sect master shouted. He was not an emperor and could not unleash the terrifying might of an imperial weapon, so he could not shake the restrictions. Act now. Everyone. The heavenly sect master has even summoned his imperial weapon. We should also contribute our efforts. That's right. Even if the heavenly sect master knows what's inside the ruins, we still need to open it first. Since that's the case, we supreme beings and great saints will act together to break the restrictions. That's right. The longer we delay, the more people will arrive, and the more of us will have to enter together. The numerous powerful beings discussed briefly and decided to act. They charged toward the heavenly sect master, their auras surging wildly. Everyone. With the power of the Shenlong Ding, we can break through any barrier. Gather your strength onto the Shenlong Ding, and I will control it to break the seals. The Tianzong master roared. Some hesitated, but upon seeing a supreme being directly channel their power into the Shenlong Ding, they hurriedly followed suit. Boom! With the combined power of numerous strong individuals, the Shenlong Ding's power surged, emitting dazzling beams of divine light, and the emperor's divine patterns grew even more brilliant. Stop! Something's wrong. My power. Heavenly sect master. What's happening? Why is the Shenlong Ding devouring my power? Old fool Meng, what are you doing? Damn you, you're draining our lifespans. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Some supreme beings reacted and began cursing furiously. The Shenlong Ding was draining their sacred power, their lifespan, their vitality, their blood, and chi. Damn it! We've been betrayed. Get out of the way. You dog. Stop. If you continue, don't blame me for being ruthless. Boom! Numerous supreme beings erupted in fury, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Meanwhile, the heavenly sect master also immediately retracted his power. In an instant, the Shenlong Ding shrank and landed in his hand. Everyone sighed in relief, looking exhausted. Those great sages with little remaining lifespan immediately sat down to meditate. The spirit of the Shenlong Ding has awakened. Thank you all for your assistance in helping me awaken the spirit. This favor will not be forgotten by the Tianzong. The Tianzong master smiled. This was why he had come here holding the imperial weapon in the first place. His purpose was to absorb the power of the many strong individuals present. Damn it! Old dog Meng, you're still so cunning and treacherous, despicable and shameless, unworthy of being called human. I was too naive. I actually believed your lies. Better pray that you can continue to protect your disciple, or else he will meet an untimely end. The crowd cursed angrily, their faces filled with hatred. They had guessed that the heavenly sect master had brought the Shenlong Ding with him for some scheme, but they never expected it to be such a scheme. No wonder it's Meng Jin. Even at this moment, he's still scheming. Chapter 62, Gathering of the Strong. A voice echoed, and a figure materialized. Zhang Tianda. You came alone? Where are the younger members of the Zhang family? The heavenly sect master looked over and asked. Zhang Tianda, the head of the Zhang family and also a supreme being. They'll be here shortly. Open it. The spirit of the Shenlong Ding has awakened. You should also contribute your efforts to break the seals. Zhang Tianda said. He had no interest whatsoever in the matter of others having their lifespan and vital energy absorbed. He only wanted to open the Hongmeng ancient city. Ha! Zhang Tianda, do you think this ancient seal can be broken just because you want it to? If you want to enter, you must contribute your strength. The heavenly sect master said. He had never even considered using his imperial weapon alone to break the ancient city's restrictions. Then let us wait for the others to arrive and discuss it then. Zhang Tianda glanced around and said. He didn't mind waiting a bit longer to enter the Hongmeng ancient city with more people. No need. All we need is for the senior to act, and these ancient seals should be easily broken. The heavenly sect master spoke startlingly. Senior? Are you sure? Zhang Tianda asked in surprise. Senior. A senior addressed with such a revered title, wasn't that a quasi-emperor, or even an emperor-level powerhouse? Such a powerful figure has appeared here? That is correct. Senior. We are of low cultivation and beg you to lend us your strength to break the restrictions. The heavenly sect master roared. He looked toward the direction of the Jietian sect and bowed respectfully. Such an action once again astonished Zhang Tianda. Could it really be one of the two great emperors? He followed the direction of the Jietian sect and fixed his gaze on the statue, his expression immediately changing. The Empress! The Empress is actually here! Zhang Tianda pays respects to the senior. He exclaimed in astonishment and hurriedly bowed. More and more forces arrived, and upon witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but feel shocked. At that moment, within the Jietian sect, Fang Tianyuan was leisurely sipping tea with Meng Xianzhou. Friend, in your opinion, what kind of foundation is needed to withstand the 10,000 divine tribulations? If one survives the 10,000 divine tribulations, can they ascend? Meng Xianzhou felt quite uncertain and asked in a low voice. To become an immortal, he had prepared for nearly 5 lifetimes, neglecting even the Meng family and the heavenly sect. This time, he had to be thoroughly prepared. The appearance of Fang Tianyuan gave him hope. Perhaps this man, who had gone so far, would have more experience. How to endure 20,000 trials? That depends on you. Immortality is something none of us here have ever encountered. As the sect master, I dare not make any guarantees. Perhaps you don't need to insist on ascension as your only path. Fang Tianyuan replied. Becoming an immortal, he believed, was not the only way. There must be others. Are you referring to the Red Dust Immortal? Could it be that you are following this path? Meng Xianzhou thought for a moment and exclaimed in surprise. Among the ancient methods of becoming an immortal, aside from the path of ascension, he only knew of the Red Dust Immortal. But that was merely a concept. Ancient texts made no mention of such a path, and whether any beings had ever succeeded remained unknown. That doesn't matter, you won't understand. The specifics are something each must figure out on their own. What you should focus on now is your descendants. They're asking you to come out of seclusion. Fang Tianyuan said. At that moment, numerous powerful beings in the sky bowed alongside the heavenly sect master and Zhang Tianda. Please step forward, senior. They shouted again. Meng Xianzhou looked up, glanced at them, and raised his eyebrows. Are you not going to intervene, fellow cultivator? He asked. It's not necessary. You few are enough. You can also call the others over. As for me, I have no plans to enter the ancient city for now. Fang Tianyuan shook his head. What the hell are you helping for? If the ancient city were within the territory of the Heavenly Calamity sect, it would be fine, but it just won't come in. He wanted to show off, but there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! At that moment, several figures entered the courtyard and bowed respectfully to Fang Tianyuan, who was sipping tea. Greetings, sect master. The 3 of you are at the supreme realm. Act together and break the restrictions. Fang Tianyuan nodded and said to the 3 great elders. Currently, the entire Jietian sect only had a few individuals with stronger abilities. The rest were mostly divine kings, unworthy of appearing on the stage. We obey the sect master's orders. The 3 bowed and followed Meng Xianzhou as he departed. They moved swiftly, their figures flickering and appearing in the sky, catching everyone's attention. Everyone glanced over in surprise, utterly taken aback. Isn't that the Empress? Who is that? Zhang Tianda frowned and sent a mental message to the heavenly sect master to ask. I don't know. The Tian Zhongju replied in the same manner. You don't even know who it is? You should be ashamed of yourself. You've got me thinking the Empress is inside. Boom! Zhang Tianda suddenly flew into a rage, clenched his fist, and punched the Tian Zhongju. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, and Zhang Tianda's figure flew out like a cannonball. At this sight, everyone who had been about to speak immediately swallowed the words that had risen to their throats. Noisy! Meng Xianzhou hunchbacked his body and spoke slowly. Heavens! That's the Yin Yang Great Sage. I recognize him. That's the Yin Yang Great Sage of the Yin Yang Holy Sect. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Tian Shan Elder. Dogu Jinzuan. Tian Shan Lao Ren. The Yin Yang Great Sage. The 3 most renowned supreme beings in the world. How could they be here? The way they're walking clearly shows they're afraid of the old man. Who is that old man? The crowd gasped in disbelief. The 3 supreme beings are all following an old man. Friend, we might really need your help. Meng Xianzhou suddenly stopped and spoke. You want the sect master to intervene? Are you implying that your earlier words were false? A voice echoed from within the Jietian sect, sending shockwaves through the crowd once again. Goodness gracious! Who is this? Even someone who isn't a supreme being is being treated with such respect and called Taoist friend. Isn't it said that the 3,000 Tao states don't produce any saints? How could such a powerful being exist here? Who is inside? Even such an elder has to address him as Taoist friend. Numerous powerful beings speculated in their hearts. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the heaven-shattering sect, slowly coming into view. The Demon Emperor. It's him! the one who severely injured the Sword Sovereign in the Tianji realm. What is he doing here? Chapter 63, This is truly a coincidence, the ancient city's deadly plot. Fong Tianyuan's appearance left everyone in shock. Some of them were even those who had been robbed by him in the Tianji realm. Seeing this scene, they were furious. It's him! That bastard! Divine Fire Realm. His strength isn't that great after all. In the Tianji realm, he was only able to suppress me by relying on the Tianji rules. Calm down. Take a good look at who's with him before thinking about revenge. Someone spoke up to remind them. With the Demon Emperor present, the two of them must have some connection. If they angered the Demon Emperor, even the Supreme Sovereign, let alone the Heavenly Supreme Sovereign, would be reduced to dust. Friend, there is something wrong with this restriction. I'm alone, and it'll be tough to handle this alone. Why don't we team up? Meng Xianzhou said again. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the Demon Emperor, utterly surprised. They had once believed that the elder Meng Xianzhou was referring to as the Empress Lu Ruyan, as her statue stood here. But it turned out to be the Demon Emperor. Little did they know that the Taoist friend Meng Xianzhou was referring to as Fong Tianyuan. What's so difficult about it? This restriction has endured countless ages, and most of its power has faded over time. It might collapse on its own at any moment. It seems your cultivation is quite superficial. Fong Tianyuan said indifferently. Shut your mouth, you junior. How dare you, a mere divine fire realm being, interrupt an elder's words? Are you seeking death? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Tianda immediately began to curse loudly. He mistakenly believed that his fellow cultivator was Yin Hongxiao and that Meng Xianzhou might just be some reclusive emperor. Bang! Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak? Zhang Tianda was flung backward, shattering the void, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Ah! His eyes widened as he watched the distance between himself and the heavenly sect master grow ever larger. He strained every muscle to stabilize his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop himself. He couldn't believe it. That powerful old man had actually attacked him because of a single word. At that moment, numerous other powerful beings were also stunned. The fellow cultivator wasn't referring to the Demon Emperor, but to that young man in the Divine Fire Realm whom they had completely ignored. Why? They looked puzzled, hoping to get an answer from Meng Xianzhou's mouth. Meng Xianzhou looked up and gazed at the gates of Hongmeng City. Friend, are you joking? Can this be broken? He maintained his skeptical expression and whispered under his breath. Although his words were correct, upon seeing the complex patterns, he felt that they would still be extremely difficult to break. Just try it and see. Fong Tianyuan said. He also looked up, surveying the Hongmeng City. Husband. If he can't break it, won't you be embarrassed? What will you do then? Yin Hongxiao asked in a whisper. She knew that since Fong Tianyuan had left the Jietian sect, he no longer possessed that terrifying strength. Let us wait a little longer. The Hongmeng Mongolian city is still slowly emerging from the spatial fissure, just a bit slower. It will eventually enter the territory of the Jietian sect, and then we can act directly. Fong Tianyuan replied in this manner. He had never considered taking action at this moment. He was merely here to assess the true strength of this so-called remnant immortal. Boom! Just as Meng Xianzhou was about to act, a terrifying explosion echoed from the sky, causing the entire world to tremble violently. Numerous powerful beings looked up at the sound and froze in shock. It's opening. Some living beings reacted, trembling as they spoke. Unbelievable. The restrictions enveloping the Hongmeng city were truly cracking open, and then began to collapse continuously. All the powerful beings who witnessed this scene turned their heads toward the location where Fong Tianyuan was standing. Meng Xianzhou was no exception. Is this the difference between the 5 divine tribulations and the 15,000 divine tribulations? That's way too much. I've been watching for ages, and the restrictions seem impossible to break. Yet he just says they'll break on their own. Meng Xianzhou muttered under his breath, swallowing hard. Little did they know. Fong Tianyuan and Yin Hongxiao were both shocked inside, exchanging glances. I said, do you believe this is just a coincidence? He said to Yin Hongxiao, who shook her head. It really is a coincidence. Sigh. Pretending to be cool without even trying is also a hassle. Fong Tianyuan spread his hands and sighed. Boom! Hongmeng City trembled, and beams of light shone brightly. Everyone had already lost interest in the two men's conversation and turned their attention to Hongmeng City, which was emanating an incredibly powerful aura. The battle was about to begin. No one knew what was inside. Boom! The next moment, the gates swung open. Charge! Get out of the way, you ants! You worthless ants of the divine realm dare to be the first to enter? Get out of my way! You, a worthless fish and shrimp from the saint realm, dare to shout and scream in my presence? Get out of my sight! You, a great sage realm fool, dare to bark like a dog? In an instant, numerous powerful beings erupted into chaos, charging toward the open city gates, intent on storming inside. In the end, it was the Supreme Being who charged ahead and entered the city. Meng Xianzhou saw that Fang Tianyuan hadn't moved, so he stopped as well and turned to ask, "Friend, why aren't you going forward? The struggle for opportunity isn't something you can win just by getting in first. Often, it comes down to luck." Fang Tianyuan replied. He looked toward the Hongmeng city but showed no intention of going up. The three Supreme Beings also did not move. Though they desperately wanted to engage in battle and see the sights inside the city, since the sect master hadn't moved, they restrained themselves. Aha! There's something inside the city. Run! There are so many golden guards. They're the ancient city's defenders. Get out of the way. Don't come near. All of you, get out of here. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within Hongmeng City, and a Saint Realm expert covered in blood burst out. A fierce battle erupted inside, and suddenly, incredibly powerful golden guards appeared. Violating the city's laws is a capital offense. The words, spoken with unimaginable authority, echoed from within the city, the commotion growing louder and louder, causing the entire Hongmeng City to tremble. The supreme battle had erupted in full force. The great saints who had followed them into the city immediately retreated from Hongmeng City. Meng Xianzhou looked on, once again astonished. Your cultivation of the Tao is truly powerful. To be able to foresee such a crisis, I truly admire you. No wonder you survived the ordeal of 15,000 Tao immortal tribulations. You're truly too powerful. He spoke with utmost admiration. Although Fang Tianyuan had said that opportunities are for those who are destined to receive them, in his mind, he had already imagined that Fang Tianyuan knew about the danger within the city and had chosen not to enter. Run for your lives. A supreme being has fallen. He was impaled on the city wall by a single spear, his body and essence destroyed. The Palm Sovereign has fallen. This city is a city of great calamity. The great saints who had escaped from the city once again revealed shocking news, sending countless beings into panic. A supreme being has fallen. That was an existence that had roamed freely across 3,000 realms, yet he had only been inside for a moment and had already fallen. Those who had been considering risking their lives to enter once more halted in their tracks. They began to retreat, moving far away from the Hongmeng city. The Supreme Being's demise was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Lady! Let's go back. This place is no place for us to stay. We won't be able to get in anytime soon. Fang Tianyuan said. He grabbed Yin Hongxiao's jade-like hand and returned to the Jietian sect. Given the current situation, he had to wait until Hongmeng City entered the territory of the Jietian sect before taking action. On the other side, on a gigantic spaceship, two stunningly beautiful women sat together, leaning against each other. Yunqi, is what you're saying really true? That so-called Jietian sect, do they really offer such high salaries? That's 30,000. I think it's a scam. Let's go back. A woman in a yellow dress whispered. Don't worry. It'll be fine. He's so handsome, how could he be a fraudster? Besides, I've already seen him. He's actually with the Demon Emperor. No wonder he's so powerful. Jiang Yunqi patted the woman in the yellow dress on the chest, looked toward the direction of the Jietian sect, and smiled slightly. Still so elastic. She added another sentence. Get lost. Your butt is the one with the bounce. You little dumpling. The young woman in the yellow dress feigned anger and shouted back. Chapter 64, The Bloodline of the Goddess of the Luo River. Are you sure you're just a gatekeeper? Jietian sect. Since the news of the Supreme Being's demise spread, even the later arriving sects and clans did not rush into the ancient city immediately. The fierce battle inside was still ongoing, and many powerful figures chose to wait and observe before making a decision. We're here. Finally. This is the Jietian sect. The mountain gate looks truly majestic. Jiang Yunqi looked at the mountain gate before him and sighed in relief. Finally here. This was the farthest she had ever traveled from home. If it weren't for her friend's spaceship coming to the Great Wasteland province, she would have had to spend much more time traveling through various teleportation arrays to reach this place. You know what? This mountain gate looks even better than the one at the Tao Alliance. But this sect doesn't seem as big as our families. Can they really afford to give out so many spirit stones? Jiang Yunqi, I still think you might be getting scammed. The girl in the yellow dress said. She had already surveyed several sects, none of which were as large as her own, and her family couldn't even afford to give out 10,000 top-grade spirit stones a day. How could this sect possibly afford that? She didn't believe it. Scam? Why don't you tell us how you plan to deceive us? A calm voice drifted out from the mountain gate. A young man with his hands behind his back slowly emerged from within. The two froze for a moment. Jiang Yunqi snapped out of it and immediately rushed forward. Master! I've been searching for you everywhere. Master! Along the way, Wei endured wind and rain, traveled dusty roads, faced countless hardships, traversed mountains and rivers, and rushed about tirelessly. She clung to Fang Tianyuan's legs, relentlessly playing the victim. Fang Tianyuan frowned. Stop. You came here by spaceship. I saw you with my own eyes. he said with a dark expression. This girl was outrageous. For a few spirit stones, she had none of the dignity befitting a divine maiden of the Jiang family. So can you give me more? Jiang Yunqi looked up, adopting a pitiful expression, with tears welling up in her eyes. The yellow-clad girl beside her wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She didn't have such a shameful best friend. We agreed to split it 50-50. Fang Tianyuan said. He raised his hand, and a storage ring flew out. It's yours. You're so stingy. After all I went through. Jiang Yunqi muttered, quickly getting to her feet and snatching the storage ring. This was an unclaimed storage ring. Her divine sense entered it, beginning to inspect its contents. Ding! Triggered disciple recruitment task. Name, Luo Xingyu. Constitution, Luotian bloodline sealed, innate divine physique, illusionary moon eyes. Realm, true god realm. Evaluation, graceful as a swan, elegant as a dragon. Apprentice recruitment task, recruit Luo Xingyu as a direct disciple. Reward, reincarnation divine eye, innate Dao blood. Recruit a disciple? Fang Tianyuan was somewhat surprised and looked at the woman in the yellow dress. It's her. Luo Xingyu. What are you looking at me for? Luo Xingyu felt uneasy under the indifferent gaze and instinctively took a step back. What do you want? She frowned, clearly annoyed. It was the first time a man had ever looked at her like that, let alone so boldly. The Luotian bloodline sealed. Little girl. There is something wrong with your background. Fang Tianyuan said. What Luotian bloodline? What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Xingyu said unhappily. The Luotian bloodline, she had never even heard of it before. A divine physique and the dream moon eyes are excellent talents, but if you can awaken the Luotian bloodline within you, perhaps one day you could become the Luotian. Fang Tianyuan continued. His words left Luo Xingyu speechless for a moment. How do you know that? She exclaimed in disbelief. Her moon dream eyes were known only to her parents, not even her best friend Jiang Yunqi was aware of them. Yet the person before her could name her moon pupil so easily. It's just a different colored pupil. Even if you try to hide it, how could you possibly escape the eyes of the sect master? Little girl. Are you willing to become my disciple? Fang Tianyuan spoke in the tone of a reclusive sage. He was putting on a good act, but his appearance didn't match the part. After all, he's still young. Become your disciple? Are you kidding? You're just a divine fire realm cultivator. How dare you ask me to become your disciple? Luo Xingyu said with a look of disdain. Your eyesight is good, but you're only at the divine fire realm. She wasn't stupid enough to ask someone of a lower realm to be her master. Young man, one must not judge by appearances. Your illusory moon eyes are quite impressive, but your Luotian bloodline is the true source of your power. If you choose to take me as your master, I will help you awaken your true potential and lead you to the pinnacle of life. Fang Tianyuan said. The reward for this task was quite substantial, and he wanted it. What is the moon dream eye? At that moment, Jiang Yunqi, who had been counting the spirit stones over and over again, ran over curiously. Phantom dream moon pupil. It taps into the power of the dark moon to create a dream world and emit the might of the moon goddess. That's how her eyes work. However, the Luotian bloodline in her body is even better. She barely qualifies to be my disciple. Fang Tianyuan said. No way. You're just a divine fire realm cultivator. And why should I believe a word you say? Yunqi. Let us go. This man is nothing but a liar spouting nonsense. You say I have the bloodline of the Luotian and want to take me as your disciple? You must be out of your mind. Luo Xingyu said. She grabbed Jiang Yunqi's hand and tried to leave. That's not possible. I finally made it here, how can I just leave? Jiang Yunqi shook her head and refused. She had already left a message for her elderly father saying she was running away from home. How could she just go back so easily? This was absolutely out of the question. Master. I've already said I want to join. How many spirit stones per month? What benefits are there? Jiang Yunqi asked. I can do it too. I'm not any worse than you. I know sword techniques. I'm skilled in gunmanship. Jiang Yunqi introduced himself directly. In her eyes. As long as there are enough spirit stones and the is good enough, she doesn't care about becoming an apprentice. It's just a name anyway. You aren't very good. Join the sect. Whether you become a disciple or not, you'll see for yourself. Fang Tianyuan finished speaking and returned to the sect. The task reward was decent, but asking him to grovel and take Luo Xingyu as a disciple was out of the question. The system had already made him invincible. Why would he want to be a sycophant? The two women watched his departing figure and exchanged glances. Am I really that bad? After a moment, Jiang Yunqi pointed at herself and asked. He's got a screw loose. Let's go. We've already gotten the spirit stones. Let us wait until the ancient city is explorable, then we'll go in and give it a try. Maybe we'll get some good luck. Luo Xingyu said. Having her become a disciple of a divine fire realm cultivator? That's impossible. Completely impossible. No. I think I should go inside and take a look. The statue of the Empress is standing here for a reason. We have to go in and take a look. Jiang Yunqi said. Aren't you afraid he might have ulterior motives toward us? Luo Xingyu leaned close to her ear and whispered. It shouldn't be that bad. Jiang Yunqi shook her head. Right. You little dumpling, how could any rogue possibly take a liking to you? Luo Xingyu muttered under his breath before following after her. As the two entered the gate, several elderly men practicing the mixed Yuan invincible body cultivation technique stopped in their tracks. Elder, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? Jiang Yunqi asked. She could tell at a glance that the old men were only at the Dongtian realm. Too weak. In their family, they wouldn't even qualify to be gatekeepers. This is the Han Yuan Wudi Lian Tiju. Ladies, our sect isn't lacking in anything. You should really take a good look. An old man said. Luo Xingyu listened and immediately looked down on them. At your age, you're only at the heavenly realm, and you have such a shoddy technique? You call that the invincible body cultivation technique? Have some dignity, will you? She said. The old men's faces turned red. Cough cough. These two young ladies, we've spent our entire lives farming. We've only been cultivating for a few months. The sect master said our cultivation is lacking, which is only natural. Really? You must believe us. Our sect isn't that bad. We have free spiritual rice, buns, and all kinds of pills. Oh, and recently they opened up Tianbing Mountain, and we went to check it out. We got a knife there, and let me tell you, it's really sharp for chopping wood. The old man spoke, pulling out a knife. It was a knife as large as a door panel, engraved with extremely complete divine patterns, emitting a cold glow under the sunlight. The two women had initially looked down on him, but upon seeing the knife, they immediately lost their footing. You mean you've been farming all your life, cultivated for a few months, and broke through to the heavenly realm? This is the divine grade battle knife the sect gave you free of charge to guard the gate? Are you sure you're just a gatekeeper? Chapter 65. The two women explore the sect. Zhao Shui claims the imperial weapon. A farmer. Gatekeeper. After cultivating for several months, he reached the heavenly realm. She knows all these terms. But when put together, it felt so unfamiliar, so impossible. Before, he was a good-for-nothing, now he's a genius. How could they be the same? How could it possibly exist in the same person? Both women frowned. Could he have deliberately arranged this to deceive the two of us so I could become his disciple? Luo Xingyu whispered. A small sect, not even half the size of her family's estate, giving divine weapons to the gatekeepers for free. How could that be possible? Even her family couldn't afford to give each menial worker a divine weapon, let alone such a complete one. Ladies, we're telling you the truth. Joining our sect really does mean you can get a weapon. Look at my hammer. Look at my sickle. The other two old men pulled out an iron hammer and a sickle, put them together, and showed them to the two. As expected, it was also a complete divine weapon. Ladies, we're not lying to you. Apparently, there's a young genius here named Xiaoyun who's climbed all the way up Tianbing Mountain and obtained a supreme battle weapon. We don't understand that either, but the whole sect is talking about it. That's right. Now that young man has become a famous figure in the sect. The old men spoke again, shocking everyone. Supreme war weapon. The two women heard this and felt a huge wave of emotion surge through their hearts. Impossible. Even in my family, no young person has the qualifications to wield the supreme war soldier. Jiang Yunqi said. Even she, as the divine maiden of the Jiang family, could only obtain a sacred weapon at best. This so-called Zetian sect, though it had a slightly denser spiritual energy, couldn't possibly be so arrogant as to give away supreme war weapons for free. That is something only the supreme can refine. Apart from the ancestral elders of the sect and the heads of the major clans, who else has the qualifications to possess such a devastating weapon? Miss, don't keep mentioning your family. It sounds like our sect is inferior to yours. Exactly. Our sect is brimming with talent, and the sect master has said that as long as we persevere, even if we cultivate the Mishwan invincible body tempering technique through relentless effort, we too can become an emperor. An old man said coldly, clearly annoyed. The two young girls kept talking about their family and looked down on the Jietian sect. They didn't want to say much more. You? An emperor? Then this young lady could become an immortal and the ancestor of the Tao. Luo Xingyu smiled lightly. To break through to the heavenly realm at such an old age, and to tell her she could become an emperor, it was nothing but a pipe dream. Let us go. Let us take a look around. This lady wants to see what is so special about this so-called sect. Jiang Yunqi didn't want to waste time with a few lowly servants. She pulled Luo Xingyu forward. As the two women entered the sect, everything they saw along the way left them increasingly awestruck. These people, they all claim to be menial servants and outer disciples, yet each of them carries a divine weapon? Is that right? Jiang Yunqi's mouth was wide open, as if she could fit something large inside. Everyone they saw had a divine weapon, and they all claimed to come from a place called Tianbing Mountain. This made them increasingly curious about Tianbing Mountain. Wait, Yunxi, look at that tree. Do you think the tree looks a bit like that thing we were talking about earlier? Luo Xingyu looked up toward the peak of Longhu Mountain. The towering ancient tree shone brightly, emanating an incredibly dense aura of the Tao, with the essence of the Tao permeating the air. Jiang Yunxi turned her head and stared, her expression frozen. Could it be that tree? It looks so much like it, but I don't think it is. Maybe I'm just seeing things. But, we're all true gods now. Can we really see things wrong? That tree. Could it really appear in a place like this? I don't know. Anyway, I've only ever seen it in books. The two women stared blankly, then rubbed their eyes to snap themselves out of it. The world tree. Whoosh. They screamed and immediately transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the location of the world tree at top speed. Soon, several young men dressed in the robes of the heaven-shattering sect disciples intercepted the two women. You two don't look like locals. The leader said. Divine fire. Who are you? Get out of the way. Jiang Yunxi furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. She wanted to see the world tree and had no intention of wasting time with these people here. Sorry. If this were anywhere else, I, Xiao Yun, wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. But this is the heaven-shattering sect. Miss. This place is off limits to outsiders. Only core disciples or higher are allowed to enter. Miss. Please turn back. Xiao Yun said. He had just emerged from Tianbing Mountain and was heading to the peak of Longhu Mountain to meditate and comprehend the Tao. Stay calm. Xiao Yun, are you the Xiao Yun who obtained the supreme war weapon? Luo Xingyu grabbed Jiang Yunxi's small bun, which could be held in one hand, and pushed her back slightly. Oh? The two of you are not from our sect, yet you recognize me? That's quite unexpected. Xiao Yun eyed the two women with a strange expression. Without the attire of the heaven-shattering sect and their powerful cultivation, he was certain they were not from the heaven-shattering sect. He didn't care how they had joined the sect. But if they wanted to go to Longhu Mountain to get a closer look at the world tree, that was out of the question. Keep moving forward and listen to what others say. Better to see it for yourself than hear about it. Is this really the world tree? Luo Xingyu made a polite remark before unable to resist asking. Of course. Of course it's real. You too, no matter what your relationship is, you're not disciples of our sect. I don't recommend you come over, otherwise, you'll have a hard time. Leave. Don't make things difficult for Xiao. Xiao Yun said. Yes, right. Those who are not disciples of our sect must not approach the peak of Longhu Mountain. At that moment, a woman approached from the distance. She was dressed in white, her skin as white as snow, emanating a chill, resembling a celestial maiden walking out of a snowstorm. Xiao Yun greets senior sister Nan. Xiao Yun paused for a moment before bowing respectfully. Though he was merely a core disciple and had never met Nan Joshua before, he was well aware of her status. She was one of the few true disciples. After all, she had been frequently seen alongside the sect master in public lately, and he wouldn't mistake her. Nan Joshua nodded. Not letting him get close, interesting. Jiang Yunxi heard this and calmed down, suppressing his excitement. She looked at Nan Joshua, esteemed cultivator, may I ask what your status is within the Jietian sect? A true disciple. What are the benefits? Directly taught by the sect master, with a monthly salary of 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, and one divine pill each month. Nan Joshua replied honestly. Her beautiful eyes darted between the two women, her tone growing cold. What is the master planning to do? Why is he treating these two women so harshly? She hadn't come here of her own volition. It was Fan Tianyuan who had called her here, instructing her to answer any questions posed to her. Otherwise, given her temperament, she wouldn't have bothered with two strangers she had never met before. Little did she know that at that moment, the two women were already speechless. I wanted to ask, what are the requirements to become your master's disciple? Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but ask. At first, her best friend said she didn't want to, and she was tempted to follow her friend. Now, she felt that anyone in this world could be her best friend, so she didn't care about going back home. Become a disciple? The Great Tao ladder has 2,000 steps, I barely qualify. Whether you'll accept me as a disciple depends on the master's decision. You too, if you have no interest, please leave. I still need to go to Tianbing Mountain to retrieve the Imperial weapon, so I can't entertain you further. Nan Joshua said. You said you're going to retrieve the Imperial weapon? The two women heard this and asked in unison, doubting their own ears. Exactly. I'm preparing to enter the ancient city. Nan Joshua finished speaking and headed toward Tianbing Mountain. The two women watched her departing figure, then looked at each other, wide-eyed and speechless. You two, leave. Don't let the elder on guard see you. The world tree isn't something just anyone can approach. Senior sister is going to retrieve the Imperial weapon. I must go and witness it as well. I won't waste any more time with you two. Xiao Yun spoke and quickly headed toward Tianbing Mountain. I don't believe it. I have to go see for myself. The Imperial weapon. How is that possible? Luo Xingyu said. The Supreme War soldiers were already absurd enough. Emperor's weapon. I can't believe it. She felt like everything was just a show for her. They're not even bothering to act anymore. Taking an Imperial weapon? Do they really think Imperial weapons are as common as cabbages, that a disciple can just take one whenever they want? Luo Xingyu. I feel like you've missed a great opportunity. You stupid fool. Why didn't you just become a disciple? Ah! Am I really that much worse than you? He actually wants to take you as a disciple but not me. Jiang Yunqi muttered angrily behind him and followed as quickly as he could. Chapter 66, The Imperial Soldiers Emerge, Two Women Regret. Tianbing Mountain. The news of Nan Zhaoshui climbing Tianbing Mountain to obtain the Imperial weapon had spread like wildfire throughout the entire sect. Numerous disciples from various sects rushed to Tianbing Mountain to watch. She's already reached the halfway point. Do you think Senior Sister Nan can make it to the summit and obtain the Imperial weapon? It's hard to say. They say Senior Sister Nan is at the Divine Fire Realm, just like Senior Brother Xiao, but Senior Brother Xiao has only reached the halfway point and hasn't been recognized by the Imperial weapon yet. That's true. To obtain the Imperial weapon, one must not only reach the summit but also be recognized by the Imperial weapon. It's hard to say. Senior Sister Nan is a prodigy who climbed the heavenly ladder 2,000 steps and was taken as a disciple by the sect master, while Senior Brother Xiao only managed 1,400 steps. There is still a significant gap between the two of them. Outside Tianbing Mountain, everyone looked up and discussed the matter animatedly. In a courtyard, Fang Tianyuan was lying down, basking in the sunlight. Behind him, a voluptuous woman was gently massaging his shoulders with her exquisite jade-like hands. If any powerful beings were present, they would undoubtedly be stunned speechless. The mighty demon emperor, the leader of the demon path, was willingly massaging someone else, just like a servant. Husband. In a place like Tianbing Mountain, can all the Imperial weapons be completely obtained? Yin Hongxiao asked. In the past, if such an opportunity arose, she would have climbed the mountain without hesitation to compete for the Imperial weapons. But now, she couldn't be bothered. The human emperor's banner in her hands, along with the divine sword, were already the finest treasures she could possess. Imperial weapons? She didn't care about them anymore. In theory, they're endless. The weapons on top are replaced with new ones once taken, so they're endless. It's hard to verify the specifics. After all, Imperial weapons aren't something just anyone can obtain. Fang Tianyuan closed his eyes and responded with a contented smile. The system's description states that the weapons on Tianbing Mountain are endless, so theoretically, Imperial weapons should also be endless. They're up there. They're up there. After half a day, cheers erupted from the Jietian sect. They've made it. Nan Zhaoshui reached the peak of Tianbing Mountain, becoming the first young disciple to reach the summit. What kind of Imperial weapon do you think is worthy of Senior Sister Nan? I think that sword looks pretty cool. It must be the sword. No. I think it's the hammer. Are you being polite? Do you think it's appropriate for such a beauty like Senior Sister to wield a big iron hammer? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, in a corner, a woman stared at the mountain peak, her eyes sparkling. A war spear. There's a war spear on the mountain peak. Doesn't that mean that spear is also an Imperial grade weapon? Xingyu wants it. I want it. Xingyu, I want it. Jiang Yunqi hugged Luo Xingyu's hand and said in a sweet voice. She had seen it. At the peak of Tianbing Mountain, there was a battle spear. Though it lay dormant now, with no divine patterns flickering, she had set her sights on it at first glance. At that moment, only two words filled her eyes. Want. Luo Xingyu looked on, saying nothing, but the expression in his eyes was one of disbelief, desire, and a hint of regret. Had she made the wrong choice? Could becoming a disciple grant her an Imperial weapon? After a long moment, she looked at Xiao Yun in the distance, studied him for a moment, then gathered her courage to ask, joining your sect gives you a chance to go there and obtain a battle weapon for free? That's correct. There's one free opportunity. However, joining the sect isn't difficult, but if you want to become a disciple, it might be a bit challenging. Xiao Yun replied briefly before turning away. His eyes burned with intensity as he stared intently at Tianbing Mountain. Back then, he had almost reached the summit and attempted to gain the recognition of the Imperial weapon. Now, the second opportunity had come, but there was no word on when it would be available. Perhaps it would never come. This filled him with unbearable frustration. The Imperial weapon. He was just a hair's breadth away from the Imperial weapon. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from Tianbing Mountain, and a bone-chilling cold storm swept down from there. A massive ice sculpture suddenly exploded, transforming into a dazzling beam of light. Boom! Imperial might. It's the Imperial might. Senior Sister Nan has been recognized by the Imperial weapon. Goodness gracious. This is actually possible to be recognized by the Imperial weapon. Is this the legendary Imperial weapon? Look! Snow, so much snow. Senior's sister has turned into Sai. It's so cold. She has turned into an iceberg. Under the terrifying cold, the entire Tianbing mountain turned into an ice mountain, and Nan Zhaoshui transformed into a stunning ice sculpture. Even from this distance, we can feel the cold. This rule binding power is too terrifying. Quick, retreat. Leave this place where too weak will freeze to death. Some weaker disciples of the Jietian sect hurriedly fled. In theory, cultivators are not afraid of cold or heat, but that refers to ordinary cold. This was no ordinary cold. This is the kind of cold described in Wang Wei's poetry, where snow covers the mountains as far as the eye can see. That snow is derived from the evolution of the Tao's rules, containing terrifying extreme ice power. It's truly an imperial weapon. Yunshi, I'm going to find him now. Do you think he'll still accept me? Luo Xingyu trembled uncontrollably, filled with regret. Humph. How should I know? Who told you to look down on him? Now you're in trouble. Regret it now. I told you, with the statue of Emperor Ruyan here, this place couldn't possibly be ordinary. You wouldn't listen and even misled me. Jiang Yunshi complained. She had come all this way, initially driven by the unrealistic prospect of a salary and 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Now, her hesitation and her best friend's dismissive words had caused Fang Tianyuan to disappear. Boom! The heavens shook violently, snowflakes swirled, and the massive heavenly soldier mountain trembled violently. A giant ice sculpture slowly cracked open. Hum! A sword trembled, its blade singing through the heavens, casting a brilliant light that froze the sky for billions of miles. Countless creatures looked up to see what appeared to be an endless iceberg suspended above their heads. Imperial might. An imperial weapon has emerged. It's that place. That eerie sect, the domain of the demon emperor. Imperial weapons have emerged there. Don't even think about it. Just look and be amazed. That place is so formidable that even those who can effortlessly send the heavenly virtue great sage flying must show respect. With the demon emperor stationed there, only a fool would dare to go near. Imperial weapons. We've spent our entire lives in poverty and have only seen them a few times, yet now we're witnessing their emergence. I wonder which elder was so fortunate. The heaven-shattering sect has produced an imperial weapon. Whether they are the beings of the heaven-shattering sect or the powerful beings who have descended from other realms. At that moment, they were all utterly shocked. How beautiful. Such a proud gaze, like an ice queen descending from the heavens. Is this really Senior Sister Nan? Do you guys think Senior Sister Nan looks even more beautiful and graceful after being frozen? Absolutely stunning. I'm crying. This is the fairy I'll never be able to attain in my lifetime. Wah! I'm a worthless fool. Second brother, I've let you down. I'll just cut you off so you don't slow down my cultivation. A man watched and castrated himself. What you can't have, don't even think about it. It will only hinder your cultivation progress. From then on, the news of Nan Zhaoshui obtaining the imperial weapon spread like wildfire throughout the Jietian sect. Master, Luo Xingyu wishes to become your disciple. Please grant him this favor. At the foot of the Dragon and Tiger Mountains, Luo Xingyu bowed respectfully. Master, I also want to become your disciple. She, Luo Xingyu, is so arrogant. I don't have anything. I can become your disciple too. I'm not any worse than her. Jiang Yunshi shouted. Unfortunately, their gestures went unanswered, only sparking whispers among the crowd. Hey! Did you hear? Those two women want to become disciples of our master. No. I heard that she was at the mountain gate, and the sect master initially intended to take them in. But they refused. They even looked down on our gatekeeper. Exactly. Now that the imperial weapon has appeared, they want to become disciples again. How shameless. Put. Don't they know who they are? What qualifications do they have to ask our sect master to be their master? They've been kneeling for 3 days, and the sect master hasn't shown up. It's clear he has abandoned them. At the foot of the Dragon and Tiger Mountains, the two women knelt, listening to the people around them with a bitter taste in their mouths. Luo Xingyu buried her head, feeling utterly humiliated. She had thought of getting up and leaving countless times, but when she saw Jiang Yunshi beside her and thought of the imperial weapon, she held back. What if this guy manages to become his disciple, then breaks into the heavenly soldier mountain and obtains the imperial weapon? I don't fear my best friend suffering, but I fear her wielding the imperial weapon. Chapter 67, Taking a Disciple, Divine Bone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The two women had been kneeling at the foot of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain for 5 days. Over the course of 5 days, the news spread throughout the entire Jietian sect, drawing numerous disciples to come and watch. Both of these girls have decent talent. Making them kneel for so long, will they even be accepted? Yin Hongxiao whispered. Geniuses have pride. To make someone kneel, especially in front of so many people, is already no small feat. Talented individuals are as numerous as fish in a river. If she won't do it, there are plenty of others who will. The Jietian sect doesn't need them. Fang Tianyuan said. Although the system had a task, he wanted to do it, but that didn't mean he had to. This isn't like failing a mission means you're done and lose 18 centimeters. No big deal. Under the Dragon and Tiger Mountains. The two women were still kneeling, and Luo Xingyu had lost all patience and wanted to stand up. Yunqi, shall we just leave? That guy doesn't even want to see us, let alone take us as disciples. I feel like he's just deliberately making things difficult for us. This is impossible. We're at least the pride of the heavens. If this gets out, our parents will kill us. Luo Xingyu said. She wanted to leave. If she were to kneel like this and the people from Central Dojo found out, her parents would break her legs. It's too shameful for the family. Go away. I won't go. I want the Imperial weapon. No, I want to become his disciple. The Imperial weapon? We'll talk about that later. Jiang Yunqi said. She never gives up on something she's set her mind on. I'm different from you. Xingyu. You're the only child in your family, but I have so many brothers and sisters. Many things in the Jiang family are often decided without my say. Even cultivation resources have to be fought for. Now I see a different path here. If I succeed, perhaps I won't become a candidate for an arranged marriage within the family in the future. Jiang Yunqi continued. Don't let her playful demeanor fool you. She has known many things since she was very young. Being the pampered daughter of a prominent family is nice, but without talent strong enough to be recognized by the entire clan, she'd likely end up in an arranged marriage. She didn't want an arranged marriage. The two remained silent for half a day. Aren't you leaving? Why aren't you leaving yet? Jiang Yunqi couldn't help but ask. I'd like to leave. But I'm scared. So scared. I can't even imagine what will happen after I leave. Luo Xingyu said with a bitter smile. The people around them pointed and whispered, and in the past, she wouldn't have been able to stay for a moment. But not now. Huh? What do you mean? Jiang Yunqi asked in confusion. I'm scared. I'm scared of my good friend Jiang Yunqi. I'm afraid that in the future, she'll hold an imperial weapon in her hands, stand before me, and say it to me with great arrogance. Do you think I look anything like I used to? Luo Xingyu said. Though the two were close, they had always been in competition with each other since childhood. Especially in terms of cultivation, they had always been competing with each other. But neither of them had ever said it outright. I haven't even mentioned you yet. You. When did you get that strange eye? After all I've done for you, you dare to deceive me like this. Jiang Yunqi said angrily. After all these years, she had no idea that Luo Xingyu had the illusionary moon eyes. I didn't want to hide it from you either. It was my father's orders. Besides, I also have the Luo Xin bloodline. If it awakens, you won't stand a chance against me in the future. Luo Xingyu said with a touch of pride. By now, she fully believed what Feng Tianyuan had said, believing it to be true. She truly had a hidden Luo Xin bloodline. Humph. But you said, that was just a lie, right? Jiang Yunqi said irritably. To this sect master, you are nothing but two little children. Why would I lie to you? Just then, a voice appeared silently. The two women turned around and froze for a moment. What an eerie speed. They had no idea he was here. Master. You finally shown up. Yunqi is suffering so much. You lured me here, saying you'd take me as your disciple, but then you disappeared. Wah! Jiang Yunqi snapped out of it and threw herself at Feng Tianyuan's feet, wrapping her arms around his calf. The drama queen has arrived. Her acting was so over the top. The sect master never said I would take you as a disciple. However, considering your sincerity, I can give you another chance. Feng Tianyuan said. Master, what do you say? Whatever you ask of me, I will do my utmost to fulfill it, even if it costs me my life. Jiang Yunqi looked up, adopting a pitiful expression, her beautiful eyes darting around. That look was truly pitiable. It's simple. Just pay the tuition fee. To become my registered disciple, you must pay 1 million top-grade spirit stones as tuition. If you agree, you can become my disciple right now. Feng Tianyuan said. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunqi, who had been clinging to Feng Tianyuan's leg, froze in place, his hands releasing their grip. 1 million? She raised her hand and held up a trembling jade finger. That's right. 1 million. If you become my disciple, you will receive a monthly stipend of 300,000. The specifics are up to you to decide. Feng Tianyuan finished speaking and turned to Luo Xingyu, who also raised a finger. 1 million as well? She asked in a low voice. No. You're different. Your talent is slightly better than hers, so you don't have to pay tuition. But there's a condition. Only those who can pass the 2,000-step ladder will be eligible to become my disciples. The specifics are up to you to figure out. Feng Tianyuan shook his head and said. Passing the 2,000-step ladder would undoubtedly be an enormous challenge for Luo Xingyu, and she would have to endure a great deal of hardship. But this was all her own doing. Young people can have pride, they can be as tough as iron, and they can stand out from the crowd. But they must never look down on others with a superior attitude, have a narrow-minded perspective, or underestimate anyone. This is the first lesson for all of you as disciples of this sect. Feng Tianyuan said. He turned to leave, intending to let them stew for a while longer, giving them time to reflect. Then, when the time came, he would raise the stakes. Disciples pay respects to the master. But just then, Jiang Yunqi suddenly appeared in front of Feng Tianyuan and knelt down to kowtow. Oh? Aren't you going to consider it? This is 1 million top-grade spirit stones, not 100,000. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Feng Tianyuan was taken aback. This Jiang Yunqi is just a money-grabbing fool. I never expected him to give in so quickly. No reconsideration. A disciple seeking a master to learn the arts has nothing to consider. Jiang Yunqi spoke bluntly. She had already calculated it. 10 million yuan 3 years is more than enough time. Is the celestial ladder the one at the summit? Only 2,000 steps are needed to become a disciple and gain the qualification to enter Tianbing Mountain? Luo Xingyu also spoke up at that moment. She was more eager to enter Tianbing Mountain and climb to its peak to obtain the qualifications for an imperial weapon. Anyone from our sect can climb Tianbing Mountain, but to become a disciple of our sect, you must first pass a test. Whoosh! Feng Tianyuan spoke, then swept his sleeve, sending the person directly to the peak of Longhu Mountain, landing on the celestial staircase. At this sight, Jiang Yunqi was stunned. Spatial teleportation. How powerful. Master. You've been deceiving us all this time. We've been so fooled. Jiang Yunqi complained. This level of power is impossible for a divine fire to possess. It's absolutely impossible. Everything in this world is a mix of truth and falsehood. No one you encounter will ever show you their true self. Since you've knelt down, from now on you are my disciple, Feng Tianyuan. As my disciple, you must follow my rules. Feng Tianyuan said. Ding! Host has recruited 3 disciples, unlocking the disciples spread far and wide achievement at the beginner level. Reward, 206 pieces of divine bone. Proceed with bone replacement? Chapter 68, the city can be entered, the demon palace. The system voice suddenly rang out, surprising Feng Tianyuan. Another achievement. 3 is the basic level. What would happen if I recruited 10,000? Feng Tianyuan murmured, suddenly getting an idea. Achievements were invisible, and he had no idea how many disciples he would need to recruit to complete this achievement. But 10,000 disciples would definitely be enough. Host. You're a time traveler, you're the protagonist, you're not a trash bin. Please don't accept just any trash. Taking disciples requires talent, luck, and a strong background not just anyone can qualify. No. System. I think you shouldn't judge talent with a biased mindset. Even ordinary mortals can become immortals. Feng Tianyuan said. You yourself are looking at people through colored glasses. Your eyes are always automatically fixated on people's buttocks and breasts, so don't come here and apply double standards to this system. That's not right. Defamation is illegal. Women are like flowers when they bloom, they are at their most beautiful. If the master of this sect does not appreciate them, isn't that a sign of being unappreciative of beauty? Feng Tianyuan said. He walked slowly with his hands behind his back. Jiang Yunqi followed behind, saying nothing, lost in his own thoughts. Soon, the two appeared in a courtyard. Greetings, master. Nan Jiaxue bowed and said. Very good. Your eternal ice heart has been awakened by the stimulation of the Emperor's Tao patterns. You only need a Tao seed to break through to true godhood. There are seeds on the world tree. If you don't mind, you can go pick a seed from the world tree as your Tao seed. Feng Tianyuan glanced at it and said. The seeds of the world tree can be cultivated into a world tree, making them a top-tier divine seed. Across the entire 3,000 Tao states, they are truly the most extraordinary of their kind. Upon hearing those words, not only was Jiang Yunqi stunned, but even Nan Jiaxue doubted her own ears. Master, are you saying that I can use the seeds of the world tree as my cultivation seeds? If you don't mind its low grade, it's acceptable. After all, it's a divine grade seed. Becoming an immortal isn't a problem. Feng Tianyuan nodded. The world tree had nurtured 9 seeds in total, all of which had matured and were fully capable of being refined. However, he didn't deem an immortal grade Tao seed worthy. In his eyes, even the lowest grade Chaos Tao seed was worthy of being planted within his body. Who could blame him for having the system? Immortal grade, that's still too low? Master. Why don't you listen? Are you even speaking human language? Jiang Yunqi said. Divine grade. She dared not even imagine it. Even imperial grade was an extremely rare existence. Xian Pin was a legend. Now she was actually hearing someone say that the grade of a divine grade Tao seed was too low. You think Xian Pin is high grade? That just means you've never seen the world. The so-called Zhang family's divine maiden is nothing special. Immortality might be your lifelong pursuit, but have you ever considered that those who ascend to the immortal realm are merely minors there? There was once an all-powerful being who, upon ascending, was immediately captured and forced to mine. Feng Tianyuan spoke solemnly. Such words left the two women's stunning faces filled with shock, their lips parted slightly, and they remained silent for a long time. Immortals who ascend to the heavens are only fit to mine? Is that true? In their world, immortals were the highest beings, and the idea of such an existence being forced to mine was hard for them to believe. From now on, the two of you will live here. You are a registered disciple and do not yet have the qualifications to have your own courtyard. Your primary task is to attend to Joshua's daily needs. Feng Tianyuan spoke and vanished. The two women remained silent for a long time, unable to speak, still dwelling on Feng Tianyuan's previous words. Immortals are only fit for mining. No matter how one thinks about it, this is simply unacceptable. Senior sister. Do you think this is true? Jiang Yunshi couldn't help but ask. I believe our master. Nan Zhaoxue nodded. Earlier, she had already learned of her master's terrifying nature from Meng Xianzhou's own mouth. The words she spoke now, she also believed. However, she couldn't imagine that the celestial realm, which countless beings sought after, had degenerated to the point of mining. It would be better not to ascend at all and just endure the hardships. Feng Tianyuan returned to his courtyard and immediately embraced the voluptuous Yin Hongxiao. My lady, you've become even more radiant. He embraced her soft waist from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and whispered softly. Really? Yin Hongxiao's stunning face flashed a faint smile, then she reached out and gave him a playful kiss. She moved slowly and asked, Husband. The ancient city has opened. When should we go take a look? Opened? No wonder there are fewer and fewer creatures around here. I didn't expect we could enter the city so soon. Feng Tianyuan was surprised. He had been thinking that it would take at least a year or two to enter the city safely. Yes. I went to take a look. That ancient place was quite surprising. There are creatures evolved from the Taoist principles, responsible for maintaining the ancient city's operations. Those supreme beings paid a huge price to discover that as long as they obey the ancient city's rules, they won't be hunted down by the city's guards. They were hunted down because they violated the ancient city's rules and started a war inside. Now, several prominent families have begun to settle there, and it's said that a city lord has been revived there. Yin Hongxiao said. She had already visited the ancient city, which was hundreds of times larger than the largest city under the control of the Demon Palace. Now, she wanted to go there with Feng Tianyuan. No rush. I still need to undergo a transformation. Before that, I want to have a taste of the lady. Feng Tianyuan laughed, biting her earlobe. He had just obtained 206 pieces of divine bone from the system and needed to undergo transformation and bone replacement. 3 more days passed. Feng Tianyuan climbed off the crimson silk bedding with a satisfied expression and stepped out of the room. Divine bones, this feeling is amazing. He murmured, his body emanating a faint fragrance. This was the scent emanating from his bones, not the scent he had acquired from Yin Hongxiao. Husband. The scent on your body is so alluring. You're like a walking divine elixir. Yin Hongxiao emerged with a flushed face and spoke. Ever since Feng Tianyuan's body had shone with a brilliant light 2 days ago, that scent had lingered. It had driven her to cling tightly to Feng Tianyuan and nibble on him for ages. It's fine. The scent is getting weaker. It won't be long before it's gone. That girl is only at the 1,300th step of the ladder, she's moving a bit too slowly. Feng Tianyuan glanced at the Great Tao ladder and said. Climbing 1,300 steps in 3 days is actually quite impressive. But he wasn't satisfied. That's enough. In a few days, she should be able to make it up. A woman like this would be a saint-level existence even in the Demon Palace. Speaking of which, our people from the Demon Palace should be arriving soon. Should my lord go and take a look? Yin Hongxiao asked. She was the palace mistress of the Demon Palace and the supreme leader of the demon cult. She had recently summoned the people of the Demon Palace to prepare for their move into the ancient city. Oh? The Demon Palace? Women? All women. Are they pretty? Pretty. I specifically selected the pretty ones. The ugly ones weren't allowed to come. Are there any married women? Are the wives beautiful? No way. I'm the boss of the Demon Palace. I'm the most beautiful. But compared to the others, they're still quite attractive. You really understand me, madam. Let us go take a look. Chapter 69, The Demon King's Hand, Su Wanli. Outside the heaven-defying sect. Boom! A massive demonic hand tore through the sky, startling numerous powerful beings and sending countless creatures into a panic. It was a massive black hand, with numerous women standing on it. At the center of the black hand was an enormous eye. The Demon King's hand. That's the Demon King's hand. People from the Demon Palace. Are these demonic cultists also heading toward the ancient city? The Demon King's hand is said to be the remnant of an ancient demon king who fell in battle, later obtained by the Demon Emperor, who refined it into a chariot for the Demon Palace's travels. The pitch-black hand with the eye in its center, it's definitely the Demon King's hand. They're all elite warriors from the Demon Palace. Everyone, keep your voices down. There are some people you shouldn't be discussing. Someone kindly warned. The Demon Palace is not something anyone can discuss lightly. It is the first-ranked power in the demonic path, rivaling the Tao Alliance of the righteous path, and it is even protected by an emperor. Compared to the ancient imperial clan, it is no less formidable. In the hands of the Demon King, the woman standing at the forefront surveyed the land below, glancing around at her surroundings. The spiritual energy in the Great Wasteland province is indeed sparse. Indeed, it's no comparison to Central Tao State. No wonder it's a flawed world. But it is said that its cosmic laws are already complete, and this place can produce saints. However, with such sparse spiritual energy, achieving the supreme realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven. This realm is still in its infancy. If it were to produce a prodigy capable of altering the fate of the heavens and earth, it might just become the next Central Tao State. A beautiful woman spoke up. The strength of the 3,000 Tao states is closely tied to the fortune of a single state, and fortune is in turn closely connected to the living beings within it. The Great Wasteland was once a realm brimming with miracles and may one day flourish again. Let's not dwell on that for now. The Palace Master instructed us to arrive here and descend at a place called the Heaven-Defying Sect. Let's search around first. Right, I wonder what kind of sect this is. What else could it be? This realm has just been re-established, it's likely a divine grade sect. That's right. It must be a temporary base chosen by the Palace Master after learning of the ancient city's emergence. There it is. That mountain range up ahead, is it? It doesn't even look as big as a third of our Demon Palace. Someone said. Everyone looked over and locked onto the Gtion sect. Compared to the Demon Palace, the Gtion sect was much smaller, and everyone looked down on it with disdain. Something's off. I can't quite put my finger on it. The beautiful woman at the front said. Elder, I also feel something is off. That statue, isn't that the statue of Emperor Ruyan? Indeed. Why is the statue of Emperor Ruyan here? This doesn't make sense. Something's wrong. This sect is impossible to fathom. Though it appears to be a small sect, it has a protective array that even we cannot fathom, and a statue resembling Emperor Ruyan. This is indeed suspicious. Forget it. Let us go check it out first. Since the Palace Master told us to go to the Gtion sect first, there must be other arrangements. Someone said. The massive Demon King's hand accelerated toward them, quickly reaching the gates of the Gtion sect. A flying hand, what is that? A master has arrived. The few elders guarding the mountain gates trembled in their bodies. In the end, it was this flying black hand that gave them all a sense of dread. I am Gu Yue, the senior elder of the Demon Palace. Your sect leader must come out to greet me at once. Gu Yue was a beautiful woman, dressed in a purple gown that hugged her curvaceous figure, with her cleavage partially exposed. Her eyes were as seductive as spring water, her lips slightly curved, and the pearl hairpins by her temples swayed gently. Every inch of her skin exuded mature allure. In one word, lush. You sure have some clout. Just then, a faint voice echoed through the air, causing the faces of the women present to pale. That voice. Palace Master. Gu Yue pays respects to the Palace Master. We all pay our respects to the Palace Master. The women, who had been standing tall and proud, ready to show off, were instantly thrown into a panic upon hearing those words. The Demon Emperor is here. They had thought they had already entered the Hongmeng city. They never expected him to still be here. Two figures flickered and appeared before the women. Gu Yue knelt on one knee in mid-air, lifting her head slightly and casting a glance in their direction. Coming toward them were not just one or two crimson-robed figures, but also a young man she had never seen before. Divine Fire Realm? Could this be the new disciple the sect master has taken in? Gu Yue was greatly surprised and began to speculate. This was the Demon Emperor, the ruler of the Demon Palace, a young man who could walk side by side with her. The only relationship she could think of between the two was master and disciple. It couldn't be that, could it? Impossible. The mighty Demon Emperor wouldn't possibly keep a pretty boy as a lover. Absolutely not. Lady, is this the powerful demon from the Demon Palace you mentioned? He doesn't even look as good as you. The casual words left everyone speechless, and they all looked up immediately. They doubted their own eyes and ears. A young man at the Divine Fire Realm dared to address their palace mistress as lady. Is that right? Is that even possible? They had to admit that the young man was indeed handsome, one of the few good-looking men they had ever seen. But the Demon Emperor isn't someone who judges by appearance, is he? How could he possibly be attracted to someone at the Divine Fire Realm? That's because the Emperor has tasted such a beauty like me, so he finds them ordinary. Yin Hongxiao laughed. The powerful beings of the demon palace, when taken individually, were all extraordinary beings, but compared to her, they seemed quite ordinary. At that moment, all the women were completely stunned. This is real. Facing the young man's words, the demon emperor not only didn't get angry, but instead revealed a rare smile. It was a genuine smile. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kneel down to pay respects to the emperor. In Hongxiao spoke again. But the palace master, this. Gu Yue, upon hearing this, snapped out of her shock and stammered. The emperor! That's the emperor's husband. The palace master actually has a husband. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the crimson silk robe, causing all the women present to feel as though the entire world was crushing down upon them. They suddenly snapped out of their daze, their expressions turning pale. We pay our respects to the emperor. The women shouted in unison, their delicate bodies trembling, while their minds were filled with confusion and bewilderment. How could this have happened so quickly? The palace mistress already has a husband, and they hadn't received any news at all. Moreover, how could this mere divine fire realm cultivator have gained the palace mistress's approval? They couldn't fathom it. Rise. Feng Tianyuan nodded and said. He glanced at the many women present, his gaze finally settling on a woman in black. She stood beside Gu Yue, her black dress tightly hugging her slender figure. When she looked up, she revealed a face of extraordinary beauty. Though she couldn't compare to In Hongxiao, she was only a hair's breadth behind, lacking only in stature. Their eyes met, and they sized each other up. Husband. This is my disciple, also the young master of the demon palace, Suwanli. Li Yu. Quickly greet your master's husband. In Hongxiao commanded. Your disciple greets your master. Suwanli bowed with both hands, glancing up slightly and winking at Feng Tianyuan. This seemed a bit mischievous, but Feng Tianyuan immediately recognized what kind of technique it was. Flirting techniques. When he was playing mind games with In Hongxiao, he had used these tactics countless times. How could they possibly work on him now? And this was happening at the Jitian sect. Everyone, leave. Jiang Wushu. Make arrangements for their accommodations and treat them as honored guests. Feng Tianyuan said. He grabbed In Hongxiao's face and turned to leave. Interesting. Su Wanli watched the two departing figures and murmured. Young master. Don't act recklessly. No matter what, this person has already gained the palace master's favor. We must give him the respect he deserves. Gu Yue reminded him from the side. With In Hongxiao's confirmation, even if Feng Tianyuan was as weak as he was, she had to treat him with the utmost respect. This is the rule of the demon palace. Li Yu. Come over here, let us have a meal together. You two prepare yourselves, we're moving into the ancient city. Just then, In Hongxiao's voice echoed. Chapter 70, A Different Relationship, The Reincarnation Divine Eye. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Su Wanli and Feng Tianyuan stayed in the same courtyard. The three of them ate and slept together, which made Su Wanli feel quite awkward. She felt like an outsider. Master, I am your disciple's husband. Don't turn around. Inside the room, Su Wanli suddenly wrapped her arms around In Hongxiao's slender waist from behind. A jade-like hand grabbed her hand and forcefully pried open the arms that were wrapped around her. Stop fooling around. Master isn't that naive. In Hongxiao said, beginning to tidy up the items in her hands. Master, are you abandoning your disciple? Su Wanli rushed forward and hugged In Hongxiao's arm tightly, whispering softly, sounding a bit annoyed. Over the past 3 days, she had been fed so much dog food that she finally had a moment alone with her master. Of course not. Is Li Yu dissatisfied with her master as husband? In Hongxiao stopped what she was doing and turned to ask. Her disciple hadn't smiled at Feng Tianyuan at all in the past few days and had spoken very little. This was highly unusual. She knew her own disciple best. Usually, she was quite talkative, though she might be a bit aloof toward outsiders. No master, have you already with that senior disciple? Su Wanli stammered. The sounds coming from the room these past few days had left her blushing, with no attempt to hide her embarrassment. When you meet someone you love, you can do it too. Li Yu. Your master can't be with you forever. You must have your own happiness and your own life. Remember this, as long as they're not the kind of person who spouts nonsense about good and evil being irreconcilable, your master will support you. In Hongxiao patted her hand and said. She knew her disciple harbored some misunderstandings toward her. Back then, she hadn't met Feng Tianyuan yet, so she simply let it be. But now, that couldn't continue. But, Master, I want to eat you. Su Wanli said, reaching out to undo her master's collar as she had always desired. But this action, which she had practiced countless times and succeeded in many instances, failed this time. No. Li Yu. This is dependency. You've grown up now, you need to be independent. You can't do this anymore. In Hongxiao grabbed her hand and said. She knew exactly what Su Wanli wanted to do. But I don't want to. Master. I don't want to be separated from you. I don't understand. He has everything I have, why am I not as good as him? He is just a divine fire realm cultivator, not even as good as me, a heavenly god. I don't understand. Su Wanli said. She felt that her master had changed so much and wasn't he the same person who used to treat her that way. It's all that man's fault. No. He has what you don't. Yin Hongxiao smiled faintly. He is a man, it's in his nature. I can't change that, but I can make up for it in other ways. Master, you've tried before. Su Wanli retorted defiantly. That's different. Li Yu. Wait until you have a man, and you'll understand the true pleasure of a man's devotion to his master. Your fake one will always be fake. You know it too, the master is a being of desire, and so are you. The master won't lie to you. If you want to catch up to the double-eyed one in cultivation, release your desires, and you'll improve day by day. Yin Hongxiao said. The reason she took Su Wanli as her disciple was because she was also a desired demon. In the past, she was too arrogant, believing she could rise quickly without needing a man. Now her thoughts have changed. A desired demon body, once it possesses a man, its cultivation speed truly soars. She must correct Su Wanli's previous misconceptions. Master. You've changed. You used to call men filthy men all the time, and now you're actually telling your disciple to find a man too. Are men really that good? Su Wanli retreated step by step, covering her mouth with her jade-like hands, her eyes reddened, and she asked in a trembling voice. Yin Hongxiao remained silent. She responded with a smile, but before she could say anything, Su Wanli had already slammed the door shut and left. Ah. It's all my fault for spoiling you so much when you were young. Back then, I used you because I couldn't control my desires. Now that I have a husband, how could I possibly maintain this twisted relationship with you? Yin Hongxiao sighed. At the foot of the great heavenly ladder, disciple pays respects to the master. Luo Xingyu, covered in blood, knelt before Feng Tianyuan, bowing weakly. She had succeeded. She had climbed over 2,100 steps and awakened her bloodline. This was something she never could have imagined. The man before her had not deceived her, she truly possessed hidden bloodline that had gone undetected. Are you finally taking this seriously? Feng Tianyuan asked. Yes. The master's strength is profound and unfathomable. Xingyu humbly acknowledges your superiority and wishes to become your disciple. I humbly request your guidance. Luo Xingyu nodded. She did not glance at Jiang Yunqi beside her, speaking with great sincerity. Rise. From today onward, you are my third direct disciple, Feng Tianyuan. Before you, there was your senior disciple Ji Wuji and your second senior sister Nan Zhaxue. Feng Tianyuan said. Thank you, master. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the disciple recruitment task. You have obtained the rewards, Reincarnation Divine Eye and Innate Tao Blood. The system's voice rang out, and a dazzling divine light flickered in Feng Tianyuan's eyes. He suddenly looked up, and the divine light shot out. Boom! The divine light pierced through the heavens and earth, as if creating the universe, causing all living beings to tremble. Opening the heavens and splitting the earth, with a single glance. Is this the true power of my master? Luo Xingyu was so startled by the sudden commotion that his mouth remained agape for a long time. Reincarnation shaping. There's actually such a function. Feng Tianyuan was deeply shocked. One of the basic functions of the Reincarnation Divine Eye, Reincarnation Shadow, allows one to see events that occurred in a past scene. Essentially, it replays the past within his eyes, with the ability to replay events from further in the past corresponding to the user's strength. The Reincarnation Divine Eye also directly awakened its first divine ability, the Reincarnation Divine Light. Anyone struck by the divine light would suffer either a loss of lifespan or, in severe cases, perish and be doomed to eternal reincarnation. As for this innate Tao blood, it feels a bit useless, with little effect. Feng Tianyuan muttered. Enough. The two of you go rest and prepare yourselves, we're entering the Hongmeng city. He glanced at the two women and vanished without another word. The Hongmeng city had been in existence for quite some time, bustling with activity. It was time for him to go inside and explore. Chapter 71, Chen Dafu. Since the Hongmeng Mongolian city had appeared, numerous powerful beings had descended and forced their way in. Several supreme beings had paid an enormous price to kill their way in, resulting in the fall of the palace lord and the severe injury of the heavenly sect master, who was holding the imperial weapon, the Shenlong Ding, and nearly killed and driven out of the city. Later, someone discovered that as long as one followed the rules within the city, they would not be driven out by the Golden Guards. Several supreme beings ceased their attacks, re-entered the city, and after understanding the rules, no longer faced attacks from the Golden Guards. More and more beings entered the city, beginning to seek opportunities within the ancient city. Within 3 days, some beings discovered an opportunity in an inn. Drinking a cup of wine could grant the chance to attain enlightenment, and even the opportunity to greatly increase one's cultivation. Soon, a powerful being discovered an entrance to a small world at an altar. Activating the small world allowed one to enter and explore opportunities. However, the small world only allowed beings below the holy realm to enter. It was named the Hongmeng Mini-World. Within another 3 days, powerful beings from the Heavenly Sect also discovered an entrance to a small world within the City Lord's mansion. It was an even larger world, accessible only to beings of the Holy Realm or above. It was named the Primordial Realm. Whether the Primordial Realm is connected to the Primordial Realm remains unknown to all beings. To enter the Primordial Realm, one must not only meet the required cultivation level but also offer various tributes to the beings stationed at the City Lord's mansion before being granted entry. Hey! Have you heard? Zheng Tianda, the supreme of the Zhang clan, entered the Taichu realm and perished. It's true. They say he was severely injured and had bad luck after entering, encountering an ancient demon of the supreme level and became its prey. Sir, who are you to know such things? My father is a great sage and entered with that Tianda supreme. However, my father was lucky and escaped. Anyway, anyone who wants to go in should think carefully. Goodness gracious. Why is every secret realm so dangerous? Even the Hongmeng small world is dangerous, and the Taiyu realm is even more terrifying. Even supreme-level beings can perish there. The Hongmeng city was bustling with activity, teeming with creatures walking about, more prosperous than many great cities in the world. Fang Tianyuan walked down the street, listening to the creatures around him chatter, feeling quite surprised. The primordial small world, the primordial realm. Lady, it seems we may have to split up for a while. Fang Tianyuan said. He was not a saint, so he couldn't enter the primordial realm. He could only enter the primordial world. It's okay. Li Yu will take care of her husband. Yin Hongxiao said. I don't want to. At that moment, Su Wanli hurriedly spoke up from behind. She didn't want to go with Fang Tianyuan. Li Yu, are you disobeying your master's words? Yin Hongxiao spoke, her tone growing cold. I'm not. It's just that my strength is too weak, and the Hongmeng small world is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid I can't protect others. Su Wanli said. You little brat. Saying that your master will be displeased. You're a celestial being. With your talent, you could practically walk all over the Hongmeng mini-world. Apart from the dual-pupiled one and the holy body, who else could be your match? Yin Hongxiao said. She knew what her disciple meant and understood, so she didn't blame her. Ladies, would you like to buy something? These are all top-quality magical treasures. Whether you're a young maiden or a lonely woman, they can satisfy you on long, lonely nights. Just then, a woman nearby spoke up. The two women looked over at the sound, examining the items laid out on the woman's stall. Their brows furrowed. There were many items, but most of them were unfamiliar to them. The only things they recognized were handcuffs, chains, candles, and whips. These items looked odd and could barely be called divine treasures. What are these? Su Wanli asked, pointing to an oddly shaped object. It was made of jade, with turtle-like ridges, engraved with spiral patterns, and partially hollow, giving it an odd appearance. Fairy, this is the horn of the immortal, crafted from celestial fire jade. It maintains a constant warmth, never growing cold, offering an extraordinary sensory experience. Shut up. Li Yu. Let us go. The woman's words were cut off by Yin Hongxiao's sharp command. She was an experienced woman. Though she didn't know what the horned gentleman was, she had seen Fang Tianyuan's before. Comparing the two, she roughly understood its purpose. This man is a scoundrel for pushing such a thing. Be careful. This isn't a real person. Most of these street vendors are manifestations of the ancient city's rules. Fang Tianyuan reminded her. Got it. Let us go. Yin Hongxiao nodded, grabbed Su Wanli by the hand, and pulled her forward without hesitation. As they left, the woman continued to hawk her wares. As Fang Tianyuan had suspected, most of the vendors around them were manifestations of the ancient city's rules, not actual living beings. Master, Yu Haven Tea told me what that was for. Your disciple wants to know. Can you tell me? Su Wanli approached and asked. Mr. Jiao, a fake penis. What's the big deal? If you're going to pretend not to know, at least do it convincingly. Abnormal emotions are actually normal. Try to be more open-minded. It's just a disease. You are all desire-driven beings. What you did in the past is your own business. Fang Tianyuan spoke, his words shocking. The two women immediately turned away, their eyes red. You little brat. You dare to try to steal my wife? You're no match for me. Fang Tianyuan thought to himself, grabbing Yin Hongxiao by the arm and pulling her toward him. He embraced her left hand, clinging to her tightly. Humph. Master. My master is talking nonsense. Su Wanli snorted coldly, rushing forward to grab Yin Hongxiao's right hand. The two of them were like two ferocious beasts, both treating Yin Hongxiao as their prey. There was a clear intention to fight over her. We're here. Tianxiang Inn. This is interesting. The three of them made their way forward and arrived at an inn. The place was packed with people, and numerous creatures were waiting, with a cacophony of noise all around. Damn it! This is so bossy. You're telling me. Do they really think this inn is their own? They're kicking us all out. There's nothing we can do. They have plenty of spirit stones, so they bribed the golden guards and rented out the entire inn. That's according to the rules. But the problem is, can he really sit in all the seats inside by himself? What a piece of trash, the young master of Tianbao Pavilion. He is just lucky he didn't run into another prodigy, otherwise they'd have beaten him to a pulp. Just wait. Soon, we'll be able to go in. Outside, people were murmuring in discontent. Fang Tianyuan listened, raising his eyebrows in surprise. This place can actually be reserved for private use. Brother! What kind of Tianbao Pavilion young master is the one who booked the place inside? Fang Tianyuan turned to a person beside him and asked. Yes. It's Qian Dafu, the young master of the Tianbao Pavilion. He spent a huge amount of top-grade spirit stones to book the entire place. You're new here, aren't you? Wait a moment. The person inside isn't someone you can just provoke. The young man replied. The Tianbao Pavilion is no less powerful than the Dan Alliance, and it has the Tianji Pavilion as its backing. There aren't many who dare to provoke him. Just him alone? Fang Tianyuan asked. No. How could that be? Qian Dafu not only has plenty of spirit stones at home, but also many influential friends. He rented this place specifically to entertain his friends, several of whom are renowned prodigies. The young man whispered. Among those present were indeed prodigies, but none dared to confront Qian Dafu. There was no other reason. Because Qian Dafu not only has a powerful background but also many influential friends. Interesting. Let's go inside and sit down. Fang Tianyuan said. Friend. Don't do it. I urge you to think twice. Exactly. Qian Dafu not only has a passion for rare treasures but also for beauty. You should be careful. Someone said, glancing at the two women, then stopped himself and quickly lowered his head. The two women were too beautiful for anyone to look at directly. Especially In Hongxiao, whose aura made them feel inexplicably intimidated. You might have some connections, but Qian Dafu was someone you shouldn't mess with. They say he has even befriended a double-pupiled one of the 10 greatest geniuses of the current age. That's right. It's said that Qian Dafu's sister is acquainted with the most mysterious CF fairy. She's AA with a divine embryo. She's incredibly powerful. The people around them were merely offering friendly warnings, with no ill intent, and deliberately averted their gaze from the two women. Such behavior surprised Fang Tianyuan. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll clear the way for you later. Fang Tianyuan spoke calmly, then strode forward toward the Tianxiang Inn. Just as he was about to enter, two young men stepped forward, extending their hands to block him. Our master is inside and does not wish to be disturbed. Please leave. Otherwise, you will die. The Great Hand Seal. Chapter 72, The Rule of the Strong, 1 billion. With a single grab, he crushed them in an instant. The two young men, both at the Divine Fire Realm, never imagined that, despite being of the same realm, they would be crushed to death so easily. That pitch-black palm print was fast to the extreme, powerful, and terrifying. This. Master's father-in-law. Su Wanli was utterly shocked. Seeing Fang Tianyuan act for the first time, she never imagined he could be so powerful. Facing two opponents of the same realm, he had annihilated them with a single strike. The three of them slowly entered the inn, instantly locked onto by numerous divine senses. Dare to kill this young master's men? You dare? I must say, you have some guts. A fat man sitting at the farthest corner suddenly looked up, his words spoken calmly yet filled with murderous intent. Everyone present looked around, sizing each other up. Then, one by one, they were left speechless. How beautiful. Their eyes were fixed on the two women, leaving them speechless and wide-eyed. His throat moved, and he swallowed hard. Hey, you! Who are you? The fat man, Qian Dafu, shouted. Though he had been scolded by the other party, Tianyuan, his gaze remained fixed on In Hongxiao. She was too alluring. He had seen countless women in his life, skilled at undressing them, yet he had never encountered such a beauty. If you don't want your eyes, keep looking. Fang Tianyuan walked over slowly. This was a large hall, with numerous tables pushed together to form a single large table. Everyone was seated around it, sizing them up. A cultivator at the Divine Fire Realm, accompanied by two such beautiful women, had simply walked in like that. He must not be someone to mess with. The young master of the Demon Palace. Su Wanli. What do you want? Two young men spoke up. They were all young and had never seen In Hongxiao, but they had seen Su Wanli, the young master of the Demon Palace. The desired demon body, a heavenly god realm cultivator, a prodigy and ruler of the younger generation, he was quite famous. You say she is Su Wanli? Qian Dafu was surprised. Yes. She is Su Wanli. I saw her in a secret realm a few years ago. The young man nodded and explained. The young master of the Demon Palace. So I didn't see things, and I didn't mistake her for someone else. Greetings to the Demon Emperor. Qian Dafu suddenly bowed his hands, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. The Demon Emperor. This is the Demon Emperor. How is this possible? How could the Demon Emperor be here? Mr. Qian. Is she really the demon emperor? Someone couldn't help but ask. But Qian Dafu remained in his bowing posture, making no further movements. Bang! At that moment, Fang Tianyuan reached out with a powerful grip, seized the young man in front of him, and yanked him violently. This was a true god. The young man reacted, his large hand enveloped in divine power, his aura trembling violently as he tried to shake Fang Tianyuan away. The surging divine power caused the surrounding void to erupt with crackling sounds. You, a mere divine fire, dare to challenge this young master? You're dreaming! The young man roared. Suddenly, an unimaginably terrifying force erupted from the hand that had seized him. Boom! He was lifted off the ground by Fang Tianyuan and slammed into the floor. Trash! Fang Tianyuan spoke, glancing aside. It's time to step aside. He added. A true god was nothing to him. To challenge him, one would need to be at least a heavenly god. After all, he had refined his physical body using 2 immortal elixirs and possessed the heavenly sovereign's physique, making his physical strength utterly extraordinary. Impossible. You must be hiding your true cultivation level. The young man who had been thrown to the ground coughed up blood, unable to believe what had just happened. As a true god, he had been grabbed by a divine flame and thrown to the ground like an object. This is absolutely impossible. Qian Dafu, you look like nothing special. How dare you take over this place? Fang Tianyuan pulled out a chair and sat down with a thud. The other young men and women quickly stood up, making room for the 2 women. They gathered around Qian Dafu, their expressions solemn. This is none of my business. Do as you please. At that moment, Yin Hongxiao also spoke up. These words completely confirmed Qian Dafu's earlier suspicions, delivering a heavy blow to everyone's hearts. It was indeed that ruthless demon emperor who killed without batting an eyelid. They were all stunned. Unbelievable. The demon emperor, he was like this? So breathtakingly beautiful, not at all like the fierce, demonic figure described in legends. Elder Demon Emperor, this isn't appropriate. Follow the rules. This place is mine, I've claimed it. Senior, are you trying to intimidate us with your power? Qian Dafu bowed respectfully, but his words betrayed no fear. As he finished speaking, he was about to take the next step. Boom! A terrifying force sent him flying through the air, crashing heavily into the wall. Yin Hongxiao had struck. With just a single thought, Qian Dafu, the so-called heavenly being, was sent flying, without even a chance to react. Overpowering you with sheer force? Do you even deserve it? Don't even mention that you're just the young master of the Tianbao Pavilion. Even if your father were here before this emperor, he would only kneel. Yin Hongxiao's red lips moved slightly, uttering cold words. If it weren't for Fang Tianyuan coming in to drink, she wouldn't even bother to glance at these people. Genius. Only those who have grown strong enough deserve to see her. Those who haven't grown up are no different from ants, they can be annihilated with a single thought. What a demon emperor! This is Hongmeng City, not the 3000 Dao states. Master of the tower. Someone is causing trouble. As Qian Dafu's words echoed, a figure suddenly appeared. The master of Tianshan Tower, the ruler of the rules here. Master of the tower. I've already taken care of this. But those 3 forced their way in, killed my men, and injured me. Hurry up and drive them out. Qian Dafu shouted. He had spent 3 million top-grade spirit stones to secure this place, and the spirit of the rules was his backing here. This was also why he remained unbowed in the face of Yin Hongxiao. As long as the rule spirit intervened, even the most powerful individuals would be expelled. The Golden Guards were so powerful that even the Supreme Being had been annihilated. By all accounts, even an emperor should fear them. He didn't believe that the demon emperor before him dared to use his full strength. Humph. You're finished. Earlier, the spirit of the rules didn't intervene because I had spoken first, telling them not to interfere. Now, you're finished. Qian Dafu roared. The master of Tianshan Tower appeared, and outside, a dense crowd of Golden Guards appeared instantly. You 3, get out. The master was a middle-aged man. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of divine might emanated from his body. That was the power of an emperor. The stronger the enemy, the stronger we become. Indeed. Ha ha ha. The demon emperor? He might not be able to run rampant in this vast Mongolian city. Qian Dafu laughed heartily. Indeed, the spirit of the rules grows stronger against stronger foes. Even an emperor must follow the rules here. And spirit stones are the very thing that breaks the rules. Take him, for example. With 3 million top-grade spirit stones to secure the venue, he can command the spirit of the rules and even this building's master. Hold on. At that moment, Fang Tianyuan spoke up. He can kick others out. Why can't I kick him out? Just because he rented the place? Fang Tianyuan continued. Exactly. Because this young master has reserved the entire place. If you're so capable, go ahead and book it too. But do you have any spirit stones? You're just a country bumpkin. When it comes to spirit stones, even your demon palace can't match our Tianbao pavilion. Qian Dafu spoke arrogantly. 3 million top-grade spirit stones would be a lifetime's worth for many people, but to Qian Dafu, it was nothing. Oh. Right. I spent 3 million. For 1 day, and I'll keep renting it out afterward. Book it for 10 days. Is 3 million your entire life savings? You don't have that much, do you? Ha ha ha. Qian Dafu burst into laughter. He held out his hand, holding up 3 fingers. Only 3 million a day? I thought it was something special. I'll take it too. Fong Tianyuan said, raising just 1 finger. 10 million? Sorry, I'll add another 10 million, making it 13 million. Are you in? Qian Dafu said disdainfully. $1 million was still within his means. No. 100 million. I'll pay 100 million for 10 days. Fong Tianyuan smiled indifferently. A mere 10 million? He didn't even glance at it. How could it possibly catch his eye? Such words left Su Wanli speechless. Master's husband 100 million. She grabbed Yin Hongxiao's hand, her intention clear. She wanted her to speak up and stop him. 100 million. That's enough to cover the salaries of the entire demon palace for half a year. But Yin Hongxiao merely smiled and released her delicate hand. Impossible. How could the demon palace possibly come up with so many spirit stones? Qian Dafu didn't believe it. 10 billion. He couldn't even come up with that amount now, and even if he could, he'd have to consult his old father. This guy from the Divine Fire Realm just blurted out 10 billion, and his gaze was so arrogant. Alright. From now on, you're in charge here. When the forum owner spoke, Qian Dafu's expression changed drastically. No. I was here first. The host. I should have come first. I can raise the price. I can send someone to fetch spirit stones right now. You can't do this. Qian Dafu panicked. He pulled out the heavenly mechanism order and began sending messages frantically. Throw them all out. The sect master doesn't like being disturbed while drinking. Boom. As soon as Fong Tianyuan spoke, everyone was blown away by a terrifying force before they could react. No. Chapter 73, Awakening of the Divine Bone, Eternal Divine Light. I will return. Put. Damn it. A mere demon palace dares to challenge me over spirit stones? You'll pay for this. Qian Dafu and the others spat blood, landing before everyone's eyes. Everyone watched their pitiful state, feeling utterly surprised and astonished. Qian Dafu, the eldest son of the Qian family, who was said to be the richest in the 3,000 Dao states, had actually been driven out. Young master, that's the demon emperor. Perhaps we should retreat. Although the rules here dictate everything, and spirit stones are the rules, but the other party is ultimately an emperor. Leaving this Hongmeng city might lead to unnecessary trouble. A young man came over and helped Qian Dafu to his feet. Although within the Hongmeng city, having spirit stones allowed one to control the rules, even an emperor could be challenged. But what about outside the Hongmeng city? They couldn't possibly stay in the Hongmeng city forever. Don't you think this is thrilling? The emperor is revered by all outside. If we can conquer and suppress him here, wouldn't our names be passed down through the ages? Besides, the Qin family and the Lu family have such a good relationship. With the emperor as our backing, why should we fear a mere demon emperor? And my brother is the heir to the Forbidden Zone. What is there to fear about their demon palace? Qian Dafu said. He had plenty of connections in the future. He might even have an emperor brother or an emperor friend. That was his way of dealing with the world. But young master, those people don't bear the Qian surname. They're not truly ours. Betting everything on something so unrealistic, aren't we taking too big a risk? The young man said. Human nature cannot withstand such tests. Although our young master claims it's a high-risk investment worth pursuing, that is only true if it pays off and we haven't seen any real returns yet. Offending an emperor like that is foolish. You don't understand. We both bear the surname Qian, but the reason I am the young master and you can only follow behind me is because our perspectives are different. In this world, it's all about connections. The demon emperor may be powerful, but she has always been alone. The entire demon realm is in decline, and she is the only one holding it up. But the Tianbao Pavilion is one of the superpowers of the righteous path. If she wants to take on the Qian family, she'll have to think twice about whether she is ready to spark a war between the righteous and the demonic. Qian Dafu said. He stood up and walked to the side, ignoring the strange glances from those around him, and took out the heavenly mechanism order to send messages frantically. I need spirit stones. Gather them immediately and transfer them to me, the more, the better. Issue an order. From now on, the Tianbao Pavilion will no longer conduct any business with the Demon Palace. Brothers, come quickly. Damn it, I've been ambushed at the Tianxiang Inn. As the messages flew out, Qian Dafu busied himself, and the entire Tianbao Pavilion bustled with activity. At the same time, inside the Tianxiang Inn, Fong Tianyuan looked at the cup in front of him, picked it up, and took a slow sip. The first sip is crisp and sweet, the second reveals a rich, lingering flavor, and the taste slides smoothly down the throat. That sip feels like being enveloped by divine mist, making one momentarily believe they are not drinking ordinary wine, but rather the divine brew of the immortal pool. This wine is worth it, Fong Tianyuan said slowly. This stuff is truly delicious. A single sip gives you a light, floating sensation. Different lives, different wines. The host explained beside them. The three of them sipped their drinks slowly, their bodies shimmering with faint rays of dawnlight, a rather strange sight. Among them, the light on Fong Tianyuan's body was the most abundant, growing increasingly brilliant. The divine bones are transforming, evolving. The divine ability is about to awaken, Fong Tianyuan exclaimed. His entire body was made of divine bones, and at that moment he felt every bone in his body boiling. My husband is indeed strange, this aura feels like that of a divine elixir. Yin Hongxiao was astonished. In recent days, she had clearly sensed that Fong Tianyuan was different, but she couldn't put her finger on exactly what had changed. It was just an odd feeling. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound erupted from within Fong Tianyuan's body, accompanied by dazzling divine light and swirling runes. The two women stared at the scene in shock. That light, those intertwining ancient runes, what was this? Divine bones. Master's father-in-law has divine bones. Su Wanli exclaimed. Her eyes glowed purple, revealing 206 crystal-clear bones. This is unbelievable. It's not just divine bones, it's a divine body. Yin Hongxiao also looked utterly astonished. Divine bones. There are prodigies who awaken in this world, but theirs is just a single piece, not an entire skeleton. At first glance, she thought she was seeing things. Boom! Outside the Tianxiang pavilion, all living beings looked up at the sky at that moment. What is that? Light. It's light. I see light. What a marvelous light. It's as though I've glimpsed eternity. Could it be that the people inside have awakened? A celestial phenomenon has appeared, like a divine light creating eternal eternity. Someone has awakened. It must be that guy. Numerous creatures were utterly astonished. The Tianxiang had a special opportunity. Drinking a sip of the wine inside could grant a chance to transform. And the first sip is the most effective. The more you drink, the weaker the effect becomes. What a light! It must be the divine light from legend. It does look a bit like it. I've witnessed the awakening of a divine body before. The aura is similar. Another prodigy has emerged. A prodigy of the demonic path. This must be a sign of the arrival of a glorious age, where prodigies will emerge like fish crossing the river. The divine light pierced the heavens, creating an extraordinary phenomenon that would last for eternity, filling the entire Hongmeng city with excitement. At that moment, Qian Dafu witnessed this scene with a look of contempt. Awakening the divine body or divine bones? That's far too late. It's nowhere near as good as my brother. Humph. When my brother arrives, I'll show him what he's made of. He muttered to himself, beginning to formulate his plans. At that moment, inside the Tianxiang Inn, Fong Tianyuan's body shone brilliantly as he suddenly opened his eyes. Eternal divine light. All of it is eternal divine light. He murmured. This was the eternal divine light, the divine ability of his newly awakened divine bones. The innate light nurtured by the divine bones contained the eternal laws of the Tao, capable of severing causality and erasing the marks of time when emitted. When he reaches perfection, anyone who comes into contact with it will instantly endure the erosion of 10,000 years of calamity, causing their physical body and divine soul to dissipate, turning into eternal dust. And each of his 206 divine bones could unleash a single strike, without any cooldown. That means even if an opponent manages to block one strike, he can still unleash 205 more. Although this sect master is quite handsome, there's no need to stare at me like that. This is embarrassing. Fong Tianyuan laughed indifferently. With the awakening of his divine bones, his trip to the Tianxiang pavilion had been quite fruitful. My husband doesn't seem like the type to blush. Yin Hongxiao's face bore a faint smile. She glanced at her own disciple, who was also observing. Liu is truly a pity. The heavenly extreme demon I failed to transform. If it had, it would have been enough to rank among the top 10 geniuses in the world. Yin Hongxiao couldn't help but feel regret. The Tianxiang pavilion was an opportunity if seized, one could soar to the heavens. Su Wanli also took a sip of wine, but she didn't undergo transformation. It could only be said that she lacked the necessary luck. Though I didn't undergo transformation, I'm not without gains. I only need to comprehend the realm to enter the Divine King realm. Su Wanli said. Intent? Fong Tianyuan listened and felt puzzled. True divine seeds and Tao seeds. Heavenly gods rely on Tao seeds to touch the cosmic patterns of the heavens and earth, while divine kings comprehend the heavens and earth to cultivate the essence of the realm. Master, you don't even understand these basics? And you dare to say your master is strong? Su Wanli said, unable to hide her disdainful gaze. He doesn't even know the most basic knowledge of the realms. And he's supposed to be the strongest man? She really couldn't understand how her master could look at such a person. Was it just because he was too handsome? Everyone has their blind spots. You know what I mean. It's normal for me not to know something, and it's normal for you not to know something I do. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Feng Tianyuan said. That's impossible. Master's father doesn't even know the basics of cultivation. Such ignorance is unmatched. Su Wanli retorted. He doesn't even know these simple things. His knowledge is far inferior to hers. Have you heard of the divine ability called Immortal Rabbit Pounding Medicine? Do you know about the invincible wind and fire wheel? Do you know the 72 techniques of Yin-Yang Union dual cultivation? ABCDE, do you know that? Look at you, you don't know any of these things, and you won't admit it. Feng Tianyuan asked continuously. This left the two women completely bewildered and confused. They truly had no idea what he was talking about. The Demon Palace. This Tianxiang should also make way. The young master has returned. Chapter 74, Yun Sengzi, kneel down. Voices could be heard from outside, and several figures strode in arrogantly. At the front were 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. You bastard. You dare to compete with me over spirit stones? I can crush you with them. Master of the house. We want to book the place. Chen Dafu finished speaking and turned to the building owner. They must secure the venue and become the temporary rulers here to continue causing trouble. Otherwise, they would be driven out by the floor master, or even expelled from Hongmeng City, or even killed. He is offering 100 million, I'll offer 110 million. I'll rent it for 10 days. You brat. If you have the guts, just keep raising the price. I'll see how many spirit stones your demon palace has to compete with my Tianbao pavilion. Qian Dafu roared. He had brought tens of billions of spirit stones. He didn't believe he couldn't defeat a single demon palace. As long as he gained the recognition of the Dao rules, he would teach Feng Tianyuan a lesson. Enough. Let us go. Su Wanli said. They had already drunk the wine. Wasting 110 million here was simply not worth it. What's the rush? It's only 1 billion. I'll add another 9 billion. Master of the tower, 10 billion a day. I'll cover it. Just 10 days will do. As soon as Feng Tianyuan spoke, the entire crowd was stunned. Even Yin Hongxiao didn't expect it. She knew Feng Tianyuan would raise the price. After all, she had a rough estimate of the Jetian sect's resources. But she never imagined he would raise the price so wildly. 10 billion. Master. You've lost your mind. Su Wanli exclaimed in shock. 10 billion a day, that was unheard of across the entire 3,000 Dao states, with no precedent before or after. She had thought that Qian Dafu's bidding was already reckless, but there was someone even more daring. This isn't something that can be described as reckless spending anymore. Impossible. You can't possibly have that many spirit stones. Elder Demon Emperor. Are all the people of the Demon Palace so arrogant and self-important? Bang! As Qian Dafu spoke, a terrifying force hurled him 10,000 miles away. Foolish creature. Feng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. This fat fool must be completely brain-dead to dare speak to Yin Hongxiao like that. He probably won't be back anytime soon. He looked ahead at the man and woman. Compared to Qian Dafu, the man and woman were much calmer, sizing each other up. Divine Fire Realm. Your physical body is the most perfect existence I've ever seen at this realm. The young man said. What should I call you? Feng Tianyuan also asked. His intuition told him that this guy was no ordinary being. Although he was only a true god, his vital energy was likely superior even to that of a heavenly god. The physical constitution of this man before him was exceptionally powerful. Lin Chen of the Lin family from Yueshing City. As the young man spoke, Feng Tianyuan was taken aback. Lin Chen. The surname Lin, that name doesn't sound ordinary. Lin Chen. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Feng Tianyuan said. He looked at Lin Chen, expecting his response. But Lin Chen looked confused, not responding as he had expected. What do you mean? Lin Chen furrowed his brows. The Heavenly King covers the earth like a tiger. FCK your mother. Feng Tianyuan spoke the entire phrase clearly, but the other person remained confused, clearly not understanding a word. He gave up completely. Sir, what do you mean by that? Lin Chen asked again. His aura began to rise, and the divine power surging across his body grew increasingly terrifying. It seems he's a native. What's going on? Are the two of you going to stand up for him? Feng Tianyuan said. The two of them were clearly a couple. Qian Dafu was my sworn brother. I heard you were bullying him, so I came to settle the score. You're strong and arrogant, but your strength is still lacking. Lin Chen said. If the person in front of him were a true divine being, he would be deeply wary. But this is just a divine fire. He wouldn't even bother with him. There was no other reason. Because he is invincible at his level. Brother! Kill him. Damn it! I've never been looked down upon in my entire life. Just then, Qian Dafu's voice rang out. He's back. Accompanying him was an old man, a supreme being in the Qian family's revered elder. Greetings, Demon Emperor. Our young master has been disrespectful in the past. We thank the Demon Emperor for sparing his life. The old man arrived and immediately bowed to Yin Hongxiao. There is no need for that. Once matters here are settled, this emperor will personally pay a visit to the Qian family. Yin Hongxiao said. The Qian family. She wanted to see just how many people Lu Ruyan could protect. Such words caused the old man's expression to darken, and he suddenly turned to look at Qian Dafu. Young master. The family head has spoken. You must kneel before the Demon Emperor and admit your mistake. Otherwise, the position of young master will be taken by the second young master, and you will return home to farm the land. As soon as the old man spoke, Qian Dafu's expression changed drastically. Me, kneel? He pointed at himself, unable to believe what he was hearing. The old man was a revered elder, who only obeyed his father's orders. His words could not be false. But to kneel before so many people was unbearably humiliating for him. Young master, this is the family head's order. The command you issued this time has even alarmed the ancestral patriarch. The higher-ups are furious. If you cannot calm them down, you will face the family's disciplinary measures. The old man said. Within the city, with some spirit stones and by invoking the rules, one could indeed challenge the emperor. But what about outside the city? If the emperor comes personally, accompanied by his imperial troops, our Qian family would be doomed. Bang! Qian Dafu knelt down, though extremely reluctant, he still knelt. But Yin Hongxiao didn't even glance at him. She sat there, slowly savoring the fine wine. Kneeling won't help. Now you're facing me, Fong Tianyuan. Fong Tianyuan said. He took a deep breath and raised his hand. Hand over everything you have on you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qian Dafu, who had been kneeling, turned pale, then seemed to think of something. You don't have any spirit stones at all. You're trying to steal mine to pay. Qian Dafu looked up, glaring intently at Fong Tianyuan. You think too highly of yourself. Fong Tianyuan said. A mere 100 billion spirit stones, he actually had them on him. What he wanted now was cultivation points. Spirit stones were merely a bonus, not the main objective. What is wrong? You don't agree? Fong Tianyuan slowly walked over to Qian Dafu, standing before him and looking down at him. You're just relying on your senior's influence. If you've got the guts, let's fight. If I win, we'll call it even. If I lose, everything I have is yours. Qian Dafu spoke up. This was the plan he had come up with. You're thinking too much. Hand over the items, or else the host will deal with you. Old man. You don't want your son to die, do you? How would you explain it back home? Hand over everything you're wearing. Fong Tianyuan said. These words caught the old man off guard. He glanced at the crimson silk, pondered for 3 seconds, then his storage ring flew out. The soul mark has been erased. The old man said. Though these were all his cherished possessions over the years, if he could obtain the Demon Emperor's forgiveness, it would all be worth it. Ding! Host has looted Yun Sangzi, obtaining 103,612,000 top-grade spirit stones, which have been enhanced to 136 billion top-grade spirit stones and 1 Dao stone. Ding! Host has looted Yun Sangzi, obtaining a fragment of the Limitless Divine Bell, which has been enhanced into the Limitless Divine Bell. This plunder rewards 560,000 cultivation points. Chapter 75, Lin Chen, Ling Shuiyao. The Wuji Xian Zhong? What an unexpected bonus. The system announcement sounded, and Fong Tianyuan was surprised. The Wuji Divine Bell. This is a divine weapon, surpassing even imperial weapons. A fragment had actually been enhanced. 56,000, originally there were 104,000, now 160,000. Barely enough to exchange for a Chaos Dao seed. Fong Tianyuan murmured. The Chaos Dao seed is currently the strongest known Dao seed. 150,000. It can be exchanged now. With the Dao seed, he could ascend to the true God realm. Now it's your turn. Fong Tianyuan looked at Qian Dafu. The true God realm can wait. Let's deal with Qian Dafu and the others first, then we can proceed. No. I refuse. I want to duel you. I challenge you. If this young master wins, today's events will be forgiven and forgotten. If I lose, I will be your dog from this day forward. Qian Dafu shouted loudly. He refused to hand over his storage ring. This was the result of years of accumulation, and he also needed the Demon Emperor's forgiveness. Otherwise, he would lose his position as the young master. If he couldn't obtain the Demon Emperor's forgiveness and lost the storage ring, it would be worse than death. What are you thinking? Do you think that is possible? Bang! Fong Tianyuan spoke, then kicked out with all his strength. Qian Dafu flew through the air like a sandbag. The kick was so fast that even Qian Dafu, a true god, couldn't react in time. I want what's on your body, not to waste my time dueling with trash like you. You dare challenge the master of this sect without knowing the difference in our strength? Do you really think you're someone important? Fong Tianyuan said indifferently. Now that he had handed over the spirit stones, whatever trouble he caused at the Tianxiang Inn would be within the rules. Ha! You're just a coward. You're just relying on the protection of the demon emperor to bully me, Xian Dafu. Without your senior, what are you? Xian Dafu spat blood and staggered to his feet. A single kick left him severely injured. His strength was clearly extraordinary. But for the sake of appearances, he had to put on a show. He pretended not to be injured, glaring at Fang Tianyuan. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed capable of killing someone from a distance. The young men and women nearby all frowned. Don't act impulsively. The Tianbao Pavilion doesn't seem to value Qian Dafu as much as we thought. Helping him recklessly will only bring trouble. He has the Tianbao Pavilion backing him. You have no one to fall back on. Targeting the Demon Palace isn't a good idea. The woman spoke to Lin Shen in a low voice. She didn't want Lin Shen to intervene. The Demon Palace was still too powerful for him. No. Shu Wei. Some things can't be measured like that. True friends aren't treated like this. He treats me like a brother. How could I, Lin Shen, stand by and watch him in trouble? Lin Shen sighed bitterly. Despite the unfavorable situation for Qian Dafu, he decided to intervene. Because they were friends. Enough. Sir, you are powerful and have connections. Bullying someone like this is simply too much. Lin Chen shouted. He took a step forward and shifted sideways in front of Qian Dafu. Such a move even caught Qian Dafu off guard. In this situation, even their family's guardian didn't intervene, yet Lin Chen dared to step forward. Lin brother. This has nothing to do with you. Let's go. This has gone beyond the scope of my plan. The promises I made to you earlier are now null and void. Qian Dafu said in a low voice. Though he desperately needed help, he did not want that help to come from Lin Chen. He knew this peasant friend well. He couldn't offer much help and might even drag himself into trouble. Since we call each other brothers, how could I stand by and do nothing? I don't think the demon emperor would bully someone weaker than him and attack me, a true god-level being. Lin Chen spoke, glancing at Yin Hongxiao. As long as he doesn't act, there is still the power of the rules, and everything can be negotiated. He would be able to ensure his own safe escape. There is no need for this emperor to intervene. My husband alone is sufficient to suppress you all on the spot. Yin Hongxiao spoke. This sounded like an ordinary statement, spoken in a calm tone, but it exploded in the ears of the others. Husband. They all immediately turned to Fang Tianyuan. From the very beginning, they had noticed that the level of intimacy between the two was a bit unusual. But they dared not think in that direction. But now, upon hearing this, they couldn't help but think in that direction. After all, the Demon Palace had come all the way here. There was only one man, Fang Tianyuan. The husband being referred to was none other than Fang Tianyuan. Even the elderly revered elder of the Chen family, who had reached the supreme realm, trembled uncontrollably upon hearing those words. It's over. No wonder this young man dares to be so ruthless. He's the demon emperor's kept man. The elder exclaimed inwardly. He flickered aside and approached Qian Dafu, then grabbed his hand tightly. Ah! Qian Dafu screamed in agony as he watched his hand being forcefully broken, spraying brilliant blood. Young man, I'll give you everything you want. Is that satisfactory? The old man said. He threw Qian Dafu's severed hand, along with the 5 storage rings attached to it, to Fang Tianyuan. You know your place. Fang Tianyuan grabbed the severed hand, which turned into dust, leaving behind 5 storage rings. Ding! Host has looted Qian Dafu, obtaining 36 billion top-grade spirit stones, enhanced to 360 billion, and 3 Dao stones. Ding! Host looted Qian Dafu, obtained a divine-grade fairy stocking, upgraded to an imperial-grade white silk stocking. Ding! Host looted Qian Dafu, obtained 72 rooms of spiritual arts, upgraded to 1 imperial-grade great yin-yang fusion technique. Ding! The host has looted Qian Dafu, obtaining a divine-grade Jiao Xiansheng, upgraded to an emperor-grade demon subduing staff. This raid rewards 700,000 cultivation points. The system announcement sounded, and the array of items left Fang Tianyuan speechless. There were far more than he had imagined. And this fat bastard really knows how to play. He sure knows how to make it flashy. The cultivation points were even more than he had imagined. Get out of here! Fang Tianyuan said. Since the item was already in his possession, there was no need to kill him to silence him. As for revenge, that's out of the question. To him, they were just weeds. The more you retaliate, the faster they grow, and the sooner he can harvest them. That's all there is to it. The old man, upon hearing this, grabbed Qian Dafu and left the Tianxiang Inn as quickly as possible. What is wrong? Are you unhappy? Are you going to stand up for him? Fang Tianyuan looked at Lin Chen, who remained motionless. If my brother is in trouble and I don't step in, I'm not Lin Chen. I'll fight you. If I win, today's incident is forgotten, and you return my brother's storage ring. What do you say? Lin Chen said. The woman beside him grabbed his sleeve and shook her head at him, her meaning clear. That was to not provoke Fang Tianyuan. But Lin Chen remained unfazed, pushing her delicate hand away and walking toward Fong Tianyuan. My cultivation level is higher than yours. I'll suppress my cultivation by 1 realm. No one would dare to fight someone of the same realm, right? Lin Chen continued. You're overthinking it. A battle isn't out of the question, and you don't need to suppress your cultivation. But what if you lose? Fong Tianyuan remained calm. This Lin Chen wasn't just arrogant. He said so much yet refused to mention the possibility of his own defeat. You're overthinking this. I'm invincible among equals. Lin Chen replied. He stood with his hands behind his back, his figure solitary and arrogant, exuding sheer arrogance. Unmatched in the same realm. He had always been this way, encountering countless prodigies along the way. Despite facing powerful opponents, he always emerged victorious. This was his path to invincibility. Before this sect master, who dares to claim to be unmatched in the same realm? Who dares to say they have no rivals? Geniuses are but ants. If you seek battle, prepare to be crushed. Master of the Tower. Given my current status, would it be breaking the rules to fight him here? Fong Tianyuan spoke, looking at the Tower Master. The power of the rules was specifically targeted at someone like Yin Hongxiao. He must remain cautious. You have already claimed the entire Tianxiang Tower. Everything here is under your authority. The building owner said. Here, spirit stones hold the ultimate authority. If you lose, you leave everything you have behind, and your women as well. Fong Tianyuan continued. He looked at the woman, whose expression changed drastically. You. Humph. I'm not his woman. Ling Shueyo stomped her foot in anger. Nothing had ever happened between them. How could she be considered Lin Chen's woman? It has nothing to do with her. If you defeat me, from this day forward, I will follow you, be your dog, be your slave. Lin Chen said coldly. His words shocked even Ling Shueya. He was taking too big a risk. She didn't believe that a young man favored by the demon emperor could be weak. There must be something fishy going on. Who do you think you are? This sect master has no interest in you. If you lose, she will become my concubine, and you, a worthless piece of trash, can get out of here as far as you can go. Fong Tianyuan spoke bluntly. The chosen one of heaven? So what? In the face of 206 divine bones, even the chosen one of heaven would have to kneel and wag his tail. What happens between you and me has nothing to do with her. Lin Chen coldly snapped. What? Are you afraid? Or is she afraid? Aren't you two in love? How can you not even agree on such a trivial matter? If that is the case, then this is truly pointless. You claim to be invincible in your realm. Why are you backing down now? Lin Chen, even if you're a second-rate fighter, you don't have to give up so quickly. Chapter 76, One Move, Little Puppy. Fong Tianyuan retorted sarcastically. He wanted to see what this so-called chosen one had up his sleeve. Then so be it. Lin Chen roared angrily. Lin Chen, you, but I. Ling Shueyo heard these words and her face turned pale. Shueyo, trust me. In this realm, I am invincible. Lin Chen replied with a smile, meant to be comforting. But little did she know. His actions left Ling Shueyo feeling uneasy, filled with worry and fear. A man who had caught the eye of the demon emperor dared to act so boldly. He must have something up his sleeve. To the arena. Let's settle this. Lin Chen roared angrily. He not only wanted to help Chen Dafu retrieve the storage ring but also wanted to make this despicable man taste the power of his fists. No need. Right here. Fong Tianyuan said. In Hongmeng Mongolian city, there was an arena where the more matches you won, the richer the rewards. He knew this. But he had no interest and no intention of going there. This place is too small. We can't show off our skills here. Lin Chen said. The two of them, one a divine fire and the other a true god, if they were to fight here, they would destroy the place. He was genuinely afraid of the master of the building settling the score. Everything here is formed by the rules. Even if it's destroyed, it will repair itself. You have nothing to worry about. The tower master said. But the place isn't big enough. Lin Chen said. Despite this, he still felt the space was too cramped. No need to trouble yourself, and no need to waste time. Defeating you once is enough. Fong Tianyuan said. Arrogant. Lin Chen roared, taking a step forward as his aura surged violently. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll suppress your cultivation realm now and show you what a true prodigy is. He spoke, about to begin suppressing his cultivation realm. No need. I'll give you 10 breaths to give it your all. Otherwise, you'll never get another chance. Fong Tianyuan stood with one hand behind his back, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Do you think I don't know you've awakened the divine bone technique? If you think the divine bone technique can make you invincible, you're sorely mistaken. You're not the only one with divine bones. I have it too. Lin Chen spoke, his aura trembling, and a bone in his chest began to glow brightly, crystal clear. It was indeed another divine bone. Since you want to lose so badly, I'll show you what true divine bone power really is. Boom! Lin Chen spoke, his aura trembling. Blinding divine light surged from his body, constantly evolving and forming dazzling runes that coalesced into an incredibly brilliant sword. Divine Sword of Extinction, strike! The dazzling divine sword shot forward, shattering the entire inn, while the sky above collapsed in all directions, resembling the end of the world. The terrifying sword chi pierced the clouds, and all living beings outside were blown away by the terrifying aura. Eternal Divine Light. Just as the sword energy was about to engulf everything and the divine sword was about to descend, Feng Tianyuan moved. His body shone with brilliant divine light, and countless beams of light shot out. In an instant, time and space froze, and countless beams of light collided with the sword, which had paused for a moment. Boom! In an instant, the entire space exploded along with the divine sword, a brilliant light flashing, instantly shielding the two women. Yin Hongxiao had acted. She swiftly carried Su Wanli and Ling Shuido away, moving them far from the Tianxiang Inn. Terrifying energy spread out, reducing the surrounding area within 100 miles to ruins. The innkeeper grabbed with his massive hand, forcibly suppressing the terrifying energy to prevent it from spreading further. As for Lin Chen, he had already been engulfed by the light and enveloped by the storm, his fate unknown. How powerful is that? Feng Tianyuan was surprised. With only half of his 206 divine bones activated, he had already unleashed such terrifying power. If he were to use them all, wouldn't he be able to slay even a god-king level existence? He can't just die like that, can he? Feng Tianyuan frowned. Lin Chen. From a distant location, Ling Shuiao screamed, her expression darkening. She feared Lin Chen's death. She feared even more that Lin Chen would lose, as the outcome also affected her. The storm raged on relentlessly. Everyone looked up at the figure suspended in the sky, utterly shocked. What a terrifying fluctuation. Was that him just now? He's too strong. He even destroyed the Tianxiang Inn. Who the hell is this guy? This is terrifying. That divine technique. I've seen it before. The Xinjue sword. The one who attacked must be Lin Chen. So that means Lin Chen started the battle, but where is Lin Chen? Oh my god. He actually defeated Lin Chen. Where is Lin Chen? Where did he go? It's truly the rhythm of a great era about to begin, with prodigies emerging like fish crossing the river. The crowd buzzed with speculation, all staring at Feng Tianyuan. Lin Chen had been adventuring for years, and his fame was quite significant, with his strength widely recognized. But now that Lin Chen had been defeated, they were all amazed. Feng Tianyuan stood tall in the sky, his eyes shimmering with divine light, piercing through the storm as he searched. Soon, he spotted a blood-red figure below. Those who don't know would think you're dead. Feng Tianyuan spoke, then swept his hand forward, summoning a massive black palm print that descended directly toward the figure below. But as the giant hand closed in, Lin Chen tried to counterattack, but as soon as he stood up, he was forced to cough up a mouthful of blood and couldn't stand up. The injuries were too severe. Even with his battle armor absorbing most of the force, he was still severely injured. Bang! The massive hand grabbed him and flung him across the room. Lin Chen crashed heavily in front of Ling Shuiao, his battle armor already soaked in blood. Lin Chen! Get up! Get up! Ling Shuiao's face turned pale as she hurriedly helped him to his feet and shoved a pill into his mouth. Hand over everything you're carrying. Feng Tianyuan arrived and spoke calmly. I've lost. Though the reality before him was hard to accept, Lin Chen had no choice but to admit that he had truly lost. One move. He had been defeated in a single move, completely and utterly, without even the ability to fight back. You haven't lost yet. Get up quickly. Ling Shuiao was in a panic. If he just admitted defeat like this, wouldn't she be the one to win? Little doggy. I'm sorry, Miss Ling, I've lost. Lin Chen struggled to lift his head and look at Ling Shuiao. This time, he didn't call her Shuiao, he called her Miss Ling. Fellow cultivator. Everything on my body belongs to you, but this has nothing to do with Miss Ling. Please spare her. I'll be your servant. As he spoke, his storage ring flew out, and the battle armor on his body turned into a streak of bloodlight and flew away. I've already erased the soul imprint from them. From today onward, these are all yours. Feng Tianyuan reached out and caught the items. Little dog, come here. From now on, your master is this sect leader. He turned to Ling Shuiao and said. Such words caused both of their faces to change drastically. No. The bet between you two has nothing to do with me. Ling Shuiao shook her head, taking steps backward, beginning to distance herself from the utterly weakened Lin Chen. She would rather die than be treated like a dog. I am the eldest princess of the Kanglan Empire and have not interfered in your affairs. This has nothing to do with me. Ling Shuiao spoke and was about to flee. Did I give you permission to leave? The icy words came from Feng Tianyuan's mouth, causing Ling Shuiao's expression to change drastically. My father is the great sovereign of the Kanglan Empire. Bang! Before she could finish speaking, a palm strike appeared, sending her flying through the air. Little doggy, you shouldn't break your promises, you know. Chapter 77, Digging for Divine Bones, A Rich Harvest. Don't touch me. My father is the great lord of Kanglan, the ruler of the Kanglan Empire. If you touch me, my father will never forgive you. Slap. Ling Shuao spoke, but a large hand suddenly slapped her face, bringing her back to her senses. Do you understand now? What does your father amount to? Does he even deserve to be compared to my wife? Does your family have the qualifications? Fang Tianyuan said. He reached out and grabbed Ling Shuao's chin. Such words left Ling Shuao speechless. A man who had slept with the Empress, their family truly couldn't afford to provoke him, and he certainly didn't need to spare her parents any consideration. True divine realm. To be honest, pitifully weak. Fang Tianyuan added. This Ling Shuao was indeed a beauty, but in his opinion, she was nothing more than a decorative vase. The vase for the main character, Lin Chen. Just there for decoration. Let her go. This has nothing to do with Miss Ling. Let her go, and I'll be your servant. Bang. Lin Chen said, then knelt down directly. A man's knees are made of gold, but he still knelt. He actually knelt down. It seems you truly love her. Fang Tianyuan was surprised. According to conventional wisdom, someone like Lin Chen, with his kind of destiny, would never kneel so easily. Yet here he was, kneeling directly. I'll do anything for you, just please don't involve Miss Ling in this. I only met her by chance, we have no connection. This matter has nothing to do with her. Lin Chen said with his head bowed. Upon hearing these words, Ling Shuao couldn't help but shed tears. Miss Ling, I'm sorry. It was my arrogance that harmed you. It's all my fault. He added. That's interesting. You look pretty interesting like this. But, a bet is a bet. You can be the one who breaks your word, but I can't. Fang Tianyuan said, grabbing Ling Shuao and pulling her toward him. Let go of me. Ling Shuao flew into a rage, her aura surging as she struggled to break free. But the force erupting from the hand gripping her wrist was far more terrifying than that of a true god. This was absolute domination. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from the large hand. Slap. Fang Tianyuan's other hand slapped her face, leaving a red mark. Little doggy, disobedience deserves a beating. He said, then suddenly yanked her, pulling Ling Shuao into his arms. You're such a sweet, soft little pet. Fang Tianyuan sniffed her, looking thoroughly enjoying himself. Such actions caused Lin Chen's entire body to tremble. He knelt there, his fists clenched tightly, his fingers almost piercing his palms, blood trickling out. What's wrong? Are you cold? What are you trembling for? Or are you coveting this sect master's pet? Fang Tianyuan smiled faintly. He held Ling Shuao tightly, her delicate body stiffening, wishing she could die. In all her life, she had never been so close to a stranger, not even Lin Chen had ever treated her this way. Ah! Boom! Lin Chen roared, suddenly leaping to his feet. He charged at Fang Tianyuan like a wild beast, desperate to tear a piece of flesh from his body. But reality was cruel. He was severely injured, and even if he gave it his all, he couldn't break through Fang Tianyuan's defenses. Terrifying divine power surged forth, like a tidal wave, sending him flying backward. Useless. Look at you, my little puppy, how could you have chosen such a worthless creature? Ugh. As Ling Shuao finished speaking, her small mouth was suddenly covered. Fang Tianyuan bit down on her lips with such force that she felt as though she were suffocating. She froze for a moment before violently struggling to break free. Ugh, stop. She struggled, but it was all in vain. Fang Tianyuan bit down hard, then released her tempting lips, drawing out a trickle of blood. Let her go. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Chen erupted again, a terrifying aura surging forth, growing increasingly powerful. His body erupted with terrifying bloodlight, his aura burning fiercely like a furnace. He burned his vital energy and lifespan, unleashing all his latent potential. Demon King's seal, open. Blood sacrifice reincarnation. Boom. Lin Chen's aura surged, his blood and chi burning, as a blood-red, blurry silhouette appeared behind him. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of bloodlight, which transformed into a massive disc. That was the wheel of reincarnation. Terrifying reincarnation energy surged, stunning everyone present. As expected. Lin Chen isn't that easy to defeat. Is he going to turn the tables and kill him? That's actually possible. Lin Chen has risen to prominence, defeating numerous powerful opponents along the way. This time is no exception. As the reincarnation disc appeared, everyone gasped in astonishment. This was a divine ability, Lin Chen's physical divine ability, incredibly powerful in his ultimate move. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. However, faced with the terrifying aura of the Wheel of Reincarnation, Fang Tianyuan showed no fear. Holding Ling Shuao in his arms, he delivered a punch. Though the punch seemed ordinary, as the fist imprint condensed and collided with the Wheel of Reincarnation, endless fist lights surged forth, unleashing a domineering and unparalleled force. In that moment, he seemed like the Heavenly Emperor himself, unmatched in the world, shattering all techniques with a single blow. Bang! The wheel of reincarnation shook violently as the wheel of reincarnation's power began to collapse. Crack! Boom! In an instant, the wheel of reincarnation exploded, and terrifying power once again flew out in all directions. Take it! Trash doesn't deserve divine bones. Fang Tianyuan spoke, then grabbed with his large hand, directly pulling Lin Chen, who had fallen to the ground, toward him. His hand was like a knife, piercing directly into Lin Chen's chest, then grabbing a bone and yanking it violently. Aha! Lin Chen let out an agonizing scream as he was thrown to the ground like a dead dog, his blood staining the ground red. Everyone watching the scene was utterly shocked. The counterattack they had been hoping for did not happen. The prodigy they had been talking about, the one who had repeatedly created miracles, was still being mercilessly crushed. Ling Xueyao, who had clung to a sliver of hope, felt her heart shatter in that moment. There was no hope left. She was truly destined to become this man's plaything. Divine bones. I wonder if they can be transplanted. Fang Tianyuan stared at the bone in his hand, at the runes engraved on it, and murmured softly. The surroundings fell into complete silence. No one dared to speak. Transplant the divine bone. Such an act was unheard of. Even In Hongxiao hadn't expected Fang Tianyuan to forcibly remove that piece of divine bone. Lin Chen violated the ancient city's rules, disrupted the peace of the ancient city, and is hereby expelled from the ancient city. Boom! Suddenly, the void split open, and Lin Chen was dragged away by a terrifying force, vanishing without a trace. Fang Tianyuan looked at the golden guards who had appeared, then at the master of Tianxiang Tower. It was clear. He hadn't been expelled, it was because of the tower master. You are acting in self-defense that doesn't violate the rules. You may remain within the city. The master of the tower spoke. The vast Tianxiang pavilion slowly materialized before everyone's eyes, leaving them speechless. Is that called self-defense? Isn't this a bit too advanced? They killed people, and you call that self-defense? They were dissatisfied, especially the friends of Qiandafu, but they dared not speak up. He shouldn't be able to survive. After digging out his bones, according to the rules, his divine bones should have lost their luster. Why, how strange. In Hongxiao and Su Wanli arrived, each speaking a word. They stared at the divine bones in Fang Tianyuan's hands, finding it utterly unbelievable. No! He is not dead. Without seeing his physical body turn to ashes, he couldn't possibly be dead. Even if his physical body turned to ashes, he couldn't possibly be dead. Fang Tianyuan said. He didn't believe Lin Chen was dead, even if he was severely injured and on the brink of death. On the contrary, Lin Chen might turn misfortune into fortune and defy fate itself. He is barely clinging to life. He was swept away by the void storm. He can't possibly survive. Su Wanli looked utterly disbelieving. Your master-in-law is right. He might not be dead after all, and he's not that easy to kill. This man's fortune is unprecedentedly terrifying. In Hongxiao said. She looked at Fang Tianyuan, her brows slightly furrowed. Why not eliminate him? In Hongxiao asked softly. It's unnecessary. Those who fall at my hands shall never dare to lift their heads again in this lifetime. From the moment I crush them, they lose even the right to look up at me. Fang Tianyuan spoke with such arrogance. The system is already invincible. He feared no one, and keeping Lin Chen alive was simply treating him like fodder. Cut him down, and he grow back. The next raid will surely yield a rich harvest. Ding! Host has plundered Lin Chen, obtaining the Emperor-grade incomplete blood demon armor, upgraded to the immortal-grade Azura demon armor. Ding! Host has looted Lin Chen, obtaining divine bone, upgraded to. Ding! Host looted Lin Chen, obtaining 13,000 top-grade spirit stones, upgraded to 130 million. Ding! Host looted Lin Chen, obtained a fragment of the Dao Dao Jing, upgraded to the Dao Tian Jing. Ding! Host has looted Lin Chen, obtaining a fragmented Imperial Tomb Key, upgraded to a complete Imperial Tomb Key. Chapter 78, Sherpatian, the NPC who was captured. This raid reward is 1,280,000 cultivation points. The system voice rang out, and Fang Tianyuan froze. He looked at the number. No mistake. He hadn't heard wrong, it wasn't 280,000 cultivation points, but 1,280,000 cultivation points. As expected. Not killing Lin Chen was the right choice. This guy is truly a man of destiny. This reward is damn generous. Damn it, if he comes back next time, he'll make a fortune. Oh my god, it's so tempting. Fang Tianyuan smiled broadly. He released the person in his arms and looked at his wife. My lady, do you have any methods to control servants? This little dog of mine doesn't seem to listen very well. He spoke bluntly. Su Wanli glared at him helplessly. Well, I don't really have any, but I do know a few tricks for subjugating demonic beings. Would you like to learn? This method is quite simple. With your strength, forming a beast-controlling seal should not be difficult. In Hongxiao smiled faintly. As for Ling Xueyao, she didn't even deserve a glance. As for her disciples' concerns about jealousy, that was simply impossible. No, no, I don't want it. I'm the princess of the Kanglan Empire, you can't treat me like this. Ling Shuiao's face turned pale with fear. As a princess of an empire, being treated like a beast and imprinted with a beast taming mark was something she could never accept. She wanted to flee, but found herself completely immobilized. She was immobilized. Fang Tianyuan's brow glowed with runes as he studied the beast taming seal passed down to him by Yin Hanshao. The process lasted no more than half an hour. Soon, he raised his hand, and a golden triangle seal shone brightly. No, 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 please, don't implant the beast-controlling seal on me. I'll be your slave. Ling Shuiao panicked. If she submitted willingly, there was still a chance. One day, she could even turn against him. If the beast-controlling seal was planted, everything about her would be controlled by that scoundrel Fang Tianyuan. The miserable life that awaited her was too terrifying to imagine. But no matter how she resisted, the beast-taming seal eventually entered her body without mercy. At the same time, a single character appeared on her forehead. Heaven. Fang Tianyuan's heaven. Everything about her would be controlled by Fang Tianyuan, turning her into a puppet on a string. After completing all this, Fang Tianyuan returned to the fully restored Tianxiangyan with the 3 women. Here are the spirit stones for the remaining 9 days. Please keep them safely, innkeeper. He handed over the spirit stones with unparalleled ease. 10 days. He really did it. Even if he doesn't come here for the next 9 days, he will still pay in full. Mr. Fang, thank you. Suddenly, the host bowed respectfully. His actions left the other 3 women feeling surprised. Actually, we're not just rules. We're also people. It's just that everything about us is bound by this ancient city. To leave, we must earn enough spirit stones. I've done it today. Thank you, Mr. Fang. I'm finally free. The host spoke again. Such words even surprised Fang Tianyuan. So you can leave this city? Where are you from? Fang Tianyuan asked. This guy's strength is simply too terrifying. If he were to leave here and venture out into the outside world, wouldn't he be able to sweep through the entire 3,000 Dao states? My real name is Shirbazhan, like you. I came here to seek treasure, but I arrived here a very long time ago. I've been trapped here and unable to leave. I need to pay enough spirit stones to escape. Now, I have enough spirit stones. I can leave and regain my freedom. Shirbazhan revealed a smile he hadn't shown in ages. After spending countless years as an NPC, this was the first time he had ever smiled like that. Imprisonment, and you still need to earn enough spirit stones? Why? Fang Tianyuan felt incredibly curious. Upon hearing this, he instantly understood why spirit stones were so valuable here. Everything in the ancient city runs on spirit stones, that's why it's remained prosperous all this time. This is an ancient immortal city. I don't know where it came from, but you all need to be careful. If you stay here for a year, you'll be trapped here, earning spirit stones to meet the quota it sets before you can leave. Pushin said. Today, he could finally leave. That's interesting. Since you can leave, do you have any plans for where to go? If not, I could recommend a place for you. Fang Tianyuan said. This guy is incredibly powerful. If we could bring him into the sect, it would greatly strengthen our top-tier combat forces. This I don't know. I come from the Stone Clan. I was once a prodigy of the clan, but I don't know if any of my clan members are still alive. He hadn't been out for a long time. Time changes, and no clan can truly achieve immortality. Whether the Stone Clan still exists, he cannot say for certain. They're probably gone. To be honest, my power is merely that of a god king. I'm not as powerful as you might think. I can stand against you because this ancient city has granted me its power, that is all. Sherpadian spoke bluntly. Once he leaves the city, everything about him will return to its original state. As for being trapped in the ancient city, he was just an NPC, incapable of doing anything. Everything is done according to the will of the ancient city. I see. Would you be interested in joining my sect, the Heaven-Defying Sect, and becoming my disciple? Fang Tianyuan asked. Since you've invited me, I suppose I could consider it, but I must return home first. If my clan members aren't there, I'll come find you at the Jietian sect. Farewell. Sherpadian spoke, his figure flickering as he left the Tianxiangyan and departed the ancient city at top speed. Home. He had to go home. Even if that home was likely no longer there, he would go back to take a look, just to put his mind at rest. As soon as he left, a terrifying force gathered, and a shadowy figure appeared. You have reserved the Tianxiangyan for 10 days. During this time, you may use any power available here. The shadowy figure spoke. It was the spirit of the rules here. During the opening of the ancient city, it was in charge until someone unlucky enough to take Sher Potion's position arrived. No need. Give it to others. For the next 10 days, the drinks should all be free. Fang Tianyuan said. He was leaving, entering the Hongmeng's small world. Everyone. I have reserved the Tianxiangyan for 10 days. Everything here will be on me for the next 10 days. Please join me for a drink. Fang Tianyuan left his words and headed toward the Hongmeng small world. And so it was. The entire Tianxiang erupted into chaos. Chapter 79, Sacrificing One's Body to Break Through to True Divinity. Outside the Hongmeng city walls. Fang Tianyuan. Aha! My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. If the heavens seek to destroy me, I will destroy the heavens. You, Fang Tianyuan, dare to harm me. I will kill you and exterminate your entire clan. A blood-red figure knelt on the ground, roaring. He was Lin Chen. He was not yet dead. His divine bones had been torn out, and his beloved had been treated like a dog. This filled him with unbearable rage. Shut up. Calm down. Are you out of your mind? How dare you mention the matter of destroying the heavens? Suddenly, a voice echoed from within Lin Chen's body. A blood-red figure flew out from within. You want to destroy the heavens? I think you're digging your own grave. Can you just say that so casually? The blood-red figure resembled a sea of blood, uttering words as cold as ice. Senior. I was just venting my frustration and anger. Lin Chen was startled into silence by the harsh words. Senior, I'm willing to make a deal with you. I'll give you everything I have. Even my life. Please help me, avenge my revenge. I must kill Fang Tianyuan and reclaim Shueya. Lin Chen snapped out of it and knelt down immediately. Blood demon. The remnant soul inside the blood demon armor had entered his body ever since he obtained it. All along, it had been constantly tempting him to make a deal. He knew how terrifying the blood demon was and had always brushed it off. Now that he had nothing left, he was willing to risk everything. For revenge. No. I no longer wish to help you. Your deal. I don't want to make it. It's not worth it, the risks are too high. The blood demon said. The deals it sought were all high reward, low risk ventures, the only way it could ensure its survival. No, Elder, don't you want to obtain a physical body and return to the world? Without the blood demon armor, you can only cling to life on my body. We are already one, you have no choice left. Otherwise you would have left long ago. Am I right, senior? Lin Chen suddenly revealed a savage grin. This left the blood demon speechless. The blood demon armor had been seized by Fang Tianyuan, leaving the blood demon with no place to go. It could only parasitize on his body. You're wrong. It's not that you can't leave, but the risk is too great. You're likely to encounter powerful cultivators. I can help you, but you must promise me that you won't go looking for that guy to seek revenge until you've attained the Emperor's realm. The blood demon said. It feared Fang Tianyuan and the terrifying woman by his side. The Emperor. The elite of every era, the pinnacle of humanity. Such an existence is not someone anyone can provoke. Why? I know the truth and act with courage. Overcoming him is inevitable. Why would I need to become the great emperor to seek revenge? Lin Chen asked. He yearned to return and avenge himself at every moment. How could he wait until he became an emperor to seek revenge? He couldn't wait that long. No. If you don't listen to me, you will surely fail. Then why should I waste my time here investing in someone who is almost crippled? Don't think you can manipulate me. Without the blood demon armor, taking over your body would be child's play. The blood demon said. It couldn't possess him before because of the blood demon armor. Now that Lin Chen no longer had the blood demon armor and was severely injured, it had plenty of opportunities to possess him. Do you really think I'm not as good as him? I am the Nine Yang holy body, could I really be that weak? Lin Chen asked. Though he wasn't the strongest of the ancient holy bodies, he was still a holy body, so he had to avoid the sharp edges. He couldn't understand. That guy is a dominating body. The heavenly dominating body. The archenemy of the holy bodies. Such an existence, you, a Nine Yang holy body, going up against him? You'll only end up being trampled. As the blood demon spoke, Lin Chen froze for a moment. No wonder. His physical strength is so terrifying. In an instant, Lin Chen understood. Dominance body. That was the bulldozer within his physical body. That terrifying strength was truly beyond his ability to withstand. Not only that, he also has divine bones, and many things even this master cannot fathom. Like that fist technique. If you cultivate the Blood Demon Sutra and obtain that item within the primordial chaos miniature world, you might still have a chance to stand against him. The Blood Demon said. The Hongmeng city has existed for an unimaginably long time, beyond traceable history. It has also entered that realm before. It knew there were great opportunities within, and if they hadn't been taken, Lin Chen obtaining them would undoubtedly lead to his rise. Senior. I'll follow your lead. I'll sneak into the Hongmeng small world right now. Lin Chen said. The Hongmeng mini world. This is an ancient world. Sacred mountains stretch endlessly, with spiritual energy so dense it surpasses even the cultivation sanctuaries outside. Fang Tianyuan appeared in the sky, looking down at everything, feeling quite surprised. Random teleportation, interesting. He looked around, and with a single thought, a ball of flame appeared, followed by an incredibly massive figure taking shape. It was a golden crow. A three-legged golden crow. Caw! The three-legged golden crow appeared, spread its wings, and let out a long cry. This was the result of him obtaining the Sun God tree from Subawan and enhancing it, granting it the same power as himself. If he breaks through, the three-legged golden crow will break through as well. It has a hint of a contract beast. It looks decent enough. I'll use it as a mount. System. Now that I have 285,000 cultivation points, that should be enough to exchange for a Chaos Dao seed, right? Feng Tianyuan landed on the back of the three-legged golden crow and murmured softly. It's time to break through. The true God realm requires a Dao seed, and the stronger the Dao seed, the farther one can go in the future. Ding! The Chaos Dao seed can be obtained for just 150,000 cultivation points. That's enough. By the way, isn't the Chaos Dao seed the most powerful Dao seed in the world? Feng Tianyuan asked. If there's something stronger, of course it's better. He was just afraid that the Chaos Dao seed wasn't the strongest. The strongest Dao seed is the Chaos Dao seed, which is said to be the supreme Dao seed. However, the true gods who break through using it are not the strongest true gods. What the heck? All Dao seeds are the strongest. If this isn't the strongest, does that mean there are other ways to break through to true godhood? Feng Tianyuan was surprised. To achieve true invincibility, one must be invincible at every level. That is the path to invincibility. That's exactly what he wanted. There is another method to break through to true godhood without relying on Dao seeds. Use oneself as the seed, tap into one's own potential, make oneself the universe, refine one's true self, and this method is not bound by heaven and earth, achieving infinite possibilities. Just tell me how many cultivation points you need. It won't be enough, will it? No way, no way. That would be too cliché. Feng Tianyuan muttered. Using one's own body as the seed to achieve limitless potential, he was tempted. This method requires 2.6 million cultivation points. The process is a bit painful, but you can spend 100,000 cultivation points to eliminate the pain. The system responded, and Feng Tianyuan smiled. Break through. Break through for me. Use your body as a seed, and make it pain-free. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura surged within him, and the silhouette of a majestic palace appeared in the sky. That was the projection of his Dao Palace, the Chaos Dao Palace. Roar! The Chaos Dao Palace manifested, and the illusory form of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon burst forth from within, its wings rapidly forming. Screech! The Yuan fanged, and Feng Tianyuan's aura surged in the next moment, breaking through his realm and entering the true God realm. His Dao Palace began to expand, continuously generating other things and outlining other objects. Those were pieces of divine mountains. The Dao Palace floated above the divine mountains, emanating an incredibly dense 5 elements energy, which began to reverse, revealing yin and yang. Dragon and Phoenix bring auspiciousness, ancient palace illusions. Hurry! There's a divine treasure emerging over there. The primordial chaos seems to have revealed ancient ruins charge. Legend has it that the ancient city was once a city of immortals. Could it be that a divine treasure has emerged? Such an extraordinary phenomenon. There must be a great opportunity here. Let's charge forward and take it. Celestial soldiers, celestial treasures, those are objects that defy the heavens. We must not fall behind. Dragons and phoenixes bring auspiciousness, palaces tower over the 8 directions, giving rise to a land of brocade, and the burst of light is dazzling. In that instant, all living beings within 1,000,000 miles were drawn to the scene, their eyes filled with greed. Chapter 80, The Empty Family, The Man in the Green Robe. Feng Tianyuan sat cross-legged in the sky, with the primordial phoenix and the chaos ancestral dragon soaring above his head. Beside him, the 3-legged golden crow guard stood watch, while the Chaos Dao Palace continued to evolve. He himself was also undergoing constant transformation. Using his body as a seed, he repeatedly refined himself, gaining deeper understanding of his path. Terrifying cosmic energies surged, constantly replicated, and absorbed into his body. Boom! His Dao Palace was evolving, expanding, and everything about him was undergoing transformation. His blood vessels expanded, growing increasingly brilliant, as his blooded into ancient stars. Everything is undergoing a metamorphosis toward the trend of the universe. Half a day later, he gathered his chi, and the illusory form of his Dao Palace vanished. The Chaos Primordial Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix, 2 great divine forms, suppressed the Dao Palace, while the 3rd great divine form began to take shape. It was a turtle's head. The Xuanwu divine form. It was about to take shape and emerge. Heavenly Dominion Fist. Is this the divine ability of the Dominion body? It's quite interesting. The fist emerges from the heavens. A single punch strikes out, and the fist's light descends like a piece of the sky, suppressing everything below. This is using the fist to channel the great cosmic forces of heaven and earth. This domineering power is similar to the Heavenly Emperor's fist. Feng Tianyuan murmured. The Heavenly Sovereign's Dominion body is not only comprised of the 9 divine forms but also the Heavenly Sovereign's Dominion fist, aided by the Heavenly Sovereign's Dominion body technique, capable of elevating physical strength to its absolute limit. After watching for so long, aren't you going to come out? Fong Tianyuan rose and landed on the 3-legged golden crow. As soon as his words left his mouth, ripples spread through the void, and 3 figures emerged. They were 3 women. They wore identical pale purple gowns, their faces beautiful, and they smiled faintly. You're quite interesting, friend. You actually managed to detect our presence. One of the women bowed slightly and spoke. They had been drawn here by the unusual phenomenon and had arrived long ago. They had initially thought it was an ancient ruin emerging, but never expected it to be an anomaly caused by a prodigious cultivator. You know a bit of void techniques, that's how you managed to hide. Fong Tianyuan said. We are prodigies from the Kong family of the Kongshin Dao state. We happened to pass by this place and caused some disturbance. We shall take our leave. The lead woman spoke and was about to leave. If Fong Tianyuan hadn't displayed the previous phenomenon, they might have intervened. After all, the 3-legged golden crow was a pretty impressive thing. But now, they had no intention of attacking. The phenomenon was too strange for them to comprehend. As fellow celestial prodigies, engaging in conflict in such a place, with no conflicting interests, was not worth the trouble. Just passing by? That's even worse. You've been watching for so long, the 3 of you should at least buy something. Fong Tianyuan said. At his words, the 3 women immediately stopped. They turned their heads, raising their eyebrows slightly. What do you mean by that, fellow cultivator? The 3 women spoke in unison, sounding displeased. As the master of this sect, I am a peerless warrior and a dashing playboy. You 3 have been watching for so long, shouldn't you at least pay some fees? Fong Tianyuan laughed. His eyes were fixed intently on the 3 women's full breasts, causing them to feel a surge of anger. Filthy words. You're just a true god. Do you really think that a little talent and causing an anomaly is enough to match the 3 of us? Sir, don't be so ungrateful. The 3 women spoke, their voices icy cold. Those words alone were enough to anger them, but his unrestrained gaze pushed them over the edge. Since you've gone this far, I'm afraid I have no choice. Fong Tianyuan spoke, raising his hand as divine power swirled around him. The 3 women frowned immediately and summoned their divine weapons, creating a distance between them. Be careful. He dares to attack, he must have a plan. The lead woman warned. They scattered, shifting positions, and surrounded Fong Tianyuan. Attack! They shouted in unison and launched their attack. Their movements were fast and eerie, flickering in and out of sight. Void technique, interesting. In an instant, his body shone with brilliant light, standing tall between heaven and earth. His eyes flashed like lightning, precisely locking onto the attack trajectories of the 3. Boom! 3 deadly strikes landed, and the space around him exploded. Void fragments turned into blades, forming a deadly whirlwind. You scoundrel! You won't escape unscathed. A woman coldly snapped. Don't let your guard down. Form the seal. Attack again. The lead woman roared, clasping her hands in a seal, aiming to deliver the final blow to Fong Tianyuan. A dazzling seal appeared, causing the entire space to warp, resembling a massive vortex emerging from the sky. Great Void Hand Seal. As the Void Hand Seal appeared, the woman charged headlong into the shattered space without hesitation. Boom! The shattered space continued to expand, and the 3 women quickly retreated. Too weak. As fellow true gods, why do your attacks feel like scratching an itch to this sect master? The words echoed faintly from within the spatial storm, followed by boom! A figure broke through the storm and emerged from within. It was Fong Tianyuan. Impossible. The 3 women locked onto his figure, their expressions turning pale. Not only was he not dead, but he wasn't even injured. What was even more shocking was that his robes weren't even disheveled. Run! The leader among them reacted first, letting out a loud shout, and immediately split up to flee in different directions. They had cultivated the void secret arts, so their speed was astonishing. But Fong Tianyuan was even faster. Bang! He took a step forward, his figure flickering, and appeared behind one of the women. He then delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The woman immediately plummeted like a meteorite into the forest below, and then he reached out with a mighty hand. 10,000 great hand seals. The 2 women who were closer were just about to flee into the void when they were suddenly forced out by a terrifying force. They looked up to see a gigantic, boundless handprint descending toward them. No, everyone, the divine artifact triggered by the anomaly is on him. Bang! The 2 women's words fell before they were struck down by a single palm strike. Boom! At the same time, a sword beam sliced through the air from the distance, flashing by and colliding with the massive handprint. Boom! The Wanwo great handprint was torn apart, and a figure darted forward, catching the 2 women in its arms. You 2, are your words true? Does he really have a divine treasure on him? A man in a green robe embraced the 2 women and asked. I am Kong Linger, the prodigy of the Kong family. I swear on my life that the divine treasure is on him. Kong Linger's face turned deathly pale as she coughed up blood. The man in green robes glanced at her, raised an eyebrow, then slipped a pill into their mouths. Sir! How dare you bully 2 female cultivators? This is unbecoming of a gentleman. Exactly. A man bullying 3 weak women is truly shameful. This young master can't stand it either. This holy son agrees. Let us be heroes and rescue the beauties today. On the other side, 2 young men arrived. They joined the man in the green robe, staring at Fong Tianyuan. Does he really have a divine treasure on him? The 3 asked again, wanting to confirm. That's right. I do indeed have a divine treasure on me. Dawn. In an instant, a massive bell appeared, its sound reverberating throughout the heavens and earth, as if it were the very sound of the Tao. Chapter 81, The Might of the Divine Bell here to claim you. As the limitless divine bell appeared, its sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Aha! The nearby beings watching the spectacle, including the prodigies who had been observing from a distance, trembled at the sound of the bell, as if their souls were being torn apart. They let out cries of agony, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. What a terrifying bell sound! It feels like my Tao heart is shattering, and my chi and blood are surging. Damn it, how could it be so terrifying? The man in the green robe's expression changed drastically. He emanated a terrifying force, attempting to resist the bell's assault on his spiritual chi and Tao heart. But the Wuji divine bell was simply too terrifying. Even though Fong Tianyuan couldn't unleash its full power, the mere sound it emitted caused all the celestial beings to cough up blood. Damn it! How terrifying! Is this really a divine artifact? A young man's face turned deathly pale, but instead of fear, he felt an overwhelming excitement. A glow shone between his eyebrows, and a sacred map flew out. Mountain and river map, open. In an instant, the sacred diagram unfolded, bathed in brilliant holy light. In the blink of an eye, the space enveloped by the sacred map was cut off from the sound of the bells, and the living beings beneath it were protected, gasping for breath. The mountain and river map of the Great Chu Empire. Could he be Prince Chu Tianhe of the Great Chu Empire? Chu Tianhe. The true dragon-bodied Chu Tianhe. My goodness, no wonder he exuded an air of royal authority even from afar. He's walking the path of the king. Once he transforms into the path of the emperor, Chu Tianhe will undoubtedly be ranked among the 10 heavenly geniuses. If he is Chu Tianhe, then the handsome young man with him must be the yin-yang man Yili. No wonder he looks like a woman. He is a yin-yang person. To practice the yin-yang technique, one must castrate oneself with a knife. It said he did it for Chu Tianhe. The crowd was saved and buzzed with discussion. Yili landed beside Chu Tianhe, fixing his gaze on Fong Tianyuan's location, while the man in the blue robe also approached them. No wonder he is the crown prince of the Great Chu dynasty. I'm truly impressed. The man in the green robe bowed in respect. He exhaled in relief as his weakened sword intent surged once more, beginning to rise. A single green robe, sword energy like dust. You must be the successor of the mysterious sword sage, Jian Wuchen. Chu Tianhe said. Though they had never met before, they were still somewhat familiar with renowned prodigies. That is indeed me. Such a divine treasure. I'm sure there are others besides me who are interested. Do you all intend to sit idly by and watch the battle unfold? Jian Wuchen nodded and looked around. There were still many prodigies who had not yet made their move, and those who coveted the divine treasure would certainly not remain indifferent. They all wanted to sit back and watch the others fight. Such an item isn't yours just because you grab it. You must have the strength to protect it, to truly claim it as your own. Prince Tian, aren't you going to step forward? Seeing no response, Jian Wuchen spoke again. The divine treasures are somewhat interesting. However, this holy prince has little interest in him. I am more interested in you, Jian Wuchen. It is said that your sword can break through anything at the same level. I wonder if it can break this holy prince's emperor's golden body. A man swept in, his voice booming. His aura was terrifying. Dressed in a golden robe, the aura of a rolled into golden dragons swirling around him, and the energy he emitted caused those nearby to feel a chill in their hearts. We'll settle this another time. For now, let's take the divine weapon first, Jian Wuchen said. With the emperor's son intervening, their chances were greatly improved. They all stared at Fong Tianyuan, their eyes burning with greed, their desires plain to see. After all this discussion, have you decided who is going first? Fong Tianyuan remained calm, glancing at the 4 of them. 4 heavenly gods. All of them were young, and without exception, they were prodigies from major factions. But to him, they were nothing special. He retrieved the Wuji divine bell and held it in his hand. In an instant, the bell's sound faded, and all 4 of them furrowed their brows. A true god, facing 3 heavenly gods, remained so calm. Something was wrong. Heavenly River brother, be careful. Though this person is only a true god, he wields a divine weapon. Even if he cannot unleash its full power, even a fraction of its strength would be enough to annihilate us all. The heavily made-up Yili said. Though he spoke in a man's voice, he had already transformed into a woman, and his voice began to tremble slightly. No need to fear. With the mountain river map in hand and the great sage's laws protecting us, there is no need to be afraid of him. Chu Tianhe said calmly. Earlier, it had been proven that the mountain and river map could withstand the bell sounds transmitted by the divine bell. Thus, he could stand invincible. Boy! No matter where you come from, hand over the divine weapon. That is not something a mere true god like you can possess. Otherwise death. The heavenly prince spoke, his words extremely domineering. That single word death seemed to carry an endless will of the sovereign, causing those who heard it to feel an instinctive desire to submit. But Fang Tianyuan showed no signs of abnormality. His expression was calm as he held the limitless divine bell, radiating divine light, in the palm of his hand. For, nothing but ants, come at me all at once. As soon as Fang Tianyuan spoke, the sound echoed throughout the area. How arrogant! Exactly. A true god dares to speak so boldly? Does he really think the gods are weak? Is this the courage granted by the divine soldiers? I wonder if he can survive today. It's hard to say. Divine soldiers, we've never seen them before, but from the sound of the bell just now, though it hasn't activated to emit the pressure of a divine being, it's still extremely terrifying. Some timid creatures dared not approach, while others were eager to test their luck and claim a share of the spoils. The four great heavenly gods grew furious upon hearing such words. Their figures flickered, quickly dispersing their formation, and their auras surged. Since that's the case, let me show you the might of our ancestral supreme war weapons. Heavenly Sovereign Altar, open! The heavenly prince roared, activating his supreme war weapon. That was forged by his father. As his father's heir, he could activate this deadly weapon using his father's essence blood to unleash a terrifying strike. For the divine weapon, he was willing to risk everything. What a coincidence! I also brought 3 strands of my master's sword intent. Ethereal sword intent, activate. Jian Wuchen roared, a brilliant sword light flashing from his brow. A strand of sword intent erupted, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The sword intent transformed into an incredibly brilliant light sword, as if it were about to tear open the entire primordial small world. Yin Yang Holy Seal, activate. Yili did not underestimate his opponent either, unleashing his fatal move almost instantly. In an instant, the four great gods unleashed their fatal moves, launching a fierce assault. Fang Tianyuan stood at the center, holding the Wuji divine bell, his entire body shimmering with brilliant light. The 3-legged golden crow beside him suddenly spread its wings. Ka! Stay calm! What's the rush? Fang Tianyuan spoke. The Wuji divine bell in his hand rapidly expanded. The divine weapon is quite good, though it can't unleash its true power, even the faint divine light it emits is enough. Destroy you all. Hum. As the words left his mouth, the Wuji divine bell spun rapidly and shot into the sky at breakneck speed. In an instant, the sky grew dark. The enormous Wuji divine bell seemed to envelop the entire world, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying divine pressure. Impossible. At this sight, everyone shouted in terror. How could it become so enormous? Is this definitely not the activation of a divine weapon? They couldn't fathom it, filled with terror. Under the overwhelming pressure of the divine bell, even gods below the level of celestial beings couldn't even move. Bang! Boom! My mountain and river map. A deafening explosion echoed as the mountain and river map was crushed to pieces. Trouble! Cracks have appeared on the heavenly sovereign's altar. Seal it! The face of the heavenly prince turned pale. His heavenly sovereign had developed cracks, and he immediately retrieved it. Then, bang! His entire body was crushed and fell to the ground, crawling on the ground. At the same time, Jian Wuchen's light sword collapsed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Li's yin yang seal exploded directly, unable even to attempt to retrieve it. The more you resist, the more terrifying the suppression of the Tao becomes. Is this what a divine weapon is? The heavenly prince lay on the ground, coughing up blood. He gathered all his energy, and the terrifying suppression of the Tao gradually faded. Don't panic. I'm here to take you all. Chapter 82, Bloodline Imprint. No, no, no. You can't touch me. I'm the son of the emperor. The emperor's son was filled with terror. The enormous limitless divine bell rapidly contracted while releasing a terrifying devouring force. Fang Tianyuan intended to seal them all inside. Emperor's golden body, open. Boom! The emperor's son refused to give up, erupting with terrifying power once more, his body shimmering with golden light. His body rapidly grew larger, attempting to stand up. However, as his power surged, the counterforce from the divine bell grew increasingly terrifying. Bang! Just as he was about to stand up, he was once again forced back down. The blue robe of Jian Wuchen, who had been about to draw his sword, burst open, and the sword's core was crushed, revealing cracks. He collapsed, coughing up blood, and was sucked into the limitless divine bell, along with several other prodigies who had been watching nearby. They were all captured. Fang Tianyuan glanced at the emperor's son lying on the ground but did not take him in. Instead, he withdrew the immortal bell. The son of the heavenly emperor. He spoke indifferently as he walked over. Yes, yes, yes. I am the son of the heavenly emperor. If you touch me, my father will kill you. I have the bloodline mark left by my father on my body. If I die, the bloodline mark will be activated, and your location will be exposed to my father's perception. The emperor's son staggered to his feet and said. His father was the supreme of the supreme, an existence even more powerful than ordinary supremes. This was his only hope. Brother, we have no actual conflicting interests. Everything can be discussed. Rest assured, I will keep the matter of you obtaining the divine weapon a secret and never reveal it to anyone. The crown prince's tone changed, effectively slapping him in the face before offering a sweet reward. Fang Tianyuan nodded. If you put it that way, I should thank you. But I don't like your name. He said this, his tone turning cold. This was given to me by the clan's ancestors and my father. I have no choice. The crown prince said. He sensed something was wrong from Fang Tianyuan's icy expression and began to back away step by step. No, you have a way. Fang Tianyuan said. He closed in, his lips twitching slightly. What solution? The crown prince lowered his hands and began to form a seal, his expression growing increasingly vigilant. If you die, your name will be erased. The emperor's seal. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crown prince flipped his hand and slammed down a dazzling seal. He then abruptly stepped back, causing the ground to erupt with brilliant array patterns. He was an array master and had left behind a deadly array. As the two deadly attacks descended, he showed no hesitation and fled at the fastest possible speed. You don't know when to quit. Boom! Fang Tianyuan's body shone brightly as he activated the Heavenly Sovereign's Dominion technique, taking a single step forward to collide with the Emperor's seal as it crashed toward him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the Emperor's seal shattered. Unfazed, he continued forward at full speed, completely ignoring the killing array and charging straight through it. How is that possible? The Emperor's son cried out in disbelief. He knew his own Heavenly Emperor seal better than anyone else. Even if he had activated his Heavenly Emperor golden body, he would have struggled to withstand such a direct impact with his bare hands. And there was also the killing array. Where the hell did this freak come from? How could his physical body be so terrifyingly powerful? Trash, faster, faster. Fang Tianyuan shouted. Let me go. Killing me won't benefit you. Stop chasing me, let me go. If you want a chance, go to Blood Dragon Ridge. There's an ancient hall emerging there, and divine seeds are being born. Why are you chasing me so relentlessly? The crown prince cursed furiously. He regretted it. Damn it, the power of the celestial soldiers far exceeded their imagination. They were utterly powerless against them. If given a chance, he would never have acted. Too slow. 10,000 great hand seals. Boom! As the faint words fell, Fang Tianyuan raised his hand and slapped it down, causing a massive black hand to appear in the sky ahead. No, what the hell is that thing? Activate the Emperor's bloodline. Bloodline wheel. The massive black hand descended, sending the Emperor's son into a state of sheer terror. He immediately activated his bloodline power and made a desperate last stand. A massive blood wheel erupted from his body, rapidly expanding, aiming to collide with the giant black hand. Boom! The massive black hand pressed down, shattering the blood wheel. The terrifying force compressed the earth, leaving a gigantic palm print behind, and the ancient forest was shattered in half. The Emperor's son did not explode, but his entire body was embedded in the ground, lifeless, reduced to a pulp. Fang Tianyuan reached out and grabbed a storage ring, which flew into his hand. A sacred grade item. No wonder he's the descendant of the supreme being, even his storage ring is sacred grade. He muttered, then suddenly furrowed his brows. A stream of bloodlight gathered and collided with his forehead, transforming into a bloodstain. Roar! Who are you? Why did you kill my son? A thunderous voice echoed, causing the entire primordial world to tremble. Damn it! I can't descend. Wait. Once I leave the secret realm, I will kill you. The furious words, filled with overwhelming killing intent, echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Fang Tianyuan's forehead bore a crimson mark, and crimson clouds gathered above his head. There is such a secret technique. This is interesting. He glanced up at the blood-red clouds gathering in the sky, surprised but showing no fear. Ding! Host has plundered the Heavenly Prince, obtaining 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, 129,000 high-grade spirit stones, and upgraded them to 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ding! Host has plundered the Emperor's son, obtaining the Supreme Grade Heavenly Sovereign Altar, upgraded to the Emperor Grade Heavenly Emperor Seal. Ding! The host has plundered the Heavenly Prince and obtained the Supreme Emperor's Golden Body Technique, upgraded to the Emperor Grade Primordial Golden Body Technique. Ding! The host has plundered Jian Wuchen, obtaining a Holy Grade Wuchen Sword, which has been upgraded to an Emperor Grade Wuxing Sword. Ding! The host has looted Jian Wuchen, obtaining a Divine Grade Sen Tian Jian Chao plant, which has been upgraded to a Holy Grade Wuxi Jian Chao. Ding! The host has plundered Jianwuchen. Ding! Host has looted Chu Tianhe, obtaining a fragment of the Holy Grade Mountain River map, upgraded to the Holy Grade Starry Heavenly map. Ding! The host has looted Chu Tianhe, obtaining a Holy Grade Wanlong Holy Pill. Enhancement failed. Reward, Dragon King's Whisker. This raid rewards 1,610,000 cultivation points. That's a bit too little. Listening to the system's announcement, Fang Tianyuan frowned. He had captured over 100 people using the Xianzong sect, and while the items were plentiful, the cultivation points awarded were truly meager. It wasn't even as much as 1 linchen. At that moment, inside the Wuji Xianzhong, screams echoed out. My clothes! What are you looking at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge out your dog eyes. Men and women, completely stripped naked, not even their storage rings were spared. Every single hair on their bodies had been swept over by Fang Tianyuan time and time again. Chapter 83, Everyone here is trash, kill the Golden Crow. Blood Dragon Ridge. The sky was dark and blood red, with ancient palaces standing one after another. A fierce battle erupted here. Kill. Boom. A golden-winged giant phoenix swept across the sky, its wings like golden battle blades, slicing through the air and severing 2 human women at the waist. The divine seed belongs to this holy sun. Get out of the way. The golden-winged giant phoenix roared. It spread its massive body toward the sky, shrouded in golden light, intending to devour it. But as it drew near, a dragon's tail swept out, sending it flying. Its massive body crushed mountains and rivers, shattering them completely. What are you, daring to make such a commotion? Roar! The true dragon roared, its dragon chi surging into the clouds, its terrifying body charging wildly across the battlefield. A young man wielding a war spear swung it widely, forcing the true dragon back and slicing off a large chunk of the divine mountain. The battle grew increasingly fierce, and anyone who dared to approach the golden light in the sky was attacked by the crowd. Screech! A golden crow flew over, watching the battle that had reached its climax from afar, then came to a halt. Quite the spectacle. Fang Tianyuan stood on the back of the golden crow, watching the scene from afar and sizing up the powerful beings involved. Almost all of them were celestial beings. Every single one present was a prodigy from their respective races. Is that thing a Tao seed? Fang Tianyuan looked up, locking his gaze on the golden light in the sky. His eyes shone with divine light, and divine patterns floated around him. A scene began to take shape. Reincarnation shaping. A scene from the past flashed before his eyes. Lotus seed. A lotus seed that fell from a divine herb. The lotus seed is here, but the divine herb is gone. Fang Tianyuan grew even more curious. These lotus seeds fell from a golden lotus flower. Indeed, it is a divine seed. That golden lotus flower is also a divine grade elixir. If it could be refined, it would hold limitless potential. No wonder so many prodigies are fighting so fiercely. Perfect. Whoever gets it first, takes it. Fang Tianyuan murmured. He did not act immediately but waited for the final winner to emerge before making his move. This way, he could make use of the system's functions. Roar! Get out of the way. You insignificant ants of the human race dare to challenge the saint in a contest of physical strength? The true dragon roared, swiping its claw, sending the young man holding the war spear flying backward. It soared into the sky and swallowed the golden light in one gulp. At the same time, the numerous powerful beings below immediately swarmed forward to attack it, aiming to bring it down. But the true dragon showed no fear. True dragon's secret technique, true dragon tail swing. Boom! The massive dragon tail, shimmering with lightning, swept violently, shattering countless divine techniques. Terrifying power poured down like a torrential rain. Boom! What immense power! The dragon clan truly lives up to its reputation as the elite branch of the demon clan. A prodigy exclaimed in awe. When it came to physical prowess, there were few present who could match the dragon clan's prodigies. Dragon Lord! This holy sun will assist you in breaking through. The lotus seeds of the crimson golden lotus, shall we split them evenly between us? At that moment, the golden-winged Great Peng spoke. It soared into the sky, its golden feathers already stained red with blood, a vivid sight. No need. The Dragon Lord refused outright. Are you truly intent on severing your cultivation realm and starting anew, replanting this divine seed? That's not a good idea. This lotus seed can also become a lotus flower. At that time, both of us may be able to enter the Divine King realm in a short period and challenge the position of the first Holy Sun. The golden-winged Great Peng said. Whether it was the Dragon Clan or their golden-winged Great Peng Clan, there was more than one Holy Sun. The higher the position, the more resources one can obtain, and the more one is valued by the clan's stronger members. It needed the lotus seed, but it wanted to directly refine it rather than follow the Dragon Lord's path of severing one's cultivation realm and recultivating to the true God realm, using the lotus seed as a seed. Humph. Even if the two of you join forces, what can you do? If you want to leave, you'll have to ask me first. Roar! A dragon roared, its body shimmering with lightning. Exactly. Dragon Lord. If you think you can obtain the divine seed so easily, you're being far too delusional. The young man wielding a war spear roared. He was a prodigy of the human race, radiating overwhelming battle intent. Yi Zhan Tian. The battle saint body may be powerful, but how many times can you withstand my true dragon claws? The dragon lord sneered. The prodigies present were all quite renowned as the dragon clan's holy son. He had already faced most of them in battle. One-on-one, few could match him. This was also why it could break through the encirclement first and swallow the crimson gold immortal lotus seed in one gulp. Everyone. This lotus seed is something this sect master also desires. Why don't you trash heaps make way? Just then, a faint voice drifted from the distance, drawing the attention of the many prodigies. They all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Human race? The golden dragon whiskers of the dragon lord twitched slightly, betraying his displeasure. A human and unknown being dared to speak so arrogantly and challenge them. Who are you? Yi Zhan Tian, wielding his war spear, confronted Fong Tianyuan. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that all of you here are trash and should make way. Just a mere divine seed, and after fighting for half a day, you're still so stubborn and wasting everyone's time. Fong Tianyuan spoke calmly. He arrived on a three-legged golden crow, and many demon clan members glanced at him, their expressions turning grim. The three-legged golden crow was of an extremely powerful bloodline among the demon clan, yet it was being used as a mount. You dare to call everyone trash? I'm curious who gave you the courage to shout like that. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. Everyone looked over, instantly intrigued. The Golden Crow Saint's son. He's back. This is interesting. The Golden Crow Holy Son has arrived. He rides a three-legged golden crow. It seems we have to deal with him ourselves. Golden Crow Saint's son, this man must be dealt with. A true god dares to bark like a mad dog in front of us heavenly gods? He must be tired of living. A celestial prodigy roared. The Golden Crow Saint's son swept in, transforming into human form. He wore a fiery red robe, with a tuft of feathers on his head. Those were his true feathers, and a pair of wings on his back. His feet were clawed, firmly gripping the void. Ripples spread across the void as his powerful vital energy radiated out, causing many celestial prodigies to tremble with fear. Among those present, only a handful could match the Golden Crow Saint's son in power. Golden Crow. Kill him. Let us fight again. The Dragon King roared. We don't need your dragon clan to interfere. The Golden Crow Saint's son said. He looked at the three-legged golden crow at Fong Tianyuan's feet, growing increasingly surprised. This three-legged golden crow's bloodline was actually stronger than his own, and he could faintly sense the pressure from its bloodline. This had nothing to do with cultivation, it was solely related to the strength of the bloodline. With such pure bloodline, why would you willingly become a mount for a human? To do something that brings dishonor to our clan. The Golden Crow Saint's son said. Screech. The three-legged golden crow responded with a single, piercing cry. It cannot speak. The Golden Crow Saint's son frowned and coldly ordered, You have 3 breaths to release the restraints binding it. You have 3 breaths to disappear from before this sect master, or else, death. Fong Tianyuan responded in the same tone. What nonsense! He hadn't imposed any restrictions, and he had no idea why the three-legged golden crow couldn't speak. Anyway, this thing was produced by the system. What a bold claim. True God. Now I'll show you the terrifying power of a celestial being. The Golden Crow Saint's son flew into a rage. There had never been anyone of a lower realm who dared to defy him and ignore him like this. Today, he had finally encountered such a one. He must tear him to pieces and crush him into mincemeat. Sharp claws erupted, tearing open the void, carrying the power of a supreme divine being, terrifying beyond imagination. Fong Tianyuan remained calm, his eyes flashing like lightning, instantly locking onto the target. He raised his hand and struck with a single punch. Boom! As the Heavenly Emperor's fist was unleashed, an overwhelmingly domineering force surged forth, shattering the claw-like projections and colliding with the physical form of the Golden Crow Saint's son. Boom! The Golden Crow Holy Son was sent flying through the air in full view of everyone, leaving everyone speechless. One strike. With just one strike, the Golden Crow Holy Son was defeated. The Dragon King stared intently, carefully sensing the situation, his enormous eyes darting back and forth. It's a true god. How is that possible? He exclaimed in shock. A true god had actually sent the Golden Crow Holy Son, who was at the heavenly god realm, flying away. Meanwhile, further in the distance. Brother! Trust me. Hurry up and leave. Something big is about to happen. A young man grabbed 2 people and urged them to leave. Why? The 2 asked in confusion. He has divine soldiers, I saw him in action. Chu Tianhe was being chased and killed, he is probably dead. The man finished speaking, grabbed the 2 men, and fled at top speed. At that moment, the Golden Crow Saint's son's body rose from the ruins, having already transformed into his true form. A large portion of its body was drenched in blood. Who are you? Among the human race, such a terrifying physical form. I have only ever witnessed such power from the primordial holy body. You are not him. Who are you? The Golden Crow Saint's son demanded, trembling. But the only response was a beam of divine light shot from Fong Tianyuan's eyes. Reincarnation divine light. As the divine light appeared, the heavens and earth shook, and the world instantly changed color, as if the end of the world had arrived. The Golden Crow Holy Sun's expression changed drastically. Great Sun Seal. It opened its mouth and expelled a massive seal, more accurately, a gigantic sun from its body. Boom! The divine light descended, piercing the majestic sun, which instantly vanished. The Golden Crow Saint's son's body was also pierced, and his aura quickly weakened. The power of reincarnation. Divine Eye. The human race actually has a possessor of the Divine Eye. Chapter 84, Crushing, the Cunning Dragon Lord. Yi Zhantian exclaimed in shock. He came from the Yi family of Central Dao State and had seen all the renowned prodigies of the human race. But now, a new figure had emerged, a possessor of the Divine Eye, and this was a good thing for the human race. But for him, it was not good. No one wanted to encounter someone more talented and powerful than themselves. Jin Pang. Help me. The Dragon Lord also immediately requested an alliance with Jin Pang. This scene made him feel a sense of crisis. Agreed. We'll split it evenly. This guy is strong. I think we should team up with the other Demon Clan members. Everyone. Since we all come from the Demon Clan, why don't we unite and eliminate the Human Clan first? It looked at several Demon Clan prodigies and shouted. There were more Human Clan members present, but their quality wasn't up to par. They weren't as powerful as the Demon Clan. They hadn't taken them seriously before. Now, the appearance of Fong Tianyuan had made them feel uneasy. Unite! This was the first thought of many great demons. Boom! In an instant, they all rushed toward the Dragon King. Everyone present frowned. They looked at each other, wide-eyed and speechless. The demons' alliance formed faster than they had anticipated. Finally, they fixed their gaze on Fong Tianyuan. All of this was caused by this stranger before them. It was all his fault. The Demon Clan's alliance is too powerful. Fellow Daoist, shall we join forces? Yi Zhantian was the first to extend the invitation. He and the Dragon Lord were only at a 3-7 advantage, but with Fong Tianyuan, things would be different. Trash isn't worthy of standing alongside this sect master. The casual words enraged everyone. Trash. Trash again. He kept calling them trash, not even bothering to look at them, which made them furious. But it was only a momentary outburst. Fong Tianyuan's strength was evident, and they dared not provoke him further. You're strong. But if you think a single true god can match a dozen great demons, you're dead wrong. Yi Zhantian roared. He was very unhappy. What an arrogant fool, acting like he's the only one in the world. How dare he look down on him, a young master of the Yi family. After all, he was the battle saint body. No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants. Fong Tianyuan took a step forward, moving with the wind. A gentle breeze caressed his handsome face, and his dazzling eyes were adorned with intertwining symbols of reincarnation. Confirmed. It's the reincarnation divine eyes. That fool Jin Wu died from exhausting his lifespan. Be careful. The Golden Phoenix Saint's son shouted. Attack! Strike first! The Dragon Lord roared. Its massive dragon body swayed, and it breathed dragon fire. True dragon-s breath. Roar! The terrifying dragon breath, as blinding as lightning, pierced the sky, aiming to engulf Fong Tianyuan. At that moment, all the great demons moved at the same time. They knew that now, while the human race had not yet united, was the best opportunity to strike. Kill! Golden Feathered Dragon Slaying Dance. The Golden Phoenix Saint's son held nothing back, unleashing his innate divine ability and summoning the great art of slaughter. Its massive wings spread wide, and blinding light poured down like rain, following the dragon's breath. Five-fingered fist seal sword. Fong Tianyuan glanced over, his gaze growing sharp. He clenched his palm, summoning a sword beam. He swung his arm, and the sword light shone brightly, revealing a divine killing technique that overwhelmed everything in its path. Boom! The dragon's breath and the shower of light were severed, and the great demon that charged forward was instantly sliced in half by a single sword strike. Jin Yu, open! The Golden Phoenix Saint's son's expression changed drastically. A single strand of hair on his head shone brightly, and he immediately flew out. That was its ancestral true feather, containing the ultimate strike of its ancient ancestor, its life-saving weapon. As the Golden Phoenix true feather emerged, the golden light it emitted collided with the sword light. Boom! In an instant, the entire space exploded, and terrifying energy waves spread out, sending numerous great demons flying. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord seized the opportunity, transforming into a bolt of lightning and fleeing at an incredible speed. The Golden Phoenix Saint's son ahead didn't even notice, tearing through the energy storm and shouting, "Dragon Lord, summon your true dragon horn." His words went unanswered, causing his expression to change drastically. Damn bastard! You filthy dragon clan! Realizing something was wrong, it cursed furiously. A figure emerged from the storm, its expression changing drastically. It spread its wings and transformed into a streak of light, chasing after the Dragon King's direction. A massive bell appeared in Fong Tianyuan's hand, which he immediately summoned. Numerous prodigies immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Go! Yi Zhantian roared. He recognized the bell's extraordinary nature and immediately fled to a safe distance. Though the others were confused, they followed suit. However, the great demons near Fong Tianyuan were not so easily escaped and were immediately suppressed. Get out of the way! They roared in defiance, but were still sucked back in. At the same time, Fong Tianyuan retrieved the divine bell, grabbed it with a large hand, and brought the corpse of the Golden Crow Saint's son along. Ling Tian Ta. He immediately activated his Imperial Grade Body technique and followed closely behind. Damn it! How fast! How could the human race produce such a monstrous creature? The Golden Phoenix Saint's son's expression changed drastically. As a golden-winged Great Plain bird, he had a significant advantage in speed, yet even after taking the lead, Fong Tianyuan had caught up. Friend! The divine seed is not with me, there's no need to pursue so relentlessly. 10,000 Great Hand Seals. Chapter 85, Only the living have the right to talk about ideals, Yishin. 10,000 Self-Great Seal. With a single grasp, the entire space was engulfed, and terrifying pressure surged, causing the space to continuously explode. The Golden Phoenix Saint's son, trapped beneath the giant hand, shone with golden light, resisting the overwhelming pressure. Break! Screech! It let out a piercing cry, and a golden beam of light shot out from its chest, piercing through the heavens and earth, colliding with the great black hand. That was a sacred light. Boom! The 10,000 great hand seals were torn apart, and it transformed into a golden light, crashing directly into the shattered void. Fong Tianyuan was taken aback. Now that's more like it. He spoke, took a step forward, and gave chase. Ling Tian's step was an Imperial Grade Body technique, which amplified his speed to an unimaginable extent. Damn it! How could this freak have such a physique and such terrifying speed? Who on earth trained this freak? Jin Peng Xingzi cursed under his breath. His speed is too fast. His strength is also terrifying, making it feel endangered and dare not confront him head-on. Don't chase him! I've left a mark on the Dragon Lord, the divine seed is on him. Go after the Dragon Lord. Chasing me won't benefit you. The Golden Phoenix Saint's son shouted. Its massive wings continuously beat the void, shedding golden feathers. The golden feathers danced through the void, emitting a terrifying glow, before transforming into golden blades that slashed forward. Fong Tianyuan watched the countless blades without pausing, charging straight ahead. The physical body of the celestial sovereign was utterly abnormal, even the blood and chi it emitted were enough to shake the blades away. The person hasn't even arrived, but the blood bar is already here. The Golden Phoenix Saint's son cursed under his breath. Too brutal. To simply confront its divine abilities with just his physical body, and this is supposedly just a true God realm being. Ling Tian 9 steps, shatter the universe and the 8 desolations. Boom! Suddenly, Fong Tianyuan burst forward, his figure vanishing. When he reappeared, he was already above the Golden Phoenix, delivering a powerful kick downward. Boom! The Golden Phoenix Saint's son was shaken to the core, struck down by the terrifying force, crashing to the ground like a falling meteorite. The earth trembled, and the divine mountain shattered. The blood of a single god was enough to crush mountains and rivers, let alone the physical form of a god. Screech! You dare to insult the Golden Phoenix so much? The Golden Phoenix Holy Son let out a piercing cry and soared into the sky. Blinding golden light erupted, and it hurtled forward like a cannonball, reaching Fong Tianyuan in an instant. You dare to insult the Golden Phoenix so much? In the entire Hongming small world, am I the only prodigy of the Golden Phoenix? Why are you always chasing after me, the Golden Phoenix? What the hell is fear? In the end, it's just death, isn't it? It's just death, isn't it? Remember this. I, the Golden Phoenix, am not someone to be bullied. In this world, no one can judge the Golden Phoenix Holy Son. Father! Spare me! Bang! He transformed into a young man in an instant and knelt directly before Fong Tianyuan. Such a scene left Fong Tianyuan speechless. All that bold talk, and that it? He had thought this guy was holding back a big move to show him what a true prodigy was all about. But he pulled out a huge pile of crap. Father! I'm sorry. Please let me go. I didn't take the divine seed. Please let me go. I'll follow you and become your most loyal follower. The Golden Phoenix Holy Son said. He looked sincere, showing no signs of acting. Fong Tianyuan looked into his eyes, reached out his hand, and gently patted his cheek. You're an interesting fellow. Such behavior, aren't you afraid others will mock you? Don't you care about your reputation? Fong Tianyuan asked casually. They say that prodigies have a proud backbone, but all he saw in this guy was a soft spine. This who dares to mock me? To follow in the footsteps of my foster father and fight for him, that is honor. It is my privilege. Such glory, who dares to mock it? Kill his entire family. Jin Peng Xingzi said with a smirk. Only the living have the right to talk about ideals, to go further, and to compete for the imperial throne. He did not want to die. The scene of the Golden Crow Holy Sun's demise filled him with terror. He refused to become a cold corpse as long as he could live. He was willing to sacrifice everything. Face means nothing in the face of life. Fong Tianyuan didn't hesitate, raising his hand to summon a great seal that appeared before the Golden Phoenix Holy Sun's eyes. In an instant, his entire body trembled. The beast-controlling seal. As a prodigy of the Golden Phoenix clan, he naturally knew about this ancient seal. It was a seal created by a great human cultivator specifically to counter the demonic races, simple yet powerful. Countless demon clan members had studied it countless times, yet none had been able to break its seal. If he were to implant this beast-taming seal, he would have to obey Fong Tianyuan's commands from that day forward. Before Fong Tianyuan could implant the beast-controlling seal, the Golden Phoenix Saint Sun's head had already struck the seal. It had planted it itself. Having chosen this path, it decided to persevere to the end. Golden Feather greets the master. Hand over the item. Fong Tianyuan said. He glanced at the Golden Phoenix Holy Sun, also showing some interest in his storage ring. After all, even a mosquito is still meat. The Golden Phoenix Holy Sun hesitated not a moment, and with a single thought, a storage pouch flew out from his spiritual sea. Fong Tianyuan caught it and said, "Lead the way." He intended to capture the Dragon Lord as well. Screech! The Golden Phoenix Holy Sun transformed into a golden-winged phoenix, carrying Fong Tianyuan as it soared off into the distance. The Barbarian God Realm. This is a very strange place. Upon entering this region, all divine arts are restricted, and one can only clash here using physical strength. Hence the name Barbarian God. A true dragon breaks through the sky and charges into this region. Its arrival strikes fear into all living beings here. A true dragon. A true dragon of the heavenly genius tier. Its physical form is the most extraordinary existence within the Barbarian God realm. Few in the world can stand against it. We're safe. The Dragon Lord landed on a sacred mountain and sighed in relief. Having arrived here, it would face no fears and could preserve the divine seed. Though this place is decent, we must rest briefly to recover our divine power before departing. The divine seed. It's enough to grant me the potential to become an immortal. There is no need to continue taking risks here. The Dragon Lord murmured. It must depart, leaving the primordial world behind, returning to the earth, severing part of its cultivation, and recultivating to the true God realm. Dragon Lord. What's going on? Did you rush in here because you provoked someone you shouldn't have outside? Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. The Dragon Lord looked up at the sound and saw a young man walking toward him. His appearance caused the Dragon Lord's dragon body to tremble. It was him. The human race's prodigy, the primordial holy body. Yi Shun. He was actually here. Yi Daoyu, it's been a while. How have you been? The Dragon Lord greeted him, his heart trembling with shock. He's broken through. This guy has actually broken through to the God King realm. The primordial holy body, renowned as the strongest holy body, has now broken through to the divine king realm. Isn't he now able to roam freely in this primordial small world? Not bad. This divine son is curious. Why does a dragon clan divine son like you seem to be fleeing for your life? Yi Shen asked. He had fought against the Dragon King several times, and his strength was decent, though he couldn't break into the top 0 among the younger generation. But he was still among the strongest in the top 1. He must have encountered an anomaly. His strength is likely no weaker than Yi Daoyu's. Upon hearing these words, Yi Shen was taken aback. Stronger than him. This piqued his interest, and he hurriedly asked, "Has the double pupil appeared? Or did you encounter that woman?" As Yi Shen spoke, a stunning figure flashed through his mind, filling him with caution. That woman. She was said to be the top young talent in the 3000 states. If she had also entered this place, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. No. It's someone I don't know. If you wish to meet him, go to Blood Dragon Ridge. He's already at Blood Dragon Ridge. There, a divine seed has emerged, triggering a terrifying battle that has dyed the earth red with divine blood. The Dragon Lord said. It was perched on the divine mountain, constantly exhaling. Although the barbarian god realm cannot utilize Taoist techniques, the celestial and earthly energies here are incredibly dense. It rested here, and its recovery was excellent. Divine seed? Is it the same world tree seed from before? Yi Shen asked. He was also aware that a divine seed had emerged from the Blood Dragon Ridge and had even seen someone who had obtained one. That was a world tree seed. No. This is the second divine seed. A lotus seed from a crimson golden divine lotus. Though it doesn't compare to the world tree, it's still quite decent. The Dragon Lord shook his head. The news of 2 divine seeds appearing in Blood Dragon Ridge would surely spread quickly. Including the news that the Dragon King had obtained the crimson gold divine lotus seed, it would also spread quickly. He must depart swiftly. If Yishan were to head to Blood Dragon Ridge and a major battle erupted there, perhaps it could buy some time. Golden Lotus Seed. You managed to come here, yet you still smell of defeat. The item must be on you. Chapter 86, Archenemy? The Brutal Dragon Lord. The casual words caused the Dragon Lord's expression to change drastically. You can't deceive this holy sun. Divine Seed. That is indeed a fine item, but alas, this holy sun has also cultivated a divine seed. I have no need for such a thing. Yishan said disdainfully. Divine Seed. He grows it himself, so there's nothing to get excited about. Such a tone made the Dragon Lord breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, Dragon Lord, compared to the Dragon Emperor, your strength and character are no match for his. No wonder the Dragon Emperor could become the first holy son of your dragon clan and the future heir. A single probing remark has you trembling with fear. You still have a lot to learn. Yishan said. He stood up and prepared to leave the barbarian god realm. He was more interested in checking out the Blood Dragon Ridge. He had no interest in so-called divine seeds, but he was curious about the individual whom the Dragon Lord had described in such exaggerated terms. Boom! Beyond the borders of the barbarian god realm, the void roared, and a golden figure swept in from the distance. The Dragon Lord suddenly looked up and sighed in relief. It was the golden-winged Great Pang. Thankfully, it was the golden phoenix Saint's son. Something's wrong. How is that possible? Suddenly, the figure on the golden-winged Great Pang's back came into view, and the Dragon King's expression changed drastically. They're chasing after us. It's actually the golden phoenix holy sun carrying him on his back. The golden phoenix holy sun was proud and upright. It was unthinkable for him to use his back to carry someone. Seeing this, he thought of a possibility. The golden phoenix holy sun had been tamed. Just like that three-legged golden crow with its extremely pure bloodline, the golden phoenix saint's son has also been tamed. Finally found you. Fang Tianyuan swept his gaze and locked onto the figure of the Dragon King. Yi Dao Yu. It's him. That psychopath is him. Long Jun roared. It was deeply wary of Fang Tianyuan. If Yishan were to intervene, it would seize the opportunity to flee. Divine Seed. That was its qualification to ascend to the imperial throne. It must be seized. Yishan heard this and also looked over. Their gazes locked, growing increasingly intense, and a terrifying battle intent surged forth unconsciously. Primordial Holy Body. Heavenly Sovereign Body. They spoke in unison, revealing each other's physical constitutions. These were bloodline-bound archenemies. The moment they met, the battle intent deep within their bloodlines was ignited. You're a bit weak. True God. Yishan said. He was already a god king. This was merely a true god. Even if he were the celestial sovereign, he would not deign to acknowledge him. You're not bad. Your health bar is almost touching the face of the sect master. You truly live up to the name of the primordial holy body. Fang Tianyuan said. He lightly stepped forward, sending the golden phoenix saint's son charging into the barbarian god realm. Master. Are we really going to charge in? There are terrifying rules here that suppress divine arts. Once you enter, you can only rely on your physical strength. The golden phoenix saint's son warned. This was a place for tempering physical bodies. He had been there before, and neither Taoist arts nor supernatural abilities could be used. Entering was a disadvantage for the human race. Go in. Fang Tianyuan said. As his words fell, the golden phoenix holy sun dived downward and entered the barbarian god realm. He landed at the foot of the divine mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The Dragon Lord rose to his feet and retreated continuously. It was filled with dread. The celestial sovereign's physique, said to be on par with the primordial holy physique, was the strongest physical constitution among the human race. The two had been in constant conflict for generations, battling for the title of the strongest physical constitution in the world. Yi Dao Yu, help me. I owe you a favor. Should you ever need assistance, the Dragon Clan will lend you our full support. The Dragon Lord transmitted his voice. It needed allies. At the same time, it roared at the Golden Phoenix Holy Sun. Golden Phoenix Holy Sun. We agreed to join forces, yet you have betrayed us and allied with the human race to oppose this holy sun. Do you not fear retribution from the Demon Court? The Demon Court. That is the supreme ruler of all demons, founded by the former demon emperor, and still holds sway over all demons to this day. I'm helpless too. My master is far stronger than you. Those who recognize the times are wise. I can't possibly side with you, a worthless traitor, and oppose my wise and mighty master. The Golden Phoenix Holy Sun spoke bluntly. Having chosen this path, he would no longer fear anything or care what others said. He had even thought about how to face his parents and the clan members who had placed such high hopes in him. You! The Dragon King's voice trembled. You are not worthy of having this holy sun help you. I don't care about the divine lineage. Show me the strength of your physical body. Yishan said. Although Fang Tianyuan was currently only at the true god realm, he believed that the two of them would inevitably clash in the future. He wanted to see if this so-called physical rival was even worthy of his attention. No need. You can attack now. Boom. Fang Tianyuan spoke as his physical strength erupted, propelling him forward like a bomb. He charged toward the Dragon Lord, who roared in response. Humph. I'll see just how powerful the celestial dominion body is. True Dragon Claw. Roar. The Dragon Lord roared and swiped his claw. Even with the full force of his physical strength, the massive dragon claw could still tear open the void. Boom. Fang Tianyuan thrust out a fist, seemingly ordinary, colliding with the oncoming dragon claw. Before the Dragon Lord, he was insignificant, but it was the Dragon Lord who was sent flying. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a distant range of divine mountains was swept away by the colossal dragon's body, reduced to ruins. This scene was like an ant shaking a tree. Boom! Fang Tianyuan burst forth, leaping into the air, landing on the ruins, and grabbing the massive dragon's tail, swinging it like a whip. Boom! He held onto the Dragon King, relentlessly lashing the ground with it, causing all the creatures in the barbarian god realm to scream in terror. Who is he? How terrifying! He's grabbing a giant dragon with his bare hands. Where did this freak come from? What terrifying physical strength! That guy. Oh my god, he's grabbing the Dragon Clan's holy son, the Dragon King. Chapter 87, Ambience, Hand-to-Hand Combat. Roar! The Dragon Lord roared, struggling fiercely. It unleashed its most powerful force, its body shimmering with ancient runes, breaking free from Fang Tianyuan's grasp. Its massive body swayed, lifting a divine mountain and smashing it directly at Fang Tianyuan. Fang Tianyuan raised his hand and struck, unleashing terrifying physical strength that shattered the mountain into pieces. Damn it! Is this the Heavenly Sovereign's dominion? The Dragon King trembled in fear. It was too powerful. As a Dragon Clan prodigy, its divine body, which should have been on par with a true god, was no match for this being. He had thought the physical realm would be a sanctuary, but this abnormal creature not only possessed formidable divine abilities, but its physical body was even more terrifying. Roar! The divine seed is yours. Let me go. Or I'll destroy it. The Dragon Lord roared. Its body shone with a brilliant light, and its blood and chi were burning. But all he heard was Fang Tianyuan's fist, which came crashing down with tremendous force, striking its dragon head. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed, the flesh runes dimmed, and blood spattered everywhere. The Dragon King's head buzzed, and he collapsed into a massive lake. Its blood dyed the lake red, and all the creatures that had been refining their physical bodies there retreated. Whoever aids me shall be granted the divine seed. Hum! The Dragon Lord was covered in blood, with scales peeling off his body. It roared, charging out of the lake, and brilliant divine light surged from its mouth. It was none other than the lotus seed of the crimson golden immortal lotus. As the divine seed appeared, all the surrounding creatures watching the battle fixed their gaze on it, unable to resist the temptation. But it was only desire. Fang Tianyuan's power was too terrifying, even the Dragon Clan's prodigies couldn't match him. How dare they provoke him? Damn you, Yishin, why won't you intervene? How dare he call my older brother his brother? He's just a worthless piece of trash. The Dragon King cursed furiously. It charged into the sky and immediately sped toward the borders of the barbarian god's realm. It must flee. As for handing over the divine seed, it had briefly considered it, but Fang Tianyuan's ruthlessness forced it to abandon the idea. Boom! As soon as the Dragon King moved, Fang Tianyuan had already caught up. He launched a burst of speed and landed on the Dragon Lord's back. Roar! Get off! The Dragon Lord roared angrily. It shook its body violently, trying to shake Fang Tianyuan off. But Fang Tianyuan clung tightly to its horn with one hand, while the other hand formed a fist. Bang! Bang! Without any divine abilities or magical techniques, a single punch was still terrifyingly powerful. Punch after punch landed, and cracks began to appear on the Dragon King's head, stained red with blood. It roared and charged out of the barbarian god realm, immediately unleashing its divine technique. Thunderous Dragon Might! Boom! In an instant, the dragon horns on its head shone with terrifying lightning, and the sky was filled with thunderclouds, forming a sea of lightning that instantly engulfed them. Come on! You're not so arrogant now, are you? Let us all bathe in the heavenly tribulation. Roar! The Dragon Lord roared. It soared into the sky, darting through the sea of thunder. The terrifying heavenly tribulation was drawn by it, relentlessly pounding Fang Tianyuan's body, attempting to reduce him to mincemeat. But the physical body of the celestial sovereign was too terrifying, and once outside, his divine power could be freely channeled. Boom! Fang Tianyuan struck out with a fist, unleashing the heavenly sovereign fist, which pressed down on the Dragon King's body like the heavens themselves. In an instant, the thunderous sea erupted, and the Dragon Lord plummeted downward. It crashed onto the ground, curling up weakly. I've lost. The Dragon King murmured, then fainted. The divine seed in its mouth flew out, seized by a massive hand, and a divine bell appeared. The limitless divine bell resembled a cauldron, rapidly expanding and sucking the Dragon King inside. Ding! Host has plundered the Dragon Lord, obtaining the divine seed Crimson Gold Lotus Seed, which has been enhanced into the Chaos Dao Seed Chaos Dao Lotus. This plunder rewards 130,000 cultivation points. The system's voice echoed, and Fong Tianyuan moved his thoughts. In an instant, the limitless divine bell shone with brilliant divine light. Ah! A pitiful sound echoed from within, as the rules governing the divine bell were being manipulated by Fong Tianyuan, assaulting the Dragon Lord's Dao Palace and seizing its treasures. Take it! All of it! The Dragon Lord screamed in agony as his Dao Palace opened, and countless items flew out from within. Ding! Host has plundered the Dragon Lord, obtaining the ancient Dragon Horn, which has been upgraded to the Chaos Dragon Horn. Ding! Host has looted the Dragon Lord, obtaining the Sacred Dragon Saliva, upgraded to True Dragon Saliva. Ding! The host has plundered the Dragon Lord, obtaining the True Dragon Secret Technique incomplete, upgraded to the Ancestral Dragon Sutra. This plunder rewards 200,000 cultivation points. The host currently has sufficient cultivation points to exchange for a realm. Do you wish to exchange? The system's voice rang out, surprising Fong Tianyuan. Intuition. That was something only heavenly gods could comprehend. Once one mastered the realm, they could break through to the God King realm. He was currently a true god. Comprehending the realm would allow him to break through to the heavenly god realm in one go. System, does the strength of the realm affect future realms? Fong Tianyuan asked. He wanted to push every realm to its limits before he could truly become invincible. No. The realm is the embryonic form of the Tao. There are 3,000 paths of the Tao, and there are no distinctions of strength or weakness. The stronger the person, the stronger the Tao. The Tao has no limits. After exchanging for a realm of mind, you will randomly obtain a realm of mind. Impressive, crass. Fong Tianyuan was surprised. Exchange the essence of the realm. Ding! Exchanging. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the oxen horse intent. Once activated, all those within its range will become oxen and horses, while the host will become their master, enslaving them. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the lust realm. Once activated, those under its influence will be driven to the utmost by lust, plunging into endless self-pleasure or self-harm. System? Is this realm legitimate? Fong Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. What the hell is this? Why did this come out instead? Realms have no inherent good or bad, the host does. No. I mean, does this thing even count as a concept? Shouldn't it be something like the concept of reincarnation, cause and effect, or destiny? Fong Tianyuan said. This is completely different from what he had imagined. No wonder you're a dominant body. Your physical body is worthy of being my opponent. Just then, a voice came from behind him. He's here. Yishan strode out arrogantly from within the barbarian god realm. You must have refined your physical body with extremely precious elixirs to achieve such a perfect physique. I'm curious, have you opened 10 celestial realms? Yishan asked. Though his battle intent was high, he had no intention of attacking at that moment. A battle between a god king and a true god, he did not desire it. Enter the realm of the heavenly gods. The aura you just emitted was sufficient to enter the heavenly god realm. In that case, you can try to fight me. Yishan said. Having the essence of intent allows one to break through to the heavenly god realm. No rush. If you want to fight, you can do so now. Fong Tianyuan said. The primordial holy body, renowned as the strongest holy body, he also wanted to test its power. He was curious whether the 9 great phenomena were stronger than his 9 divine forms. However, breaking through to the heavenly god realm now was impossible. He needed the realm of intent. The realm of understanding attained by true gods is not limited to one, there can be many. The more one comprehends, the stronger one becomes, but the later stages of cultivation also become increasingly difficult. Others may try to grasp too much and end up overwhelmed, but he has a system, so such a situation will never happen to him. You'll end up killing yourself. Although your physical body is perfect, you are 2 major realms behind. Such a gap is hard to bridge. According to my calculations, even if you awaken 2 of the 9 divine forms, you won't be a match for me. Yishan said. He had already developed 3 supernatural phenomena. No matter how powerful the celestial dominion was, it couldn't match him. Enough nonsense. Let us fight. As a legendary ancient holy body, do you not even have the courage to confront a true god? Fong Tianyuan sneered. What? Do you want to die? Yishan frowned. His chi and blood surged like a vast ocean, causing the entire world to tremble. Come. Fight. Fong Tianyuan roared, taking a step forward. Let us see just how powerful the primordial holy body truly is. Boom. As he threw a punch, Yishan also threw one, and the 2 fists collided. Terrifying force surged forth, shattering the void, causing the entire world to tremble and echo with explosive sounds. This was a collision of physical bodies, with no magical techniques involved. Neither of them moved, remaining stationary in their original positions. That's enough. Your strength is far greater than I imagined. Boom! Yishin roared, his body shimmering with golden light, resembling a small golden statue filled with excitement. He launched his attack, and the two exchanged blows, each punch landing with a thud, growing more intense with each strike. This is awesome. Roar! Fang Tianyuan roared again, delivering another punch that struck Yishin's face, deforming his entire face. Spit! Yishin stepped back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You're pretty good. Interested in joining my Jietian sect? You could compete for the title of immortal in the next generation. Fang Tianyuan said. He was ultimately far inferior in cultivation, and against the ancient divine body of a divine king realm, he wasn't much better off. Blood stained his robes, some his own and some Yishin's, as both sides inflicted wounds on each other. They only focused on attacking, with no defense. This was a brutal, all-out melee battle. The heaven-defying sect? Never heard of it. But I must admit, you're truly impressive. Among the younger generation, you've even surpassed the double pupil. The future will undoubtedly be a contest between you and me for the heavens. Yishin said. My sect regards immortals as slaves and emperors as servants. One day, we will rise above all the heavens. This is your chance. Fang Tianyuan said, his spine straight and his aura domineering. Such words caused Yishin to sneer involuntarily. How arrogant. But even when pretending to be tough, there's a limit. This ends here. Yishin laughed loudly. At the same time, from the distant mountains, there was a commotion. Su Wanli. Where have you been hiding? You claim to be the first genius of the Demon Palace. Come out and fight. The two looked in the direction of the voice, and Fang Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. You're asking for death. He flickered and charged forward. Chapter 88, The Power of Intent, I Must. The Primordial Small World. Misty Swamp. A woman darted through the swamp, with two young men hot on her heels. Su Wanli. You can't escape. One of the young men shouts. Brother, there was a fierce battle here recently. Should we continue chasing? Another man said. It's none of our business. Our target is Su Wanli. Once we capture her and arrange a marriage alliance with the Demon Palace, all the problems of the Yin Yang Holy Sect will be resolved. But, is that really possible? Once the rice is cooked, what's the harm? She's just a heavenly being. I have ancient secret techniques that give me a 70% chance of making her pregnant. With further training using these techniques, she'll become dependent on me, and the plan will succeed. The young man said. He knew that the Demon Emperor cherished this disciple greatly. As long as he could train Su Wanli to the point where she clings to him desperately, the Demon Emperor would be powerless to stop him. Moreover, he had means to control Su Wanli. Su Wanli. Stop struggling. The swamp beasts are rampaging, and I fell in love with you at first sight. Why won't you even glance at me? The young man shouted loudly. Every word he spoke was sincere. You dare? If it weren't for the giant ink dragon injuring this holy maiden, you'd already be dead. If you, Shinshinyan, don't have a mirror, you can just relieve yourself here and use your urine to see. Su Wanli said coldly. Though they were both celestial beings, she, at the peak of her power, was fully confident she could annihilate Shinshinyan. The problem now is that she's injured, and Shinshinyan is two people, so she's very wary of him. Master? Suddenly, a young man came into view ahead, and Su Wanli's expression darkened involuntarily. How could he be here? The true god. He has broken through. But a true god is still a true god. I can't hold back Shinshin's disciple, and I'm not confident in a sure victory. Su Wanli thought to herself, grabbing Fang Tianyuan's hand and hurriedly said, Let's go. They're from the Yin Yang Holy Sect. She tried to drag Fang Tianyuan away, but as soon as she moved, she was startled to discover she couldn't budge him at all. Fang Tianyuan's strength was far greater than she had imagined. Let's go. She urged him. What's the rush? They're just two gods. Are you really that scared? Fang Tianyuan said. You don't get too cocky. They're not weak. Su Wanli's face darkened. The two had already caught up, revealing smug smiles. True gods? Is this the help you found? Shinshinyan glanced at them, and his eyes immediately filled with an incredibly malicious expression. He saw it. The goddess he had been pursuing for so long, the woman who had never once looked at him with any regard, was now holding the hand of a man at the true god realm. This infuriated him, and the jealousy burning within him was instantly ignited, causing a murderous intent to surge forth. So it seems you two are quite close, huh? You brat! Who are you? Shinshinyan demanded. A sword appeared in his hand, a bone sword. The 3-foot-long bone sword emitted a terrifying aura of hatred, forged from the vertebrae of a powerful human warrior. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want the Yin Yang Holy Sect to vanish from the map, get out of here now. Su Wanli coldly snapped. She was injured, but that didn't mean she had no chance of fighting back. I don't understand. I'm a heavenly god, how could I possibly be no match for him, a true god? Am I really that inferior? Or is it because his background is better than my yin-yang holy sect, and you, Su Wanli, are such a materialistic woman? Shin Xiannian spat out his accusatory words, the bone sword in his hand glowing with bloodlight. The two had known each other for a long time. He truly loved Su Wanli and wanted to have her both for the yin-yang holy sect and for himself. He is older than you, taller than you, do you understand? You're not even worthy to compare yourself to him. Su Wanli sneered coldly. Such words left both of them speechless for a moment before they finally understood what was being said. And it was those words that completely ignited Shin Xiannian's anger, and he raised his sword and struck out. Get out of here! Su Wanli coldly shouted, her eyes flashing as a purple lightning bolt shot out, tearing the sword light apart. Fong Tianyuan took a step forward. Step back. There are some things that the mind cannot comprehend. The casual words caught Su Wanli off guard. Are you going to intervene? She asked. What else can I do? After all, you said it yourself, I'm older and more experienced than him. If I don't step in, wouldn't that make your words meaningless? Fong Tianyuan's expression remained calm, but his aura and gaze caused the two of them to step back involuntarily. Big brother. There is something wrong with him. He might be hiding his cultivation level. Shin Xiannian's disciple exclaimed. Who are you? State your name. I am Shin Xiannian. I do not kill those who do not reveal their names. 10,000 Great Palm Prints. As Shin Xiannian spoke, a massive black handprint descended from the sky in response. How is that possible? Both of them shouted in shock, their faces turning pale. As one was great hand seal appeared, the terrifying pressure caused them to feel a suffocating sensation. Yin-yang finger, reversed the heavens with a single finger. Shin Xiannian reacted swiftly, changing his hand seals and gathering yin-yang energy, then thrusting a finger forward. In an instant, a massive gray finger appeared, colliding with the large black hand that was reaching out. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the entire sky. The massive gray finger trembled violently before succumbing to the terrifying pressure, beginning to crack. Boom! The yin-yang finger was shattered, and the terrifying force backfired, followed by an even more terrifying pressure. Boom! The swamp exploded, revealing a massive handprint, with the two figures half buried in the ground. Put! They coughed up blood, their faces ashen. Disciple! Help me! Shin Xiannian roared. Boom! He burst out of the ground, grabbed 3 pills, and swallowed them in one gulp. In an instant, his chi and blood surged, and his aura erupted, rivaling that of a half-step divine king. The intent to kill, activate. Boom! A terrifying killing intent surged forth, followed by a brutal, destructive aura that swept toward them. A gray, murky world descended upon him. Enter my realm of killing intent, you have no choice but to die. The realm of the undead, open. At the same time, a putrid stench spread throughout the realm of death, followed by countless shadowy figures emerging from the darkness. Countless black hands reached out from the surrounding space. Those were Shin Xiannian's disciples. The two merged their realms, surrounding and attacking the two. Countless undead creatures crawled out of the void, driven into a frenzy by the killing intent. They formed a legion of undead and charged toward the two. It's over. Their spiritual realms can actually complement each other. I'm injured. I can't unleash my intent, how can we possibly stand against them? Su Wanli's expression turned grim. Intent. Or rather, the divine realm of the gods, nearing perfection, it was too terrifying for her to contemplate. Not even a god king could break through. Is this what they call the realm of intent? It feels like we've been dragged into a completely new world. That's quite interesting. Fong Tianyuan examined it curiously. He casually struck out, and the terrifying force sent the swarm of undead flying away. Ox and horse realm, activate. As Fong Tianyuan spoke, his body shone with brilliant golden light, and 2 illusory figures appeared behind him. Such an aura left Su Wanli stunned, but she quickly shook her head. Don't even think about it. Within his realm of intent, if your realm isn't as powerful as his, you can't possibly unleash your own realm to tear his apart. Su Wanli reminded her. A sword she had nurtured for years flew out from between her eyebrows. It was a pitch-black sword. A sacred flying sword. As soon as the sword appeared, it transformed into a black beam, piercing through the countless souls and continuously slicing them apart. Alas, this was the realm of the undead, where their numbers were endless. And at that moment, above their heads, countless white flying swords into a killing array and began to descend. At that very moment, 2 figures fully materialize and appear behind Fong Tianyuan. It was a bull and a horse. How is that possible? 3 voices echoed simultaneously, filled with astonishment. Intent. A new realm unfolded, tearing apart the two's realms and establishing entirely new rules. The ethereal forms of the cow and horse were sacred, and a terrifying aura of fate swept through the air, leaving countless souls suspended in mid-air. Kill them. As Fong Tianyuan's words fell, the souls that had been attacking them immediately shifted their targets. How is this possible? What kind of demonic realm is this? The two exclaimed in shock. Although Fong Tianyuan and the other two couldn't see them, that didn't mean the undead were unaware of their positions. Boom! A fierce battle erupted as the undead army attacked them, and the killing array, which had beaming with murderous intent, was forced to change its target and attack the undead army. Foolish creatures, withdraw your intent. Shin Shenian's expression changed drastically. As soon as he spoke, the undead intent vanished, and no more undead continued to emerge. At the same time, a large number of undead were annihilated and eventually slaughtered to the last. The figures of the two men also emerged. Their faces were pale, they were gasping for breath, and they stared intently at the location where Fong Tianyuan was standing. Desire Realm, activate. As soon as Fong Tianyuan spoke, the world around them suddenly turned an intense shade of pink. The two who were about to speak suddenly had pink light emanating from their eyes, followed by bulging veins. Bang! Their clothes burst open, revealing their naked bodies. Master brother. Senior brother, I'm in so much pain, help me quickly. The two clung to each other, leaving Fong Tianyuan numb. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly felt a soft sensation behind him. Su Wanli suddenly hugged him tightly. I want. Chapter 89, Desire Awakens. Holy! This can affect it too. Fong Tianyuan was stunned. His intent hadn't even enveloped Su Wanli, yet the mere aura he emitted had already affected her. Extreme Desire Demon Body. This is like dry kindling and a spark it ignites instantly. Fong Tianyuan frowned. He forcefully pried open Su Wanli's delicate hands and turned to point at her, suppressing her with a single finger. Senior brother. Ah, senior brother. At the same time, the two disciples had already engaged in an unspeakably awkward situation, one that was truly eye-watering. Their roles had switched from 0 to 1. Aha! Fong Tianyuan was about to strike, but a scream echoed from behind him, accompanied by a surging aura. It was Su Wanli. She had erupted. The extreme desire demon body had been suppressing its desires all along, but at this moment, the desires were ignited, causing them to erupt violently, inflicting unbearable pain upon her. Master, save me. I'm so hot. Su Wanli briefly regained consciousness and screamed. She felt her entire body burning, a terrifying sensation. She was going to die. Everything seemed to be consumed by the flames of desire. Fong Tianyuan grabbed her and hoisted her onto his shoulders, looking at the two figures in his mind's eye. They weren't any better off than Su Wanli. Their lust had reached its peak, and their bodies were burning with their own unrestrained desires. Terrifying primordial energy surged forth uncontrollably, and finally, they collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Both bulls were exhausted to death. On the other side, Fong Tianyuan had already carried Su Wanli to the lakeshore. He threw the entire person into the lake. Boom! The once calm lake's surface erupted instantly, and terrifying demonic energy surged out from the lake. It should be calm now, Fong Tianyuan said. He looked at the lake, which was bubbling. No. I can't calm down. The power of the extreme desire demon body has been fully unleashed, and its true essence has awakened. Aha! Boom! Su Wanli spoke, releasing an incredibly cold aura from her body, instantly freezing the entire lake. Demon ice? Is this the awakening of a divine ability? Fong Tianyuan was taken aback. He had shared many blankets with Yin Hongxian and was familiar with such a constitution. He had never seen any divine abilities related to ice before. But now, the entire lake had been frozen solid. This was truly unexpected. The icy chill made him feel, for a moment, that it was similar to the awakening of Nan Jiaoshui's eternal ice heart. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a surge of intense heat erupted, and Fong Tianyuan looked up to see a sea of flames before him. The other half of the lake had melted. The ice has melted, and the water is boiling, with terrifying flames burning within it. A realm of ice and fire. Such incredible powers. One ice, one fire, one yin, one yang. Could all of this be related to the cultivation technique she practices? Fong Tianyuan speculated. He stared at the lake, where a stunningly beautiful woman sat cross-legged at the boundary between ice and fire. She was completely naked, her delicate body half engulfed in flames and half frozen into an ice sculpture. Boom! Half a day later, the lake erupted, shattering the ice and splitting the sea of fire. A snow-white figure flew out from within, landing on Fong Tianyuan's body. I'm in so much pain. Master, Su Wanli said, about to bite Fong Tianyuan. He raised his hand and blocked her head. Help me. Master. It's all your fault. You have to help me. She struggled. That's what you said. Boom. Fong Tianyuan furrowed his brows, grabbed the person, and jumped directly into the lake. 3 more days. The once tranquil lake had been in constant turmoil for 3 days, swaying endlessly, with bubbles occasionally rising to the surface. Master. Su Wanli looked at the sleeping Fong Tianyuan, her expression complex. 3 days. They had been entangled for 3 entire days, and she remembered every single detail of what had happened. This is bad. Everything that shouldn't have happened, had happened. This isn't what I wanted to do, but I couldn't control myself. I don't want to die. She murmured, removing a storage ring from her finger. I know this, don't let the master find out, or it won't be good for anyone. With that, she vanished into a streak of light. As soon as she left, Fong Tianyuan, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes immediately. What is going on? Fong Tianyuan was very confused. He reached out and grabbed the storage ring, holding it in his hand. His divine sense entered, and a mountain of spirit stones came into view, but Fong Tianyuan did not smile. Instead, his expression grew dark and grim, his brows furrowed tightly. What the hell is this? You bastard, are you trying to sell me out to the sect master and even pay the PC funds? Fong Tianyuan was extremely displeased. He had thought that Su Wanli would leave behind some pills or something, but instead, she had left spirit stones. Having a relationship, getting dressed, and leaving spirit stones. What is the difference between that and a man going to a brothel for fun and paying money? There's no difference at all. You're something else, Su Wanli. You don't even recognize me now that you've put your pants back on. Fong Tianyuan stood up, a long robe falling over his body. A man who isn't a scoundrel isn't worth loving. This is just the beginning. He spoke, then put away his storage ring. His figure flickered, and he left the lake. Jietian sect. Screech. A phoenix soared into the sky, soaring through the heavens. You finally woke up, you little brat. The medicine emperor Luli watched the scene unfold and sighed in relief. After sleeping for so long, she had finally awakened. Elder. Where is he? Tai Zhanhuan landed and asked. During her slumber, she was fully aware that the Yuan Feng grass had been given to her by Fong Tianyuan. The sect master has entered the ancient city. Now that the ancient city is open, the majority of geniuses from the 3,000 Dao states have come to seek fame. Miss, you have just awakened. You should rest for a few days before entering the training grounds. Lu Li suggested. Now that many disciples of the Jietian sect have already entered the Hongmeng ancient city, she is merely staying behind to guard the entrance. Of course. The main reason is that she currently has no physical body and is wary of soul-targeted artifacts. It's safer to stay within the sect. Hongmeng City, that must be the gigantic floating city suspended in the sky. Training. That's exactly what I need. My current strength is too weak. To grow, I need opportunities and more experiences. This is indeed a good place. Tai Zhanhuang murmured. Having obtained the Phoenix clan's inheritance, as her strength grows, she will gain numerous insights from the inheritance, allowing her cultivation realm to break through rapidly. By the way, what is the Master's strength? Tai Zhanhuang asked. She had been wondering why everything was happening so quickly. The entire Dragon Tiger Mountain felt so unfamiliar to her. But whenever she thought of Fong Tianyuan being here, she had no desire to leave. She had to follow Fong Tianyuan. I don't know. The sect master's power is profound and unfathomable. I am but a lowly disciple and cannot fathom it. Lu Li said this. She was speaking the truth. Although Fong Tianyuan's cultivation level seemed low to her, the terrifying power he displayed filled her with fear. Everything was a mystery. If she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't bother trying. She would just stay here as a master, refining and cultivating spiritual herbs. That was fine too. Alright. I'm leaving. If he comes back, tell him not to worry about me. Tai Zhanhuang spoke, then rushed toward Hongmeng City. Chapter 90, The Ancient Heavenly Steel, Mu Xianyu. Hongmeng Small World. Before the Gu Tianbi. Damn it! How dare he be so brazen? That damn bandit is so cunning and treacherous. Exactly. The cultivation techniques we worked so hard to obtain were stolen by him. This man is elusive and can devour others' cultivation. Everyone must be cautious. Humph. Cultivating evil arts and stealing others' resources, such methods must be the work of demon cultivators. Besides the disciples of those few factions, I can't think of anyone else. Damn it! I may be a demon cultivator, but I wouldn't stoop to such petty theft. Exactly. Keep whining and complaining, and we disciples of the demon palace won't hesitate to kill you all. Everything requires evidence. Don't blame everything on us demon cultivators. A crowd of prodigies gathered, cursing and swearing. In recent times, a bandit has emerged within a 10,000-mile radius, plundering everywhere. They strike quickly and flee, even devouring their victims' cultivation. This has caused widespread panic. Now that the ancient steel has been desecrated, many prodigies have gathered, and some are furious, wanting to launch an expedition against the demon cultivators. But the demon cultivators aren't pushovers either. They have powerful leaders in command. This is why we now find ourselves in this standoff. Quiet. Hear me out. At that moment, a voice echoed through the sky, and a figure slowly materialized in the heavens. You're just upset because your possessions were taken from you. There is no need to ruin the relationship between the righteous and demonic factions over such a trivial matter, let alone spark a war between them. The things that were taken can simply be taken back. Within 3 days, this young master will retrieve everything that was taken from you. That dog of a man, I'll help you capture him too. The young man stood proudly in the sky, looking down at the crowd and speaking. Such words left countless beings in astonishment, all lifting their heads to look at him. Who are you? What a bold claim. Your face is unfamiliar to us, we have never seen you before. May we ask your name? Humph. That scoundrel may be despicable, but he was able to take something from us, his strength is no joke. You, an unknown nobody, dare to speak so boldly. Someone coldly snorted. Among those present, there were either true gods or heavenly beings, yet the item was still taken. The power behind that move was truly extraordinary. How I catch the person is none of your business. My job is to capture him and retrieve the items for you. The young man said. He appeared casual, as if he didn't care about anything. Many prodigies frowned. State your terms. A woman spoke up, her tone icy. She was also a victim, her storage ring had been stolen, and all her treasured items were gone. Now she was frantically searching for someone. Smart one. The conditions are simple, all you need to do is give me one of the law crystals you obtained. Whoever wants it, hand over a law crystal. The words caused an uproar. At that moment, in the corner, a figure looked up at the young man in the air, his lips twitching slightly. Impressive. Ji Ba. Your disguise was so convincing, even your master almost didn't recognize you. Fong Tianyuan murmured. The young man in the sky was Ji Wuji, his disciple. This disguise technique was so skillful that even he couldn't discern the trick if he hadn't looked closely. You're pretty bold. Stealing so much without getting caught. Now you dare to try to deceive the law crystals. Fong Tianyuan murmured. He looked around but showed no intention of intervening. Another day passed. As numerous prodigies waited for news of Ji Wuji, they meditated before the ancient stele. This ancient stele was a peculiar place. Before it stood one meditation platform after another, with different people seated cross-legged on them, each experiencing different insights. Some could grasp martial arts techniques, others could comprehend the laws of the Tao, and some could obtain law crystals. Fong Tianyuan walked over and approached the front meditation platform. Sir, this place has been claimed by my floating snow holy palace. Please find another location. A stunningly beautiful woman spoke coldly. This enlightenment platform was one of the few closest to the ancient stele, and thus held the deepest potential for enlightenment. And now its master was the Snowflake Holy Palace. The Snowflake Holy Palace is a major power in the entire 3,000 Tao states, with a heavenly sovereign as its ruler. All its members are women, and each practices ice-attributed cultivation techniques. Truly deserving the title of Ice Queens. The arrival of Fong Tianyuan displeased them. This place is spacious enough for all of us to sit, yet you refuse to let the sect master take a seat. What kind of logic is that? Fong Tianyuan spoke casually. All the surrounding beings looked over, filled with astonishment. Who is this? Daring to provoke the heartless fairies of the floating snow holy palace. He must be controlled by his little brain, unaware of his own mortality, trying to flirt with those icy mountains. They're asking for death. The leader of the snow palace is the renowned Xuanxue Holy Maiden, a being half a step away from godhood. Even a true god would be courting death if they went up against her. Some whispered among themselves, ready to watch the show. But as Fong Tianyuan approached slightly, the disciples of the Snowflake Holy Palace on the Enlightenment platform drew their swords immediately. Icy sword chi surged, freezing the atmosphere to its core. You filthy man! Get out of here in 3 breaths. Or die. A woman's aura trembled as her cultivation at the heavenly god realm erupted, unleashing a terrifying chill that caused the surrounding creatures to pale in fear. Stinking man? I'm stinky, but I wonder how fragrant you are. Why don't you come closer so I can smell you? Fong Tianyuan smiled indifferently, unmoved. He walked slowly, defying the terrifying icy sword intent, completely ignoring it. Seeing this, the woman waved her hand at the other women. Step back. You're no match for him. I am Mu Xianyu, a true disciple of the floating snow holy palace. Who are you, and why are you insulting us? Mu Xianyu coldly demanded. The woman's sixth sense told her that Fong Tianyuan's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. She must be cautious. The ruins hold countless opportunities, those with the right karma will obtain them. You people from the floating snow holy palace are just occupying the spot without contributing anything. Why don't you all get out of the way and give up your positions? Fong Tianyuan said. He took a step forward, his chi and blood surging like a furnace, and the biting cold around him couldn't even touch him. Numerous disciples of the Snow Palace immediately felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. A true God realm cultivator with such terrifying vital energy must be a king among prodigies. Their minds immediately began comparing him to the prodigies they had encountered before. Sir, the principle of first come, first served, do you not understand? 10,000 hands great seal. Before Mu Xianyu could finish speaking, Fong Tianyuan acted first, raising his hand to unleash a divine level killing move. A massive black-handed, as if it were about to seize the entire enlightenment platform along with it. What a terrifying aura. 10,000 flowers ice sword. Break. Mu Xianyu drew her sword. With a single strike, the sword's momentum could split the heavens and shatter the nine skies. A massive black hand descended, colliding with the towering sword, causing violent tremors. A terrifying pressure descended, causing the entire enlightenment platform to shake violently. Everyone was startled. A true God Realm cultivator could unleash such a terrifying attack. Boom! A massive ice sword roared incessantly, shaking violently before revealing countless cracks. Bang! The ice sword exploded, turning into endless ice flowers, which then bloomed, releasing a terrifying force. Boom! The sky split open, and a massive black hand was torn apart by an unimaginably terrifying force, triggering a horrific spatial storm. Impossible! He can actually withstand Senior Sister's attack. Chapter 91, Cold as Snow, the Realm of Ice and Snow. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Mu Xianyu, though not the holy maiden of the floating snow palace, was still one of the most outstanding young talents of her generation. Now, giving it her all, she seemed to be evenly matched with a young man at the true God realm. You're strong. Are you a divine body? Mu Xianyu asked. She was a divine body, the possessor of the divine moon body. Anyone who could match her despite being one realm below her must also be a divine body. That doesn't matter. This cultivation platform is also of great interest to this sect master. You'd better leave. Of course, if any of you wish to stay and serve this sect master, that is not out of the question. Fang Tianyuan said. Having beautiful women accompany you during cultivation is acceptable. But if you just stand there with a cold, unpleasant expression, it's better to stay as far away as possible. Arrogant. As the master of a sect, you are only at the true God realm. Could it be that you are some old monster who severed your cultivation to show off in front of us young people? At that moment, a woman spoke from the Enlightenment platform. She was seated closest to the ancient steel and was the one in charge of the Enlightenment platform. She was the holy maiden of the Snow Palace. Cold as snow. She wore a white robe, cold and ethereal, like a goddess walking through the snow. As she walked step by step, snowflakes began to fall all around her. True to her name, she was as cold as snow. Half-step divine king, willing to act? Fang Tianyuan said. He stared intently at Lang Rushue, showing no signs of hesitation. Holy maiden, leave this man to me. Mu Xianyu said. If a true God realm cultivator requires the holy maiden of the floating snow holy palace to intervene, that wouldn't be appropriate. Step back. You're no match for him. The possessor of the heavenly sovereign's body, even if his cultivation is slightly lower, you still wouldn't stand a chance. Even an ordinary holy body would be no match. Cold as snow, she spoke without emotion. Her words were neither heavy nor light, but they felt like being plunged into an ice cave when they reached people's ears. The crowd was left speechless in shock. The celestial dominion body. The strongest physique within the dominion body, said to be possessed by the heavens themselves, unmatched in its dominance, and the sworn enemy of the primordial holy body. Both were renowned for their physical prowess, dominating countless eras and engaging in relentless battles. The different pupils, so that's it. No wonder you're the holy maiden, your eyes aren't blind, you can see right through it. Fang Tianyuan was somewhat surprised. This woman's eyes were filled with swirling runes and faintly glowing, undoubtedly the mark of the. As for what kind of different eyes they were, that was hard to say. At that moment, in the eyes of the cold as snow woman, she saw a palace. It was a magnificent palace, with chaotic energy erupting and chaotic matter flowing. The primordial chaos dragon and the primordial phoenix soared within, suppressing the entire palace and keeping it utterly stable. That was the Dao Palace. Fang Tianyuan's Dao Palace had seen it. The legendary Chaos Dao Palace. There are actually beings in this world capable of constructing such an existence. The celestial sovereign's body. This is the true embodiment of a prodigy. Who is he? From which faction? Cold as snow, she appeared calm on the surface, like an ice sculpture. But her inner world was like a raging sea, stirring up enormous waves. Chaos Dao Palace. Even the Xinu, who possessed divine bones and divine eyes, had not yet opened such a Dao Palace. After all, he was hailed as the prodigious king who would soon dominate this era, the future Empress, and even the one who would open the path to immortality. And yet, such an existence couldn't open the Chaos Dao Palace. Now she sees someone who possesses it. And it was the ruler of the dominion bodies. The celestial dominion. Two divine forms hated, their power unimaginable. You dare to spy on me. This strange eye is quite interesting. Are you interested in joining my heaven-shattering sect and fighting alongside the sect master in the immortal realm in the future? Fang Tianyuan remained silent, but when he spoke, his words left everyone speechless, marveling at his divine presence. Conquering the celestial path. That's utterly preposterous. Even someone as powerful as the Empress Wen Ti dare set foot on the ancient celestial path. The immortal path, also known as the path of doom for all living beings. Not just anyone has the qualifications to enter there. Get out. Cold as snow, she shouted. She raised her jade-like hand, and a snowflake landed on her palm before swiftly flying out. Hum. In an instant, a terrifying chill surged forth, and the biting wind raged, causing everyone's faces to pale. Intent. Was this the realm of intent, or the realm of intent nearing perfection? The ice and snow intent, also known as the merciless intent, where everything is frozen in ice. The living beings around them, who hadn't had time to react, were frozen into ice sculptures the moment they stood up, unable to move. Boom! Fang Tianyuan's aura trembled, and the ice covering his body was immediately shattered. He took a step forward, and the frozen ground beneath him cracked open. No wonder you're called the Overlord. Even with just your powerful vital energy, you can withstand my freezing cold. Eternal Ice Seal, 10,000 miles of snow. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura surged from her snow-white body, sealing off the heavens and earth. Snowflakes like knives, capable of slicing through flesh and bone. They were countless, falling endlessly, as if they would engulf Fang Tianyuan in the next moment. Fang Tianyuan took a step forward, unleashing the heaven-shattering stomp. His speed was so fast that even in cold snow's eyes, he was nothing but a streak of light. In my world, I am the master. Hum. Cold as snow, her eyes opened and closed, ancient runes surged, glowing with white light. A colossal figure materialized behind her, standing tall and proud amidst the wind and snow. Boom! The figure struck out with a single blow, directly targeting the front. Boom! Terrifying force surged forth, sending Fang Tianyuan flying backward. He landed on a snow-covered mountain, which collapsed beneath him. He stabilized himself and surveyed the figure standing tall in the storm. What astonishing sensory abilities! He said in surprise. Ling Tian Ta was an imperial-grade martial art technique. Even some gods would be no match for him in terms of speed. Yet she, as cold as snow, not only reacted in time but also precisely locked onto his trajectory and attacked him. Among the many prodigies, she truly stood out. This holy maiden is unmatched. You're too arrogant. Even now, you're still laughing and joking. Do you really think this holy maiden dares not eliminate you? Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force surged forth, and countless ice swords erupted from the snow-covered mountain beneath Fang Tianyuan's feet. Fang Tianyuan stomped his foot, and the snow-capped mountain turned to dust, along with the ice swords. His figure flickered, and he clenched his fist, holding nothing back, and struck the ice goddess with a powerful punch. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. The fist's glow shone brightly, its momentum breaking through obstacles like a bamboo shoot, unleashing an absolutely domineering force. Flying Snow Palm. Boom! Cold as snow furrowed her brows, striking out with a palm, and the ice and snow goddess moved in tandem with her. A massive palm print collided with the fist print. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, shattering all laws, and the ice within a 100-mile radius exploded. The two retreated hundreds of meters, their gazes locking. They saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Ice Spirit Holy Body, activate. Ice Spirit Holy Sword. Slash. A dazzling ice sword erupted from Cold Snow's body, rapidly expanding to thousands of feet in an instant, like an iceberg crushing down on Fang Tianyuan. Heavenly Sovereign Body, activate. Roar. Fang Tianyuan's blood surged, and a golden dragon burst forth from his body, roaring across the heavens and earth. The Chaos Primordial Dragon emerged, immediately transforming into the True Dragon Secret technique, executing a true dragon tail swipe. The massive dragon tail swept across the heavens and earth, striking the gigantic ice sword. Boom! The ice sword shattered into ice shards, which flew in all directions. Many of them struck Fang Tianyuan, but were blocked by his protective divine power. A flute forged from 10,000-year-old mystical ice appeared in Cold as Snow's hands. She blew the flute, and countless blue runes flew out from it. Screech! The runes transformed into ice phoenixes, colliding with Fang Tianyuan's chaotic ancestral dragon. They engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. The Chaos Primordial Dragon was unmatched in its might, shattering each ice phoenix with every strike. Screech! Suddenly, an even larger ice phoenix burst forth with the high-pitched flute melody. Boom! It lunges at the Chaos Primordial Dragon, its icy wings slicing through its body like blades of ice. Roar! The Chaos Ancestral Dragon let out a deafening roar, instantly transforming into an ice sculpture, indirectly affecting Fang Tianyuan. He too became an ice sculpture. Ice explosion. Cold as Snow swiftly formed seals with both hands, and a massive ice seal appeared. She uttered a light command, and the ice exploded, causing the Chaos Primordial Dragon's figure to sway as it let out a roar. The Ice Phoenix struck, clawing at the Chaos Primordial Dragon and flinging it away. Meanwhile, Fang Tianyuan burst out of the ice, his terrifying physique allowing him to withstand the impact without exploding. However, this strike still dealt an extremely terrifying impact to him. His face turned pale, his blood surged, and he raised his eyes to lock onto a white figure charging toward him. Die! Cold as Snow struck with all her might. A dazzling ice sword pierced the sky, aiming to impale Fang Tianyuan entirely. Scream! But just as she closed in, Yuan foam suddenly burst out from within Fong Tianyuan, colliding with her like a massive fireball. Boom! Cold as snow was flung backward, and the swirling snow and ice vanished, the icy world collapsing. The two returned to reality, and all living beings had already broken free from the ice sculptures, staring in awe at Lang Rushue, who had been knocked off the Enlightenment platform. Holy Maiden! How is this possible? Chapter 92, The Holy Maiden retreats, the Enlightenment platform is taken. A draw? Mu Xianyu furrowed her brows. She found it utterly unbelievable. This true God realm cultivator could actually fight to a standstill with their half-step god King Saintus. Holy Maiden! Are you okay? She darted over to Lang Rushue's side, grabbed her, and helped her up. I'm fine. Let them go. Give up the Enlightenment platform. Cold Snow said. Give it up? Holy Maiden, wouldn't that mean the entire Piaoshui Holy Palace's reputation would be trampled upon? Mu Xianyu was startled. There were many young prodigies here, as well as heirs from numerous major factions of the 3,000 Dao domains. To simply give up the Enlightenment platform like this if word got out, wouldn't others mock us? You must understand. Their opponent is just one person. Retreat. Cold as Snow didn't explain, she simply repeated the word in a commanding tone. Withdraw from the Enlightenment platform. Mu Xianyu had no choice but to obey. She barked coldly, and though the disciples of the floating snow holy palace were puzzled, they quickly retreated. You've won. This Enlightenment platform is yours. Cold as Snow left a parting remark and departed swiftly. Numerous disciples of the Snowflake Holy Palace followed closely behind. Those around them were left speechless. She won. In the vast snow palace, the Holy Maiden had personally intervened, yet she had still been defeated by a young man at the true God realm. This was simply unimaginable. Put. Holy Maiden. Suddenly, Lang Rushue, who was walking ahead, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mu Xianyu, who was following behind her, quickly caught her and supported her, her face turning pale. Such a severe injury. That guy must have been hiding his true strength. Mu Xianyu exclaimed in shock. A half-step divine king had been severely injured by a true divine realm cultivator. It was hard to believe even when spoken aloud. This was the Holy Maiden. The possessor of the ice spirit holy body, the leader of the floating snow holy palace. Now do you understand why we let you go? Cold as Snow's face turned pale and colorless. She took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression growing solemn. He is a true god, but he possesses the heavenly sovereign's body. His bloodline is also extremely powerful, containing an unimaginably terrifying force. Though there is no way to stop him, we could clearly sense it after exchanging a few blows. And, he has divine bones. I saw them, he hasn't used them yet. If we keep fighting, we'll only suffer a more devastating defeat. Cold as Snow said. She herself was injured and didn't think Mu Xianyu's strength could withstand the divine abilities of divine bones. As for the others, they were even weaker. Divine bones. A self-proclaimed sect master actually possesses a divine bone. And his cultivation is only at the true God realm. How is that possible? Mu Xianyu muttered under her breath. Putting these two things together is truly hard to believe. The possessor of the divine bone must be an unparalleled prodigy. To become a sect master, one's strength must not be weak. It could be a young person seeking to establish their own sect and forge their own path. What a terrifying individual. The future battle of prodigies will undoubtedly have a place for him. The great era is truly upon us. Cold as Snow murmured softly. Only in the golden age of the great era will there be countless prodigies across the land, as numerous as fish crossing the river. The Enlightenment platform. Fong Tianyuan sat cross-legged on it, the focus of everyone's attention. He ignored the gazes of the crowd, instead sitting cross-legged and carefully sensing the Enlightenment platform. Such a aura of the Tao, no wonder those fellows are all vying for this thing. Suddenly, the Enlightenment platform shook, and one after another, sparkling stones flew out. Law crystals. Goodness. He sat down and immediately obtained law crystals. How is that possible? What kind of talent is this? The law crystals were detected the moment he sat down. Law thunder crystals. His talent must be at the level of a successor. No wonder he cooed the territory of the floating snow holy palace. You're right, he is truly a dragon among men, a phoenix among men. I feel like I've been cut open with a knife and seen the sky. Everyone was utterly shocked. Too fast. He sensed the law crystal in an instant. This was the first time they had ever seen such an otherworldly existence. Law crystal. Does that mean he's refined it and sensed the law of thunder, allowing him to cultivate Master Ma's lightning 5-strike whip? Fong Tianyuan murmured. He closed his eyes and continued to sense. I heard you injured Rushue. This holy sun is curious. How did you, a true god, injure Rushue? Could it be that you used some underhanded tricks? Just then, faint voices echoed from behind Fong Tianyuan. A young man floated through the air and entered the Enlightenment platform. His arrival startled everyone present. It's him! Ji Bochang. The prodigy of the Ji family, Ji Buchang. He actually came. Chapter 93, The Reincarnation Realm. The Demon King's holy body, Ji Buchang? He's here. Rumor has it he's also a half-step Divine King, and might even break through to the Divine King realm. If he acts, our chances of victory are high. That's right. If he acts, that guy is already one realm lower, and after the great battle, he'll definitely be crushed. Ha ha. Crushed. You might not have seen his true strength. I think the odds are higher that Ji Buchang will be the one crushed. A young man said. He had only just arrived, but after hearing the conversations around him, he sided more with Fang Tianyuan. Young man. Do you know who Ji Buchang is? Exactly. He is the sacred son of the Ji family, the heir to the Dark Emperor, and the heir to the Great Emperor. Do you really think he is just an ordinary sacred body? It's said that when Ji Buchang was born, there were supernatural phenomena in the sky, the shadow of the king of the underworld appeared, the heavens and earth trembled, and chaos. This man is said to have the potential to become an emperor. Someone reminded him. But the young man remained unmoved. Stop spouting nonsense based on hearsay. What is that worth? I'm his older brother, Ji Bo-de. I admit that my younger brother Ji Bo-chang has the potential to be the great emperor, but do you know who he is? Have you seen his killing moves? The young man shouted, revealing his name. This was utterly shocking. Ji Buchang's older brother, Ji Bo-de, that's a powerful name. Mr. Ji, that's your younger brother. Why are you supporting an outsider instead of your own younger brother? Exactly. Shouldn't you be telling everyone that my second younger brother is invincible under heaven? How can you speak like this? Someone asked in confusion. As fellow prodigies of the Ji family, how could he not support his own kin and instead support an outsider? This is utterly absurd. My second younger brother has the potential to become an emperor. What is that worth? He has nothing to that guy. He has divine weapons. Divine weapons. Do you even know what divine weapons are? You know nothing, you understand nothing. I bet none of you worthless fools have even seen a divine weapon in your lives. Ji Bo-de finished speaking and began to leave. The crowd froze for a moment before erupting into chaos. Divine weapons? Put. That is impossible. Exactly. Do you believe that? How could celestial soldiers possibly appear? What a load of nonsense. Could it be that someone is jealous and speaking out of jealousy? Someone speculated. They wanted to ask more, but Ji Bo-de had already left. Put. What a worthless second brother. You bastard, you're better off dead. Then I can become the holy son and the heir to the family. Ji Bo-de watched from afar, muttering curses under his breath. He was the eldest son, but he lacked the talent to become the holy son. He had always been dissatisfied. Today, he saw his chance. Don't blame your older brother for being ruthless and not warning you. The struggle for the title of holy son has always been like this. Ji Bo-de murmured, feeling uneasy, and stepped back further, deciding to return the next day to investigate further. And at that moment, the platform of enlightenment. Ji Buchang landed and saw that Fang Tianyuan had ignored him, feeling furious. The great seal of the Lord of the Underworld. As he thought, a massive black handprint descended from the sky, emanating a terrifying aura of power. It resembled a black hand torn from the depths of the underworld. You're just a sycophant. Why not go suck up to someone else? You dare to come after the master of this sect. You really don't want to live anymore. Fang Tianyuan opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with cold light. He was furious. 10,000 great hand seals. Boom! With a thought, an even larger black hand appeared, directly pinching the hand seal of the Lord of the Underworld. Both hand seals were pitch black, resembling each other in shape, but the aura they emitted was worlds apart. How powerful! No wonder you could injure him so severely. Humph! But that doesn't mean you're qualified to defeat this holy son. Dark King's holy body, activate. King of the Underworld's sacred wall. Boom! In an instant, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Ji Buchang's body. Endless black mist swirled, forming a pitch-black wall that materialized behind Ji Buchang. At the sight of the wall, everyone was filled with dread. The wall of the Lord of the Underworld. Legend has it that it seals countless underworld generals within. Those with the body of the Lord of the Underworld can summon these generals, and during times of great crisis, they can even confront the Lord of the Underworld himself. No wonder he's the heir of the Underworld Emperor. He can summon the Underworld King's sacred wall so easily. According to ancient texts, the Demon Emperor summoned the Demon King's sacred wall, calling upon the ancient primordial divine deity Demon King to invade the immortal path, and eventually ascended to immortality. I wonder if it's true. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. If it was used as the Dark Emperor's ultimate move, this ability must be incredibly terrifying. Some beings still trembled in fear. The moment the King of the Underworld's sacred wall appeared, these gods, who were not of the sacred body, dared not look directly at it. The oppressive force was too overwhelming. Boom! The wall of the Lord of the Underworld trembled, and countless figures burst forth from within, charging toward Fall Tianyuan. Among them, Ji Buochang seemed like the Underworld Emperor himself, waving his hand, and the Underworld general's killing intent soared to the heavens. Dawn! Suddenly, a bell flew out, its tolling echoing through the heavens, causing the Tao to rumble endlessly. The countless Underworld generals dissolved into black mist and vanished. The limitless divine bell was summoned, leaving all beings speechless. Divine light surrounds his body, a pressure surpassing imperial might, ancient and mysterious Taoist rhythms, obscure and difficult to comprehend. Could this be a divine weapon? The divine weapon mentioned by Ji Buochang? Is this the divine weapon? Could Ji Boda have been telling the truth? Does this true god realm being really possess divine weapons? Holy crap! This is unbelievable. This pressure is even more terrifying than imperial weapons. Just looking at it feels like it's going to explode. Divine weapons? Interesting. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. Divine weapons. That dazzling divine light couldn't be faked, but even so, they still couldn't believe it. There are truly divine weapons in this world. The crucial point was that the one wielding the celestial weapon was actually a true god-level being. How could such a person possibly control celestial soldiers? Ah! At that moment, in the sky, the holy wall of the underworld shattered, and a figure shrouded in the Wuji divine bell let out an agonizing cry. The Tao suppression of the Wuji divine bell was something Ji Buochang could not possibly withstand. Even when he summoned his divine weapon, he could not withstand it. Put! Get out of the way! Ji Buochang raised both hands, propping up the Wuji Shinzhong to prevent it from completely enveloping him and drawing him in. At the same time, terrifying divine power descended upon him, like countless ghostly hands groping over his body. That was Fang Tianyuan's divine power. He was searching his body and also trying to remove Ji Buochang's storage ring. Damn it! Such overwhelming pressure. Stop! I am Ji Duan, the second son of the Ji family and the sacred son of the Ji clan. You dare not touch me! Ji Buochang shouted. The Ji family, after all, was an immortal clan that had once produced a quasi-emperor and still had a heavenly sovereign in residence. Such a clan is a colossal powerhouse across the entire 3,000 Tao states. Even the slightest stir would cause an earthquake. Yet despite this, what awaited him was suppression. His entire body was suppressed in the void, unable to move. At the same time, he also caught a glimpse of the figure within the divine bell's inner world, and was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. There were so many prodigies inside, some even more famous than him. He was completely stunned. Even the Dragon Clan's holy son and the Dragon Lord were among them. Ding! Host has looted Ji Buochang, obtaining the Emperor-grade Ming Emperor Sutra incomplete, upgraded to Emperor-grade Ming Emperor Sutra. Ding! Host has looted Ji Buochang, obtaining the Zun-grade Mingwang seal, upgraded to the Emperor-grade Mingju seal. Ding! Host has looted Ji Buochang, obtaining the Holy-grade Heavenly Nether War Spear, upgraded to the Emperor-grade Nether Lord War Spear. Ding! The host has plundered Ji Buochang and obtained 1.6 million top-grade Spirit Stones, upgraded to 160 million top-grade Spirit Stones. This raid rewards 270,000 cultivation points. Current cultivation points are sufficient to draw an intent. Proceed with the draw? Draw! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reincarnation intent. Reincarnation realm, drag opponents into endless reincarnation, strip them of all their Taoist techniques, and force them to sink deeper into reincarnation, never to return. Chapter 94, The Black Dog Will Return. Impressive, crass. Fang Tianyuan was astonished. When the reincarnation realm reaches perfection, it is the moment one ascends to the realm of the gods, capable of creating a reincarnation world. This is utterly defying the heavens. It seems even more extraordinary than the ox and horse realm. The limitless divine bell was retrieved back into his hand, and the numerous celestial prodigies watched, all of them swallowing hard. Divine weapons. Existing beyond the realm of imperial weapons, they only exist in ancient texts. Today, they had seen it. That existence so defying the heavens had appeared before them, controlled by a true god. To say they weren't tempted would be impossible. However, the terrifying power Fang Tianyuan had previously unleashed was also beyond their ability to withstand. They feared that without even touching the divine weapon, they would end up like Ji Buochang, suppressed or even killed. Someone formed hand seals, summoned divine talismans, and recited incantations in silence. Holy Sun! The divine weapon has emerged before the ancient heavenly steel and been obtained by a true god. His power is overwhelming. Reinforcements are needed. Prince! The divine soldiers have emerged, and chaos is inevitable. Bring the imperial weapons and come to claim them. Master! The celestial soldiers of the primordial chaos mini-world have emerged, terrifying beyond imagination. The holy son of the Ji family has already been subdued. If you wish to compete, bring more powerful allies. Though they dare not act, they dare to send messages. They are summoning reinforcements. Let even more powerful prodigies wield powerful weapons and come to claim the divine weapons. Whoever obtains the divine weapons, their faction will inevitably rise to great heights. And the era of the Emperor's weapon commander will eventually come to an end. It seems there aren't many of them after all. I thought someone else might step forward. Fong Tianyuan sat down, staring at the limitless divine bell in his hands, murmuring to himself. No one dared to the divine weapons. Boom! He slammed his hand down, and the Wuji divine bell landed on the enlightenment platform, not being put away. Those around him whispered among themselves, all staring at the divine bell, afraid that it might disappear if they blinked. In an instant, a dense swarm of light surged forth. They were one after another, crystals of the laws. They were of various attributes, all landing on Fong Tianyuan's hands, which he refined at an alarming speed. Half a day passed in this manner. Still, no prodigies dared to cause trouble, and no one left. Instead, more and more prodigies gathered. They had no interest in cultivating their cultivation anymore. All their attention was fixed on the Wuji divine bell, as they schemed and plotted. Some prodigies who had arrived, upon hearing that the holy son of the Ji family had been captured alive, dared not act rashly. In the distant horizon, on an inconspicuous cultivation platform, a young man wearing a mask stared at the figure, his fists clenched tightly. Fong Tianyuan. Wait. When I rise to power, I will avenge the humiliation of that day. Everything I've lost, I will take back. The young man murmured. He was struggling to contain his rage, longing to tear that man apart and devour his flesh. Calm down. You're no match for him. He has the divine bell. How could you possibly stand a chance? Stay calm now. Go to that place and obtain that thing. Only then will you soar to the heavens. A voice echoed in his mind. I know. But I just can't stand it. Is that really a divine weapon? The young man asked. Yes. Although that guy can't use the power of divine weapons, at your current level, you'd still find it hard to defeat him. Lin Chen. You're very talented, but you're too impulsive. If you hadn't insisted on sticking up for your so-called friend, things wouldn't have come to this. Those words echoed, serving as a reminder. Everything had its origins in Xiandafu. The wealthy young master's current situation is unknown, but as for Lin Chen, is nothing but a stray dog. My life will be guided by loyalty and righteousness. Let's go. The law crystals are sufficient for refinement for a while. It's time to head to the place you mentioned. Lin Chen said. He stood up and quickly left the enlightenment platform. At that moment, the figure in the distance twitched the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen, you're still the same. Do you really think you can fool my eyes like this? Fong Tianyuan murmured. He had already noticed Lin Chen, but had not acted yet. The current Lin Chen wasn't ripe enough yet. I look forward to your performance. Fong Tianyuan murmured once more before resuming his meditation. He and Lin Chen had a grudge, so he wasn't afraid that the other wouldn't come looking for him. As for the matter of being unable to defeat him, it doesn't even exist. With the system on his side, losing was out of the question. The primordial chaos mini-world. Rootless sea. You little thief. You worthless creature, you dared to steal this holy maiden's belongings and even deceive me. If I don't kill you, I swear I'll never be human again. Boom. A terrifying battle erupted here, with dozens of prodigies surrounding and attacking a young man. The young man was none other than the wicked Jiwuji. Die, you dog. Hurry up. You bastard, hurry up and activate the teleportation array. Didn't you say it was possible to teleport? Jiwuji cursed furiously. In the waters ahead, a massive black dog was constantly stirring up the surroundings, unleashing a dense array of patterns. You little brat, Jiwuji. Do you think teleportation is that easy? Do you think a teleportation array is something you can just build on a whim? It requires spirit stones, spirit herbs. I'll split it with you. Damn it. If we don't leave now, we'll all end up eating dog meat. Jiwuji cursed furiously, only to be knocked flying by the combined attacks of numerous women. He couldn't fight 4 people alone. Alright. The dog lord loves your boldness. In an instant, the teleportation array activated, and the two were instantly enveloped in a beam of holy light. Holy maidens, just wait. I, Fong Tianyuan, will return. When I do, I'll take your belly bands, leaving not a single thread behind. Whoosh! As the words fell, the man and the dog vanished, and the array immediately exploded on its own. Numerous women were blasted away, their breasts trembling with anger, their teeth grinding in fury. Fong Tian Yuan. You dared to steal this holy maiden. You deceived this holy maiden. I will never forgive you. Boom! They screamed a name, terrifying divine energy surging, massive waves erupting, as if challenging the heavens. Investigate this. Within 3 days, this holy maiden demands all information regarding Fong Tianyuan. Chapter 95, The Enlightenment Stone, the great handprint that shatters the steel. The primordial chaos miniature world. Ancient heavenly steel. On the Enlightenment platform, Fang Tianyuan sat quietly. His body shone with brilliant light, and countless law crystals swirled around him. Everyone was utterly thrilled. There were far too many law crystals, and they were all high-grade ones. If they were given just one, it would be enough for them to refine for days. Yet that man was simply refining them without any intention of storing them away. This was practically tempting them to commit a crime. The items were incredibly tempting, but not a single person dared to touch them. The divine bell is too terrifying. Such a deadly weapon, even if they wielded divine weapons and were at the heavenly god realm, they would still fear and tremble before it. Fang Tianyuan sat cross-legged when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. The heavenly sovereign's body. After countless eons of change, a true prodigy has finally arrived. Excellent. Very good. You're a decent fellow. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? I'll take you to roam the immortal realms. Fang Tianyuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. These words came from the Enlightenment platform, and the speaker was communicating through telepathy. Are you a spirit artifact? Fang Tianyuan speculated. I am the supreme Taoist lord of the primordial chaos, the eternal emperor revered by all heavens. Kneel down and kowtow. The voice echoed again, its tone sounding somewhat arrogant. Fang Tianyuan heard this and furrowed his brows. This title. Is this a powerful being? No, it can't be. You're trying to fool me. Fang Tianyuan snapped out of it and immediately twitched the corner of his mouth. Where is this so-called supreme eternal emperor? How can I see you? He asked in a low voice. As long as he could see the spirit of the artifact, everything would be resolved. Calm your mind. I'll pull your soul into the spiritual realm, and you'll be able to catch a glimpse of my majestic form as the supreme Tao Lord of Chaos and the eternal emperor, revered by all heavens. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Tianyuan relaxed his mind. In an instant, the entire Enlightenment platform trembled slightly, and ancient runes began to glow. Fang Tianyuan felt the environment around him changing. Soon, what met his eyes was a dimly lit space. A towering figure stood in the darkness, facing away from him, as if turning his back on all of humanity. It gave off an overwhelming sense of oppression. Could it be real? Upon seeing the silhouette, Fang Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Too imposing. The visual impact was overwhelming. You insignificant ants. Upon seeing me, the supreme ruler of the chaos primordial realm, the eternal emperor revered by all heavens, why do you not kneel before me? Submit to this emperor, and I shall bestow upon you the imperial scriptures for your cultivation. The figure spoke. It spoke in the same tone, without turning around. What? You refuse? Do you not desire the imperial scriptures? This is the sacred text of the emperor, which can allow you to grow into a great emperor and be remembered for all eternity. And all it takes is to kneel down, submit to me, and everything will be yours. Kneel down. Kneel, and you'll get what you desire. The figure spoke to itself. Little did it know that someone had already arrived in front of it, sizing it up. You sure know how to put on a show. You're just putting on a show. As Fang Tianyuan spoke, the figure vanished, and a tiny figure appeared. It was a stone the size of a fist, square in shape, resembling a perfect cube. However, one of its sides resembled a human face, complete with eyes, a mouth, and a nose. You. When did you get here? The stone block was startled. It flickered and tried to create some distance between them. But its speed was no match for Fang Tianyuan, who easily caught it. A stone block has become a spirit? Fang Tianyuan murmured softly. The surroundings resembled the spiritual world of the heavenly mechanism realm, likely the inner world of the Enlightenment platform. However, the spirit of the Enlightenment platform was far beyond his imagination. It was actually such a thing. Let go. I am the supreme Tao master of the primordial chaos, the eternal emperor revered by all heavens. If you don't let go, I will be furious. If I get angry, the consequences will be severe. Boom! In an instant, the square stone turned bright red, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. This momentarily made Fang Tianyuan feel as though the emperor had truly descended upon this place, causing his Tao heart to resonate violently. You're just putting on a show. Aha! Fang Tianyuan spoke, channeling his divine essence to unleash a terrifying mental assault on the square stone, causing it immense pain. The emperor's aura was trying to scare him? That was impossible. He had already defeated 2 emperors. How could he be intimidated by a mere threat of an emperor's aura? What are you really? Tell me the truth. Fang Tianyuan demanded. I am the supreme Tao master of the primordial chaos, the eternal emperor revered by all heavens. You are but an ant. Let go. You still have a chance to live. Otherwise, you will die with no place to bury your remains. The square stone bellowed. It was glowing red, like a piece of heated iron. But such a form did not intimidate Fang Tianyuan, who continued to grip it tightly, examining the innate Tao patterns on its surface. It seems to be a stone that has gained sentience. If we refine it into a magical artifact, it should be quite powerful. He grabbed the square stone and asked, "How dare you? How dare you say that you're using the stone forged by the Supreme Tao Master of the Primordial Chaos, the Eternal Emperor of all heavens? I think you've had enough of living." The square stone shouted angrily. To use it to refine a stone, how could it possibly accept that? It struggled to break free from Feng Tianyuan's restraints, but it couldn't escape. "You must be the spirit of this artifact. Robbery. Hand over everything you have on you," Feng Tianyuan said. "But... ah." Just as the square stone was about to speak, it felt as though its entire body was about to explode, emitting an agonizing scream. Terrifying laws assaulted its body, which was now covered in a dense web of runes. "You actually dare to refine this emperor? Aha, this emperor will follow you. Aha. What kind of divine power is this? Why does it contain the power of the Tao? The power of the heavens, no, give it back to me, stop." The square stone wailed in agony, completely panicked. If it were any other great Tao power, it wouldn't fear it. But this was the power of the Tao. "This emperor? No, I am the Chaos Enlightenment Stone. Don't refine me." The square stone was completely panicked. "Chaos Enlightenment Stone. This is interesting. You must have treasures on you. Hand over all those treasures. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a urine pot," Feng Tianyuan said. "The Enlightenment platform is it? The law crystal must be closely related to it. If we obtain all of this, why would we need to waste time here on the Enlightenment platform? No, there's a restriction. I can't get it. I'll give it to you." Before the square stone could finish speaking, it felt as though its body was about to shatter, letting out a piercing scream. Its body shone brightly, constantly emitting beams of light of various sizes. Those were none other than the law crystals. All kinds of law crystals. Is that even possible? Feng Tianyuan was greatly surprised by the sight. He had assumed the law crystals were hidden elsewhere, but never expected them to be within this creature's spiritual sea. "This is simply a part of me. Every so often, I condense them into this form. It's like the essence of your human bodies. As long as your bodies are healthy, it will keep producing endlessly," the Chaos Enlightenment Stone explained. It was panicking. The power of the Tao could truly refine it, but it hadn't fully matured yet. It wanted to live, just like all living beings in the world, pursuing its own path. Ding! Host has looted the Chaos Enlightenment Stone, obtaining 107 Destruction Law Crystals and upgrading them to 1,700 Law Destruction Crystals. Ding! Host looted the Chaos Enlightenment Stone, obtaining 126 Destiny Law Crystals, upgraded to 1,260 Destruction Law Crystals. Ding! Host looted Chaos Enlightenment Stones, obtained 98 Lightning Path Law Crystals, upgraded to 980 Lightning Path Law Crystals. Ding! The host has looted a Chaos Enlightenment Stone, obtained a Chaos Enlightenment Stone, failed to enhance it, and received the reward of the Shattered Steel Great Seal. Boom! The system's voice rang out, causing the ancient stone tablet to shake violently. What's going on? The ancient steel is moving. What a terrifying aura. It's him. He's actually pulling the ancient steel. They're connected. Is this the Heavenly Sovereign's body? How terrifying. What terrifying insight. He can resonate with the ancient steel. It seems he has obtained a great opportunity. This is excellent. Once our clan's Imperial Prince arrives, we'll gain another opportunity. Holy crap. The ancient steel is shrinking. Chapter 96, gaining 3 more realizations, the ancient Emperor's son. Boom. The massive ancient steel rapidly shrank, leaving all living beings utterly astonished. They were seated in meditation on the Enlightenment platform, striving to decipher the ancient runes engraved on the steel. Now the entire ancient steel was flying into the air and continuing to shrink. Should we act? Some beings were eager to act. The steel shrank further and flew toward Feng Tianyuan, clearly intending to be claimed by him. Many prodigies stood speechless, filled with envy and resentment. Could this be a treasure? Unbelievable. He actually took the entire ancient steel. What's the point of us staying here? The crowd murmured and hurriedly stood up. Without the ancient steel, they could no longer cultivate their enlightenment. Without enlightenment, there would be no rewards. Sitting on the so-called enlightenment platform was just a waste of time. The great handprint of the fallen steel, that's interesting. Feng Tianyuan murmured. This was a martial art technique, where one could grab an ancient steel with a raised hand and hurl it at an enemy. The ancient steel is extremely powerful, rivaling imperial weapons, and even surpassing them. Few at the same cultivation level dare to confront it head-on. What's your name? Feng Tianyuan asked, looking at the Chaos Enlightenment Stone that had turned black. Chaotic Source Primordial Supreme Tao Master Sovereign of all heavens, Eternal Emperor of Greatness, that is my name. The Chaos Enlightenment Stone replied. This was the name it had given itself, quite imposing. Put. What are you laughing at? Isn't that domineering? The Chaos Enlightenment Stone demanded. It had spent countless years thinking of this name, changing it countless times, before finally settling on this one. It thought it was super cool and super bold. A name that would make all beings kneel in awe. Bold. Very bold. From now on, follow me, Fong Tianyuan, and call yourself Fong Kuai. Fong Tianyuan said. What? Square? No, no, no. That's impossible. I've already given you the item, let me go. The Chaos Enlightenment Stone roared. Never mind following this guy, the name he gave it was already enough to make it furious. What a ridiculous name, Square. How tacky. It wasn't even as cool as the name it had chosen for itself. This guy must be an uncultured bumpkin. Aha. But all it heard in response was pain. The terrifying power of the heavens swirled around its soul, causing it immense pain, as if it were about to explode. Block. Will you swear allegiance to this master? This is your final chance. Or else you will die. Fong Tianyuan spoke again. I refuse. I will follow you. The Chaos Enlightenment Stone hurriedly changed its words. This raid rewards 1 million cultivation points. Your current cultivation points have reached the requirement for drawing in realm. Do you wish to draw in realm? The system's voice rang out, surprising Fong Tianyuan. Based on his previous experience, a single realm extraction opportunity typically required around 30,000 cultivation points. That meant he could now draw 3 realms. 1 million. This was already a decent haul. Extract the realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Heavenly Punishment Intent. Heaven's Punishment Realm, adhering to the laws of heaven, enforcing justice, unleashing divine retribution, and judging all beings. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Heavenly Fire Intent. Heavenly Fire Intent, the cone-shaped realm of fire, capable of transforming into the Heavenly Fire World. Under the influence of the intent, heavenly fire burns. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Eternal Time Essence. Eternal Time Realm, control the laws of time, alter the flow of time, and upon activation, reduce the lifespan of opponents or accelerate your own cultivation speed, but this requires burning your own lifespan. Fong Tianyuan returned to reality, holding a square, pitch-black stone in his hand. At the same time, the meditation platform where he was seated shook violently. Boom! Terrifying sounds echoed out, the meditation platform shook violently, and then vanished without a trace. All the prodigies who witnessed this scene were speechless. Look! What's in his hands? Has the Enlightenment platform been taken away too? It looks very similar. But why is there only one? Could it be that the previous Enlightenment platforms were all illusions, and only the one he was sitting on was real? Someone speculated. The square in Fong Tianyuan's hand remained still, seeming unhappy. He rose slowly, unconcerned. Boom! At that moment, the sky erupted with a deafening roar, and a terrifying commotion echoed from the horizon. Fong Tianyuan looked up at the sound, slightly surprised. He saw golden dragons pulling golden chariots approaching from the distant horizon. The appearance of the golden dragons left countless prodigies speechless with shock. The Imperial Clan. Ha ha ha. Our clan's Imperial Prince has arrived. Those are people from the Imperial Clan's Wang family. They're actually riding in a chariot. Could the person arriving be the ancient Imperial Prince of the Imperial Clan's royal family? It is said that the ancient Imperial Prince of the Wang family was a prodigy from several eras ago, a descendant of the great emperor, sealed away for a long time, and only emerged into the world after the source stone that sealed him broke apart a few years ago. The golden war chariot raced toward them, drawing the attention of everyone present. Members of the royal family rushed into the sky, bowing their heads and bending their knees to greet the chariot's arrival. We humbly welcome the Imperial Prince. We humbly welcome the prince. Shouts rang out, and the array on the golden chariot vanished, revealing the figures within. It was one man and 2 women. The young man, clad in a golden robe, stood proudly on the chariot, flanked by 2 women of unparalleled beauty, resembling female war gods. Where are the celestial soldiers? The golden-robed youth exuded an icy arrogance, his golden eyes sweeping over the crowd, causing the members of the Wang family to tremble in fear. They pointed their fingers toward Fong Tianyuan. You? The legendary celestial dominion body? Your vital energy is decent, but your cultivation realm is lacking. I wonder if you can withstand a single punch from this Imperial Prince. Chapter 97, The Ancient Emperor's Son, Wang Jin, and the Dragon Elephant Holy Body. The golden-robed youth looked down on Fong Tianyuan from above. He walked with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, accompanied by 2 women, slowly emerging from the golden war chariot. Fong Tianyuan looked up and locked eyes with him. True God Realm. Not the heavenly God Realm. The realm of this ancient emperor's son was merely true God Realm. You're not that high in cultivation either. Fong Tianyuan spoke casually. Though the person before him was a true god, his true strength was even more terrifying than that of a heavenly god. He was a prodigy just like him. Interesting. You are the only true god who has seen this emperor's son and remains so composed. The golden-robed youth said. He stared into Fong Tianyuan's eyes, growing more astonished with each passing moment. Different pupils. the same unusual eyes as his. The power of reincarnation. You are the reincarnation divine eyes. No wonder you're so confident. The last one who dared to look me in the eye like this was the dual-pupiled one. You're quite impressive. Will you follow me, Wang Jin, to conquer this era and fight for a lifetime of divine destiny? Wang Jin issued the invitation with great admiration. The era he belonged to was also quite ancient, having witnessed the birth of countless prodigies and many legends. He knew well that any figure who stood out above their era would never be alone. If someone were to follow him, that would be the best outcome. Now he had set his sights on Feng Tianyuan. With the reincarnation divine eye and the heavenly dominion physique, such talent must belong to a remarkable individual. You, who isn't even at the Holy Realm, dare to speak so boldly and claim to dominate an era. Feng Tianyuan laughed derisively upon hearing this. Dominate an era. That's the level of an emperor, and not just any emperor. That's not something just anyone can achieve. The prodigies of this world are no more than dust beneath my feet. In this era on the verge of revival, I alone am supreme. You all have only the right to gaze upon this emperor's son. This is fate. I, Wang Jin, will sweep through an entire era. I give you one last chance. Are you willing to surrender your divine weapons and follow me? Wang Jin stood tall and proud, striding like a dragon and a tiger, issuing the invitation once more. Such words left the Wang family members speechless. This left them utterly stunned. For them, it was extremely rare for an imperial prince to act this way. After all, even the most talented geniuses didn't even have the privilege of catching the princess eye. Your words are offensive. We must refuse. How about you offer your mother to this sect master, and I'll grant you eternal life? Feng Tianyuan laughed. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The son of the ancient emperor. The son of the ancient emperor, his mother was the wife of the great emperor. To be favored by the great emperor, she must have been an unparalleled female warrior of her era. Now, someone dares to speak such words. Shut up. Wang Jin's eyes flashed open, and a beam of divine light shot out from his eyes, stunning all who witnessed it. Divine eyes. Wang Jin also possesses divine eyes. This was merely an ordinary beam of light from the divine eyes, not a divine ability of the divine eyes. But it wasn't something just anyone could withstand. Boom! A beam of divine light also shot out from Feng Tianyuan's Wheel of Rebirth divine eye, as if the Wheel of Rebirth had reappeared in the world. Boom! The two eye beams collided, unleashing an unimaginably terrifying force in an instant. The entire space turned to ashes, rules shattered, order vanished, and the power of heaven and earth turned to dust. Terrifying runes surged, dancing wildly amidst the spatial ruins. Since you are so unwise, then die. Wang Jin's words were as cold as ice. His aura surged to unimaginable heights, though still that of a true god. It was even more terrifying than that of a true god. The prodigies who had been watching the spectacle turned pale and immediately fled the battlefield at top speed. They fled as far away as possible. Though this was merely a true god, they knew full well that the battle between these two true gods would surpass even a god-level conflict. Wang Jin dove downward and struck out with a palm. They collided like two brilliant comets, unleashing terrifying power. Space shattered, the earth crumbled, and the vibrations were incredibly intense. The two palms collided, causing the entire heavens and earth to rumble endlessly. Without the collision of divine arts, the mere collision of their physical bodies was already terrifying beyond belief. You truly deserve the title of Bao Ti. You managed to withstand my full power strike. You have every right to be proud. But this will not change your fate of falling. Wang Jin's eyes shimmered with divine light as the laws of time and space flickered within them. Those were the eyes of a space-time immortal. The left eye controlled time, the right eye controlled space, both developed to their utmost limit. Seeing through the ages with a single glance was no challenge at all. Feng Tianyuan's body shone brilliantly, with a golden dragon coiling around him. He exhaled a massive breath of divine power, and every pore on his body erupted with terrifying chi and blood. His surging vital energy could shatter the clouds. Boom! Heaven-shattering palm. Wang Jin's right palm glowed golden, as brilliant as a golden sculpture, and struck downward with the force of shattering the heavens. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Feng Tianyuan also held nothing back, clenching his right fist into a fist seal and blasting forward, delivering a punch. The two collided in the lower skies, like two true dragons engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging hundreds of blows in an instant. The intense battle filled the sky with blood. Boom! Divine power erupted like a raging ocean, reducing one divine mountain after another to ashes. The transformation of the land was nothing short of miraculous. From afar, the celestial prodigies watched the ever-expanding battlefield, filled with excitement and awe. A battle between true gods is on par with a battle between divine kings. These are true prodigies. They are all geniuses of unparalleled talent. The name of the ancient emperor's son, Wang Jin, has already echoed throughout the 3,000 realms. He wants to fight a divine king with the power of a true god. That's nothing. But who is this Feng Tianyuan? Feng Tianyuan, this name is destined to echo throughout the 3,000 realms. He's a dark horse. There has never been a major clan surnamed Fong in the 3000 realms. Where did he come from? They once believed that Fong Tianyuan's power was solely due to his divine weapons, which allowed him to crush them. Now, without divine weapons, he can still fight the ancient emperor's son, Wang Jin, so fiercely. This has completely shattered their understanding. Boom! The two fought from the ground to the heavens, then from the skies to the depths of the earth, turning the world upside down. Heaven-shattering step. Fong Tianyuan's figure flickered, dodging the gaze of the spatial divine eye, then burst forth from the ground. He executed the Ling Tian Ta to its utmost limit, moving at a terrifying speed, creating distance, then turning around and charging forward with a counterattack. Though this was a martial art technique, it was also an offensive strategy. As he turned and stomped, it felt as though the sky was collapsing. Wang Jin, who had emerged from the depths of the earth, felt the entire sky pressing down on him the moment he surfaced. Boom! His entire body was stomped back to the emperor. What kind of footwork is this? Boom! Wang Jin sank into the ground, utterly astonished. The power was too overwhelming. Even though he reacted quickly and put up a fight, he couldn't withstand that single step. Put! A streak of bright red appeared at the corner of his mouth, his chi and blood trembled, and his internal organs churned violently. Dragon Elephant Holy Body, activate! Golden Dragon Body! Roar! In an instant, Wang Jin's body was enveloped in golden light, scales emerging as he transformed into a dragon-human hybrid. His aura surged, breaking through the ground and soaring into the sky. His golden claws slashed violently, their claw blades blazing, tearing open the sky, intent on shredding the sky's form into pieces. Boom! Fong Tianyuan moved swiftly and dodged the attack. But the next moment, he found himself back at the starting point, struck by the claw's energy, and sent flying hundreds of miles away. Time reversal. At that moment, time reversed. He actually activated time reversal at the True God realm. What a terrifying divine ability. It's impossible to defend against. Everyone froze in shock, shouting in astonishment. Time reversal. Such a technique isn't something just anyone can master. Even those at the Holy Realm, if they haven't mastered the laws of time, can't use it. And Wang Jin was merely a true god-level being, yet he could reverse time. The target of the reversal was Fong Tianyuan himself, and he hadn't anticipated the surrounding creatures. But this was already extremely terrifying. They looked at Fong Tianyuan, who crashed into a divine mountain, causing it to explode. The blood of these stained the earth red. Are you still holding back? Could it be this emperor's son? Wang Jin charged forward, his battle intent surging to the heavens. Finally encountering a peerless genius of the same realm, he felt incredibly excited at the prospect of a fierce battle. Roar! The Chaos Ancestral Dragon roared, bursting out from Fong Tianyuan's body. His blood shone brilliantly, and he rose like a sun from the ruins. 10,000 Dragon Fist. Chapter 98, 10,000 Phenomena tread the heavens, time stands still. Fong Tianyuan struck out with a fist, and as the punch was delivered, 10,000 dragons roared. His fist light transformed into countless illusory true dragons, charging forward to fill the entire sky. The dragon fist is one of the secret techniques of the true dragon arts. A highly domineering punch, with dragon shadows filling the sky. Once a single dragon shadow collides, it triggers the 10,000 dragons piercing the body and 10,000 dragons devouring the heart techniques. Shilin arm. Wang Jin wasn't someone to be underestimated. He immediately recognized it as the true dragon's secret technique and dared not take it lightly. Though he was in dragon human form, his right hand instantly transformed into a massive arm covered in scales. Shilin arm. Thick and massive, it struck out violently, sweeping across like a pillar supporting the heavens. Boom! One after another, dragon shadows were shattered, but there were simply too many to suppress. Roar! A golden dragon's illusory form pierced through Wang Jin's back, and then the shattered dragon shadow suddenly regenerated, continuously colliding with his body. Roar! He was forcefully held aloft in the relentless collisions of countless dragons, his sacred blood staining the sky. He roared in disbelief. This single punch was so terrifying, so bizarre. Put! No wonder it's the Dragon Clan's supreme secret technique. But you, who are not of the Dragon Clan, have managed to master it to such an extent. Wang Jin coughed up blood repeatedly, no longer as arrogant as before. At that moment, he had no choice but to suppress his disdainful expression and take his opponents seriously. A terrifying aura surged forth, causing the entire sky and earth to violently tremble. Two figures materialized behind him. A giant dragon and an ancient barbarian elephant. As the two figures appeared, his physical form turned golden, and a terrifying gravitational force descended upon him. Intent? Fong Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. The terrifying gravitational pressure squeezed him, as if the entire sky were pressing down on his head, threatening to crush his spine. Within the Koan Yuan intent realm, everything you are will be affected by gravity. The next strike will take your life. Roar! Wang Jin roared angrily. The terrain is Koan, and this Koan Yuan realm relies on gravitational compression to restrict the speed of all beings within the realm. And the divine technique he was about to unleash would be his most powerful offensive ability. 10,000 phenomena stomped the heavens. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently, and countless figures appeared in the sky, filling the entire space. They were none other than ancient dragon-like beasts, a long-extinct species of primordial creatures. Each of their steps contained terrifying destructive power, as if they were about to shatter the heavens and crush the universe. You can't escape. The dragon elephant holy body's innate divine ability may be slow, but its attack power is the most powerful. The Koan Yuan realm can precisely restrict your speed. This time, what will you use to block me? Boom! As Wang Zhen's words fell, the ancient dragon elephant illusions moved, unleashing terrifying Dao energies. Fang Tianyuan's entire body trembled. The terrifying gravitational pressure felt as though the entire path of force was enveloping him. Heavenly Sovereign's dominion, activate. Fang Tianyuan's body shone brightly as the chaotic ancestral dragon's divine form and the primordial phoenix's divine form appeared together. His power erupted, and the chaos ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng immediately charged into the sky, colliding with numerous dragon elephant forms. Roar! The great battle erupted. This was a clash of divine abilities, terrifying beyond imagination. The chaos primordial dragon, the ruler of all beings, its overwhelming pressure caused the illusory forms of numerous dragon elephants to tremble. Their collisions were intense, with one after another of the dragon elephant forms being torn apart by the chaos primordial dragon. Fang Tianyuan dodged constantly, striking out with his fists. His speed grows faster and faster. Impossible! Wang Zhen exclaimed in disbelief. Within his Koan Yuan realm, there was actually a living being capable of unleashing such terrifying speed. This was beyond his comprehension. Is this why that Sun Tian Ba Ti is renowned as the strongest Ba Ti, rivaling the strongest Sheng Ti? The physical body is truly abnormal. But so what? A powerful physical body doesn't mean invincibility. You still have weaknesses. Wang Zhen's spatial divine eyes shone with divine light as terrifying time and space laws surged. In an instant, the entire scene seemed to freeze. Everything came to a standstill. Even the heavenly emperor fist imprint that Fang Tianyuan had unleashed froze mid-air, no longer moving. Time and space froze. Wang Zhen's figure flickered, and a massive hammer appeared in his hand. Bang! He swung the hammer down, striking Fang Tianyuan's skull directly. His entire body plummeted to the ground like a falling meteorite. Boom! At that moment, time and space resumed their normal flow. The dragons and elephants that had not been stopped crashed down, reducing the surrounding area for thousands of miles into a wasteland, with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Pathetic! Wang Zhen watched as the chaotic primordial dragon and the Yuan Feng immortal form dissipated, his lips twitching slightly. The massive iron hammer in his hand shone with brilliant imperial Dao patterns, which he shouldered on his shoulders. It was an imperial weapon. The imperial weapon of the Hammer Emperor, his father's imperial weapon, had been entrusted to him after he broke the seal. What a pity! With such natural talent, yet lacking any discernment, he truly believed anyone could be challenged. Now he meets his end prematurely. He murmured softly. But just then, I must say, you bastard, this hammer actually packs a punch. It's making my head buzz. A voice echoed from below, and a figure shook its head before slowly flying out. It was Fang Tianyuan. He shook his head, his face covered in blood. That single blow had left him bloodied and battered. How is that possible? Wang Zhen exclaimed, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He wasn't dead, he was still standing. The imperial weapon, it's just a harder piece of brick. No big deal. Fang Tianyuan said, shaking his head again. If this guy had used his bloodline to activate the imperial weapon and smashed it against his head, his skull would have been split open. But without activation, it's just a brick. If it didn't kill him once, let us try again. Time stop. The spatial temporal divine eye activated once more, and Wang Zhen's eyes filled with blood as the entire spacetime froze again. But just as he was about to swing his hammer again, Fang Tianyuan's entire body shone with brilliant divine light. Eternal divine light. 206 divine bones activated simultaneously, filling the sky with divine light that shattered all suppression. Boom! Beams of divine light pierced through Wang Zhen's body, leaving him riddled with holes like a sieve. Fang Tianyuan burst forward, his hands forming a fist, and then struck him on the head with all his might. Bang! Wang Zhen, covered in blood, was driven into the ground with a single blow. Chapter 99, Defeating Wang Zhen. I want attitude. Time stops, controlling time. The eternal divine light could also control time, slicing through it. The divine ability unleashed by 206 divine bones simultaneously easily broke through the restrictions of time freeze. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon elephant emerges from the depths of the earth. Covered in blood, its massive body tears open the earth, charging toward the sky, and strikes toward Fang Tianyuan. Dao Palace Divine Prayer? Fang Tianyuan was taken aback. This wasn't a real dragon elephant, it was a deity of the Dao Palace. Like his Chaos Ancestral Dragon and Yuan Phone, it was born from the Dao Palace, tasked with suppressing it and ensuring its stability. This entity was known as the Dao Palace Divine Being. Roar! The Chaos Ancestral Dragon burst out from within Fong Tianyuan, striking with a true dragon's tail. The massive dragon tail swept out, striking the colossal body of the dragon elephant and forcing it back. A blood-red figure burst forth from the ground, its appearance utterly gruesome. That was Wang Jin. He held a gleaming hammer in his hands, panting heavily. Damn it! You've even forced me to activate my life-saving technique. I must admit, you're truly powerful. But that's all you've got. Your glory is about to end. Roar! Wang Jin spoke as the massive hammer in his hands slowly rose. At the same time, the colossal dragon elephant returned to his back, like a sovereign protecting him. His chi and blood surged violently, emanating an utterly terrifying aura of power. A single thread of the Emperor's aura. Imperial blood. You are the only one who has caused this Imperial son to use his Imperial blood since his birth. Wang Jin spoke, his eyes glowing with bloodlight. Heavenly Gold Emperor's hammer, open. Boom! The massive hammer shone brightly, growing increasingly dazzling as it slowly rose into the sky and rapidly expanded. A terrifying Imperial aura emanated from it, causing even a single strand to send shivers down the spines of all beings, evoking a sense of awe and reverence. Some with unstable spiritual cores knelt down immediately. The Imperial weapon, it's really been activated. To witness the activation of an Imperial weapon, we are truly blessed beyond measure. Goodness gracious, such terrifying pressure. Is this the legendary Imperial weapon? If only I had one. I could dominate my entire realm. Terrifying. It is said that the Imperial weapon is the continuation of the Emperor. If activated, it can unleash the Emperor's strike. This battle is finally over. That Fong Tianyuan is truly powerful. I wonder if the Divine Bell can withstand this strike. It shouldn't be able to. He is just a true god. How could he possibly activate the power of the Divine Bell? It definitely won't hold. Exactly. After being so arrogant for so long, the Divine Bell should now belong to a new master. The Wang family is also quite cunning. They actually had the ancient Emperor's son, Wang Jin, wield the Imperial weapon to seize it. Numerous prodigies discussed the matter heatedly. Imperial weapons are inferior to divine weapons, but that's only when both are activated and can be used to their full potential. But now Wang Jin is using the bloodline of the great emperor to activate the Imperial weapon, while the divine weapon lies dormant. In this battle, they seem to already see the outcome. I, Wang Jin, have never felt this passionate before. From this moment onward, I will hold nothing back. Once the Imperial weapons are unleashed, blood will flow. Wang Jin roared, his disheveled black hair flying wildly, and his golden robe already stained red. A massive celestial golden Imperial hammer is gripped by a blood-red hand, its Imperial pattern shimmering with brilliant light. Threads of the Emperor's power were drawn by the bloodline's force, making the aura even more terrifying. Dong! The bell tolled, and a massive bell appeared in Fong Tianyuan's hands. Do you think an unactivated divine weapon can match an Imperial weapon? You're dreaming. You can't activate it, it's just a harder piece of rock, nothing more. Wang Jin roared, swinging his great hammer, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the Tao to thunder endlessly. Dragon Prison Demon Sealing Hammer. Roar! The hammer swung, radiating brilliant light that transformed into a massive dragon head roaring forth. At the same time, the divine bell also moved. Who told you I couldn't use it? Dong! Fong Tianyuan's calm words fell, and his bloodline power surged, causing the limitless divine bell to rapidly expand. He was of V lineage. It was the purest bloodline in the world, even surpassing divine blood, containing the power of 10,000 paths within him. He was also the master of the immortal bell, though not an immortal himself, he could not unleash its true divine might. However, when it came to countering an Imperial weapon not activated by an emperor, it was more than sufficient. The Wuji divine bell flew out, enveloping Fong Tianyuan. Dong! The massive dragon head crashed down, its bell toll echoing across the world, repelling all physical attacks. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire world had fallen silent. All creatures in heaven and earth were struck by the bell's sound, plunging into a state of deafness. Wang Jin was struck by the terrifying force, sent flying through the air along with his hammer. Trash! Just fight properly. Why insist on showing off your true strength? I don't even know what to say to you, trash. Fong Tianyuan muttered. Once the divine soldiers appeared, even a divine king could be suppressed. He didn't do so, he merely wanted a thrilling battle to fulfill his dream of cultivating immortality. Now look at this, they insist on competing in terms of heritage. 10,000 great hand seals. Fong Tianyuan clenched his fist, and a massive black hand materialized, reaching out toward the ruins. At the same time, the limitless divine bell rapidly shrank and landed on his left hand, which he held up. Soon, a person was being held in his hand. The Imperial Prince. The members of the Wang family paled, gritting their teeth as they rushed forward at top speed. They trembled as they approached Fong Tianyuan. "Sir! Release our imperial prince!" A woman spoke, her voice trembling. She was the woman who had been by Wang Tung's side, exceptionally beautiful with a curvaceous figure. "You care about him?" Fong Tianyuan asked. He stared at the woman, who avoided his gaze, dared not meet his eyes. "Touching him will be bad for you. He is the son of the ancient emperor, the prodigy of the Wang family, and the future of the Wang clan. If you touch him, you will inevitably be hunted down by the Wang family." The woman bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then said, "That's right. If you harm our imperial prince, you will be hunted down by the entire Wang family, and no one will be able to save you." A young man shouted. The Wang family is an imperial clan, known as the Imperial Clan, an immortal family that has stood tall through several eras, still thriving with profound roots. Across the entire 3,000 Dao states, there were few factions daring to offend the Wang family. Aha! Fong Tianyuan heard this and gently pinched Wang Jin, who had fainted, causing him to let out an agonizing scream. "Are you threatening this sect master?" Fong Tianyuan showed no fear. The Wang family disciples surrounding him gathered closer, their expressions solemn and unsure of what to do. Should they fight or not? Now that the imperial prince was in trouble, if they simply left and returned to their clan, they would certainly be held accountable. But if they intervened, they might not be able to save Wang Jin, and could even risk their own lives. Fong Tianyuan's strength was evident to all. "I never threaten anyone, I'm just warning you." The woman continued. "Ha ha ha. The two of you seem to care a lot about him. If you want me to spare him, it's not impossible, but I have a condition." Fong Tianyuan smiled indifferently. He stared at the two women in front of him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he hatched a mischievous plan. "What condition?" the two women asked in unison. They had been by Wang Jin's side for 5 years and had long been deeply infatuated with him. Whatever they could do for Wang Jin, they would do for him. You all admire him and have feelings for him, but that doesn't prove your hearts. Why don't you come over here and lick this boot clean to prove your willingness to do anything for him? The calm words caused the two women's faces to change drastically. "Lick the boots clean." Their eyes almost simultaneously focused on the pair of boots covered in blood. "We are human beings, not dogs," a woman snapped coldly. Wasn't this just humiliating them in front of everyone? Not only were they being humiliated, but they were also disgracing Wang Jin. If word got out, Wang Jin wouldn't be able to show his face in the world anymore. A former imperial prince, yet he had to have his own women lick boots to save their lives. "I don't want you to lick boots. I only want your attitude." "What? You refuse?" Could it be that the two of you don't truly care about him, but are merely pretending out of false affection, seeking only his family background, the resources, and power he can provide? Chapter 100, Humiliation and Murder, Digging Out the Divine Eye. "No. I didn't. It's just that." The two women shook their heads violently. "You can't even bring yourself to lick his boots. You don't love him at all. Love is brave. True lovers can do anything for each other." Fong Tianyuan laughed. The two women shook their heads vigorously, like a metronome. "It's not us, it's just that." The woman's words trailed off, clearly embarrassed. "How could love be proven like this? Don't bother defending yourselves. You don't like him at all. Come to think of it, you're right. As the son of an ancient emperor, you loved him when he was at the height of his glory. Now that he has fallen from grace, how could you possibly still love him? Ah, you're truly pitiful. Now that you're down and out, even the women by your side have left you. Let me send you on your way and give you a fresh start." Fong Tianyuan spoke, and his pitch-black palm imprint shone with a terrifying glow, as if it were about to crush the person in his hand at any moment. The two women immediately turned pale and hurriedly cried out, "Stop! Stop! If I do as you say, will you really let him go?" They were frantic, their minds in chaos. Fong Tianyuan nodded. "Of course. I have never lied. I am an honest and upright cultivator who despises deceit." His words were calm, but those around him felt a surge of disdain. "You? Honest and upright? Bull. If that were true, you wouldn't be so disgusting, making people lick your shoes. All right. You better keep your word." The two women walked over. They moved slowly, as if they had made up their minds. Fong Tianyuan lowered his head, watching them with interest, eager to see what they would do next. The two women were stunningly beautiful, resembling celestial beings. Those around them watched as they slowly bowed and knelt, unable to help but feel a pang of sympathy. At the same time, they cursed Fong Tianyuan repeatedly in their hearts. Damn it! How could he treat them like this? This guy isn't human. Sigh, it must be true love, he's actually bowing his head like that. Two fairies are acceptable, and the ancient emperor's son is also a notable figure, he must be worth it. They murmured to themselves, staring intently. The two women approached Fong Tianyuan's feet, trembling all over, then slowly raised their heads. Hurry up! My patience is running out. Fong Tianyuan demanded. Suddenly, the two opened their mouths, and dazzling light shot out from them. Die! They roared angrily, 2 beams of light shot out, and then a massive bell crashed down. Bang! The light vanished, and the 2 women were knocked to the ground. Fang Tianyuan's figure flickered, and then his entire body landed with a single step on the 2 women's delicate bodies. 1 foot on each. You ungrateful creatures. Aha! The cold words fell, and the 2 women felt as though every bone in their bodies was shattering, letting out agonized screams. Wang Jin! Open your dog eyes and look. Fang Tianyuan's spiritual sense surged, stimulating Wang Jin's mind. He suddenly snapped back to consciousness. Kill me if you must, but don't hold back. I, Wang Jin, can afford to lose. Wang Jin roared, his face showing no fear of death. Are you just going to stand by and watch them die? If you beg me, I might consider sparing them. What do you say? Fang Tianyuan said. The 2 women's ambush was within his expectations. Now, he wanted to see what Wang Jin would choose. They're just 2 maidservants. Let them die. I, Wang Jin, have lived a glorious life. I've seen all kinds of women. If you think you can use them to make me submit, you're sorely mistaken. Bang! As Wang Jin's words fell, a woman's delicate body was instantly crushed under his feet. They were merely divine flames before Fang Tianyuan, the true god. They had no ability to resist. Blood spattered everywhere, some of it landing on the women nearby, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Prince! Prince, save me, save me! The woman panicked. Before witnessing true death, they might have mustered the courage to resist. But now, with her companions lying lifeless beside her, she was truly terrified. If I die, I die. It's just starting over again. There's nothing to be afraid of. Go ahead. Wang Jin said. He ignored the woman's words and closed his eyes, appearing to await death's arrival. No, no, no. Prince, I don't want to die. You haven't married me yet, and I haven't become the princess consort. I don't want to die. Prince, I want to live. I want to become the supreme ruler. The woman pleaded. She refused to accept it. All the sacrifices she had made in the past were for the sake of a better future. Now that she was being told to die, how could she possibly find peace? I'll lick your shoes. Please spare us, will you? Seeing that Wang Jin didn't respond, she immediately turned to Fang Tianyuan, recalling his earlier words. Alright. If you lick both boots clean, both of you can live. Fang Tianyuan slowly rose and released the woman. She hurriedly stood up, trembling all over, clutching Fang Tianyuan's boots, and stuck out her red tongue. You bastard! Wang Xinyu! Get up! What are you doing? Wang Jin roared. He watched the woman, who looked like a dog, crawling at that man's feet, his eyes bulging with fury, feeling an endless sense of shame. Enough, enough! After a moment, the woman lifted her head, her beautiful eyes darting around, looking pitiful and heartbreaking. Fang Tianyuan kept his word and did not press her further. He grabbed Wang Jin by the collar and dragged him in front of him, then stared into his eyes. The victor is king, the defeated are enemies. Do as you please. You won't dare, will you? He spoke, revealing a grim smile. As the son of the sealed emperor, awakening in this era, he should be sweeping aside all the prodigies of this age. This defeat shattered his resolve. Ah! Suddenly, 2 fingers landed beneath his eyes, directly ripping out his eyes. At the same time, his right hand, which was wearing a storage ring, was forcibly torn off. It was twisted off with brutal force. Trash! Fang Tianyuan took the storage ring and the spatial temporal divine eye, then tossed the person to the ground like trash. Ding! Host has looted Wang Jin, obtaining the Heavenly Gold Emperor's Hammer, upgraded to the Dao-grade Heavenly Dao Hammer.